This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Algebraist, written by Iain M. Banks, read by Peter Kenny. Prologue. I have a story to tell you. It has many beginnings and perhaps one ending. Perhaps not. Beginnings and endings are contingent things anyway. Inventions. Devices. Where does any story really begin? There is always context, always an encompassingly greater epic, always something before the described events, unless we are to start every story with bang, expand, then itemize the whole subsequent history of the universe before settling down at last to the particular tale in question. Similarly, no ending is final, unless it is the end of all things. Nevertheless, I have a story to tell you. My own direct part in it was vanishingly small, and I have not thought even to introduce myself with anything as presumptuous as a proper name. Nevertheless, I was there, at the very beginning of one of those beginnings. From the air, I am told, the autumn house looks like a giant grey and pink snowflake lying half embedded within these folded green slopes. It lies on the long shallow escarpment which forms the southern limit of the northern tropical uplands. On the northern side of the house are spread the various formal and rustic gardens, which it is both my duty and my pleasure to tend. A little further up the escarpment rests the extensive ruins of a fallen temple, believed to have been a construction of a species called the Rechlide, 6AR, either severely abated or extinct, depending on which authority one chooses to give credence to. In any event, long gone from these parts. The temple's great white columns once towered 100 metres or so into our thin airs, but now lie sprawled upon and interred within the ground. Vast straked and fluted tubes of solid stone half buried in the peaty soils of the unimproved land around us. The furthest fallen ends of the columns, which must have toppled slowly, but most impressively in our half-standard gravity, punched great long crater-like ditches out of the earth, creating long double embankments with bulbously rounded tips. Over the many millennia since their sudden creation, these tall ramparts have been slowly worn down both by erosion and our world's many small groundquakes, so that the earth has slumped back to refill the wide ditches where the column ends lie, until all that is visible is a succession of gentle waves in the land's surface, like a series of small, splayed valleys, from whose upper limits the unburied lengths of the columns appear like the pale exposed bones of this little planet moon. Where one column fell and rolled across a shallow river valley, it formed a sort of angled, cylindrical dam, over which the water spills, is caught and channeled by one of the metres-deep grooves embellishing the column's length, and then flows down to what remains of the column's ornately carved capital, and a series of small, graceful waterfalls, which end in a deep pool, just beyond the tall, dense hedges which mark the highest limit of our gardens. From here, the stream is guided and controlled, some of its waters proceeding to a deep cistern, which provides the headwaters for our gravity fountains down near the house, while the rest make up the brook, which by turns tumbles, rushes, swings and meanders down to the ornamental lakes and partial moat surrounding the house itself. I was standing waist-deep in the gurgling waters of a steeply pitched part of the brook, 3 limbs braced against the current, surrounded by dripping ex-rhododendron branches and coils of weed, trimming and deadheading a particularly recalcitrant confusion of moil bush around a frankly rather threadbare raised lawn of scalpy grass. Basically, a noble but failed experiment, attempting to persuade this notoriously clumpy variety to... My enthusiasms may be getting the better of me, and I digress. Never mind about the scalpy grass. When the young master, returning, whistling, hands clasped behind his back from his morning constitutional round the higher rockeries, stopped on the gravel path above me and smiled down, I looked round and up, still clipping away, and nodded with as much formality as my somewhat awkward stance would allow. Sunlight poured from the purple sky, visible between the curve of eastward horizon, hills haze, and the enormous overhanging bulk of the gas giant planet Nascaron, filling the majority of the sky. Motley, with all the colours of the spectrum below bright yellow, multitudinously spotted, ubiquitously zoned, and belted with wild liquidic squiggles. A synchronous mirror, almost directly above us, scribed a single sharp line of yellow-white across the largest of Nascaron's storm spots, which moved ponderously across the sky, like an orange-brown bruise the size of 1,000 moons. "Good morning, head gardener."
"Good morning, Sir Tark."
"And how are our gardens?"
"Generally healthy, I would say. In good shape for spring." I could have gone on to provide much more detail, naturally, but waited to discover whether Sir Tark was merely indulging in emphatic discourse. He nodded at the water rushing and breaking around my lower limbs.
"You all right in there, HG? Looks a bit fierce."
"I am well braced and anchored, thank you, Sir Tark." I hesitated, and during the pause could hear someone small and light running up the stone steps towards the gravel path a little further down the garden. Then, when Sir Tark still smiled encouragingly down at me, I added, "The flow is high because the lower pumps are on, recirculating the waters to enable us to scour one of the lakes free of floating weeds." The small person approaching reached the path's loose surface 20 metres away and kept running, scattering gravel.
"I see. Didn't think it had rained that much recently."
He nodded.
"Well, keep up the good work, HG," he said,
and turned to go, then saw whoever was running towards him. I suspected, from the rhythm of her running steps, that it was the girl, Zab. Zab is still at the age where she runs from place to place as a matter of course, unless directed not to by an adult. However, I believed that I detected a more than casual urgency in her gait. Sir Tark smiled and frowned at the girl at the same time as she came skidding to a stop on the gravel in front of him, putting one hand flat to the chest of her yellow dungarees and bending over for a couple of deep, exaggerated breaths. Long pink curls swirling and dancing round her face, before taking one even deeper breath and standing up straight to say, "Uncle Fassin, Grandpa Slovia says you're out in a communicado again, and if I see you, I have to tell you have to come and see him right now, immediately."
"Does he now?"
Sir Tark said, laughing. He bent and picked the girl up by her armpits, holding her face level with his, her little pink boots hanging level with the waist of his breeches. "Yes, he does," she told him, and sniffed. She looked down and saw me. "Oh, hello, HG. Good morning, Zab."
"Well,"
said Sir Tark, hoisting the child further up, and turning and lowering her so that she sat on his shoulders.
"We'd better go and see what the old man wants, hadn't we?"
He started down the path towards the house.
"You okay up there?"
She put her hands over his forehead and said, "Yep."
"Well, this time mind out for branches."
"You mind out for branches," Zab said, rubbing her knuckles through Sir Tark's brown curls. She twisted round and waved back at me. "Bye, HG." "Goodbye," I called, as they went towards the steps.
"No, you mind out for branches, young lady."
"No, you mind out for branches."
"No, you mind out for branches."
"No, you mind out for branches." 1. The Autumn House. It had thought it would be safe out here. Just one more ambiently black speck, deep chilled in the vast veil of icy debris, wrapping the outer reaches of the system like a frozen, tenuous shroud of tissue. But it had been wrong, and it was not safe. It lay, slow tumbling, and watched helplessly as the probing beams flickered across the pitted barren moats far away, and knew its fate was settled. The interrogating tendrils of coherence were almost too quick to sense, too seemingly tentative to register, barely touching, scarcely illuminating. But they did their job by finding nothing where there was nothing to find. Just carbon, trace, and ice water hard as iron, ancient, dead, and, left undisturbed, no threat to anyone. The lasers flicked off, and each time it felt hope rise, finding itself thinking, despite all rationality, that its pursuers would give up, admit defeat, just go away and leave it be, to orbit there forever.
Or perhaps it would kick away into a lonely eternity of less than light, slow exile, or drift into a closed-down sleep, or it might, it's supposed, and this was what they feared, of course, this was why they hunted, plot and plan and gather and make and quicken and build and multiply and muster and attack, claiming the vengeance that was so surely its, exacting the price its enemies all deserved to pay by any algebra of justice under any sun you cared to name, for their intolerance, their savagery, their genericide. Then the needle rays reappeared, fitfully irradiating the soot-ice clinker of another set of barnacle-black detritus, a little further away or a little closer, but always with a rapid, meticulous order to them, a militaristic precision and a plodding bureaucratic systematicism. From the earlier light trails, there were at least 3 ships. How many did they have? How many might they devote to the search? It didn't really matter. They might take a moment, a month or a millennium to find their quarry, but they obviously knew where to look, and they would not stop until they had either found what they were looking for or satisfied themselves that there was nothing there. That it was so obviously in harm's way, and that its hiding place, however enormous, was almost the first place they had chosen to search, filled it with terror, not just because it did not want to die, or be picked apart, as they had been known to pick its kind apart before killing their victims utterly, but because if it was not safe in this place, where it had assumed it would be, then, given that so many of its kind had made the same assumption, none of them would be safe either. Dear reason, maybe none of us are safe anywhere. All its studies, all its thoughts, all the great things that might have been, all the fruits of change from the one great revelation it might have had, and now would never know the truth of, would never be able to tell. All for nothing now. It could choose to go with some elegance, or not, but it could not choose not to go. No unchoosing death. The needle rays from the needle ships flicked on, flicked off, away across the frozen distances, and finally it could see the pattern in them, discerning one ship's comb of scintillations from the others, and so picking out the shape of the search grids, allowing it to watch, helpless, as the slow spread of that mortal inquiry crept slowly closer. The Archimandrite Luciferus, warrior priest of the starveling cult of Lycium 9-4 and effective ruler of 117 stellar systems, 40-plus inhabited planets, numerous significant artificial immobile habitats, and many hundreds of thousands of civilian capital ships, who was Executive High Admiral of the Shroudwing Squadron of the 468th Ambient Fleet DET, and who had once been triumvirate rotational human-non-human representative for Cluster Epiphany 5 at the Supreme Galactic Assembly in the days before the latest ongoing chaos and the last fading rumbles of the disconnect cascade, had some years ago caused the head of his once greatest enemy, the rebel chief Stenausin, to be struck from his shoulders, attached without delay to a long-term life support mechanism, and then hung upside down from the ceiling of his hugely impressive study in the outer wall of Sheer Citadel, with its view over Junch City and Farabee Bay towards the hazy vertical slot that was Force Gap, so that the Archimandrite could, when the mood took him, which was fairly frequently, use his old adversary's head as a punch ball. Luciferus had long, sheen-black straight hair and a naturally pale complexion which had been skillfully augmented to make his skin nearly pure white. His eyes were artificially large, but just close enough to congenitally possible for people to be unsure whether they had been augmented or not. The whites beyond the black irises were a deep, livid red, and every one of his teeth had been carefully replaced with a pure, clear diamond, giving his mouth an appearance which varied from bizarre medieval toothlessness to startling, glistening brilliance, entirely depending on angle and light. In a street performer or an actor, such physiological departures might have been amusing, even a little desperate-looking. In somebody wielding the kind of power which Luciferus possessed, they could be genuinely disturbing, even terrifying. The same half-tasteless, half-horrifying effect might be claimed for his name, which was not the one he had been born with. Luciferus was a chosen name, selected for its phonetic proximity to that of some long-scorned earth deity, which most humans, well, most our humans at least, would vaguely have heard of in their history studies, while probably not being entirely able to place when they had heard the word. Again, Thanks to genetic manipulation, the Archimandrite was now, and had been for some long time, a tall, well-built man with considerable upper body strength, and when he punched in anger, and he rarely punched in any other state, it was to considerable effect. The rebel leader, whose head now hung upside down from Luciferus's ceiling, had caused the Archimandrite enormous military and political difficulties before being defeated, difficulties which had sometimes verged on being humiliations, and Luciferus still felt deep, deep resentment towards the traitor, resentment which easily and reliably turned itself to anger when he looked upon the man's face, no matter how battered, bruised, and bloody it might be. The head's augmented healing functions were quick, but not instantaneous. And so the Archimandrite probably still whacked and smashed away at Stenausin's head with as much enthusiasm now as he had when he'd first had him hung there, years earlier. Stenausin, who had barely endured a month of such treatment before going completely mad, and whose mouth had been sewn up to stop him spitting at the Archimandrite, could not even kill himself. Sensors, tubes, micropumps, and biocircuitry prevented such an easy way out. Even without such extraneous limitations, he could not have shouted abuse at Luciferus or attempted to swallow his tongue, because that organ had been torn out when his head had been removed. Though by now quite perfectly insane, sometimes, after an especially intense training session with the Archimandrite, when the blood trickled down from the one-time rebel chief's split lips, re-broken nose, and puffed-up eyes and ears, Stenausin would cry. This Luciferus found particularly gratifying, and sometimes he would stand, breathing hard and wiping himself down with a towel, while he watched the tears dilute the blood dripping from the inverted, disembodied head to land in a broad ceramic shower tray set into the floor. Of late, though, the Archimandrite had had a new playmate to amuse himself with, and he would occasionally visit the chamber some levels below his study, where the nameless would-be assassin, whose own teeth were slowly killing him, was held. The assassin, a big, powerful-looking, leoninely human male, had been sent without weapons save for his specially sharpened teeth, with which it had obviously been hoped by whoever had sent him he could bite out the Archimandrite's throat. This he had attempted to do a half-year earlier at a ceremonial dinner held here in the Clifftop Palace in honour of the system president. A strictly honorary post, Luciferus always made sure was filled by somebody of advanced age and retreating faculties. The would-be assassin had only failed to accomplish this task thanks to the Archimandrite's near-paranoid forethought and intense, and largely secret, personal security. The failed assassin had been both routinely, if savagely, tortured, and then very carefully questioned under the influences of entire suites of drugs and electrobiological agents, but had given nothing useful away. Patently, he had been equally carefully wiped of any knowledge that might incriminate whoever had sent him, by interrogational technicians at least as capable as those whom the Archimandrite commanded. His controllers had not even bothered to implant false memories, incriminating anybody close to the court and the Archimandrite, as was common in such cases. Luciferus, who was that most deplorable of beings, a psychopathic sadist with a fertile imagination, had decreed that the final punishment of the assassin should be that his own teeth, the weapons he had been sent with after all, should bring about his death. Accordingly, his 4 canine teeth had been removed, bioengineered to become tusks which would grow without ceasing and reinserted. These great finger-thick fangs had erupted out of the bones of his upper and lower jaw, puncturing the flesh of his lips, and had continued their remorseless growth. The lower set curved up and over his head, and, after a few months' worth of extension, came to touch his scalp near the top of his head, while the upper set grew in a scimitar-like paired sweep beneath his neck, taking about the same time to meet the skin near the base of his throat. Genetically altered not to stop growing, even when they encountered such resistance, both sets of teeth then started to enter the assassin's body, one pair slowly forcing themselves through the bony plates of the man's skull, the other set entering rather more easily into the soft tissues of the lower neck. The tusks digging into the assassin's neck caused great pain, but were not immediately life-threatening. Left to themselves, they would reappear from the rear of his neck in due course. The fangs burrowing through his skull and into his brain were the ones which would shortly and agonizingly kill him, perhaps in as little as another month or so. The unfortunate, nameless assassin had been unable to do anything to prevent this, because he was pinned, helpless and immobile, against the wall of the chamber, with bands and shackles of thick stainless iron, his nutrition and bodily functions catered for by various tubes and implants. His mouth had also been sewn up like that of Stenausin. For the first few months of his captivity, the assassin's eyes had followed Luciferus around the chamber with a fierce accusatory look that the Archimandrite eventually grew to find annoying, and so he'd had the man's eyes stitched shut too. The fellow's ears and mind still worked, however, Luciferus had been assured, and sometimes it amused him to come down and see for himself the progress that the teeth were making into the creature's body. On such occasions, having what one might term a captive, yet necessarily discreet, audience, he sometimes liked to talk to the failed assassin.
"Good day,"
Luciferus said pleasantly, as the lift door rumbled shut behind him. The chamber deep below the study was what the Archimandrite thought of as his den. Here, as well as the nameless assassin, he kept assorted souvenirs of old campaigns, booty from his many victories, items of high art looted from a dozen different stellar systems, a collection of weapons, both ceremonial and high power, various caged or tanked creatures, and the mounted, profoundly dead heads of all those major enemies and adversaries whose end had not been so complete as to reduce their mortal remains to radiation, dust, slime, or unidentifiable strips of flesh and shards of bone, or the alien equivalents thereof. Luciferus crossed to a deep, dry tank part set into the floor and looked in at the recondite splicer lying coiled and still on its floor. He slipped a thick elbow glove onto his arm, reached into a large pot standing on the broad, waist-high parapet of the tank, and dropped a handful of fat black trunk leeches into the tank.
"And how are you? Are you keeping well,
he asked. An observer would have been unsure whether the Archimandrite was talking to the human male pinned to the wall, the recondite splicer, now no longer still but raising its blind, glistening brown head, sniffing the air while its long, segmented body twitched with anticipation, or indeed the trunk leeches, thudding one by one onto the mossy floor of the tank, and immediately flexing their way with a sort of sine wave motion across the surface towards the nearest corner, as far away from the recondite splicer as it was possible to get. The brown mass of the splicer began to shuffle massively towards them, and they started trying to climb the sheer glass sides of the tank, climbing over each other and slipping back down as soon as they tried to haul themselves up. Luciferus peeled the elbow glove off and looked round the vaulted, subtly lit space. The chamber was a comfortable, quiet sort of place, set well within the cliff, with no windows or light shafts, and he felt safe and relaxed here. He looked over at the long, tawny shape that was the suspended body of the assassin and said,
"Nowhere's quite as nice as home, is it?"
The Archimandrite even smiled, though there was nobody to smile at. There was a rasping noise and a heavy thump from inside the tank, followed by some almost inaudibly high keening sounds. Luciferus turned to watch the recondite splicer tear the giant leeches apart and eat them, violently shaking its great patchily brown head and tossing some bits of slimy black flesh all the way out of the tank. Once it had thrown a still alive leech up and out of the tank and nearly hit the Archimandrite with it. Luciferus had chased the injured leech round the chamber with a shear sword, cleaving deep slivers out of the dark red granite floor as he hacked and sliced at the creature. When the show in the tank was over, the Archimandrite turned back to the assassin. He put the elbow glove back on, picked another trunk leech from the pot, and strolled over to the man attached to the wall.
"Do you remember home, Sir Assassin?" he asked as he approached. "Is there any memory of it in your head at all, Home, mother, friends?"
He stopped in front of the man.
"Any of that stuff at all?"
He waved the leech's moist, seeking snout in front of the assassin's face as he spoke. They sensed each other, the cold, writhing creature in the Archimandrite's hand stretching out to try to fasten itself to the man's face, the man sucking breath through his nostrils and turning his head as far as it would go, seeming to try and shrink back into the wall behind. This would not be the first time the assassin had been introduced to a trunk leech. The tusks digging into his chest prevented him from moving his head very far. Luciferus followed the movements of the man's head with the leech, keeping it in front of his lightly furred, leonine face, letting him smell the straining, quivering mass.
"Or did they rip out all of those memories when they cleaned you, before they sent you to try to kill me? Are they all gone?
He let the very tip of the trunk leech's mouthparts just touch the fellow's nose, causing the failed assassin to wince and jerk and make a small, terrified whimpering noise.
"What, Do you remember home, sport?" A pleasant place to be, a place you felt safe and secure, and with people you trusted, and who maybe even loved you. What do you say? Huh? Eh? Come on. The man tried to turn his head still further, straining the puckered skin around the puncture points on his chest, one of which started to bleed. The giant leech trembled in Luciferus's hand, stretching its mucus-tipped mouthparts still further as it tried to find purchase on the human male's flesh. Then, before the leech could properly attach itself to the fellow, the Archimandrite pulled it back and let it hang from his half-outstretched arm, where it swung and twisted muscularly with what felt for all the world like genuine frustration. "This is my home, Sir Assassin," Luciferus told the man. "This is my place, my refuge, this which you invaded, despoiled, dishonored with your plot, your attempt." His voice quaked as he said, "I invited you into my house, invited you to my table as hosts have guests for 10,000 human years, and all you wanted to do was hurt me, kill me, here in my home, where I should feel safer than anywhere." The Archimandrite shook his head in sorrow at such ingratitude. The failed assassin had nothing but a dirty rag to cover his nakedness. Luciferus pulled it away, and the fellow flinched again. Luciferus stared. "They did make a bit of a mess of you, didn't they?" He watched the failed assassin's thighs quiver and twitch. He let the loincloth fall to the ground. A servant would replace it tomorrow. "I like my home," he told the fellow quietly. "I do, really. Everything I've had to do, I've done just to make things safer. To make home safer. To make everybody safer." He waved the trunk leech towards what was left of the man's genitalia, but the leech seemed listless, and the man already exhausted. Even the Archimandrite felt like some of the fun had gone out of the situation. He turned smartly and strode to the pot on the broad rail over the tank, dumping the leech inside and peeling the thick elbow glove off. "And now I have to leave home, Mr. Assassin," Luciferus said and sighed. He gazed down at the long-coiled shape of the once again still recondite splicer. It had changed colour from brown to yellow-green now, adopting the colours of the mosses it lay upon. All that was left of the trunk leeches were some dark spots and smears on the walls, and a faint, tangy smell the Archimandrite had come to recognise as that of yet another species' blood. He turned back to look at the assassin. "Yes, I have to go away, and for a very long time. And it would seem I have no choice." He started to walk slowly towards the man. "Because you can't delegate everything. Because, ultimately, especially when it comes to the most important things, you can't really trust anybody else. Because sometimes, especially when you're going far away, and communications take so long, there's no substitute for being there. What do you think of that, eh? There's a fine thing, don't you think? Me, working all these years to have this place safe, and now I have to leave it. Still trying to make it even safer, even more powerful, even better." He stepped up to the man again, tapping one of the curved fangs boring through the fellow's skull. "And all because of people like you, who hate me. Who won't listen, who won't do as they're told, who don't know what's good for them." He gripped the fang and pulled hard at it. The man mewed down his nose with pain. "Well, not really," Luciferus said, shrugging, letting go. "It's debatable whether this will really make us safer or not. I'm going to this Ulubis system, or whatever it is, because there might be something valuable there. Because my advisors advise so, and my intelligence people have intelligence to this effect. Of course, nobody's certain. Nobody ever is. But they do seem uncommonly excited about this." The Archimandrite sighed again more deeply.
And impressionable old me, I'm going to do as they suggest. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? He paused, as though expecting an answer. Do you? I mean, I realize you might not be entirely honest with me if you did have an opinion, but all the same. No? You sure? He traced the line of a scar along the side of the man's abdomen, wondering idly if it was one of those that his own inquisitors had inflicted. Looked a bit crude and deep to be their work. The failed assassin was breathing quickly and shallowly, but giving no sign that he was even listening. Behind his sealed mouth, his jaws seemed to be working. You see, for once, I'm not absolutely sure of myself, and I could use some advice. Might not make us all safer at all, what we're planning to do. But it has to be done. The way some things just have to, eh? He slapped the man's face, not hard. The man flinched all the same. Don't worry, though. You can come, too. Big invasion fleet. Plenty of room. He looked around the chamber. Anyway, I feel you spend too much time stuck in here. You could do with getting out more. The Archimandrite Luciferus smiled, though still there was nobody to smile at. After all this trouble, I'd hate to miss watching you die. Yes, you come with me, why don't you? To Elubis, to Nascaron. One day, in the subseason of Desuetude II, the uncle of Fassin, Tak, summoned his only occasionally troublesome nephew to his side in the chamber of provisional forgetting. Nephew? Uncle, you wanted to see me? Fassin Tak waited politely. It was these days not unknown for Uncle Slovius to remain silent, apparently pondering for some time after even such a simple and technically redundant exchange, as though they had each given the other something profound and indeed unexpected to think about. Fassin had never entirely made up his mind whether this habit indicated that his uncle took his avuncular duties with particular and solemn seriousness, or just meant that the old guy was going senile. Either way, Uncle Slovius had been paterfamilias of the Seer Sept Bantrabal for either nearly 3 or over 14 centuries, depending on how you reckon time, and was generally regarded as having earned the right to be indulged in such matters. Like the good nephew, devoted family member and faithful faculty officer he was, Fassin respected his uncle on principle as well as through sentiment, though he was aware that his attitude might be influenced by the fact that according to the customs of their family and the rules of their caste, the seniority and deference presently accorded his uncle would one day fall to him. The pause continued. Fassin bowed fractionally. Uncle, may I sit? Huh? Oh, yes. Uncle Slovius raised a flipper-like hand and waved it vaguely. Please, do. Thank you. Fassin Tak hitched up his walking breeches, gathered in his wide shirt sleeves, and folded himself decorously into a sitting position at the side of the large circular pool of gently steaming and luminously blue liquid that his uncle floated within. Uncle Slovius had some years ago assumed the shape of a walrus, a beige-pink, relatively slim walrus with tusks barely longer than the middle finger of a man's hand, but a walrus nevertheless. The hands Uncle Slovius had once possessed were no more. They were flippers now, on the end of 2 thin, rather odd and ineffectual-looking arms. His fingers were little more than stubs, a scalloped pattern fringing the ends of his flippers. He opened his mouth to speak, but then one of the household servants, a black-uniformed human male, approached him, kneeling at the side of the pool to whisper something into his ear. The servant held his long pigtail out of the water with one many-ringed hand. The dark clothes, long hair, and rings all indicated that he was one of the most senior functionaries. Fassin felt he ought to know his name, but couldn't think of it immediately. He looked round the room. The chamber of provisional forgetting was one of the rarely used parts of the house, only called into action, if you could call it that, on such occasions when a senior family member was approaching their end. The pool took up most of the floor space of a large, roughly hemispherical room, whose walls were translucently thin agate, inlaid with veins of time-dulled silver. This dome formed part of one bubble wing of the family's autumn house, situated on the continent 12 on the rocky planet-moon Glantine, which orbited the gaudy, swirlingly clouded mass of the gas giant Nascaron, like a pepper grain around a football. A tiny portion of the massive planet's surface was visible through the transparent center section of the dome's roof, directly above Fassin and his uncle. The part of Nascaron that Fassin could see was presently in daylight, displaying a chaotic cloudscape coloured crimson-orange and rust-brown. The summed shades producing a deep red light which fell through the violet skies of Glantine's thinly breathable atmosphere and the dome's glazed summit and helped illuminate the chamber and the pool below, where the black-clad servant was supporting Uncle Slovius while he supped on a beaker of what might have been either refreshment or medicine. Some dribbles of the clear liquid escaped Uncle Slovius's mouth, trickling down his grizzled chin to the folds of his neck and dripping into the blue pool, where tall waves slopped to and fro in the half-standard gravity. Uncle Slovius made quiet grunting noises, his eyes closed. Fassin looked away. Another servant approached him, offering a tray of drinks and sweetmeats, but he smiled and raised one hand in a gesture of rejection, and the servant bowed and retreated. Fassin fixed his gaze politely on the dome's roof and the view of the gas giant, while watching from the corner of his eye as the servant attending his uncle dabbed at the old man's lips with a neatly folded cloth. Magisterial, oblivious, moving almost imperceptibly with a kind of tumultuous serenity, Nascaron turned above them like some vast glowing coal hanging in the sky. The gas giant was the largest planet in the Algebraist system, which lay within a remote strand of Stream Quaternary, one of the southern tendril reefs on the galactic outskirts, 55,000 years from the galaxy's nominal centre, and about as remote as it was possible to get while still being part of the Great Lens. There were, especially in the current post-war age, different levels of remoteness, and Algebraist's system qualified as back of beyond in all of them. Being on the outermost reaches of the galaxy, and hanging well underneath the galactic plane, where the last vestiges of stars and gas gave way to the emptiness beyond, did not necessarily mean that a place was inaccessible, providing it was close to an arteria portal. Arteria, wormholes, and the portals which were their exits and entrances meant everything in the galactic community. They represented the difference between having to crawl everywhere at less than the speed of light and making almost instantaneous transitions from one stellar system to another. The effect they had on a system's importance, economy, and even morale was similarly dramatic and rapid. Without one, it was as though you were still stuck in one small village, one dull and muddy valley, and might be there all your life. Once a wormhole portal was in place, it was as though you suddenly became part of a vast and glittering city full of energy, life, and promise. The only way to get an arteria portal from one place to another was to put it in a spaceship and physically take it, slower than light, from one place to another, leaving the other end, usually, anchored where you'd started out, which meant that if your wormhole was destroyed, and they could be destroyed in theory at any point along their length, in practice only at their ends at their portals, then you were instantly, all the way back to square one, stuck in your isolated little village once again. Ulubi's system had first been connected to the rest of the galaxy over 3 billion years earlier, during what was then known as the New Age. It had been a relatively young, not long-formed system at the time, just a few billion years old, but was already multiply life-supporting. Its arteria connection had formed part of the second complex, the galactic community's second serious attempt at an integrated network of wormholes. It had lost that connection in the billion-year turmoil of the long collapse, the war of squalls, the scatter anarchy, and the Infomorta breakdown. Then, along with most of the rest of the civilized galaxy, slumbered as if comatose under the weight of the second or major chaos, a time when only its dweller population on Nascaron had survived. The dwellers, being numbered amongst the species metatype known as the Slow, worked to a different timescale and thought nothing of taking a few 100,000 years to get from point A to point B. A billion years of nothing much happening was, they declared, merely like a long sabbatical to them. Following the third Diasporian age, and much more besides, galactic history wasn't really simple on any scale. Another wormhole brought Alubis back online to become part of the third complex. That arteria lasted for 70 million peaceful, productive years, during which several quick species, none of them native to Alubis, came and went, leaving only the dwellers to bear consistent witness to the slow turn of life and events. The arteria collapse had plunged Alubis into solitude once again, along with 95% of the connected galaxy. More portals and wormholes disappeared during the War of the New Quick and the Machine War, and only the establishment of the Mercatoria, at least by the estimation of those who controlled it, brought about a lasting peace and the beginning of the fourth complex. Algebraist had been reconnected early on in this slow, still at the early stages process, and for 6,000 years that latest arteria had made the system an easily reached part of the gradually recovering galactic community. However, then that wormhole too had been destroyed, and for over a quarter of a millennium, Algebraist's nearest working access point had been fully 214 years away, further down the increasing thickness of the stream at Zenair. That would change in about 17 years or so, when the wormhole endpoint, currently being transported towards Algebraist's system at relativistic speeds aboard the engineer ship Est Town Zephyr, arrived and was emplaced, probably where the old portal had been, at one of the Lagrange points near Sepecta, the principal planet of the Algebraist system. For the moment, though, Algebraist, despite its importance as a centre for dweller studies, remained remote chronologically as well as physically. Uncle Slovius waved the servant away with one flipper and drew himself up against the Y-shaped cradle which supported his head and shoulders above the blue-glowing surface of the pool. The servant, Fassin recognized him now as Guim, the second highest ranking of his uncle's retainers, turned back and tried to help Slovius in this maneuver. However, Slovius made hissing, tutting noises and slapped at the male with one flipper hand. Guim dodged the weak, slow blow easily and stepped back again, bowing. He stood nearby by the wall. Slovius struggled to lift his upper body any further out of the pool, his tailed torso stirring sluggishly under the luminescent waves. Fassin started to rise from his cross-legged position. "Uncle, do you want me to—" "No!" his uncle shouted in exasperation, still trying ineffectually to push himself further up the cradle. "I would like people to stop fussing, that's all." Slovius turned his head round as he said this, trying to look at Guim, but only succeeded in causing himself to slip further back into the liquid, so that he was even more horizontal than he had been before he started. He slapped at the pool surface, splashing. "There! See what you've done, interfering idiot!" He sighed mightily and lay back in the wallowing waves, apparently exhausted, staring straight ahead. "You may adjust me, Guim, as you wish," he said dully, sounding resigned. Guim knelt on the tiles behind him, put a hand under each of Slovius's armpits, and hauled his master upwards onto the cradle, until his head and shoulders were almost vertical. Slovius settled himself there, then nodded briskly. Guim retreated again to his position by the wall. "Now then, nephew," Slovius said, crossing his flipper hands over the pink expanse of his hairless chest. He looked up at the transparent summit of the dome. Fassin smiled. "Yes, uncle?" Slovius seemed to hesitate. He let his gaze fall to his nephew. Your studies, Fassin. How do they progress?" "They progress satisfactorily, sir. In the matter of the Tranche Jean-Dieu, it is still, of course, very early." "Early," Uncle Slovius said. He looked thoughtful, staring into the distance again. Fassin sighed gently. This was obviously going to take some time. Fassin Tak was a slow seer at the court of the Nascaron dwellers. The dwellers, gas giant dwellers to give them a fuller designation, neutrally buoyant first-order ubiquitous climax-clade gas giant dwellers to grant them a still more painfully precise specification, were large creatures of immense age who lived within the deliriously complex and topologically vast civilization of great antiquity, which was distributed throughout the cloud layers wrapping the enormous gas giant planet, a habitat that was as stupendous in scale as it was changeable in aerography. The dwellers, at least in their mature form, thought slowly. They lived slowly, evolved slowly, travelled slowly, and did almost everything they ever did slowly. They could, it was alleged, fight quite quickly, though as far as anybody was able to determine, they'd not had to do any fighting for a long time. The implication of this was that they could think quickly when it suited them, but most of the time it did not appear to suit them, and so, it was assumed, they thought slowly. It was unarguable that in their later years, later eons, they conversed slowly. So slowly that a simple question asked before breakfast might not be answered until after supper. A rate of conversational exchange, it occurred to Fassin, that Uncle Slovius, floating in his now quite still pool with a trance-like expression on his tusked puffy face, seemed determined to emulate.
The tranche on you. It concerns...
Slovius said suddenly. Clutter poetry, diasporic myths, and various history tangles, Fassin answered.
Histories? Of which epochs?
The majority have still to be dated, Uncle. Some may never be, and possibly belong with the myths. The only readily identifiable strands are very recent and appear to relate to mostly local events during the Machine War. Uncle Slovius nodded slowly, producing small waves.
The Machine War? That is interesting.
I was thinking of attending to those strands first.
Yes,
Slovius said.
A good idea.
Thank you, Uncle. Slovius lapsed into silence again. A groundquake rumbled distantly around them, producing tiny concentric rings in the liquid of Slovius's pool. The civilization which comprised the dwellers of Nascaron, with all their attendant fellow flora and fauna, itself formed but one microscopic fragment of the dweller diaspora, the galaxy-spanning meta-civilization, some would say post-civilization, which, as far as anyone could tell, preceded all other empires, cultures, diasporas, civilizations, federations, consortia, fellowships, unities, leagues, confederacies, affilia, and organizations of like or unlike beings in general. The dwellers, in other words, had been around for most of the life of the galaxy. This made them at least unusual and possibly unique. It also made them, if they were approached with due deference and care, and treated with respect and patience, a precious resource, because they had good memories and even better libraries. Or, at least, they had retentive memories and very large libraries. Dweller memories and libraries usually proved to be stuffed full of outright nonsense, bizarre myths, incomprehensible images, indecipherable symbols, and meaningless equations, plus random assemblages of numbers, letters, pictograms, holophons, sonomemes, chemiglyphs, axionomes, and sensata variegata, all of them trawled and thrown together unsorted, or in patterns too abstruse to be untangled, from a jumbled mix of millions upon millions of utterly different and categorically unrelated civilizations, the vast majority of which had long since disappeared and either crumbled into dust or evaporated into radiation. Nevertheless, in all that flux of chaos, propaganda, distortion, drivel, and weirdness, there were nuggets of actuality, seams of facts, frozen rivers of long-forgotten history, whole volumes of exobiography, and skeins and tissues of truth. It had been the life-work of people like Chief Seer Slovius, and was the life-work of people like Chief Seer-in-Waiting, Fassin Tark, to meet with and talk to the dwellers, to adapt to their language, thoughts, and metabolism, to, sometimes virtually at a remove, sometimes literally, float and fly and dive and soar with them amongst the clouds of Nascaron. And through their conversations, their studies, their notes and analyses, make what sense they could of what their ancient, slow-living hosts told them and allowed them to access, and so enrich and enlighten the greater, quicker meta-civilization which presently inhabited the galaxy.
And, how?
Slovius glanced at his nephew, who looked sufficiently surprised for the older male to add,
What's the name? Tonderon. Yes, the Tonderon girl. You two are still betrothed, aren't you?
Fassin smiled. We are indeed, Uncle, he said. She is returning from Pirintipiti this evening. I am hoping to meet her at the port.
And you are...
Slovius gestured with one flipper hand.
Still content?
Content, Uncle? Fassin asked.
You are happy with her? With the prospect of her being your wife?
Of course, Uncle.
And she with you?
Well, I hope so. I believe so. Slovius looked at his nephew, holding his gaze for a moment.
I see. Of course. Well...
Slovius used one of his flipper hands to wave some of the blue glowing liquid over his upper chest, as though he was cold.
You are to be wed when?
The date is fixed for All Hallows, Jocund 3, Fassin said. Somewhat under half a year, body time, he added helpfully.
I see,
Slovius said, frowning. He nodded slowly, and the action caused his body to rise and fall slightly in the pool, producing more waves.
Well, it is good to know you might finally be settling down at last.
Fassin considered himself to be a dedicated, hard-working and productive seer who spent well above the average amount of time at the sharp end of delving, actually with the Nascaron dwellers. However, due to the fact that he liked to complete each interlude of this real, useful life with what he called a proper holiday, the older generation of Sept Bantrabal, and especially Slovius, seemed to think he was some sort of hopeless wastrel. Indeed, Uncle Slovius seemed reluctant to accept the term proper holiday at all. He preferred to call them month-long, blind-drunk, stoned-out benders getting into trouble, fights and illicit orifices in the flesh-pots of, well, wherever. Sometimes Perintipiti, the capital of Glantine, sometimes Borkil, capital of Sepecta, or of one of Sepecta's other cities, sometimes one of the many pleasure habitats scattered throughout the system. Fassin smiled tolerantly. Still, I shan't be hanging up my dancing shoes just yet, Uncle.
The nature of your studies, of your last, say, 3 or 4 delves, Fassin, have they followed what one might term a consistent course?
You confuse me, Uncle, Fassin admitted.
Your last 3 or 4 delves, have they been in any way linked thematically, or by subject, or through the dwellers you have conversed with?
Fassin sat back, surprised. Why ever would old Slovius be interested in this? Let me think, sir, he said. On this occasion I spoke almost exclusively with Jeanju, who provided information seemingly at random and does not fully appear to understand the concept of an answer. Our first meeting and all very preparatory. He may be worth following up if we can find him again. He may not. It might take all of the months between now and my next delve to work out.
So this was a sampling expedition, an introduction.
Indeed.
Before that?
A protracted conference with Chihuras, Saraisma the Younger, Akur, both twins, Trav Kanchangasia, and a couple of miners from the egg-eyed adolescent pod.
Your subjects?
Poetry, mostly, ancient, modern, the use of image in the epic, the ethics of boasting and exaggeration.
And the delve before?
With Chihuras alone, an extended lament for his departed parent, some hunting myths from the local near past, and a lengthy translation and disposition on an epic sequence concerning the adventures of ancient plasmatics voyaging within the hydrogen migration, perhaps 1 billion or so years ago, during the Second Chaos.
Before that?
Fassin smiled. My extended one-to-one with Valsir, the delve which included my sojourn with the raucous rascals of tribe Demajrian. He imagined he didn't need to remind his uncle of too many of the details of that particular excursion. This had been the protracted delve which had made his name as a gifted seer, the 6-year journey by body time. It had lasted nearly a century by outside reckoning, that had established his reputation both within Sept Bantrabal and the hierarchy of Glantine seers beyond. His exploits and the value of the stories and histories he had returned with had been largely responsible for his elevation to the post of chief seer-in-waiting in his sept, and for the offer of marriage to the daughter of the chief seer of Sept Tonderon, the most senior of the 12 septs.
This takes us back how many years in real?
Fassin thought. About 300, 287 if I recall correctly. Slovius nodded.
There was much of that delve released during its course?
Almost nothing, sir. The raucous rascals insisted. They are one of the more unameliorated adolescent pods. I was allowed to report that I was alive once per year.
The delve before that?
Fassin sighed and tapped the fingers of one hand on the fused glass at the side of the pool. What on old earth could this be about? And could Slovius not simply look up the sept records for such information? There was a big cantilevered arm thing stowed against the wall of the pool chamber with a screen pad on the end. Fassin had seen this device lowered into place in front of Slovius for him to peer at and prod the keys with his finger stumps. It was, patently, not a very rapid or efficient method of interrogating the house library, but it would answer all these questions. Or the old fellow could just ask. There were servants for this sort of thing. Fassin cleared his throat. Most of that was taken up with instructing Pags Yunvich of Sept Reheo on his first delve. We paid court to Trav Hambrier in one-to-one time with the dwellers to allow for Yunvich's inexperience. The delve lasted barely 3 months, body time. Textbook introductory, sir.
You found no time to pursue any studies of your own?
Little, sir.
But some, yes?
I was able to attend part of a symposium on deep poetics with the University Pod Markal. To detail the other attendees, I would have to inquire within the Sept records, sir.
What more? Of the symposium, I mean. Its subject.
If I recall, a comparison of dweller hunting techniques with the actions of machine war inquisitories. Fassin stroked his chin. The examples were a Lubis system local, some regarding Glantine. Slovius nodded. He glanced at his nephew.
Do you know what an emissarial projection is, Fassin?
Fassin looked up at the segment of gas giant visible through the transparent roof panel. The night terminator was just starting to appear to one side, a line of increasing darkness creeping across the distant cloudscape. He looked back down at Slovius. I may have heard the term, sir. I would not care to offer a definition.
It's when they send a tuned suite of queries and responses to a physically remote location by light beam, to play the part of an emissary.
They, sir?
Engineers, the administrata, perhaps the omnocracy.
Fassin sat back. Indeed.
Indeed. If we are to believe what we are told, the object they send is something like a library transmitted by signal laser, suitably housed and emplaced within enabled equipment of sufficient capacity and complexity. This entity, though it is simply a many-branched array of statements, questions and answers, with a set of rules governing the order in which they are expressed, is able to carry out what seems very like an intelligent conversation. It is as close as one is allowed to come to an artificial intelligence post-war.
How singular. Slovius wobbled in his pool.
They are assuredly surpassing rare, he agreed. One is being sent here.
Fassin blinked a few times. Sent here?
To Sept Bantrabal. To this house. To us.
To us?
From the administrata.
The administrata? Fassin became aware that he was sounding simple-minded.
Via the engineership Est Town Zephyr.
My, Fassin said, we are privileged.
Not we, Fassin. You. The projection is being sent to talk to you.
Fassin smiled weakly. To me? I see. When will...
It is currently being transmitted. It ought to be ready by late evening. You may wish to clear your schedule for this. Did you have much arranged?
A supper with Jarl, I'm sure.
I would make it an early supper and don't tarry.
Well, yes, of course, Fassin said. Do you have any idea, sir, what I might have done to deserve such an honour? Slovius was silent for a moment, then said,
None whatsoever.
Gweem replaced an intercom set on its hook and left his place by the agate wall to kneel and whisper to Slovius, who nodded, then looked at Fassin.
Major Domo Verpich would like to talk to your nephew.
Verpich? Fassin said with a gulp. The household's major domo, Sept Bantrabal's most senior servant, was supposed to rest dormant until the whole Sept moved to its winter lodgings over 80 days from now. It was unheard of for him to be roused out of sequence. I thought he was asleep.
Well, he's been woken up.
The ship had been dead for millennia. Nobody seemed to be sure quite how many, though the most plausible estimates put it at about 6 or 7. It was just one more foundered vessel from one or other of the great fleets which had contended the War of the New Quick, or perhaps the slightly later Machine War, or possibly the subsequent Scatter Wars, or maybe one of the brief, bitter, confused and untidy engagements implicit in the Strew. Another forgotten, discarded piece from the great game of galactic power-mongering, civilizational competition, pan-species manoeuvring, and general grand-scale meta-politicking. The hulk had lain undiscovered on the surface of Glantine for at least 1,000 years, because although Glantine was a minor planet by human standards, slightly smaller than Mars, it was by the same measure sparsely populated, with fewer than 1 billion inhabitants, most of those concentrated in the tropics, and the area where the wreck had fallen, the North Wasteland, was a rarely visited and extensive tract of nothing much. That it had taken a long time for the local surveillance systems to return to anything like the sort of complexity or sophistication they'd exhibited before the commencement of hostilities also helped the ruins avoid detection. Lastly, for all the vessel's hulking size, some portion of its auto-camouflage systems had survived the craft's partial destruction, the deaths of all the mortals aboard, and its impact on the planet-moon's surface, and so had kept it disguised for all that time, seemingly just another fold of barren rocky ejecta from the impact crater, left by a smaller but much faster-travelling derelict which had crashed and vaporized in a deep crater 10 kilometers away, right at the start of the New Quick dispute. The ship's ruins had only been discovered because somebody in a flyer had crashed, fatally, into one of its great curving ribs, perfectly hollow-disguised at the time as sheer and shiningly inviting clear sky. Only then had the wreck been investigated, plundered for what little of its systems still worked, but which were not under the new regime prescribed, which basically did not leave much, and finally, the lifting of its hull and major substructures being prohibitively expensive to contemplate, its cutting up and carting away difficult, also not cheap and possibly dangerous, and its complete destruction only possible with the sort of serious gigatonnage weaponry people tended to object strongly to when used in peacetime in the atmospheres of a small planet moon, even in a wilderness area, it had been cordoned off, and a series of airborne loiter drones posted on indefinite guard above, just in case. "No, this could be good. This could be positive," Saluus Kihar told them, and swung the little flyer low across the high desert towards the broken lands where the tattered-looking ribs of the great downed ship lay like folded shadow against the slowly darkening purple sky. Beyond the ruins, a vast shimmering blue-green curtain of light flickered into existence, silently waving and rippling across the sky, then faded away again. "Yeah, you would fucking say that," Taint said, fiddling with the controls of the comms unit. Static chopped and surfed from the speakers. "Should we be this close to the ground?" Iain asked, forehead against the canopy, looking down. She glanced at the young man sharing the back seat of the little aircraft with her. "Seriously, Fass, should we?" But Fassin was already saying, "The idea that his relentless positivism could ever produce feelings of negativity in others is a concept Sal's still struggling with." "Sorry, Len, what?" "I was just saying." "Yeah," Taints muttered. "Get that goddamn dirt pinger on." "All I mean," Saluus said, waving one hand around and taking the craft still lower, even closer to the sable blur of ground. Taints made a tutting sound and reached over to tap a screen button. There was a pinging noise, and the craft rose a few meters and began tracking the ground more smoothly. Sal glared at her, but didn't turn the ground avoidance device off as he continued. "Is that we're still okay? We haven't been blasted yet. And now we have an opportunity to explore something we wouldn't be allowed to get anywhere near normally. Right place, right time. Perfect opportunity. What's not to be positive about there?" "You mean," Fassin drawled, glancing skyward, "aside from the unfortunate fact that some over-enthusiastic and doubtless deeply misunderstood beyonders appear to be trying to turn us all into radioactive dust?" Nobody seemed to be listening. Fassin made a show of stifling a yawn. Nobody noticed that either, and leaned back against the leather seat, stretching his left arm across the top of the couch in the general direction of Island Deste. Still with her head against the canopy, staring as though hypnotized at the near-featureless sands speeding by beneath. He tried to look at least unconcerned and preferably bored. In fact, of course, he felt completely terrified and more than a little helpless. Sal and Taints were the dynamic couple in this group. Saluus, the pilot, the dashing, handsome, headstrong but undeniably gifted, and Fassin thought just plain lucky, heir to a vast commercial empire, the unabashed son of a fabulously rich buccaneering father, Greed Boy, Fassin had christened Sal in their first year at college, a term that their mutual friends had only used behind the youth's back until he got wind of it and adopted it enthusiastically as his personally approved tag. And Taints, co-pilot, navigator and comm supremo, as ever the knowing, abrasive commentator of the group. Fassin saw himself as the knowing, sarcastic commentator. Officer-in-training Taints Yerebokin, as she was supposed to be known now. Taints, the mill girl, another of Fassin's coinings, had top percentile her college classes, but had already been halfway to being an officer in the Navarchy military through reservist credits gleaned after hours, at weekends and on vacations, even before she'd taken a short degree and gone to military academy for a final year. Fast-tracked from pre-induction, bumped from years 1 to 2 midway through term, and rumoured, even at such an almost unprecedentedly early stage, to be in contention for a chance later to join the summed fleet, the directly Kulmina-controlled overarching ultrapower of the whole galaxy. In other words, as seemingly surely destined for martial eminence, as Sal was scheduled for commercial prodigiousness. They'd both been out-system, too, making the journey to the Aluba system portal at Sepetka's trailing Lagrange point for the transition to Zenair and the complex, the network of wormholes threading the galaxy like a throw of dark lace beneath the tiny scattered lights of suns. Sir Lewis's father had taken him on a grand tour on his long vacation last year, girdling the middle galaxy, visiting all the great accessible sites, encountering some of the more outre alien species, bringing back souvenirs. Taints had been to fewer, but in some cases further places, courtesy of the Navarchy, its exercises and distributed specialist teaching facilities. They were the only two of their year to have travelled so widely, putting them in a little bubble of exoticism all by themselves. Fassin had often thought that if his young life was to be tragically cut short before he'd even decided what he wanted to do with it, join the family firm and become a seer, or something else, it would very likely be because of these two, probably when they were each trying to outdo the other in daring or elan or sheer outrageous showing off in front of their long-suffering friends. Sometimes he succeeded in persuading himself that he didn't particularly care if he did die anyway, that he'd already seen enough of life and love and all the crassness and stupidities of people and reality, and would almost prefer to die a sudden, young, savagely beautiful death, with his body and mind as yet unspoiled and fresh, and everything, as older relations still insisted on telling him, before him. Though it would be a pity of Iain, achingly beautiful, wanly pale, shamelessly blonde, effortlessly academically accomplished, bizarrely unself-assured and insecure Iain had to perish in the wreck too, Fassin thought. Especially before they had fulfilled what he kept telling her, and what frustratingly he even sincerely believed was their destiny, and established between the two of them some sort of meaningful but intense physical relationship. At the moment, though, head craned out over the side of the flyer, nuzzling the canopy, it looked like the girl was thinking about throwing up. Fassin looked away and attempted to distract himself from thoughts of imminent death and probably all too non-imminent sex by staring at the starry sweep emerging from the false horizon of Nascaron's shadowy departing bulk and the quickly darkening sky being revealed beyond. Another burst of aurora activity sent shimmering shoals of light across the heavens, briefly fading out the stars. Iain was looking in the opposite direction. "What's that smoke?" she cried, pointing beyond the half-collapsed nose of the fallen ship, where a tall, ragged strand of dark grey smoke leaned away from the breeze. Taints glanced up and muttered something, then busied herself with the comms unit controls. The rest looked. Sal nodded. "Probably the guard drone that got zapped earlier," he said, though sounding uncertain. The speakers crackled, and a calm female voice said, "Lar 229, position, have you 753 out of prohibited area. You are now off, or leave me off grid. Firm your..." Taints Yerebokin leaned closer to the comms unit. "This is Flyer 229er. We have no place safe to put down under cover, as advised. So we are making maximum speed at minimum altitude towards..." Saluus Kiha reached over with one coppery gold hand and clicked the comms unit off. "Fuck you!" Taints said, slapping his hand away, even as it went back to the flyer's control yoke. "Taints, really?" Sal said, shaking his head, but keeping his gaze on the rapidly approaching ship ruins. "You don't have to tell them." "Cretin," Taints breathed. She switched the comms back on. "Yes, see previous comment," Fassin said, shaking his head. "Will you leave that alone?" Sal said, trying and failing to turn the comms unit off again, as Taints searched for a working channel and kept slapping his hand away. Fassin was about to say something to the effect that she was better practiced at this form of behaviour than he'd ever have assumed, then thought the better of it.
Look, Sal said, I'm ordering you, Taints. Leave the damn thing off. Who does this fly belong to anyway?
Your dad? Fassin suggested. Sal glanced back at him, reproachful. Fassin nodded forwards at the swiftly enlarging wreck of the ship. Eyes ahead! Sal turned back. I'm ordering you, thought Fassin with a sneer. Saluous, really? Had he used that form of words because Taints was in the military, and he thought she'd just obey anything anybody called an order, even if it came from a civilian? Or because he thought he could start throwing his dynastic weight around already? He was surprised that Taints hadn't laughed in Sal's face. Oh, well, they weren't innocents anymore, Fassin reminded himself. And the more you learned about the world, the galaxy, and the age they were growing up within, the more you realised it was all about hierarchy, about ranking and seniority and pecking order from, well below where they were all the way up to gloriously unseeable alien heights. Really, they were like lad mice growing up together, rough and tumbling in the cage, learning their position in the litter, testing their own and the other's abilities and weaknesses, working on their moves and strategies for later life, discovering how much leeway they might have or be granted as adults, mapping out the space for their dreams. Taints snorted. Probably not even Daddy's car. Probably not even a company flyer. More likely some complicated sale and leaseback deal, and it's owned by an off-planet tax-opaque semi-automatic front company. She growled and slapped the unresponding comms unit. Sal shook his head. Such cynicism in the young, he said, then looked down at the butterfly shape of the control yoke. Hey, this is vibrating. What? Taints nodded at the ship ruins, now towering over them. Proximity warning, Ace. You might want to slow down or peel and scrub. How can you talk about exfoliating at a time like this? Sal said, grinning. Taints punched his thigh. Ow! That's assault, he said, pretending outrage. I may sue. She punched him again. He laughed, throttled back, and air-braked, pushing them all forward against their restraints, until the little flyer was down to about 10 meters per second. They passed into the shadow of the giant ship. Fassin Tak, Major Domo Verpich said. What trouble have you landed us in now? They were hurrying down a wide windowless passageway under the centre of the house. Before Fassin could reply, Verpich nodded at a side corridor and strode towards it. This way. Fassin lengthened his stride to keep up. I am as ignorant as you are, Major Domo. Clearly, your gift for understatement has not deserted you. Fassin absorbed this and thought the better of replying. He assumed what he hoped looked like a tolerant smile, though when he glanced at Verpich, the Major Domo wasn't looking. Verpich was a small, thin, but powerful-looking man with pale, creamy skin, ubiquitously stubbled, giving his head the look of having been chiselled out of sandstone. He had a square, ever-clenched jaw and a perpetual frown. His head was shaved, save for a single long ponytail that extended to his waist. He gripped the long obsidian staff, which was his principal badge of office, as though it was a dark snake he was trying to throttle one-handed. His uniform was the black of soot, like folded night. As chief seer-in-waiting, Fassin was supposedly in a position of complete authority over Verpich. However, somehow, the Sept's most senior servant still managed to make him feel like a child who had only just escaped being discovered doing something extremely improper. Fassin could envisage the changeover when he finally assumed the post of chief seer being awkward for both of them. Verpich turned on his heel and walked straight at a large abstract mural hanging on one wall. He waved his staff at the painting as though pointing out some detail of the brushwork, and the whole painting disappeared into a slot in the floor. Verpich stepped up into a dimly lit corridor beyond. He didn't bother to look back as Fassin followed him, just said, "Shortcut." Fassin glanced back as the painting rose out of the slot in the floor, cutting off most of the light in the corridor, which looked bare and unfinished after the passageway that they'd just left. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been in a utility corridor, probably when he'd been a child exploring with his friends. They stopped at a lift, its door open, a chime sounding. A boy servant stood in the elevator car, holding a tray full of dirty glasses with one hand and using the other to jab at the car controls, a puzzled, frustrated expression on his face. "Get out, you idiot," Verpich told the boy as he strode to the lift. "It's being held for me." The servant's eyes widened. He made spluttering noises and almost dropped the tray, hurrying to quit the elevator. Verpich tapped a button on the lift controls with the end of the staff. The doors closed, and the lift, a plain metal box with a scuffed floor, descended. Have you recovered from your unscheduled awakening, Majordomo? Fassin asked.
Entirely, Verpic said crisply. Now then, Sir Tark. Assuming my comedy troupe of technicians haven't electrocuted themselves or stared into any light cables to check that they're working and blinded themselves, we should be ready for you to hold your conversation with whatever it is they are beaming towards us about an hour before midnight. Is 19 o'clock convenient for you?
Fassin thought. Actually, the Lady Jal Tonderon and I might be—
The answer you're searching for is yes, Sir Tark, Verpic said.
Fassin frowned down at the older man.
Then in that case, why did you— I was being polite.
Ah, of course. That cannot come easily.
Quite the contrary. It is deference that one sometimes struggles with.
Your efforts are appreciated, I'm sure.
Why, I live for nothing else, young master.
Verpic smiled thinly. Fassin held the Majordomo's gaze. Verpic, could I be in some sort of trouble? The servant looked away.
I have no idea, sir.
The lift began to slow.
This emissarial projection is unprecedented in the history of Sept Bantrabal. I have talked to some other Majordomos, and nobody can recall such a thing. We had all thought such phenomena restricted to the Hierarchon and his chums in the Syscap. I've sent a message to a contact I have in the palace, asking for any guidance or tips they might have. There has been no reply so far.
The lift doors opened, and they stepped out. Another corridor, quite warm, cut from naked rock, curving. The Majordomo looked at Fassin with what might have been concern, even sympathy.
An unprecedented event might be of a benign nature, Sir Tark.
Fassin hoped that he looked as sceptical as he felt. So what do I have to do?
Present yourself to the audience chamber, top floor at 19, preferably a little before.
They came to a Y junction and a wider corridor where red-uniformed technicians were trundling a pallet loaded with complicated-looking equipment towards a set of open double doors ahead. I'd like Olme to be there, Fassin said. Cheyenne Olme had been Fassin's mentor and tutor in his youth, and, had she not become a pure academic in the household library, researching and teaching to the exclusion of undertaking any delves of her own, might have been the next Familias and Chief Seer.
That will not be possible,
Verpic said, ushering Fassin through the double doors into the room beyond, which was hot, crowded with more red-uniformed technicians, and dished like a small theatre. Dozens of opened cabinets displayed intricate machinery. Cables hung from the tall ceiling, snaked across the floor, and disappeared into ducts in the walls. The place smelled of oil, singed plastic, and sweat. Verpic stood at the top and rear of the room, watching the activity, shaking his head as two techs collided, spilling cable.
Why not?
Fassin asked.
Olme's here, and I rather wanted Uncle Slovius to be able to look in as well. That won't be possible either, Verpic told Fassin. You, and you alone, have to talk to this thing.
I have no choice in this, Fassin asked.
Correct, the Majordomo said. None.
He returned his attention to the milling techs. One of the senior ones had approached to within a couple of meters, waiting for an opportunity to speak.
But why not?
Fassin repeated, aware as soon as he said it that he was sounding like a small child.
Verpic shook his head. I don't know. To the best of my knowledge, there is no technical reason. Perhaps whatever is to be discussed is too sensitive for other ears.
He looked at the red-uniformed man waiting nearby.
Master Technician Imming, he said brightly. Working on the principle that whatever can go wrong will, I have been weighing up the possibilities that our house automatics have rusted into a single unusable mass, crumbled to a fine powder, or unexpectedly declared themselves sentient, necessitating the destruction by fusion warheads of our entire house, sept, and possibly planet. Which is it to be?
Sir, we have encountered several problems, the technician said slowly, his gaze flicking from Fassin to Verpic.
I do so hope the next word is but, or however, Verpic said.
He glanced at Fassin.
A happily would be too much to ask for, of course.
The technician continued. Thanks to our considerable efforts, sir, we believe we have the situation in hand. I would hope that we ought to be ready by the appointed hour.
We have the capacity to absorb all that is being transmitted?
Just, sir. Master Technician Imming gestured to the equipment on the pallet, being manoeuvred through the double doors. We're using some spare capacity from the utility systems.
Is there any indication of the nature of the subject contained within the signal?
No, sir. It will remain in code until activated.
Could we find out?
Imming looked pained. Not really, sir.
Could we not try?
That would be nearly impossible. In the time frame, Majordomo. And illegal. Possibly dangerous. Siatak here is wondering what he is to be faced with. You can give him no clues? Master Technician Imming made a small bow to Fassin. I'm afraid not, sir. Wish it were otherwise. Verpic turned to Fassin. We seem unable to help you, Siatak. I am so sorry. Whose was this anyway? Iain asked, keeping her voice down. She looked up into the shadows high above. Who did it belong to? They had swung in through the single great jagged fissure in the ship's left flank, flying up between two massively curved rib struts, the sky above framed by the twisted, buckled ribs. The sections of the hull they had supported turned to dissociated molecules and atoms 7 millennia earlier. Sal had let the flyer slip 400 meters or so into the shadows under the intact forward portion of the hull, climbing gently all the time, following the mangled, buckled floors and collapsed bulkheads forming the terrain beneath them, until they could see only the slimmest sliver of violet, star-spattered sky outside, and felt they ought to be safe from whatever spaceborne craft, presumably a Beyonder, had been attacking anything that moved or had recently been moving on the surface. Sal had set the little craft down. The flyer came to rest in a slight hollow on a relatively level patch of blackened, minutely rippled material, behind what might have been the remains of a crumpled bulkhead. The way ahead into the rest of the ship's forward section was blocked 50 meters further in by the hanging, frozen-looking tatters of some twisted, iridescent material. Saluus had thought aloud about trying to nudge the flyer through this suspended debris, but had been dissuaded. The flyer's comms reception, even the distorted, jammed signal that they'd experienced outside, had just faded away almost as soon as they'd entered the wreck. For something supposed to pull in a signal through tens of clicks of solid rock, this was remarkable. The air inside the vast cave of the ruined craft felt cold and smelled of nothing. Knowing they were inside, the fact that their voices did not echo in the huge space was oddly disturbing, giving the sound a strange, hollow quality. The interior and running lights of the flyer put them in a tiny pool of luminescence, emphasizing their insignificance within the ancient fallen ship. Some dispute about exactly whose it might be, Saluus said, also quietly, and also gazing upwards at the smoothly ribbed ceiling of the vessel, arching 1/3 of a kilometre above them and still just visible in the gloaming. Marked down as a scurry wreck. They sent their Wargraves people to clean it out, but if it was, then it must have been requisitioned or captured. And they reckon it had a highly mixed crew, though mostly swimmers, waterworlders. Could be Irolite originally, oddly enough, as the design of a dweller with a small D ship. But some sort of warcraft, certainly. Taint snorted. Sal looked at her. Yes. What it isn't, she said, is a needle ship. Did I say it was? Sal asked. Rather a fat needle if it was, Fassin said, swivelling on his heel to follow the downward curve of the wrecked ship's interior towards its crumpled, partially buried nose over a kilometre away in the darkness. It's not a needle ship, Sal protested. I didn't call it a needle ship. See, Taint said, now you've confused people. Anyway, Sal said, ignoring this, there's a rumour they pulled a couple of Vern bodies out of here, and that really does make it more interesting. Vern! Taints burst out laughing. Spiner stiffs? Her voice dripped scorn. She was even smiling, which Fassin knew wasn't something you saw every day. Pity, because her smooth, slightly square face, under a regulation military bald, looked kind of impishly attractive when she smiled. Come to think of it, that was probably why she didn't do it often. Actually, Fassin thought Taints looked pretty good anyway, in her off-duty fatigues. The rest of them just wore standard hiking outdoorsy gear, though naturally, Sal's was subtly but noticeably superior and doubtless wildly more expensive. Taints' fatigues kind of bagged out in odd locations, but came back in at the right places, to leave no doubt that she was definitely a mill girl, not a mill boy. They turned shadow matte and dark in the surrounding gloom, too. Apparently even the Nave Mill's off-duty fatigues for trainees came with active camo. She was shaking her head, as though she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Even Fassin, who'd pretty much shucked off the whole boy thing of obsessive interest in all things military and alien, not long after the onset of puberty, knew about the Vern. They were usually described in the media as living legends or near-mythical warriors, which kind of blanded what they really were, the crack troops and personal guards of the new galactic masters. The Verne were the calmly relentless, highly intelligent, omnicompetent, near indestructible, all environments capable, undefeated uber soldiers of the last 9 or so millennia. They were the martial pin-ups of the age, the speckless species peak of military perfection, but they were rare, few and far between. Where the new masters, the Colmino, were, the Voan were too, but not in all that many other places, and, as far as anybody knew, Fassin had been given to understand, in all those millennia, not one had even entered the Alubis system to visit Sepecta, the principal planet, let alone come near Nascaron, or deigned to have anything to do with its little planet moon, Glantine, even in death. There was, of course, a further resonance for humans in the Verne name and reputation, whether one was a human or are human. It had been the actions of a single Verne ship nearly 8,000 years earlier which had made the distinction, and the 2 prefixes necessary in the first place. "Verne," Sal said defiantly to Taints. "Verne remains. That's the rumour." Taints narrowed her eyes and drew herself up in her Knave Mill issue fatigues. "Not one I've heard." "Yes," Sal said. "Well, my contacts are a few levels above the bootlocker." Fassin gulped. "I thought they all got smeared in this thing anyway," he said quickly, before Taints could reply. "Just paste, gas, and stuff." "They were," Taints said through her teeth, looking at Sal, not him. "Indeed they were," Sal agreed. "But Verne are real toughies, aren't they, Tain?" "Shit, yeah," Taints said quietly, levelly. "Real fucking toughies." "Takes a lot to kill one. Takes even more to paste it," Sal said, seemingly oblivious to Taints' signals. "Notoriously resistant to fate and the enemy's various unpleasantnesses," Taints said coldly. Fassin had the feeling she was quoting. The gossip was that she and Sal were some sort of couple, or at least fucked now and again. But Fassin thought that, given the look in her eyes right now, that particular side of their relationship, if it had ever existed, might be in some danger of being pasted itself. He looked for Iain to catch her expression. She wasn't where she'd been, on the far side of the flyer. He looked around some more. She wasn't anywhere he could see. "Iain?" he said. He glanced at the other 2. "Where's Iain?" Sal tapped his ear stud. "Iain?" he said. "Hey, Len?" Fassin peered into the shadows. He had night vision as good as most people, but with barely any starlight and only the soft conserve-level lights of the flyer resting in its declivity, there wasn't much to work with. Infrared showed next to nothing, too, not even fading footstep traces on whatever this strange material was. "Iain," Sal said again. He looked at Taints, who was also scanning the area. "I can't see shit and my phone's out," he told her. "You able to see any better than us?" Taints shook her head. "Get those eyes in 4th year." Shit, thought Fassin. He wondered if anybody had a torch. Probably not. Few people did these days. He checked his own earphone, but it was dead too. Not even local reception. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. When did the archetype of this storyline date from? 4 kids getting the use of Dad's chariot and losing a wheel just before nightfall near the old deserted Neanderthal cave. Something like that. Just wander off into the dark and get killed horribly, one by one. "I'll turn up the flyer lights," Sal said, reaching for the interior. "If Ness, we can lift off and—" "Iain!" Taints shouted at the top of her lungs. Fassin jumped. He hoped the others hadn't noticed. "Over here!" Eilen's voice came, very distantly, from further inside the wreck. "Wandering off!" Sal shouted in the general direction Eilen's voice had come from. "Not good idea. In fact, very bad idea. Suggest return immediately." "Peeing in front of peers problem," the reply drifted back. "Bashful bladder syndrome. Relieved, returning. Speak normal now, or Len get Tain poke Sal eye out." Taints grinned. Fassin had to turn away. Sometimes, through all the almost willfully unjustified reticence and uncertainty, and often at moments like this when you might least expect it, Iain surprised him by doing or saying something like this. She made his insides hurt. "Oh, don't let me start to fall in love with her," he thought. "That would just be too much to bear." Sal laughed. A vaguely island-shaped blob appeared in IR sense 50 meters away, head first over a fold in the rippled floor, like a shallow hill. "There, she's fine," Sal announced, as though he'd rescued her personally. Iain rejoined them, smiling and blinking in the soft lights of the flyer, her white gold hair shining. She nodded. "Evening," she said, and grinned at them. "Welcome back," Sal told her, and hauled a pack out of one of the flyer's storage lockers. He swung the bag onto his back. Taints glared at the pack, then at Sal's face. "What the fuck are you doing?" Sal looked innocent. "Gonna take a look round. You can join me if, like fuck you are." "Tain, child," he laughed. "I don't need your permission." "I'm not a fucking child, and yes, you fucking do." "And will you please stop swearing quite so much? There's really no need to flaunt your newly acquired gruff military manner quite so conspicuously." "We stay here," she told him, using the cold voice again. "Close to the flyer. We don't go wandering off into a prohibited alien shipwreck in the middle of the night with an enemy craft cruising overhead." "Why not?" Sal protested. "For one thing, it's probably on the other side of the planet by now, or maybe even destroyed. And anyway, if this beyond a ship or battlesat or drone or whatever it is can see inside here, which I seriously doubt, it's going to target the flyer, not a few human warm bots, so we're safer away from the thing." "You stay with the craft always," Taint said, her jaw set. "For how long?" Sal asked. "How long do these nuisance raids, these attacklets, usually last?" Taints just glared at him. "Half a day average," Sal told her. "Overnight, probably in this case. Meantime, we're somewhere it's not normally possible to be, through no fault of our own, with time to kill. Why the hell not take a look round?" "Because it's prohibited," Taint said. "That's why." Fassin and Iain exchanged looks, concerned but still amused. "Taints," Sal said, waving his arms. "Life is risk. That's business. Come on." "You stay with the craft," Taints repeated grimly. "Will you step out of your programming just for a second?" Sal asked her, sounding genuinely annoyed and looking at the other two for support. "Can any of us think of one good reason why this place is prohibited, apart from standard authoritarian, bureaucratic, overreacting, territory-marking, militaristic bullshit?" "Maybe they know stuff we don't," Taints said. "Oh, come on," Sal protested. "They always claim that." "Listen," Taints said levelly. "Your point is taken regarding the likelihood of the flyer systems being targeted by hostiles, and therefore I volunteer to walk out every hour on the hour to near the gap in the hull where a phone might work once the jamming subsets have been neutralized to check for the all-clear." "Fine," Sal said, digging into another of the flyer's lockers. "You do that. I'm seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take a look round an intrinsically fascinating alien artifact. If you hear me screaming horribly, it'll just be me falling into the claws, suckers, or beaks of some unspeakable space alien monster every single wreck-clearing team missed, and which has chosen just this evening out of the last 7 millennia to wake up and feel hungry." Taints took a deep breath, stepped back from the flyer, and said, "Okay, seems this must qualify as an emergency." She dug into her black fatigues, and when her hand reappeared, it held a small dark grey device. Sal stared at her, incredulous. "What the hell is that? A gun? You're not planning to shoot me, are you, Taints?" She shook her head and thumbed something on the side of the device. There was a pause, then Taints frowned and looked closely at the thing in her hand. "Actually," she said, "at the moment, I'm not even threatening to report you to the local guard. Not in real time, anyway." Sal relaxed a little, but didn't pull whatever it was he'd been looking for out of the locker. Taints shook her head and looked up into the black spaces of the cavernous craft around them. She held the little grey device up to show the others. "This baby," she said, "should be able to punch me through to a kid's disposable on the far side of the planet, but it's still searching for cosmic background." She sounded more puzzled than embarrassed or angry, Fassin thought. In similar circumstances, he had been mortified, and it would have shown. Taints nodded, still staring upwards. "Impressive." She put the handheld away again. Sal cleared his throat. "Taints, do you have a gun? It's just that I'm about to pull one out of this locker, and you looked kind of scary and trigger-happy just there." "Yes, I do have a gun," she told him. "Promise I won't shoot you." She gave a smile that wasn't really. "And if you are intent on traipsing into the bowels of this thing, I'm not going to try and stop you. You're a big boy now. Your responsibility." "Finally," Sal said with satisfaction, pulling a plain but businesslike-looking CR pistol out of the locker and attaching it to his belt. "There's food and water and bedrolls and extra clothes and stuff in the rear lockers," he told them, slapping a couple of low-light illuminator patches onto his jacket shoulders. "I'll be back about dawn." He multiple-tapped his ear stud, then smiled. "Yep, internal clock still working. He glanced at each of them in turn. Hey, there's probably nothing to see. I could be back in an hour for all I know. They all just looked at him. Nobody else coming along, huh? He asked. Iain and Fassin glanced at each other. Taints was watching Sal, who said, Well, don't wait up, and turned to go. You're very well prepared for this, Taints said quietly. Sal hesitated, then turned towards her open-mouthed. He looked at Fassin and Iain, then stared with wide eyes at Taints. He gestured towards the distant hull gap, upwards, as though to space, then shook his head. Taints, he breathed. He pushed one hand through his thick black hair. Just how paranoid and suspicious do they insist you be in the military? Your father's company makes our battlecraft, Sir Lewis, she told him. Wariness is a survival strategy. Oh, cheap shot, Taints. Sal looked mildly insulted. But I mean, really? Seriously? Come on. He slapped his backpack, exasperated. Hell's teeth, woman. If I hadn't made sure the flyer was equipped with emergency gear, you'd have chewed my ear for making a deep desert flight without the necessary supplies. Taints stood looking at him, near expressionless, for a few moments longer. Mind how you go, Sal. He nodded, relaxing. You too, he said. See you all soon. He looked round them all one more time, grinning. Nothing I wouldn't do and all that. He waved his hand and tramped off. Hold on, Iain said. Sal turned back. Iain pulled her little day-pack out of the flyer. I'll come with you, Sal. Fassin stared, horrified. What? He said in a small, shocked little boy's voice. Nobody seemed to hear. For once he was glad. Taints said nothing. Sal smiled. You sure? He asked the girl. If you don't mind, Iain said. Fine by me, Sal said quietly. Sure you don't mind? Of course I don't mind. Well, you're not supposed to go off exploring in dubious situations individually, are you? Iain said. Isn't that right? She looked at Taints, who nodded. You take care. Iain kissed Fassin's cheek, winked at Taints, and strode up the shallow slope to Sal. They waved and walked off. Fassin watched their footstep traces in IR, each faint patch of brightness on the ground behind them fading after less than a second. Never understand that girl, Taints said, sounding unconcerned. She and Fassin looked at each other. Suggest you take a snooze now, Taints told him, nodding at the flyer. She picked her nose and inspected her finger. I'll wake you before I head out to the hull gap to check for signal. A fragrance bud popped somewhere in the darkened room, and, after a few moments, he smelled Orchidea nocticia, a maid-bloom scent he would always associate with the autumn house. There was little air movement in the quiet chamber, so the bud must have been floating nearby. He lifted his head gently and saw a tiny shape like a slim translucent flower falling chiffon soft through the air between the bed and the trolley which had brought their supper. He lowered his head to Giles' shoulder again. She said drowsily. Meet any friends in town? Fassin asked, winding a long golden coil of Jarl Tonderon's hair around one finger, then bringing his nose forward to nuzzle the nape of her brown-red neck, breathing in the smell of her. She shifted against him, moving her hips in a sort of stirring motion. He had slipped out of her some time ago, but it was still a good feeling. Ree and Grey and Sa, she said, her voice starting out a little sleepy. Shopping was accomplished. Then we met up with Jen and Son and Dade Eslas. Oh, and Yoaz. You remember Yoaz Ermin, don't you? He nipped her neck and was rewarded with a flinch and a yelp. That was a long time ago, he told her. She reached one hand behind her and stroked his exposed flank, then patted his behind. I'm sure the memory is still vivid for her, dear. Ha, he said. So am I. This drew a slap. Then they settled in against each other once more. She did that thing with her hips again, and he wondered if there would be time for more sex before he had to go. She turned to face him. Jarl Tonderon's face was round and wide, and only just very beautiful. For 2,000 years or so, our human faces had looked pretty much how the owners wanted them to look, displaying either satisfaction with or indifference to whatever womb-grown comeliness they had been born with, or the particular amended look their owners had subsequently specified. The only ugly people were those making a statement. In an age when everyone could be beautiful and/or look like famous historical figures, there were now laws about looking too much like famous contemporary figures. The truly interesting faces and bodies were those which sailed as close to the wind of being plain or even unattractive as possible, and yet just got away with it. People talked about faces that looked good in the flesh but not in images, or good in lifelike paintings but not on a screen, or faces that looked unattractive in repose but quite stunning when animated, or merely plain until the person smiled. Jarl had been born with a face that looked, she said herself, committee design. Unharmonious, stuck together, nothing quite matching. Yet to almost everybody who had ever met her, she seemed outrageously attractive, thanks to some alchemy of physiognomy, personality, and expression. Fassin's private estimation was that Jarl's was a face still waiting to be grown into, and that she would be more beautiful when she was middle-aged than she was now. It was one reason he had asked her to marry him. They could look forward, Fassin had every reason to believe, to a long life together, and just as it had been sensible to marry within his profession, and to make a match that would meet with the enthusiastic approval of their respective septs, strengthening the bonds between two of the most important seer houses, so it had been only prudent to take that likely longevity into account. Of course, as slow seers, Fassin and Jarl's shared future would be absolutely, if not relatively, longer than that of most of their contemporaries, and radically different. In the slow time of a long delve, seers aged very slowly indeed, and Uncle Slovius's 14 centuries, while short of the record and not yet, thankfully, naturally, his limit, should not be difficult to surpass. Seer spouses and loved ones had to schedule their slow time and normal life carefully so as not to get too out of sync with each other, lest the protagonists lose touch emotionally. The life of Ciaran Olme, Fassin's old mentor and tutor, had hinged on just such an unforeseen discontinuity, leaving her stranded from an old love. "Anything wrong?" Jarl asked him. "Just this, interview thing." He glanced at the antique clock across the room. "Who's it with?" "Can't say," he told her. He'd mentioned having an appointment for an interview later when he'd first met Jarl off her suborb shuttle at the houseport in the valley below, but she'd been too busy telling him about the latest gossip from the capital and the scandal regarding her aunt Theme and the Sept Custriel boy to question him any further on the matter. Her shower, their supper, and then more urgent matters had taken precedence thereafter. "You can't say," she said, frowning, turning further round towards him, lifting and repositioning one dark breast on his light brown chest as she did so. There was something, he thought, not for the first time, about an aureola more pale than its surroundings. "Oh, Fass," Jarl said, sounding annoyed. "It's not a girl, is it? Not a servant girl. Fucking for Fen. Not before we're married, surely." She was smiling. He grinned back. "Nuisance, but has to be done. Sorry." "You really can't say?" She lifted her head and blonde hair spilled over his shoulder. It felt even better than it looked. "Really?" he said. Jarl was staring intently at his mouth. "Really?" she asked. "Well..." He licked his teeth. "I can't say it's not a girl." She was still staring intently at his mouth. "Look, Jarl, have I got some sort of foreign matter lodged in there?" She pushed her mouth slowly up towards his. "Not," she said. "Yet." "You are Fassin Tark, of the Seer Sept Bantrabal, Glantine Moon, Nascaron gas giant planet, Ulubis star and system." "Yes, I am." "You are physically present here, and not any sort of projection or other kind of representation." "Correct." "You are still an active slow seer, domiciled in the seasonal houses of Sept Bantrabal, and working from the satellite moon Third Fury." Yes, and yes." "Good. Fassin Tark, everything that will pass between you and this construct is in strictest confidence. You will respect that confidence and communicate to others no more of what we shall talk about than is absolutely necessary to facilitate such conduct as will be required of you in furtherance of whatever actions you will be asked to perform and whatever goals you will be asked to pursue. Do you understand that and agree?" Fassin thought about this. Just for an instant, as the projection had started talking, it had suddenly occurred to him that the glowing orb looked a lot like a plasmatic being. Not that he'd ever met one, but he'd seen images, and that moment of distraction had been sufficient for him to miss the full meaning of what had been said. "Actually, no, sorry, I'm not trying to be..." "To repeat," Fassin was in the main audience chamber at the top of the Autumn House, a large circular space with views in every horizontal direction and a dramatic, transparent roof, all blanked out. For now, its contents consisted of a single seat for him and a stubby metallic-looking cylinder supporting a globe of glowing gas hovering above its centre. A fat cable ran from the squat cylinder to a floor flap in the middle of the chamber. The gas sphere repeated what it had just said. It spoke more slowly this time, though happily with no trace of irritation or condescension. Its voice was flat, unaccented, and yet still seemed to contain the hint of a personality, as though the voice of a particular individual had been sampled and used as a template from which most, but not all, expression had been removed. Fassin heard it out, then said, "Okay, yes, I understand and agree. Good. This construct is an emissarial projection of the Mercatorial Administrator, sub-ministerial level, with superior rank authority courtesy of the Ascendancy Engineer Division, senior engineer level, E-ship Est Tangefir, portal carrying. It is qualified to appear sentient, while not in fact being so. Do you understand this?" Fassin thought about this too, and decided that he did. Just. "Yep," he said, then wondered if the projection would understand colloquial affirmatives. Apparently it did. "Good. Seer Fassin Tak, you are hereby seconded to the Chivralty Ocular. You will have the honorary rank—"
"But hold on!" Fassin nearly jumped out of his seat. "The what?"
"The honorary rank of—"
"No! I mean, I'm seconded to the what?"
"The Chivralty Ocular. You will have the honorary—"
"The Chivralty?"
Fassin said, trying to control his voice.
"The ocular?"
"Correct." The baroque, intentionally labyrinthine power structures of the latest Kulmina-inspired age, incorporating the aspirations of and enforced limitations on at least 8 major subject species and whole vast subcategories of additional faring races, as well as, by its own claim, contextualizing various lesser civilizations of widely varying scope and ambitions, and peripherally at least, influencing entire alien spectra of others, held many organizations and institutions whose names the utterance of which people, or at least people who knew of such things, tended to greet with a degree of respect shading into fear. The Chivralty was probably the least extreme example. People might respect it, many would even find its purpose rather boring, but few would fear it. It was the paramilitary order/discipline/faculty of technicians and theorists in charge of what had once been called information technology, and so it was also, though less exclusively, concerned with the acceptably restricted remnants of artificial intelligence technologies still extant in the post-war epoch. The machine war had wiped the vast majority of AIs out of existence throughout the galaxy over 7,000 years ago, and the Kulmina-inspired and enforced peace which followed has stabilized around a regime which both forbade research into AI tech and demanded the active help of all citizens in hunting down and destroying what few scattered vestiges of AI might still exist. Organized on military lines with a bracing infrastructure of religious dogma, the Chivralty was charged with the running, administration, and maintenance of those IT systems which were anywhere near being sufficiently complex to be in danger of becoming sentient, either through accident or design, but which were considered too vital to the running of their various dependent societies to be shut down and dismantled. Another order, a rather more fear-inspiring one, the Lustrals of the Caesoria, had been formed to hunt down and destroy both AIs themselves and anybody who attempted to create new ones or protect, shelter, or otherwise aid existing examples. But that had not prevented the formation within the Chivralty of an intelligence section, the Chivralty Ocular, whose duties, methods, and even philosophy significantly overlapped with those of the Lustrals. It was the Ocular, this somewhat shadowy, slightly grim-sounding unit, which Fassin was being ordered to become part of, for no reason that he could immediately fathom.
"The ocular?" Fassin said. "Me? Are you absolutely sure?"
Absolutely. Technically, he had no choice. To be allowed to do what they did, the seers had to be an officially recognized profession within the Missillariat, the catch-all term for those useful to the Mercatoria who did not fit inside the more standard subdivisional categories, and, as such, all seers were subject to full mercatorial discipline and control, committed to obeying any order issued by anybody properly authorized and of a sufficiently superior rank. Yet this virtually never happened. Fassin couldn't remember anyone from Sept Bantrabal ever being seconded by order in peacetime, not in nearly 2,000 years of Sept history. Why now? Why him? "May this briefing continue?" the glowing orb asked. It is important. Well, yes, all right, but I do have questions. All relevant questions will be answered where possible and prudent, the orb told him. Fassin was thinking, wondering. Did he really have to accept this? What were the punishments for disobeying? Demotion? Forced resignation? Banishment? Outlaw status? Death? To resume, then, the gas globe said. Sir Fassin Tark, you are hereby seconded to the Shrivalti Ocular. You will have the honorary rank of Provisional Acting Captain for security clearance purposes, with exceptions made as required by authorized superiors. The principal honorary rank of Major for seniority and disciplinary purposes. The honorary rank of General for reward purposes, and the honorary rank of Field Marshal for travel priority purposes. This construct is unable to negotiate regarding the aforesaid. Do you find the foregoing acceptable? What if I say no? Punitive actions will be taken, certainly against you, probably against Sept Bantrabal, and possibly against the Gluntine Slowseers as a whole. Do you find the above-mentioned secondment details acceptable? Fassin had to shut his mouth. This floating bladder of glowing gas had just threatened not only him, not only his sept and entire extended family, and all their servants and dependents, but the major focus of uniquely important work being done on the entire planet Moon, one of the 3 or 4 most important centers for dweller studies in the entire galaxy. It was so outrageous, so surely disproportionate, it almost had to be a joke. Fassin thought back, desperately trying to fit all that had happened to him today with Slovius, with Verpik, with everybody who would have to be in on the joke, into a scenario more plausible than the one he was apparently faced with. An appallingly high-level projection from a portal-carrying E-ship still a dozen light-years away, ordering him to join an allegedly no-holds-barred intelligence unit, answering to an order and a discipline he knew no more about than any other layperson, and with the force of the administrator and the engineers behind it. Do you find the above-mentioned secondment details acceptable? The orb repeated. Or maybe, Fassin thought, Sept Bantrabal as a whole was being made fun of here. Maybe nobody here knew this was a practical joke. Would somebody go to all this trouble just to make him look foolish, to frighten him? Had he ever antagonized anybody with the resources to set something like this up? Well, do you find the above-mentioned secondment details acceptable? The orb said again. Fassin gave in. If he was lucky, this was a joke. If not, it might be very stupid and even dangerous to treat it as such when it wasn't. Given your crude and objectionable threats, I don't really have much choice, do I? Is that an answer in the affirmative? I suppose so. Yes. Good. You may ask questions, Sir Fassin Tark. Why am I being seconded? To facilitate the actions you'll be asked to perform and to help achieve whatever goals you will be requested to pursue. What would those be? Initially, you are commanded to travel to Perintipiti, capital city of Gluntine Planet Moon, there to take ship for Bokil, capital of Sepecta, principal planet of the Alubis system, for further briefing. And after that, you will be expected to carry out actions and pursue goals as detailed in said briefing. But why? What's behind all this? What's this all about? Information regarding what you ask is not carried by this construct. Why the Shrivalti Ocular, specifically? Information regarding what you ask is not carried by this construct. Who has ordered this? Information regarding what you ask is not all right. Fassin drummed his fingers on the arm of his seat. Still, this projection had to have authority from somebody. It would have to know where it stood in the vast web of mercatorial rank and seniority. What rank was the person who ordered this? Administrator, Shrivalti Army Group Chief of Staff, the orb said. Well, that went right to the top, Fassin thought. Whatever piece of nonsense, military bullshittery or wild goose chase this was all about, it was one being authorized by somebody with no excuses for not knowing better. Ascendancy, Senior Engineer, the projection continued. Ditto. Senior Engineer didn't sound as grand high everything else impressive as Army Group Chief of Staff, for example, but it was the highest rank in the engineers, the people who made, transported, and emplaced the wormholes that stitched the whole galactic meta-civilization together. In terms of ultimate power and regardless of species, an SE probably way outwielded a COS. Omnocracy, the orb said, with what sounded like a note of finality. Complector. Fassin sat and stared. He blinked a few times. He was aware that his mouth was open, so he closed it. His skin had seemed to tighten all over his body. A fucking complector? He thought, already wondering if he hadn't misheard. One of the Culmina ordered this. A complector sat at the clear, undisputed pinnacle of the Mercatorius civil command structure. Each one held absolute power over a significant galactic volume, usually with a definable locus, like a stellar cluster or a minor or even a major galactic arm. The least senior of them would be in charge of hundreds of thousands of stars, millions of planets, billions of habitats, and trillions of souls. As well as their subject administrata, they commanded the chiefs of all the other ascendancy divisions within their jurisdiction: engineers, propylaea, navarchy, and summed fleet, and they were always Culmina. The only thing which outranked a complector was a bigger bunch of complectors. Fassin thought for a moment, trying to calm himself down. Remember, this could be a joke. The very fact that a complector's authority had been invoked almost made it more likely that it was. It was just so preposterous. On the other hand, he had the disquieting feeling, prompted by a half-remembered school lesson he probably ought to have been paying more attention to, that falsely invoking a complector's authority was potentially a capital offence. Think. Forget the complector. Back to the moment. What assumptions might he be making here? Any of the ego? He'd had this psychological check-sum routine drilled into him at college, where he'd scored high on what was usually called the me scale, though not as high as Salua's Kihar. Well, he could think of one egotistical assumption he might be making immediately. How many other people are being similarly summoned? He asked. By emissarial projection, only yourself. Fassin sat back. Well, that certainly felt pleasing, but he suspected it was probably a much worse sign than it appeared. And by other means. You will be joining a group of senior officials in Bokil, capital city of Sepecta, for further briefing. This group will number approximately 30. And what will be the subject of this briefing? Information regarding what you ask is not carried by this construct. How long am I likely to be away from home? Do I just go to Sepecta, get briefed and come back? What? Officers of the Shrivalti Ocular are expected to undertake extended missions with minimal notice. So I should expect to be away a while? Officers of the Shrivalti Ocular are expected to undertake extended missions with minimal notice. Further information regarding what you ask is not carried by this construct. Fassin sighed. So, is that it? You've been sent to tell me to go to Sepecta? All this kerfuffle for that? No. You are to be informed that this is a matter of the utmost consequence and gravity, in which you may be asked to play a significant part. Also, that information has come to light which indicates that there is a profound and imminent threat to Ulubi's system. No further details concerning this are carried by this construct. You are commanded to report to the palace of the Hyakon in Bokil, capital of Sepecta, principal planet of the Ulubi system, for further briefing, no later than hour 15 tomorrow evening, the 9th of duty, Bokil Sepecta, local time, Gcron 661. The sphere started to restate the time of Fassin's appointment at the Hyakon's palace the following day in a variety of different formats, as if to remove any last excuse for him not getting there on time. Fassin sat, staring at a beige blank section of polarized window on the far side of the chamber, trying to decide what the hell to make of all this. Oh, fuck, was the best he could come up with. The 18th of November, AD 4034, are human, the glowing orb concluded. Transport will be provided. Baggage allowance is one large bag, carryable, plus luggage required to transport full formal court dress for your presentation to the Hyakon. A G-suit should be worn for the outgoing journey. Any further questions? Verpich thought for a moment. Military-grade hysteria. Slovius shifted in his tub chair.
Explain, please.
They are likely overcorrecting for earlier dismissiveness, sir. Somebody's been telling them there's a problem. They've been poo-pooing it, then suddenly woken up to the threat and panicked, Fassin suggested. Verpich nodded once. The decisional dynamics of highly rigid power structures make an interesting study subject, Chern almost said. Fassin's old tutor and mentor smiled across at him, a calm, gauntly grey presence. The four of them sat at a large round table in Slovius's old study. Slovius himself supported in a large semi-enclosed device that looked like a cross between an ancient hip bath and a small flyer. Fassin thought his uncle's tusked, whiskered face looked more animated and even more human than it had for years. Slovius had announced at the start of the meeting that for the duration of whatever emergency they might be involved in, his slow demise was being halted. He was fully back in charge of Sept Bantrabal. Fassin had been appalled to find that there was some small, mean, self-aggrandizing part of him which felt disappointed and even slightly angry that his uncle wasn't going to keep slipping into the hazy, woozily, uncaring senility that led to death. The phrase the projection used was profound and imminent threat, Fassin reminded them. That was what had spooked him, he supposed. That was why he'd suggested this meeting, told them what he had. If there really was a threat to Alubis' system, he wanted, at the very least, Sept Bantrabal's senior people to know about it. The only person missing from the conference was Fassin's mother, who was on a year-long retreat in a Caesaurian habitat somewhere in the system's Kuiper Belt, 10 light days away, and therefore profoundly out of the discussion. They had discussed whether she should be contacted and warned that there was some sort of system-wide threat, but without details, this seemed premature and possibly even counterproductive. Olme shrugged. The overreaction might well extend to the language used to describe the perceived problem, she said. There has been a recent increase in Beyonder attacks, Verpic said thoughtfully. For the 2 centuries after the loss of its portal, the sporadic Beyonder assaults on Alubis, as a rule against the system's outskirts and military targets, had declined to such an extent they were barely even of nuisance value. Certainly, there were far fewer attacks than there had been in the years before the wormhole's destruction. For millennia, almost every system in the Mercatoria had been getting used to these generally irritating, rarely devastating raids. They tied up ships and material, and kept the whole meta-civilization slightly on edge, but they had yet to produce any real atrocities. And it had come as something of a relief to the people of Alubis, a kind of unlooked-for bonus, that for some perverse reason, the system's temporary isolation had so far been a time when the direct military pressure on it had seemed to decrease rather than been cranked up. Over the last year or so, however, there had been a slight increase in the number of attacks, the first time in 2 centuries that the yearly number had risen rather than fallen. And those assaults had been of a slightly different nature compared to those that people had more or less got used to. The targets had not all been military units or items of infrastructure, for one thing. A Comet Cloud mining co-op had been destroyed. Some belt and cloud ships had disappeared or been discovered drifting, empty or slagged. One small cruise liner had just disappeared between Nascaron and the system's outermost gas giant, and a single heavy missile ship had appeared suddenly in the mid-system half a year ago, travelling at 80% light speed and targeted straight at Borkiel. It had been picked off with ease, but it had been an alarming development. Slovius wobbled in his tub chair again, slopping a little water onto the wooden floor.
Is there anything that you are not allowed to tell us, nephew?
He asked, then made a sound that sounded disturbingly like a chortle. Nothing specific, sir. I'm not supposed to talk to anybody about any part of this except to further my mission, which at the moment consists of getting to Borkiel by 15 tomorrow. Obviously, I've chosen to interpret this as allowing me to talk to you 3, though I would ask that it goes no further.
Well,
Slovius said, with a noise like a gargle in his throat.
You shall have my own sabor ship to take you to Pirintipiti for transfer.
Thank you, sir. However, they did say that transport was being provided. Navarki's filed an outgoing from here for 4:30 tomorrow morning, Verpich confirmed. Going to have to shift if they're getting you to Sepekte for 15 tomorrow, he added with a sniff. You'll need to suffer 5 or 6 Gs the whole way, Fasentak. Major Domo Verpich smiled. I suggest you start adjusting your water and solids intake accordingly now.
We shall have my vessel standing by in any case,
Slovius said.
Should this transport fail to turn up, or be overly crude in form. See to this, Major Domo.
Verpich nodded. Sir. Uncle, may I have a word? Fassin asked, as the meeting broke up. He'd hoped to catch Slovius before they'd begun, but his uncle had arrived with Verpich. Slovius looking energized and triumphant, Verpich appearing troubled, even worried. Slovius nodded to his major domo and Olme. In a few moments, Fassin and his uncle were left alone in the study.
Nephew?
This morning, sir, when you were asking me about my most recent delves, while the emissarial projection was being downloaded.
How much did I know of the matter?
Well, yes.
I had had a simple, if highly encrypted signal from the E-ship myself to tell me that the projection was following. It was in the form of a personal message from a first engineer on the ship, an old friend, A. Kuskunde. Their bodily and linguistic nuances formed part of my collegiate studies many centuries ago. They did not say so. Nevertheless, I formed the impression that all this might be the result of a delve of yours.
I see.
Your emissarial projection gave no hint whether this might be correct or not.
None, sir. Fassin paused. Uncle, am I in trouble?
Slovius sighed.
If I had to guess, nephew, I would surmise that you are not in direct trouble as such. However, I will confess to the distinct and unsettling feeling that very large, very ponderous, and most momentous wheels have been set in motion. When that happens, I believe the lessons of history tend to indicate that it is best not to be in their way. Even without meaning harm, the workings and progress of such wheels are on a scale which inevitably reduces the worth of individual lives to an irrelevance at best.
At best?
At best. At worst, lives, their sacrifice, provide the oil to make the wheels move. Does my explanation satisfy you?
That might be one word for it, sir, yes.
Well, then, it would appear we are equally in the dark, nephew.
Slovius consulted a little ring embedded in one of his finger stubs.
And in the dark, sleep can be a good idea. I suggest you get some.
Well, Fassin Tak, Burpick said briskly, waiting for him outside the door. Finally you've done something that I find impressive. Thanks to you, not only do we appear to be about to start living in interesting times, you have succeeded in bringing us to the attention of people in high places. Congratulations. They sat on half-inflated bedrolls, their backs against the sides of the flyer.
He's never told you about all that Severity School stuff? Fassin asked.
Taints shook her head.
No.
She took out her little grey military communicator again, checking in vain for reception. She and Fassin had already walked out to the hull gap half an hour earlier, looking for a signal either on this device or their phones. They'd stood there in the bright, flickering glow of a heavy aurora display. Nascaron, a vast inverted dome above. Dark, but sheened with its own rippling auroras and specked with a random craquelure of lightning bursts. A series of small groundquakes had vibrated through their boots, but for all this natural turmoil, and perhaps partially because of the magnetic activity in the case of the phones, they had heard nothing through their machines. They'd tramped back, Fassin grumbling about Beyonders for attacking a planet best known for its peaceful dweller studies faculties in the first place, and the Guard, Navarchy, military, ambient squadrons and summed fleet for not protecting them better. Taints tried to explain about the logistics of moving sufficient numbers of needle ships and other bits of material through holes to where they'd be needed, and the equations which governed how many assets you would need fully to protect the many scattered systems of the Mercatoria. Even with the near instantaneousness of portal-to-portal arteria travel, it was an unfeasible, economically unsupportable number. The many enemy groupings might be collectively puny, but they were widely distributed, and often working on an awkwardly extended timescale. The main thing was that Glantine and Alubis' system as a whole were safe. Its own squadrons were a match for any feasible Beyonder grouping, and behind them, just a few portal jumps away, lay the matchless superiority of the summed fleet. None of this prevented Fassin from continuing to moan about the Beyonders' nuisance attacks, so Taints had shifted the conversation to their classmates' foibles, proclivities and eccentricities, and before very long they'd got to Selous.
Well, Taints said, he's mentioned going to Severity School, but he's never volunteered anything much about it, and I'm not his interrogator.
Oh, Fassin said. He wondered if maybe Selous and Taints weren't lovers after all. School, early life, that was the stuff of pillow talk, wasn't it? He stole a glance at Taints, though lovers somehow didn't seem like the right word anyway, not for Sal and Tain, assuming they were involved. They each seemed different from everybody else in their year, less obviously caught up in the whole dating, young love and experimental sex scene, as though they'd gone through all that already, or were just, through natural predisposition or sheer determination, immune to it somehow. Taints intimidated most boys her own age, and a lot who were significantly older, but she didn't care. Fassin had seen her turn down a couple of very nice, decent lads with a bruising degree of brusqueness, and then take off for what were pretty obviously one or few nighters with burly but boring guys. He'd also known at least 3 girls in their school year who were hopelessly in love with Taints, but she hadn't cared about that either.
Sir Lewis had been in an even stronger position from the start. Not just good-looking, anybody could be that, but easy with it and assured, charming and funny as well. All that and money. A fortune to inherit, another beckoning world of even more finely graded superiority that existed alongside the monumental, bamboozling, hierarchic system that had surrounded them all since birth, presenting an alternative infrastructure of reward which was both younger and older than the Mercatoria's colossal edifice, if ultimately entirely subordinate to it. Like the rest of the boys in his year, like most in the entire college, Fassin had long since come to terms with the fact that as long as Sal was around, you were always second best. And yet neither Taints nor Sal, especially Sal, took advantage of their chances, except maybe with each other. It was like they were adults before their time, with their own steely, determined agendas, and sex was no more than an itch that had to be scratched, an irritating Unterhunger which sporadically necessitated being dealt with as quickly and efficiently as possible, with a minimum of distractive fuss, so that the real serious business of life could be attended to. Weird. Why? Taints asked. Did you go to Sev school too, Fass? Me? Fassin said, astonished. Shit, no. Right, Taints said. She was sitting with one leg stretched out, one folded, hand resting on her knee. So, she flapped her hand. Tough, is it? They hunt them, Fassin told her. Taints shrugged. So I've heard. At least they don't eat them. Ha! They still die sometimes. I'm serious. These are just little kids. They fall off cliffs or out of trees or into crevasses or they kill themselves. They're so stressed. Some get lost in the outwoods and get hunted and killed and eaten by real predators. High dropout rate then. Taints? Doesn't any of that bother you? Taints grinned at him. What? You mean arouse my maternal instincts, Fass? He didn't answer. She shook her head. Well, it doesn't. You want to ask me, do I feel sorry for these junior members of the Aquasariat? Yes, for the ones that don't make it out, or the ones that leave hating their parents. For the others, it does what it's supposed to do, I guess. Produces another generation of the truly selfish. Well, not my department. Don't even think about them. If I did, maybe I'd despise them, but I don't, so I don't. Maybe I'd admire them. Sounds worse than basic training. You have a choice with basic training. These little... Not if you're drafted. Drafted? Laws are still on the statute books, she shrugged. But your point is taken. It's tough on those kids, but it's legal and, well, the rich are another breed. She sounded unconcerned. Sal's really never said anything? Something in his tone made Taints look at Fassin. You mean like... She waggled her dark eyebrows. Afterwards, Fassin? He looked away. As you will. Taints looked at him again. Fass, is this really all about whether Sal and I fuck? No. Well, we do. Now and again, thank you for asking. That settled any bets? Made you any money? Oh, please, he said. Damn, he thought. I'm not sure I really wanted to know that now that I do. Fassin quite enjoyed thinking about some of the potential or actual couples and other groupings of his class and year having sex. Grief, he'd watched / been part of the real thing a few times, but the thought of Sal and Taints bumping bits was slightly grisly. Taints hoisted one eyebrow. Ask nicely, and maybe sometime we'll let you watch. That's what you like, isn't it? Fassin felt himself colouring despite his best efforts. Why, I live for nothing else, he said, attempting sarcasm. And no, he hasn't mentioned Severity School, Taints told him. Not before, during, or after. Unless I was a lot more distracted than I thought I was. But it sounds horrific. Cold showers, hot bunking, corporal punishment, deprivation, intimidation, denigration, and for a holiday you get to run for what might be your life. Taints snorted. You end up paying good money for the sort of treatment your ancestors spent their short, brutal lives trying to avoid. That's progress. I think the guy's been damaged by it, Fassin said. I'm serious. Oh, I'm sure you are, Taints drawled, sounding bored. Sal seems to be okay with it all the same. Says it made him. Yeah, but made him what? Taints grinned. It's all your people's fault anyway. Oh, Fassin sighed. Not this. Well, it's a dweller thing, isn't it? Yeah, and so fucking what? Well, Who brought that particular little nugget of information regarding kid hunting blinking into the light? Taints asked, still grinning. You guys, that's who. Seers, they weren't, dweller studies, whatever. Taints waved her hand dismissively. They hunt their children. They're a long-term, widespread, successful species, and they're right on our doorstep. Some wizard comes along looking for the latest way to fleece the rich. What sort of lesson do you think they're going to take from that? Fassin shook his head. The dwellers have been around for most of the life of the universe. They're spread throughout the galaxy, but despite their head start on everybody else, they've had the good grace not to make the whole place to suit themselves. They formalized war to the point that hardly anybody ever dies, and most of their lives' work is spent tending the greatest accumulations of knowledge ever assembled. But we were told, albeit in the galaxy's most disorganized libraries, which they show enormous reluctance to let anybody else into, yes, but all the same, they were peaceful, civilized, and everywhere before Earth and the Sun even formed. And what's the one lesson we've taken from them with any enthusiasm? Hunt your kids. Your lecture notes are showing, Taints told him. The dwellers notoriously hunted their own young. The species was present in the vast majority of the gas giant planets in the galaxy, and in every planetary society of theirs that had been sufficiently thoroughly investigated, it had been discovered that the mature dwellers preyed upon their own children, hunting them singly or in packs on both sides, sometimes opportunistically, as often in highly organized long-term hunts. To the dwellers, this was entirely natural. Just a normal part of growing up, absolutely a part of their culture, without which they would not be themselves, and something they'd been doing for billions of years. Indeed, some of those who could be bothered attempting to justify the practice to upstart alien busybodies claimed with some authority that young hunting was precisely one of the many reasons that dwellers were still around after all that amount of time to indulge in such harmless fun in the first place. It wasn't just their species that was long-lived, after all. Individual dwellers had allegedly lived for billions of years, so if they weren't to use up even the colossal amount of living space provided by all the gas giant planets in the galaxy, and they'd sometimes hint beyond, they had to keep numbers down somehow. And interfering outside species, especially those whose civilizations were inevitably so short-lived that they were called the quick, would do well not to forget that the dwellers doing the hunting had been hunted in their turn as well, and those being hunted would have their chance to become the hunters in the future. And anyway, if you had every prospect of living for hundreds of millions of years, being hunted for at most about a century and a bit was such a trivially insignificant detail that it was scarcely worth mentioning. They don't feel any pain, Taints, Fassin told her. That's the point. They don't entirely understand the concept of physical suffering, not emotionally. Which I still beg to find unlikely. But, so what? What are you saying? They're not intelligent enough to feel mental anguish? Even mental pain isn't really what we understand as pain when there's no physiological equivalent, no template, no circuitry. That's this year's theory, is it? Exoethics 101? A moderately powerful groundquake shook the surface they were sitting on, but they ignored it. The huge tattered strips of material hanging high above stirred. All I'm saying is, they're a civilization we could learn a lot more from than just how to abuse our young. Thought they aren't even a civilization, technically. Oh, good grief, Fassin sighed. Well? Yeah, well, it depends what definition you accept. To some, they're post-civilizational, because the individual groups on each gas giant have so little contact with each other. To others, they're a diasporian civilization, which is the same thing expressed more kindly. To others still, they're just a degenerate example of how to almost take over an entire galaxy and then fail because they just lost interest. Or they somehow forgot what the purpose of the operation was in the first place. Or they misplaced their ruthlessness and came over all coy and conservational and decided it would only be fair to give everybody else a chance too. Or they were warned off by some higher power. All of which might be true or nonsense. And that's what Dweller Studies is all about. Maybe one day we'll know for sure. What? There was something about the way Taints was looking at him. Nothing. Just wondering. You still sticking to the line you haven't decided what to do after college? I might not become a seer, Taints, or anything to do with Dweller Studies. It isn't compulsory. We don't get drafted. Mm-hmm. Well, she said, time for another attempt to contact the real world. She rose smoothly to her feet. Coming? Mind if I stay behind? Fassin rubbed his face, looked around. Bit tired. I think we're safe enough here, yeah? Guess so, Taints told him. Back soon. She turned and tramped off into the darkness, quickly disappearing, and leaving Fassin alone with the soft lights of the flyer in the vast, unechoing space. He did, and didn't want to fall asleep, and after a few moments alone thought that maybe he didn't feel so secure here by himself after all, and nearly went after Taints, but then thought he might get lost, and so stayed where he was. He cleared his throat and sat more upright, telling himself he wasn't going to fall asleep. But he must have, because when the screams started, they woke him. He left in the false dawn of an albedo sunrise, Ilubis still well below the horizon, but lighting up half the facing hemisphere of Nascaron, flooding the northern tropical uplands of Gluntine with a soft golden-brown light. A small yellow auroral display to the north added its own unsteady glow. He'd already said various goodbyes to friends and family in the Sept the night before, and left messages for those, like his mother, he couldn't contact immediately. He'd left Jarl asleep. Slovius, somewhat to Fassin's surprise, came to see him off at the houseport, a 100-metre circle of dead flat granite cold melt a kilometre downslope from the house, near the river and the gently rising edge of the upland forest. Light rain fell from high, thin clouds moving in from the west. A sleek, soot-black Navarki craft, maybe 60 metres long, sat on a tripod of struts at the centre of the circle, radiating heat and bannered by drifting steam. They stopped and looked at it. "That's a needle ship, isn't it?" Fassin said. His uncle nodded.
"I do believe it is. You'll be going to Pirintipiti in some style, nephew."
Slovius's own suborb yacht, a streamlined yet stubbier machine, half the size of the black Navarki ship, lay on a circular parking pad just off the main circle. They walked on, Fassin in his thin one-piece G-suit, worn under his light sept robe, feeling as if he was walking with a sort of warm gel extending from ankle to neck. Fassin carried the grip holding his formal wear. A ponytailed servant had his other bag and held a large umbrella over Fassin. Slovius's chair tub had extended a transparent cover above him. Another servant held the sleeping form of Fassin's niece Zab in her arms. The child, up scandalously late the evening before and somehow hearing of her uncle's summons to Sepecta, had insisted she wanted to say goodbye to Fassin and wheedled her grandfather and parents into granting permission, but then had fallen back asleep almost as soon as they'd left the house in the little funicular which served the port.
"Oh, and my regards to my old friend Sia Chief Chine of the Favrial,"
Slovius said, as they crossed to the Navarki craft.
"Should you see him. Oh, and most especially to Bram Ganskarel of Sept Tonderon, naturally."
"I'll try to say hello to all who know you, Uncle."
"I should have come with you,"
Slovius said absently.
"No, maybe not."
A grey uniformed figure appeared from a drop platform under the black ship and walked towards them. The officer, a fresh-faced, cheery-looking woman, took off her cap, bowed to Slovius, and to Fassin said, "Major Tack?" Fassin stood looking at her for a moment, before recalling that officially he was now a major in the Chivralti Ocular. "Ah, yes," he said. "First Officer Un de Cogra, NMS 3304, the young woman said. "Welcome. Please follow me." Slovius held out one flippery hand.
"I shall try to remain alive until your return, Major Nephew."
He made a wheezing noise that was probably a laugh. Fassin gripped Slovius's finger stubs awkwardly. "I'm rather hoping this is a false alarm, and I'll be back in a few days."
"In any event, take care. Goodbye, Fassin."
"I shall. Goodbye." He kissed the still sleeping Zab lightly on the cheek, avoiding waking her, then followed the Navarki officer to the platform, stepped up onto it, and waved as the curve-bottomed slab raced them into the ship. "We'll be pulling about 5.2 Earth Gs most of the way," de Cogra said, as Fassin's robe and his luggage were secured in a brace cabinet. "Are you happy with that? The physio profile we got on you says yes, but we have to check." Fassin looked at her. "To Pirintipiti?" he asked. The local shuttles and suburbs accelerated a lot less sharply than that, and they did the trip in less than an hour. How tight was this schedule? "No, to Borkiel City," de Cogra said. "Going straight there." "Oh," Fassin said, surprised. "No, 5.2 is fine." The planet-moon Gluntine's gravity was about 1/10 of that, but Fassin was used to more. He thought about pointing out that his day job involved spending years at a time in a gravity field of over 6 Earth Gs. But of course, that was in a Dwellerine aeroship, pickled in shock gel, and didn't really count. First Officer de Cogra smiled, wrinkled her nose, and said, "Good for you. That physio report says you were quite a toughie. Still, we'll spend nearly 20 hours at that acceleration with only a few minutes weightless right in the middle. So do you need to visit the heads? The toilet?" "No, I'm fine." She gestured at his groin, where a bulge like a sports box was the only place on his body where the grey centimetre-thick G-suit didn't hug the contours of his flesh. "Any attachments required?" she asked, smiling. "No, thanks." "Drugs to let you sleep?" "Not necessary." The ship's captain was a hool, a species that always looked to Fassin like a cross between a giant grey bat and an even more scaled-up praying mantis. She greeted Fassin briefly via a screen from the bridge, and he was settled into a steep-sided semi-reclined couch in a gimbaled ball pod near the centre of the ship by First Officer de Cogra, and a fragile-seeming but dexterous wool rating who smelled to the human nose of almonds. The wool rating levered himself out with a snapping sound of wing membranes, and de Cogra settled into the only other couch in the pod. Her preparations for a day of 5 Gs continuous consisted of tossing her cap into a locker and adjusting her uniform underneath her. The ship lifted slowly at first, and Fassin watched on a screen on the curved wall opposite as the port's circular landing ground fell away, the little figures there lifting their heads as the Navarchy craft rose. Zab might have waved one tiny arm. Then the haze of clouds intervened, the view tilted and swung, and the ship accelerated, the gimbaled pod keeping him and de Cogra level in their seats, towards space. Was that screaming? His eyes flicked open. His neck hairs were standing on end, his mouth was dry. Dark. Still inside the ruined alien ship, his back resting against the dimly lit flyer. Taint's gone, away to the gap to check for comms reception. Oh shit, those were screams from behind. Maybe shouting too. He scrambled to his feet, looking around. Little to see. Just the faint traces of the warped landscape of destruction and collapse that was the interior of the wrecked ship. The tilted decks and bulkheads, the huge hanging strips of whatever the hell hanging from the invisibly dark and distant ceiling. The screams were coming from forward, from the interior, from the direction that Soluus and Iain had walked in. He stood staring into that darkness, holding his breath to listen better. Sudden silence. Then maybe a voice. Sal's shouting, the words indistinct. Help? Taints? Fass? What do? Run to help? Wait for Taints? Look for another torch, another gun if there is one. A clattering noise behind him made him spin round. Taints bounding down from one gnarled level of the buckled wall. You okay? Yes, but stay with me. Keep a few steps behind. Say if you can't keep up. She went past him at a slow run, her gun high in one hand. Later, he would remember that there was a grim sort of smile on her face. They ran up the shallow slope leading deeper into the ship, over increasingly large ripples in the material beneath their feet, until they were leaping from ridge to ridge, then jumped down through a tear in the floor and ran slightly uphill on a half-giving surface like thin rubber over iron, vaulting one-handed over enormous thigh-high cables strung in an irregular net across the space. Fassin followed Taints as best he could, guided by the glow patches on her fatigues. She ran and leapt more fluidly with one hand filled with pistol than he did pumping both arms. The floor pitched up more steeply, then down. Taints! Fassin! Sal shouted somewhere ahead. Duck! Taints yelled, suddenly, running doubled up. Fassin got down just in time. His hair touched the hard fold of ink-black material above. They slowed down, Taints feeling her way one-handed along the dark ceiling, then slipping sideways through a narrow gap. Fassin followed, the cold press of ungiving material on either side making him shiver. Light ahead. A dim confusion of tilted floor and a half-open chaos of girders and tubes forming a ceiling. Spikes like stalagmites and stalactites, thin, hanging cables, a frozen downward explosion of some red substance like an enormous inverted flower. And there, crouching on a narrow ledge by a jagged, vaguely triangular hole in the floor, a couple of meters across, staring into it, lit by the glow patches stuck to his jacket, was Sal. He looked up. Len, he shouted. She fell. Sal, Taint said sharply. That floor safe for us? He looked confused, frightened. Think so. Taints tested the way ahead with one foot, then knelt by the triangular hole right at one apex. She motioned Fassin to stay back, lay on her front and stuck her head into the hole, then, muttering something about the edges being braced, signalled Fassin to the side of the hole opposite Salius. There was more room on that side. He lay and looked in and down. The triangle opened out into a darkly cavernous space beneath them, just vague glints of edged surfaces visible below. Stepped collections of what looked like huge cooling fins. Fassin's head seemed to swim, recognizing how much of the wrecked ship was beneath the level they were on now. He remembered the flyer climbing from the desert floor before entering the giant ship. How far had they climbed? 100 meters? A little less. Plus, the journey from the flyer to here had been mostly uphill. Iain lay about 6 meters down, caught on a couple of arm-thick projections that stuck curving out from the nearest intact bulkhead beneath like two slim tusks. She lay on her front, her head, one leg and one arm hanging over the drop. Glow patches on her sleeves provided pale, greeny-blue light. The fractured ends of the two tusk-shaped protrusions were only centimetres from the side of her body. Off to one side, at 8 or 9 metre intervals, several more sets of the tusk-like shapes clawed out from the bulkhead like bony fingers grasping at the gaping space. The drop below Iain looked 50 or 60 metres deep, down to the blade-like edges of the fins beneath. The human mindset had had to adapt to places like Gluntine, where gravity was weaker and a fall that would break both your legs on Earth was something you could walk away from. But given enough vertical space to accelerate into, a human's body would be just as injured or dead after a 60-metre drop here as it would after a 30-metre fall on Earth.
Any rope?
Taints asked. Sal shook his head.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck. No. Well, yes, but we left it back there.
He nodded further into the ship. He seemed to shiver, hugging himself, then putting up the collar of his jacket as though cold.
Couldn't undo the knot again.
Shit, she's moving, Taints said, then stuck her head into the hole and shouted, Iain! Iain, don't move! Can you hear me? Don't move! Just say if you can hear me. Iain moved weakly, her head and the arm dangling over the drop, shaking and shifting. She looked to be trying to roll over, but was edging still closer to the drop.
Oh, fuck!
Sal said, his voice high and quick and strained.
She was behind me. I thought she was all right. I didn't see anything. Must have stepped over it. A hatch or something, or it just balanced and she must have knocked it. And she was shouting, sort of balanced over it, one hand, and screaming. And I couldn't get back in time, and she fell. Well, we didn't even find anything. Didn't do anything. Just junk. Oh, fuck. She was fine. She was just behind me.
Be quiet, Taints said. Sal sat back, rubbing his mouth, shaking. Taints put the gun back into her fatigues, slapped a glow patch onto her forehead, then, with her hands on two sides of the triangular hole, lowered her head into the gap again, further this time. She levered herself out for a second and looked back at Fassin. Hold my feet. Fassin did as he was told. Taints got her shoulders through the hole, then they heard her say, Iain, you mustn't move. She hauled herself back out, leaving the glow patch where it was on her forehead, like some strange shining eye. Nothing to hold on to underneath here, she told them. She's moving around. Must have hit her head. She's gonna fall. She looked at Sal. Sal, how far away is that rope? By time.
Oh, fuck, I don't know. 10, 15 minutes.
Taints glanced back into the hole. Shit, she said quietly. Iain, she shouted, you must not move. She shook her head. Shit, shouting at her is just making her move, she said as though to herself. She took a deep breath, looked at Salius and Fassin. Okay, here's what we're going to do, she said. Daisy chain rescue. Practice this, it's doable.
Right,
Sal said, sitting forward, his face pale in the dim light.
What do we have to do?
One holds on at the top. Somebody climbs down their body, holds onto their feet. Last person climbs down both and picks up Iain. I'll do that bit. Sal's eyes widened. But the person at the top will be you. You're the strongest. Wouldn't work on Earth, does here, Taints told them. She slid over and grabbed Sal's backpack. Seen it done with 4 links. You two guys look in good enough shape. Fast, you're in the middle. Plus, person at the top gets tied on with these straps, she said, glancing at Sal, and then pulling a knife from her fatigues and slicing into one set of shoulder straps. Sal knelt, quaking at the side of the hole.
Fucking God, Taints, he said.
We all want to rescue her, but this could get us all killed. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I don't know. I don't fucking believe this. I just fucking don't. This isn't happening. This is just not fucking happening. He sat back again, visibly trembling. He looked at his shaking hands, turning them over and staring at them as though he didn't recognize them. I don't know if I have any grip, he said. I really don't. You'll be fine, Taints told him, busy with the straps. Oh, fuck. We're all gonna fucking die, Sal said. Fucking hell. He shook his head hard. No. No. This will work, Taints said, quickly tying the cut straps to those still joined to the pack. I'm calm, thought Fassin. I'm probably in shock or something, but I feel calm. We might all be about to die, or it might be a close shave and a bonding thing we all remember for the rest of our long lives, but either way I feel calm. What will happen, and as long as we do our best and don't let each other down, no matter what happens, we'll have been fine. He looked at his own hands. They were shaking, but not uncontrollably. He flexed them. He felt strong. He would do everything he could, and if that wasn't enough, that wasn't his fault. Sal jumped up, wobbling dangerously close to the hole. There's more rope, he said suddenly. His face was still grey-pale, but now almost expressionless. He moved past Taints. Fassin looked at him, wondering what he was talking about. What? Taints said, testing a square-section stalagmite extrusion on the floor, then flipping the pack straps over it. Rope, Sal said, pointing towards the outside and the flyer. He took a backward step in that direction. There's more. In the flyer. I'll go. I know where it is. He backed off further. Sal! Taints shouted at him. There isn't time. No, there is. I'll go, Sal said, still backing off. Stay fucking here, Sal, Taints said, dropping and deepening her voice. Sal seemed to hesitate, but shook his head and turned and ran. Taints leapt and made a grab for him, but he'd moved too quickly. He vaulted a stalagmite and ran towards the gap Fassin and Taints had squeezed through earlier. Taints dropped to one knee and pulled the gun. Stop, you fucking coward! That might, Fassin thought, have been half a second when Taints could have fired. But she dropped the gun and stashed it in her fatigues as Sal sprinted, ducking through the gap and away. Taints looked at Fassin. Now her face had gone blank, he thought. Still a possibility, she said, and quickly stepped out of her fatigues. She wore a one-piece underbody, the same colour as her skin, so for just a moment she appeared to be naked. She reattached the top and trousers of the fatigues, snapping them tight to test that they held. Right, she said. Now, this ties to your ankle. The straps on the backpack held, and Fassin did too. Wrists tied to them, but taking his own weight and Taints's on his hands and fingers initially, because he didn't trust the straps, and the knot tying Taints's trousers to his ankle held as well. And Taints was holding on fine as she shimmied down over him and onto the fatigues and down with him twisting his neck and shoulders out and round, so he could just about watch her progress and watch Iain too, as though as long as he kept watching her, she'd be all right. But then there was a groundquake, shaking the ship. Not badly, but enough to bring Fassin out in a cold sweat as he hung there, hands, palms, fingers slipping, until it really was the straps and the straps alone holding him, and below, Taints, still just out of reach, Iain moved one more time, and fell over the edge and away into the darkness. Taints made a lunge, and Fassin felt the link between them jerk, as she clutched vainly at the girl and made a noise like a gasp or a hiss. Iain dropped away into the shadows, tumbling slowly, her hair and clothes fluttering like pale, cold flame. Iain must have still been mostly unconscious because she didn't even scream as she fell, so that they heard her body hit the strip of veins far below, long seconds later, and might even have felt the impact through the fabric of the ship. Fassin had closed his eyes. Let Sal be right. Let this not be happening. He tried to grip the edge of the hole again, to take the weight off the straps. Taints just hung there for a while. Lost her, she said quietly. And the way she said it, Fassin was suddenly terrified that she was going to let go too and drop after Iain. But she didn't. She just said, coming back up now. Hold on. She climbed up and over him and helped him out. They looked down but couldn't see the body. They spent a few moments sitting side by side, breathing hard with their backs against one of the stalagmites, a bit like they'd sat earlier back at the flyer. Taints untied her fatigues and put them on. She took the gun out. Fassin looked at it as she stood up. "What are you going to do?" he asked. She looked down at him. "Not kill the fuck, if that's what you're thinking." She sounded calm now. She nudged one of his feet with her boot. "We should get back." He stood up, a little shaky, and she held him by one arm. "Did our best, Fass," she told him. "Both of us did. We can grieve for Island later. What we do now is we go back to the flyer, try to find Sal, see if we can get comms, get the fuck out of here, and tell the authorities." They turned away from the hole. "Why have you still got the gun out?" Fassin asked. "Sal," Taints said. "He's never been this humiliated. Never let himself down like this, not to my knowledge. Grief and guilt does things to people." She was doing some sort of breathing exercise thing, taking quick breaths, holding them. "Faint chance he'll think, if no one ever knows what happened here." She shrugged. "He's got a gun. He might wish us harm." Fassin looked at her, unbelieving. "You think? Seriously?" Taints nodded. "I know the guy," she told him. "And don't be surprised if the flyer's gone." It was gone. They walked out to the gap in the hull and found the flyer there in the faint light of a false dawn, coming from one thick sliver of sun-struck Nascaron. Sal was sitting looking out at the chill expanse of desert. Before they approached, Taints checked her military transceiver again and found that she had signal. She called the nearest Navarchy unit and gave a brief report. Then they walked across the sand to the flyer. Their phones were still out. Saluus looked round at them. "Did she fall?" he asked. "We nearly got her," Taints said. "Very nearly." She was still holding her gun. Sal put one hand over his face for a while. In his other hand, he was gripping a thin, twisted, half-melted-looking piece of metal. And when he took his hand away from his face, he started turning the metal fragment over and over in both hands. His gun lay with his jacket on the back seat. "Got through to the military," Taints told him. "Alert's over. Just wait where we are. There's a ship on its way." She got in the back behind Sal. "We were never going to save her, Tain," he told her. "Fass," he said, as the other man got into the other front seat beside him. "We were just never going to save her. We'd only have got ourselves killed too." "Find the rope?" Fassin asked. He had a sudden image of taking the twisted piece of metal that Sal was playing with and sticking it into his eye. Sal just shook his head. He looked dazed more than anything else. "Went over on my ankle," he said. "Think it might be sprained. Barely made it back. Thought I could use the flyer, get it through the stuff hanging above us and find a way over the top of all that wreckage, back to where it all happened, but the hanging stuff was more solid than it looked. Came out here to try and signal." The piece of twisted metal kept going round and round in his hands. "What is that?" Fassin asked after a while. Sal looked down at it. He shrugged. "From the ship. Just something I found." Taints reached round from behind him, wrenched the piece of metal from his hands and threw it away across the sand. They sat there in silence until a Navarchy suborb showed up. When Taints went out to meet it, Sal got out of the flyer and went limping to retrieve the fragment. 2. Destructive Recall. I was born in a water moon. Some people, especially its inhabitants, called it a planet. But as it was only a little over 200 kilometers in diameter, moon seems the more accurate term. The moon was made entirely of water, by which I mean it was a globe that not only had no land, but no rock either. A sphere with no solid core at all, just liquid water, all the way down to the very centre of the globe. If it had been much bigger, the moon would have had a core of ice, for water, though supposedly incompressible, is not entirely so, and will change under extremes of pressure to become ice. If you're used to living on a planet where ice floats on the surface of water, this seems odd and even wrong, but nevertheless it is the case. This moon was not quite of a size for an ice core to form, and therefore one could, if one was sufficiently hardy and adequately proof against the water pressure, make one's way down, through the increasing weight of water above, to the very centre of the moon, where a strange thing happened. For here, at the very centre of this watery globe, there seemed to be no gravity. There was colossal pressure, certainly, pressing in from every side, but one was in effect weightless. On the outside of a planet, moon, or other body, watery or not, one is always being pulled towards its centre. Once at its centre, one is being pulled equally in all directions. And indeed, the pressure around one was, for the same reason, not quite as great as one might have expected it to be, given the mass of water that the moon was made up from. This was, of course, I was born in a water moon. Some people, especially its inhabitants, called it a planet, but as it was only a little... The captain broke off there, exponentially scrolling some of the rest across the screen, then stopping to read a line, where a strange thing happened. He flicked further on, stopping again. I was born in a water moon. Some people, especially its...
All like this? He asked his number 3.
All the same, it is believed, sir. It appears to repeat precisely the same 300 words, time after time, about 12 to the 17th times. That is all that is left of its memory. Even the base operating system and instruction sets have been overwritten. This is a standard abominatory technique known as destructive recall. It leaves no trace of what might have been there before. Trace is left, but that too reveals a short repetitive. Tech-begs suggest this is merely the last of many iterative overwrites. No trace remains of the machine's true memories before it realized capture or destruction was inevitable. Indeed.
The Verne captain tapped a control to take the display through to the end. The screen froze for an appreciable moment, then displayed, I was born...
This is the very last section of memory. Yes, sir.
An expression another Verne would have recognized as a smile crossed the captain's face, and his back spines flexed briefly.
This has been checked, number 3. There is no other content or no hidden messages. It is being checked, sir. The totality of the data exceeds our ship's memory capacity and is being processed in blocks. What you see here is technically an abstraction. Time to accomplish. Another 20 minutes. Any other media capable of supporting significant stored information load? None. The construct was mostly what it appeared, a comet head. The main artificial part of it was the abomination at the core, the sensory and propulsion units being separate, surface-mounted, and motley. Tech informs fully checked. Original language used in the repeated piece. As seen, all standard. Origin of quoted piece. Unknown. A tentative analysis from TechSoc rated 19% suggests it may be of Co-op origin.
The Co-op, the majority of whom were part of the Mercatoria, the captain had served on a warcraft with a Co-op officer, were of the metaspecies type people usually called blimps, small to medium-sized balloon-like creatures, air-going oxygen processors. The repeated passage filling the captured machine's memory was fairly obviously told from the point of view of a submersible water-worlder. Well, the captain thought, people wrote from the points of view of others. At primary college, he himself had composed poems as though he was a Kulmina, before he had realized this was a crime of presumption, confessed and rightly been punished for it. Quite put him off composition. The only major blot on the captain's otherwise exemplary military education record had been a phase of remediation required to bring his deployable empathic quotient up to scratch. This flaw later being diagnosed as a consequence of his shunning all such feelings after his inadvertent insult and subsequent disciplining. Still, he had made captain, which one did not do without some empathic subtlety, anticipating the feelings of both one's crew and one's opponents. He looked out at the half-melted remains of the captured construct, a pitted black body, comet-disguised vessel, which had been roughly 800 meters in diameter and was now missing a great quarter byte of structure. It lay a couple of kilometers off, radiating the last of the heat from its partial destruction, surrounded by a small system of wreckage, dark shards, and splinters orbiting its ravaged body. The view, lit by one of their own ship's attenuated CR beams, was about as clear and perfect as it could possibly be. There was no screen in the way, and not even any transparent hull material, atmosphere, or other medium. The captain was looking straight out from the flying bridge of his ship, an open-work nest of massive but elegantly sculpted girderwork on the outside of the vessel. The vessel was unshared with any other species, crewed by Voan only, happily, so the rest of the ship was open to vacuum too. For the duration of the action, they had been deep in the guts of the ship, of course, safe in the core control space, sheltered by layers of shields and hull, senses protected by screens. But, once the wreck had been judged safe, the captain, his number 3, and a couple of favoured ratings had made their way to the exterior, the better to appreciate the view of their vanquished foe. The captain looked around, as if hoping to see some real comet nuclei floating past. Taking a bearing, zooming in, he could just make out the lights denoting the drives of his other 2 ships, ordered to return to the inner system once the engagement was over, 2 dim blue stars untwinkling. Save those, all that was visible nearby was the ship beneath them and the wreck 2 clicks away. A cold and lonely spot to die, the captain thought. A logical, sensible choice of hiding place for the abomination machine, but still not a sight any living, or apparently living, thing raised anywhere else would normally choose as a place to spend its last moments. He handed the screen back to his number 3 and turned his principal eyes to look out at the hulk again, his rear recessional signal pit and secondary eye complex still facing the junior officer, flickering the words,
"Well, one mission part accomplished. Leonor return to system base, and once the full contents of the abomination's memory have been processed, deploy AM charges sufficient to leave residue no greater than elementary particle in size. Sir, dismissed."
The ship accelerated smoothly but moderately hard, creating a distant humming roar. Fassin had a little pad under his right forearm, which sensed muscle movements there and adjusted the screen across from him. Above from him now, it felt, as the couch straightened out and the G-suit supported him, and so he got a glimpse of Perintipity as the ship turned away from Nascaron and headed deeper in system, to the next planet sunward, the more or less Earth-like Sepecta. On the screen, Gluntine's tropical capital was a towered and shimmering smear draped across a scatter of dark green islands set in a pale green sea. Odd already to be missing Piri, he thought. He wouldn't have had a chance to set foot out of the port there, but he'd been expecting the usual routine of transferring from a suborb to a tube train and then, somewhere in the bowels of the vast stalk, the Equitower, waiting for the lift up the cable to the Satport and a space-capable ship there. To be heading straight out from the Autumn House into space just seemed wrong somehow, a curious disconnect of the soul. Trips to Sepecte usually took anywhere from under 5 days to over a week at the standard 1G acceleration, depending on planetary alignment. The ships were large and comfortable, and you could move around normally, visiting restaurants and bars, screens and gyms, and, on the bigger liners, even swimming pools. The weightless minutes in the middle were an interlude for fun, and often some rushed and oddly unsatisfactory sex. People from Gluntine sometimes found the double weight of standard G a little uncomfortable, but it was pretty much what they'd experienced when they got to Sepecta anyway, so it was kind of like getting in training. The pressure of what the screen told him was 3, 4, and then just over 5 Gs settled into Fassin. The G-suit was sensing his breaths, gently helping him inflate his lungs without too much added effort. "Think I'll take," First Officer Decogra said, "a snooze. Or would you," she asked, "like to talk?" "Snooze away," he told her, "thinking of taking a nap myself." "Fine. Systems'll watch our vitals anyway. Till later then. Pleasant dreams." Fassin watched the screen show Gluntine drop away. Beyond it, revealed, was not initially the night of space or foamy wash of stars, but instead the broad, sunlit face of Nascaron, a mad, swirling dance of gases the colour of some fabulous desert, but moving in colossal ribbons like opposed streams of liquid around a globe 150,000 kilometres across. A planet you could drop 1,000 Gluntines or Sepectas or Earths into and never notice the difference. A not-so-little system of its own within Alubis system. A vast world that was almost as unlike home for any human as it was possible to imagine. And yet the place where Fassin had already spent most of his unusual, sporadically paced life. And so, for all its alien scale, wild magnetic and radiation gradients, extremes of temperature, crushing pressures, unbreathable atmosphere, and, dangerously, unpredictably eccentric inhabitants, it was for Fassin as it was for his fellow seers, something like home after all. He watched until it too started to shrink, until Gluntine was a mere dot floating above its vast and banded ochre face, and the brighter stars appeared around it, then switched the screen off and slept. He woke. 4 hours had passed. The pressure was the same as it had been, the ship still roaring far away. He didn't need any more sleep, so he went into slow time, just thinking. Everybody in Algebraist system knew where they were when the portal was destroyed. You knew because as soon as you heard, you realized you'd be staying in Algebraist for the next 2.5 centuries at least. For most people, even the vast majority, 99% of them human, who would never have the chance to travel out of system, that meant something profound. It meant that they were here for the rest of their lives. No dream they'd ever had, or hope they'd entertained about seeing the rest of the galaxy would ever be reflected in reality. For others, it meant that loved ones, elsewhere in the rest of the galaxy, on the far side of the vanished portal, were forever gone. 214 years to Zenair, over 2 centuries for light, and therefore any sort of message or signal to travel from there to Algebraist. Maybe 3 centuries before the wormhole link was re-established, even if the engineers set out from there with a portal-carrying ship almost immediately. And who was truly to know if there were any engineers or great ships left? Perhaps the Algebraist portal had not been alone, and all the rest had been attacked and destroyed at the same time. Maybe the Mercatoria itself was no more. Maybe there was no complex, no more Arteria, and no more portals left anywhere, and all that remained of the galaxy's latest great civilization were umpteen thousand separate little island systems, fractured and abandoned and alone. The usual wash of through-portal comms traffic just before the destruction had betrayed no hint of such a galaxy-wide attack. But then, there had been no hint, more than 10 minutes before, of an attack on the Algebraist portal either, until the biggest fleet of Beyonder-craft Algebraist had ever seen had swung glittering out of empty nowhere, throwing themselves against the single greatest concentration of ships and firepower anywhere in the system, being obliterated in their hundreds, but, effectively ignoring the defending ships except where they were directly in their way, pummeling and battering their way through defensive screen after defensive screen, oblivious to harm, straight towards the portal mouth itself, finally erasing everything around them in a flurry of immense antimatter explosions that alone announced to the system the scale and violence of what had taken place, creating a vanishingly brief cluster of novae in the facing skies of every inhabited surface, casting shadows far away, blinding those nearer too, and vaporizing most of what was still left of the Beyonder fleet and many of their pursuers. For a short while, it looked as though they had failed, because the last line of defense had held, and the portal had survived. The entire attack up to that point had been a feint, and the real assault took place when a large ship, a few million tons of hollowed-out asteroid, travelling at over 99% of the speed of light, flicked in from the opposite direction. In a sense, it missed too, darting past the portal mouth 100 metres away, and colliding with a collection of laser battlesats, which hadn't even started to turn towards it when it smashed into them, instantly annihilating them, the entire portal surround, its subunits, and almost all its associated systems, and creating another stunning detonation of light in the sky. None of which destroyed the portal. That was done by the relativistic mass of the sacrificed ship itself. Portals were only ever positioned at Lagrange points or other orbits distant from large heavenly bodies, because they needed a section of space-time that was relatively flat. Too great a gradient, too near the gravity well of a planet or other large object, and they stopped working. Increase the ST curve only a little more and they imploded and disappeared altogether, usually violently. The hurtling asteroid ship was so massive and its velocity so close to light speed that it had the same apparent mass as a planet the size of Sepecta. The passing of its gravity well so close to the portal mouth, especially at that extreme velocity, was sufficient to collapse the portal and the hole beyond, sending one more cataclysmic pulse of light flashing throughout the system. The last few of the earlier attackers immediately fled, but were either destroyed or were disabled, and then self-destructed. 2 days before the attack took place, Fassin had been sort of in space, sort of on Sepecta, sitting in a revolving restaurant at the summit of the Borkiel Equator, having dinner with Taints Yarabokhin, who was due to head back to the Summed Fleet Academy the following day, after an extended compassionate leave following the death of her mother. Fassin had just come out of a month-long trawl through some of the seedier, less salubrious entertainment palaces of Skem, Sepecta's second city. He felt jaded, old even. He and Taints had kept in touch since the incident in the ruined ship, though they'd never become especially close, despite a night spent together shortly afterwards. Saluus had kind of drifted away from both of them subsequently, then headed off early to a finishing college half the galaxy away, then spent decades being a problem playboy son to his vexed father, behaving more or less continually on a galactic scale, the way Fassin did, only intermittently on a systemic one, and returning to Alubis very occasionally for brief, unannounced visits. A guard rescue suborb had arrived at the ruined ship, lying crumpled in Glantine's north wasteland, a few minutes behind the Navarchy craft Taints had summoned. Its personnel had entered the alien ship and found Iain's broken body. There was an inquiry. Sal was fined by the civil authorities for violating the ship's interior more than had been strictly required for the purposes of physical sanctuary from the external threat, while the Navarchy military had awarded Taints extra course credits for her actions. Fassin found himself copping for some sort of civil bravery award thanks to Taints' testimony, but managed to avoid the ceremony. He never did mention the piece of twisted metal that Sal had stolen from the wreck, but Taints had broached the subject herself over dinner in the Equitar. She'd known at the time, she just hadn't found herself capable of being bothered enough to take it off Sal again. Let him have his pathetic trophy. Probably their equivalent of a doorknob or a coat hook, she said ruefully. But one gets you 10. By the time it was sitting in Sal's locker, or on his desk, it was the ship's control yoke or the main armament fire button. Taints looked out at the distant horizon and near surface of Sepecta, sliding past as the restaurant revolved, providing the appearance of gravity in this gravity-cancelled habitat, anchored at the space limit of a 40-kilo click cable whose other end fell to ground in Borkiel, Sepecta's capital city. Shit, you knew all the time, Fassin said, nodding. I suppose I should have expected that. Not much ever got past you. Taints had gone on to become a high flyer in every sense, carving a perfect career through the Navarchy military and being chosen for the Summed Fleet, one of the Mercatoria's highest divisions, and one into which very few humans had ever been invited. Commander Taints Yarabokin looked young, had aged well. The three of them had. Sal, despite his multifarious debaucheries, could afford the very best treatments and plausibly access some supposedly forbidden to him, so he looked like he'd lived through a lot fewer of the 103 years which had actually elapsed since Iain's death. Lately there was even a rumour that he was thinking of settling down, becoming a good son, learning the business, applying himself. Taints had spent decades at close to light speed, pursuing the Beyonders' craft and attacking their bases, fighting quickly, aging slowly. Fassin had joined the family firm and become a slow seer after all, so spent his own time-expanded decades conversing with and gradually extracting information from the dwellers of Nascaron. He'd had, like Saluus, his own wild years, been a roaring lad, ripping through the highs and dives of Glantine, Sepecta and beyond, taking in a not-so-grand tour of his own round some of the supposedly civilized galaxy's more colourful regions, losing money and illusions, gaining weight, and some small amount of wisdom. But his indulgences had been on a smaller scale than Sal's, he supposed, and certainly took place over a shorter time scale. Before too long, he came home, sobered up and calmed down, took the training, and became a seer. He still had his wild interludes, but they were few and far between, if never quite enough of either for the taste of his uncle Slovius. Even in the millennia-hallowed halls of seerdom, he had kept on making waves, upsetting people. The trend over the last 1,500 years, the years of Uncle Slovius's reign, had favoured virtual delving over the direct method. Virtual or remote delving meant staying comatose and closely cared for in a clinic-clean seer faculty complex on Third Fury, the close orbit moon riding barely above the outer reaches of Nascaron's hazy atmosphere, to communicate from there with the dwellers beneath by a combination of high-res NMR scanners, laser links, comms satellites, and finally mechanical remotes which did the dirty, dangerous bit, keeping close contact with the flights and flocks and pods and schools and individuals of the dwellers themselves. Fassin had been a ringleader in a small rebellion, insisting with a few other young seers on sliding into cramped arrowhead gascraft, breathing in gill fluid, accepting tubes and valves into every major orifice, and surrendering body and fate to a little ship that contained the seer, accepted the G's and poison and radiation and everything else, and took him or her physically into the gas giant's atmosphere, the better to earn the respect and confidence of the creatures who lived there, the better to do the job and learn the stuff. There had been deaths, setbacks, arguments, bannings and strikes, but eventually largely on the back of unarguably better delving results and more raw data. Unarguably better delving results in the sense that they were manifestly superior compared with what had gone before, not unarguably better in the sense that the old guard couldn't claim this would all have happened anyway if everybody had just stuck to their ways, which were probably what had really prompted this long overdue improvement in the first place. The youngsters had triumphed, and delving the hard way, real delving, hands metaphorically dirty, became the norm, not the exception. It was, anyway, more exciting, more risky, but also so much more rewarding, more fun for the seer concerned, as well as being more viewer-friendly for those who chose to pick up the edited, distilled, time-delayed feed that the more progressive seer houses had been putting out to the Ents works for the last half-millennium or so.
"You have made it into something like a sport,"
Slovius had said sadly one day, when he and Fassin had been fishing together in a dust boat on Glantine's Sea of Fines.
"It used to be more of the mind."
Nevertheless, from being a steadfast, heels-in critic of the whole real delve movement, Slovius, who had always been quick to seize any opportunity to advance the interests of his sept, had become a sort of appropriately remote champion, supporting Fassin and eventually putting the full weight of Sept Bantrabal behind him and his fellow revolutionaries. That both Fassin and Slovius had been right, and their sept flourished to become arguably the most productive and respected of the 12 septs of Alubis' system, and so, by implication, one of the foremost seer houses in the galaxy, had been the single most satisfying achievement of Slovius' time as chief seer and pater familias of Sept Bantrabal. Fassin was now arguably the best-known seer in the system, especially after his time with the tribe de Marjorian, the wild pod of adolescent dwellers he'd befriended and effectively become part of for a seeming century and a real half-dozen years. He was not yet even at the start of his prime by seer reckoning, but was nevertheless already at the top of his game. He had been born 390 years earlier, had lived barely 45 of those in body time, and looked a decade younger. Sometimes he thought back to what had happened in the ruined alien ship, and he looked at all that had happened to Sal and Taints and himself, and reflected that it was as though they had all come away from that nightmare with a sort of bizarre blessing, an inverted curse, a trio of charmed lives, quite as if Iain had unknowingly given up whatever golden future had awaited her to add that weight of divided bounty to theirs. He and Taints parted with a kiss. She was heading to the portal and through the complex to the far side of the galaxy, to the Fleet Academy, to spend a year passing on her knowledge. Fassin was going to the far side of Alubis, where Nascaron was at the time, to continue trying to extract knowledge from the dwellers. Taints was safely through the portal a day before it was destroyed. Fassin was on a liner a day out of Sepecta. He understood, even as the news was still coming in, that he might never see her again. Sal, who might so easily have been away, was at home with his long-suffering father when the attack took place. After 10 catatonic hours of disbelief, he spent a month mourning his lost freedoms, trying to sink, fumigate, and fuck his sorrows away in what passed for the pleasure pits of Alubis. In fact, Sepecta, and especially Borkeel, had perfectly disrespectable bars, smokehouses, and bordellos. Borkeel had a whole district, Boogie Town, set aside for just such recreations. But the point was, they were not the rest of the civilized galaxy. Fass had bumped into Saluus in a Boogie Town spike bar once, though Sal had been so out of it that he hadn't recognized his one-time friend. Then Sal straightened out, cut his hair, lost a few tattoos and a lot of acquaintances, and at the start of the next working week turned up bang on time at the company offices, where people were still running around in a frenzy, spooked by all the numerous false alarms, expecting to be invaded at any moment. Right from the start, the questions were, why? Why us? What next? And anybody else? Had something like this happened everywhere? It would take over 2 centuries for Alubis to discover if it was part of a wider catastrophe or had been singled out for its own specific disaster. From being no more remote than any other system at the end of a single wormhole, and so orders of magnitude less remote than the many hundreds of thousands of faring systems still to be connected or reconnected, Alubis, its principal planet, Sepecta, its 3 significant inhabited moons, including Glantine, its thousands of artificial habitats, and the 20 billion souls that the whole system contained were fully as remote and exposed as they'd always seemed from any casual glance at a galactic star chart. The Guard, Navarchy military and surviving units of the Alubis Ambient Squadron repaired and regrouped. Martial law was declared, and a war emergency plan actioned, which turned the bulk of the system's advanced productive capacity to weapons and warcraft. As a consequence, Kihar Heavy Industries, Saluus's father's company, expanded and prospered beyond its founder's most avaricious fantasies, and Saluus went from wastrel heir to a great fortune to inheritor-in-waiting of a vast one. In the system hierarchy, thought was given at the highest levels to attempting to construct a wormhole of Alubis' own, and a carrier fleet to take one end of it to Zenair. But aside from the vast cost and the point, assuming a portal would be heading in the other direction before too long, that it would be a waste of time and effort, which would bring reconnection no quicker, there was one clinching argument that would apply until either no signal arrived from Zenair or word came of an utter breakdown in civil society. In the Mercatoria, only engineers were allowed to make and in place wormholes. There were sanctions and punishments for those systems and rulers who even began a whole creation program without explicit permission, and that permission had not been present in the Mercatoria's pre-agreed war emergency plan for Alubis. Back in space, distributed around the Lagrange point where the portal had lain, the few pieces of recovered Beyonder ships indicated that the portal's attackers had been made up from the same three groups which had troubled Alubis and some of the nearby volumes for thousands of years: Transgress, the True Free, and the Bi Alliance, for this one occasion working in concert and in far greater numbers than they ever had before. Anxious, on edge, waiting for whatever a Beyonder invasion might bring, the people of the system reverted to a state something more like that of Earth's Our Humanity before it had been fully brought into the galactic community. It was a truism that all civilizations were basically neurotic until they made contact with everybody else and found their place within the ever-changing meta-civilization of other beings, because until then, during the stage when they honestly believed that they might be entirely alone in existence, all solo societies were possessed of both an inflated sense of their own importance and a kind of existential terror at the sheer scale and apparent emptiness of the universe. Even knowing that the rest of the galactic community did exist, at least in some form, even in a worst case, the culture of Alubis' system shifted fractionally towards that earlier, pre-ascensionary state. Restricted by martial law in new and annoying but sometimes oddly exciting ways, coming to terms with their sudden isolation and newly appreciated vulnerability, people lived more for the short term, clutching at what pleasures and rewards might be available today, just in case there really was no tomorrow. No great breakdown in society took place, and there were no significant riots or rebellions, though there were protests and crackdowns, and as the authorities admitted much later, mistakes were made. But the system held together rather than fell apart, and many people would look back on that strange, unsettled epoch with a sort of nostalgia. There had been something feverish but vivid about the time, a reconnection with life after the disconnection with everybody else, which led to what even looked from some angles suspiciously like a cultural renaissance for what people were now starting to call the Ulubine disconnect. Fassin missed out on most of the excitement, taking every opportunity he could to go delving, as if frightened that he might not be able to do so in the future. Even when he was living back in real time, he was insulated from the extremes of the system-wide turmoil of fear and nervous energy by being on Glantine rather than Sepecta or its ring habitats, then by living within the Sept at one of its 5 seasonal houses, rather than Perintipity or any of the planet Moon's other major cities. He still travelled, spending occasional holidays in Piri or off Glantine, and that was when he felt the strange new atmosphere of freneticism most keenly. Mostly, though, he was in Nascaron, nestled in a fragile little gascraft, occasionally at normal life speed, flying with the younger dwellers, riding the gases alongside them, buffeted by the gas giant girdling, planet-swallowing superwinds and whirling hyperstorms of the planet, sometimes, more often and much more productively, though far less excitingly, floating sedately in a study or a library in one of the millions of dweller cities with one of the more elderly and scholarly dwellers, who alone in the system seemed perfectly unconcerned about the portal's demise. A few of the rare, polite ones expressed the sort of formal shame, but there you go, sympathy people tend to exhibit when an acquaintance's elderly relative expires peacefully, but that was about it. Fassin supposed that it was foolish to expect anything else from a race that was as ancient as the dwellers claimed to be, who had supposedly explored the galaxy several times over at velocities of only a few % of light speed, long before the planetary nebula that gave birth to Earth, Jupiter and the Sun had even formed out of the debris of still more antique generations of stars, and who still maintained they felt vaguely restricted, not by that absolute limit on the conventional pace of travel, but rather by the modest scale of the galaxy that these staggeringly long ago, almost wilfully leisurely sets of voyages had revealed. The days, weeks, and months of waiting and preparation for an invasion became a year. The Beyonder attacks, rather than increasing, faded away almost to nothing, as though the portal assault had been one last insane hurrah rather than the logical, if wasteful, precursor to a war of conquest. The years added up towards a decade, and gradually people and institutions relaxed and came to believe that the invasion might never come. The majority of the emergency powers lapsed, though the armed forces remained in high numbers and on high alert, sensors and patrols sweeping the volumes of space around Alubis, seeking a threat that seemed to have disappeared. In 4 directions lay almost empty intergalactic nothingness, barren volumes holding a few ancient, exhausted cinder suns with life-free systems or none at all, a scattering of dust and gas clouds, brown dwarfs, neutron stars, and other debris. Some of these, or the space in between, technically life-supporting for slow exotics, cincturia and enigmatics, but patently devoid of any species who cared or could even understand the fate or concerns of the people of Alubis. But no allies, no one to help or offer assistance or support, and certainly no portal connections. Down arm, nearly parallel with the galaxy's wispy limit, heading into the thickening mass of gas and nebulae and stars, was Zenair. Inwards, between Alubis and the galactic centre, spread a vast mass of disconnect. The Cluster Epiphany 5 disconnect. Millions of stars spread throughout cubic light centuries which, it was believed, still supported worlds that had once been part of the civilized, connected, whole-networked galactic community until over 7,000 years earlier, and the Arteria collapse which had preceded the War of the New Quick, and all the excitement and the woes that had flowed from it. 2 centuries, 1 decade, 4 years and 20 days after the portal attack, exactly when it might have been expected, the first signal arrived from Zenair, the wavefront of what would become a constant stream of information from the rest of the connected galaxy. Where, Alubis was informed, life was going on as usual. The attack on its portal had been unique, and all was basically well with the Mercatoria. Attacks and incursions by the various Beyonder groups continued throughout the civilized galaxy, as did operations against them, but these were on the usual, mainly nuisance value level that the Beyonder Wars had evidenced for thousands of years, the tactically distressing and annoyingly wasteful, but strategically irrelevant distributed background micro-violence that people had started calling the hum. Relief, puzzlement, and a vague sense of victimization spread throughout Alubis' system. The engineer ship Est Taum Zephyr, portal-carrying, set out from Zenair for Alubis less than a year after the disaster, with a travel time initially given as 307 years, later reduced by increments to level out at 269, as the E-ship upped its velocity even closer to light speed. The engineers aboard fine-tuning the systems which insulated the hauled portal from the effects of its own and the ship's relativistic mass. People in Alubis' system relaxed. The last vestiges of martial law were hidden away from public sight again. Those many, born after the portal's destruction, wondered what it would be like to have a connection to the rest of the galaxy, to this semi-mythical meta-civilization they'd heard so much about. The flip-over point came, and Fassin was vaguely aware of it as the pressure on his chest and flesh and limbs faded away over the course of a few seconds, replacing that feeling of oppression with a sensation of sudden, blood-roaring bloatedness as his body struggled to cope with the change. He kept his eyes closed. Almost immediately, there was a faint trace of force, a gentle push from somewhere beneath his head, then weightlessness again, and a few moments later, a matching tug from somewhere beneath his feet, and then weight returning, pressure quickly building, until the roaring in his head faded and became the distant thunder of the ship again. The Archimandrite Luciferus, standing before the ruins of the city, stooped and dug gloved fingers into the soft earth by his feet, wrenching out a handful of soil. He held it to his face for a while, staring at it, then brought it close to his nose and smelled it, then let it fall and dusted off his gloves while staring down at the huge crater where a large part of the city had been. The crater was still filling from the sea, a slow curling curve of brown-white water spilling from the estuary beyond. The waterfall disappeared into the seat of the crater in a vast cloud bank of vapour, and steam rose everywhere from the rolling, tumbling confusion of waters as the great rocky bowl cooled. A massive trunk of steam, 3 kilometres or more across, rose into the calm pastel sky, rolling up through thin layers of cloud, flat-heading where it achieved the middle reaches of the atmosphere. It was the Archimandrite's conceit, where a severe lesson had to be taught on a planet capable of supporting such a mark, that a city by the sea, which was either itself guilty of resisting or judged by him symbolic of resistance shown by others on the planet, be remade in the image of his beloved Junch City, back in Lyceum 9-4. If a people would resist him, either while undergoing conquest or enduring occupation, they would suffer, of course. But they would be part of something greater at the same time, and they would, even in death, even in the death of much of their city, be the unwitting and unwilling participants in what was indeed a work of art. For here, seen from this hillside, was there not a new Farraby Bay? Was that slot through which the waters thundered, shaking the ground, not another force gap? Was that piling tower of steam, first drawn straight up, then stroked to the horizon, not a kind of signature, his very own flourish? The bay was overly circular, certainly, and the slot a mere break in a modest crater wall, composed largely of estuarine mud, presenting no aesthetic match at all for the great kilometre-high cliffs of the real force gap. Indeed, the whole setting for this new image of Junch City entirely lacked the original's dramatic ring of surrounding mountains, and this little parkland hill on which he stood, with his admirals, generals, and guard waiting obediently behind, allowing him this moment of reflection, was, frankly, a poor substitute for the vertical cliff of the sheer citadel and its magnificent views. Nevertheless, an artist had to work with what there was to hand, and where there had once been just another swarming seaside city, lying tipped upon the land, variously hilled, messily distributed, round a tributary river with all the usual urban sprawl, great buildings, docks, breakwaters, and anchorages. In other words, what it had always been, roughly, no matter that there had been earlier so-called catastrophes like earthquakes or floods or great fires or bombardment from sea or air or earlier invasion. Now there was an image of a fair and distant place. Now there was a new kind of savage beauty. Now there was a fit setting for a new city reborn in the image of his sovereignty. Now there was a sort of even healing, joining with those other peoples and places who had surrendered to his will, in suffering and in image, for this majestic crater, this latest work, was just the most recent of his creations, one more jewel on a string stretching back to the primacy of elegance that was Junch City. Anyone with sufficient self-belief, enough ruthlessness, and, Lucephorus believed himself modest enough to admit, an adequate supply of luck, could, if the will was there and the times required such determination, conquer and destroy. Judging how much to destroy for the effect one wished to achieve, knowing when to be ruthless, when to show leniency, even when to exhibit beguiling, rage-sapping generosity, and a touch of humour, that required a more measured, a more subtle, a more, he could think of no other word for it, civilized touch. He had that touch. The record spoke for itself. To then go on from there and use the sad necessity of destruction to create art, to form an image of a better place and forge symbolic unity, that was on another level again. That elevated the mere war-maker, the mere politician, to the status of creator. Tendrils of smoke rose all around the central column of steam, dark paltry vines adorning a huge pale trunk. These marked where descending aircraft had fallen and where fires had been started by the crater weapon's ground shock, no doubt. Part of the artistry involved in such a work was creating a great declivity without utterly destroying all around it. A new, reborn city had to grow here, after all. Some sophistication of weaponry was required to achieve such precision. His armaments experts attended to such details. The Archimandrite Lucephorus looked about him, smiling to his chiefs of staff, all standing respectfully at his heel, looking a little nervous to be here in the fresh air of another newly subject planet. Yet, was it not good to breathe in that fresh air for all its alien scents? Did those strange new odours not themselves mean that another treasure had been added to their ever-increasing domain? Above and behind, bristling warcraft hovered and hummed, attended by small clouds of sensory and weapon platforms. Spread in a ring all around were his personal guards, most lying or kneeling on the grass, their darkly glinting weaponry poised. A few in military exoscales lumbered around or squatted, splayed feet squashing into the earth. At the foot of the hill, beyond another ring of guards, beneath a watchful buzz of guard drones, the refugees moved like a slow river of dun and grey. Stilters, ground bats, hool, a mercatorial species, disconnected all these millennia, certainly, but still a mercatorial species. Lucephorus looked up into the pale green sky, imagining night, the veils of stars, and the one particular sun, pointed out to him from orbit just 40 hours ago, while the invasion forces were being prepared for the initial drop, growing steadily closer as they crawled and fought their way towards it, which was called Ulubis. In the bright golden-hued air of Sepecta, with the Borchial Equitar a thin stem in the hazy distance, the little Navaki ship approached the palace complex, sliding through an ancient forest of kilometres-tall atmospheric power columns and between more modest but still impressive administration and accommodation towers. It disappeared into a wide, gently sloped tunnel set into the reception plaza in front of the enormous ball that was the palace of the Hyakon, an 800-metre sphere modelled after Nascaron itself by a long-departed Sarcomage, complete with individual bands of slowly contra-rotating floors all sliding round a stationary inner core. Changing orange, red, brown and ochre swirls of pattern, convincingly like the view of the distant gas giant's cloud tops seen from space, moved across the face of the palace, hiding windows and balconies, sensors and transmitters.
Major Tosh, Lieutenant Inez, Palace Guard. This way, please. Quick as we can, sir.
The speaker, whose voice sounded like a human child talking with a mouthful of ball bearings, was a Jajuijane, a creature which in repose resembled an insectile tumbleweed 60 or 70 centimetres in diameter. This one had drawn itself up to Fassin's 2-metre height, marshalling a host of twig-like components coloured dark green and steel blue to resemble a sort of open-work head like a bird's nest. Thankfully, it had not tried to make a face, and had balanced itself on 2 vaguely leg-like stalks. The rest of its body, offering glimpses of the reception cavern's floor beyond, was just a cylinder, adorned with belts of soft-looking material and small metallic components that might have been jewellery, gadgets, or weapons. It half-turned, half-flowed to a small open cart where the ship's Hool rating was already depositing Fassin's luggage. Fassin turned and waved to the groggily cheerful Decogra, joined the Jajuijane in the cart, and was whisked away through a brief security reception area to a lift and a curving corridor, which took him to a suite of rooms with what looked like a real outside view of the city. North, with pale jagged hills in the far distance. Lieutenant Inesiji placed Fassin's bags on the bed with fluid grace and informed him that he had exactly 3/5 of an hour to freshen up, don his ceremonial court clothes, and present himself outside his door, whereupon he would be escorted to the audience chamber. Fassin blipped a safe arrival message to Bantrabal, and then did as he'd been told. The circular audience chamber was glittering and warm, walls of white gold sparkling under a ceiling-filling galaxy-shaped cloud of tiny sharp lights impersonating stars. Lieutenant Inesiji showed Fassin to a position on one of the many platforms set into the shallow, stepped bowl of the chamber. A human-conforming seat malleabled its way up from the floor. He sat in it, stiffly in his bulky court robes, and the lieutenant told him,
Please stay where you are for now, sir,
in a sort of gargled whisper, executed what might have been a bow, turned into what looked very like a cartwheel, and rolled away back up the slope of gangway to an exit. Fassin looked around. The chamber looked like it might hold 1,000 people, but he was one of only about 24 people present, distributed around the shallowly conical space, as though to maximize the distance between each individual. Humans, all like him in cumbersome, rather gaudy court dress, just about outnumbered the others. But he saw another Jajuijane, bald, either resting or sleeping, crisscrossed with iridescent ribbons. 2 Hool, sitting like angular grey tents covered in silver flowers, both looking at him. A pair of Quaup, one of the 2-metre-long red tan ellipses floating and also looking at him, well, certainly pointing at him, and the other stood on its end, either also snoozing or possibly at attention. Fassin's knowledge of alien body language was wide but shallow, except where dwellers were concerned. 3 large environment suits containing waterworlders completed the non-human contingent. 2 of the E-suits, looking like aquamarine impersonations of the co-ops, most likely contained cuscunde. The third was a matte black lozenge the size of a small bus, radiating warmth. That e-suit would almost certainly contain a symbioswarm Ifrahile. In the centre of the chamber, at its steepest point, just before a set of wide, tall, concentric platforms which broke the symmetry of the place, there was an incongruous-looking device which looked like an ancient iron cooking pot. A black-bellied urn a couple of metres in diameter, capped with a shallow dome and sitting on a tripod of stubby legs on the buttery sheen of the solid gold floor. Its surface was pinstriped with thin veins, but otherwise it resembled something almost prehistoric. Fassin had never seen anything like it before. He shivered, despite the warmth of the chamber. The quab, which might have been sleeping, suddenly flicked level with a ripple of lateral mantle and turned towards its fellow creature 30 metres away, which swivelled to look back at it. Expression patterns flashed across their face nacelles. Then they moved towards each other, hovering together, faces signal flickering conversation for the few seconds it took for a small flutter drone to drop from the ceiling and, in spoken voice, with chirps and squeaks, apparently order them back to their places. The co-op shriek-popped back at the mechanical remote, but split up, drifting away to their earlier positions. They had just about resumed their allotted patches when a group of half a dozen Jajuejane technicians, awkward in their shape-constraining formal court gear of dimly iridescent ribbons, entered from a door at one side of the chamber floor, pushing large pallets full of highly techy-looking equipment, which they positioned in a rough circle round the cooking pot device. Their body ribbons marked them out as Shrivalti, Fassin suddenly realised, wondering whether as a major of the Ocular he was senior enough to order them around. A similar-sized group, human Caesaurian priests from their garb, though in their court best it was hard to be sure. Could they even be lustrals? Approached from the opposite direction. The priests stood close behind the technicians, who ignored them, and busied themselves setting up and adjusting their arcane apparatus. Finally, an alarming group of 4 human and 4 Hool troopers in full mirror-finish power armour stalked in, complete with a variety of heavy infantry weapons. The ambience of the chamber changed. Even across species, the mood almost tangibly altered from one of some puzzlement and a degree of expectation to one of alarm, even fear. The 2 Quaup were exchanging rapid, large-scale face signals. The Ifrahile e-suit rose hissing from its platform, and the Hool pair were alternating between staring at each other and glaring down at their mirror-armoured kin. Who brought armed forces into an audience chamber? Was this a trap? Had all here offended the Hierarchon? Were they all to be murdered? The soldiers deployed in a wide circle around the Shrivalti and Caesauria, standing at ease, weaponry poised, armour locked. They were facing inwards, towards the black cooking pot device. The mood in the room seemed to relax a little. Then the series of platforms beyond the giant urn and the various groups of functionaries shimmered once and dropped into the floor, to re-emerge some moments later, crowded with people. An outer ring of white-uniformed human court officials, an inner ring of species varied, extravagantly emblazoned courtiers, and an outer core, again mixed species, of ascendancy, omnocracy, administrata, and Caesauria. Fassin recognised most of them from the news and the few formal visits he'd had to make to the court over the years, formed semicircular tiers of importance around the being in the centre. The Hierarchon Ormila himself, resplendent in his giant platinum-sheathed discus of an environment suit, floating, humming, just above the highest platform, the dark creature's great gaping face visible through the suit's forward diamond window amongst roiling clouds of crimson gas. 7 metres high, 3 wide, the suit was by some margin the largest and most impressive of the microenvironments in the chamber. It quickly took on a frosted look as humidity in the air condensed on its deep chilled surfaces. As the Hierarchon and his attendants appeared, Fassin's seat gave a warning vibration and began to sink back into the platform beneath. Fassin took the hint and stood, then bowed, while the various other people in the chamber performed their equivalent actions. The giant e-suit lowered fractionally so that its base touched the platform, and Fassin's seat rose smoothly from the platform again. The Hierarchon Ormila was an Urolith, a gas giant dweller, but, important distinction this to all concerned, not a dweller, even if the shape of his e-suit made him look like one. Ormila had ruled the Alubis system since his investiture nearly 6,000 years earlier, long before the humans who now made up the bulk of its populace had arrived. He was generally thought to be a competent, if unimaginative, governor, exercising what leeway a Hyakon had within the mercatorial system with caution, sense, and, on occasion, even a degree of compassion. His rule since the portal's destruction had, by the estimation of the officially sanctioned media, been a humbling combination of breathtaking majesty, heroic, utterly exemplary fortitude, and a touching, steadfast solidarity with his human charges. Unkinder, unsanctioned, often human critics might have accused him of betraying an early disposition towards authoritarianism and even paranoid repression, eventually followed later by a more composed and lenient attitude when he started listening to his advisers again. Looking more carefully at the high-ups present, Fassin realized that, basically, the gang was all here. Apart from Ormila himself, the Hyakon's two most senior deputies, the Perigals Tlaipin and Emoert, were in attendance, as was the most senior member of the Propylaea to survive the portal's destruction, Submaster Sorafiv, the top Navarchy officer, Fleet Admiral Brimies, Guard General Thovin, First Secretary Hoipslaga of the Administrator, Colonel Somjomion of the Shrivalti, his own ultimate superior officer for the duration of the current emergency, Fassin supposed, and Clerk Regnant Voriel of the Caesoria, the absolute elite of the system. Fassin looked at the pot-bellied stove device squatting on the golden floor and at the heavily armed troopers and thought what a perfect opportunity was presenting itself for a complete decapitation of the system's top brass.
This is an extraordinary session of the Mercatorial Court of Alubis before the Hyakon Ormila, an official announced over the chamber's PA, voice thundering. The Hyakon Ormila, the official shouted, as though concerned that people hadn't heard him the first time. The official was speaking the human version of Standard, the galaxy's lingua franca. Standard had been chosen as an interspecies pan-galactic language over 8 billion years ago. Dwellers had been the main vector in its spread, though they made a point of emphasizing that it was not theirs originally. They had one very ancient informal vernacular, and another even more ancient formal language of their own, plus lots that had survived somehow from earlier times or been made up in the meantime. These latter came and went in popularity, as such things tended to.
Oh no, there was a competition,
the dweller guide/mentor Isul had explained to Fassin on his first delve hundreds of years ago.
Usual thing, lots of competing so-called universal standards, and there was a proper full-scale war after one linguistic disagreement. Grumus and Peliner species, if memory serves, and after that came the usual response, inquiries, missions, meetings, reports, conferences, summits. What we now know as Standard was chosen after centuries of research, study, and argument by a vast and unwieldy committee composed of representatives of thousands of species, at least 2 of which became effectively extinct during the course of the deliberations. It was chosen, astonishingly, on its merits because it was an almost perfect language, flexible, descriptive, uncoloured, whatever that means, but apparently it's important, precise but malleable, highly elegantly complete, yet primed for external term adoption, and with an unusually free but logical link between the written form and the pronounced, which could easily and plausibly embrace almost any set of phonemes, synths, glyphs, or pictals, and still make translatable sense. Best of all, it didn't belong to anybody, the species which had invented it having safely extincted themselves millions of years earlier, without leaving either any proven inheritors or significant mark on the greater galaxy, save this sole linguistic gem. Even more amazingly, the subsequent conference to endorse the decision of the Mega Committee went smoothly and agreed all the relevant recommendations. Take-up and acceptance were swift and widespread. Standard became the first, and so far only true, universal language within just a few quick, mean generations. Set a standard for pan-species cooperation that everybody's been trying to live up to ever since, which is not to say that everybody everywhere loves it without qualification. Amongst my own species in particular, resistance to its use continues to this day, and individual obsessives and small and indeed quite large groups and networks of enthusiasts are forever coming up with new, and, they claim, even better universal languages. Some dwellers persist in regarding Standard as an outrageous alien imposition and a symbol of our craven surrender to galactic fashion. Such persons tend to speak ancient formal, or at least they do, where they haven't invented their own unique and generally utterly incomprehensible language.
Uncle Slovius himself, on what fittingly had turned out to be his final delve, had accompanied Fassin on this, the young man's first.
How perfectly typical,
he'd observed later.
Only dwellers could have a completely fair competition 8 billion years ago and still be arguing over the result.
Fassin smiled at the thought and looked round the giant auditorium as the official's words echoed and faded amongst the precious metals and sumptuous clothing. He thought it was all very impressive in a slightly camp, almost vulgar way. He wondered how much tedious ceremony and baroque speechifying they would have to sit through before anything of note happened or was said. He did a quick count of the bodies in the chamber. There were well over twice the 30 that the emissarial projection had told him to expect. A tap screen appeared on a stalk out of the platform's surface and positioned itself in front of him, flicking into life with search and note facilities enabled, but no audio or visual record. Fassin tapped a symbol to confirm that he was there. Round the circular chamber, the others were also being presented with screens or their species-relevant alternative.
You are here to witness the transmission of a signal from the engineer ship East Town Zephyr.
Ormilla's deep, synthesized voice said calmly.
They are informed that it is of necessity in the form of an artificial intelligence construct, which will be destroyed after the audience has finished.
Ormilla paused to let this sink in. Fassin thought he just hadn't heard right.
How you use the information you are about to learn is a matter of duty and conscience, Ormilla told them. How you came by it is not. Any revelation regarding the signal's form is punishable by death. Begin.
An AI? A conscious machine? An abomination? Were they serious? Fassin couldn't believe it. The entire history of the Mercatoria was the record of its implacable persecution and destruction of AIs, and the continual, laborious, zealously pursued effort to prevent them ever again coming into existence within the civilized galaxy. That was what the Lustrals were all about. They were the AI hunters, the remorseless, fanatic persecutors of machine intelligence and any and all research into it. And yet, here they were, calmly watching the cooking pot device and the technicians surrounding it. A semi-transparent image flickered in the air above the dark machine in the centre of the chamber. The hologram was of a human male dressed in the uniform of an admiral of the Summed Fleet. Fassin hadn't even known that one of his species had risen to such impressive heights. The human admiral was an old, well-built man with a heavily lined face, bald, of course, but sporting a heavily tattooed scalp. He wore, or his image appeared to wear, a high-rank space combat suit, its helmet components in stowed configuration round the neck and shoulders. Various insignia on the surface of the suit confirmed with no discernible subtlety that the admiral was an extremely important military person.
"Thank you, Harkon or Miller," the image said, then seemed to look straight at Fassin, who felt startled for a moment, before realizing that the image probably appeared to be looking directly at everybody in the chamber. He certainly hoped so. "I represent Admiral Quile of the Summed Fleet, commanding the 3rd Medium Squadron of the Battle Fleet, accompanying the engineer ship Est Town Zephyr on its journey towards Algebraist system. Fleet Admiral Kisept commanding," the projection said, in a calm, no-nonsense voice. Battle Fleet, thought Fassin. You didn't send a battle fleet to accompany an E-ship, portal-carrying or not, did you? They usually travelled with a few guard ships or 1 or 2 units of the Navaki military, plus a single small Summed Fleet craft, sometimes for ceremonial purposes. He was no military expert, but even he knew this sort of stuff just from catching newscasts of, at the time, recent connections and reconnections. He watched the military on the semicircular podia closely. Yep, looked like they were startled by this news too. "I am to dispense information and orders," the hologram said. "Then I will answer questions. Then I will be destroyed. Information first. Intelligence we have received strongly indicates that Algebraist system will probably, within a year, and possibly within months of this signal reaching you, become the target of a full-scale invasive assault originating from the Cluster Epiphany 5 disconnect." The hologram paused, appearing to listen. There was a certain sense of stillness, even of shock, in the chamber, but no gasps or expressions of fear or incredulity that Fassin could hear. He scanned the people in the chamber, trying to work out if he was the only person present to whom this news might come as a surprise. Face flickers from the Quap, big staring looks between the fool, perhaps a few rather wide-eyed expressions amongst the tech people down near the dark AI machine. Some of the more readable courtiers looked a little stunned. The Ifrahil E-suit might have wobbled fractionally. Fassin's hand was moving towards the tap screen when it lit up with a diagram of the galactic local volume, about 1,000 years in diameter, and centered on Cluster Epiphany 5,
The million-strong mass of stars core in from the isolated wisp of suns near the end of which lay Algebraist. Indeed, our strategists put at about 6% the possibility that by the time this signal arrived, the invasion would already have happened. The hologram looked around the chamber and smiled. I am glad to see that is not the case. The smile disappeared. On the other hand, I had hoped, when the original of the signal was recorded, that I would be telling you that the invasion was still 3 to 5 years away. Since becoming embodied here, I've been given access to some of the real-time intelligence you've been gathering, and have had no choice but to plumb for an estimate that gives you even less time to prepare than we'd been hoping for. The image paused briefly. The E5 Discon was already known to be expanding aggressively. Deep space monitors have been picking up blossoming 8th power-level weapon blink for several hundred years, centered on the Lyceum systems. The image looked around the chamber. Space battles and high megaton nukes, in other words. All the signs are of a rogue hegemony, possibly under the thrall of a human being, calling himself the Archimandrite Luciferus. He was once genuinely of the Caesarea, though at the rank of Hariolator, not Archimandrite, so it would appear he's promoted himself. In any case, I think we may now count him apostate. The hologram smiled thinly. The Lyceum systems were, until not all that long ago, the last remaining connected part of the Epiphany 5 region. However, that wormhole portal fell victim to a minor action of the Stru, leaving the whole volume completely cut off from civilization. The thin smile faded. 10 days ago, from the time this signal was sent, an invasion force out of the E5 Discon, comprising several hundred capital ships, plus retinue and troop carriers, attacked the Ruinthrill system, inward from the E5 cluster. We assume it came as a surprise to them that Ruinthrill had just received a new portal and been connected to the Makatorier. It had not been part of the complex before, which may help explain their miscalculation. In any event, elements of the summed fleet were present when the E5 forces attacked. The attack was beaten off, with heavy losses on both sides. At this, Fassin saw a look of something that certainly seemed like consternation pass over the facepots of the Fleet Admiral Brimias. Yes, the image said, as though responding. We were surprised too, frankly, and just had insufficient ships. Even more distressingly, the portal was subsequently destroyed. Here, Fleet Admiral Brimias, a co-op, assumed the blank face of, if Fassin recalled his facial or equivalent expressions and body language of Mercatorial Species 101 course, vicariously shamed shock. Before that happened, the hologram continued, intelligence from the captured enemy flagship was transmitted into the complex. It included a personal record belonging to their equivalent of a Grand Admiral, the invasion fleet's supreme commander, in which he recorded for posterity, or his memoirs, his puzzlement that so much of the vast military machine of which he was so proud to be a part was being directed not where it would carry the most weight or help capture the greatest number of systems in the shortest possible time. In other words, towards where the greatest mass of stars were, spinward, back up, down, and especially coreward, but away from those regions, towards the almost empty galactic outskirts, towards the southern tendril reefs, towards Stream Quaternary and the Algebraist system, or the shit-nailed anus-probing finger at the end of a withered arm, as he colourfully described it. Fassin nearly laughed. Most of the officials on the main ceremonial platforms, led by the humans, registered shock, horror, or outrage in some form. The Hyakon's e-suit rolled back half a metre, as though physically struck. The image took its time to look around the chamber. Yes, unflattering. My apologies. You'll be happy to know that the gentleman who is the source of this memorable image is currently helping the Combined Forces Intelligence in Quasariat with its inquiries. Fassin watched a few slightly forced expressions of satisfaction appear. They really didn't know any of this before, he thought. He'd assumed the Hyakon and his chums would have been granted some sort of sneak preview earlier, but this seemed to be as new to them as it was to him. We also, of course, have the pre-invasion probing sequence profile for the E5 Discon's attempted conquest of Ruinthrill, the hologram said, plus those of several other systems attacked by the same force mix. The musings of the invasion fleet's commander provide credible reason to believe Algebraist is under significant threat. The comparison of the pre-attack probing sequence profile for Ruinthrill with the recent raids on and other hostile actions within Algebraist's system leads to the conclusion that said threat is imminent within the time frame of a few months to less than a year and a half. There is a long-accepted high consistency beyond our attack profile, and the aggressions Algebraist system has been experiencing over the last 3 years are anomalous to that. Fassin suspected that this was a subtle criticism of the system intelligence and strategy services, and especially the Navarchies. Fleet Admiral Brimiers looked unnaturally still, as though trying not to draw any unnecessary attention to himself. The information also pointed to something of a cover-up. Like Verpich, Fassin had thought these anomalous attacks had begun just over a year ago. This AI had been given access to information indicating that they had been going on for 2 years before that. Well, that would come as no surprise to anyone. Being spoon-fed rosy-hued misinformation by the authorities was no more than people had come to expect and preemptively discount. They only got suspicious when presented with what looked like the plain, unvarnished truth. I do have more to say, the image above the cooking pot device told the assembled listeners. However, I sense that some of you are already anxious to ask questions, and so, at this point, I would like to invite queries regarding what you have heard so far. No need to introduce yourselves, by the way. I know who you all are. Everybody looked at the Hyacon, who obligingly boomed, "Machine, what percentage of likelihood pertains to this invasion?" The hologram did not look particularly impressed with this first question. It might even have sighed. Fassin only half listened to the answer and paid even less attention to the following questions and answers. None of them added anything significant to what he'd already heard, and mostly the questions boiled down to the categories, "Are you sure?" "Are you mad?" "Are you lying, Abomination?" and "I won't get blamed for any of this, will I?" He used the tap screen to get a better idea of the relevant galactic topography. He called up a usefully scaled hologram and flicked between the local civilizational state of play as it had been understood until today, effectively 2.5 centuries out of date, and the updated version that the AI signal had brought with it, which was only 17 years old. As he did so, whole vast volumes of stars changed from one false colour to another, indicating where this cluster epiphany 5 disconnect hegemony had spread its influence.
"Resist them with all our might!"
Fleet Admiral Brimiers roared. "I am sure you will," the hologram said. "However, all the indications are that even if you devoted yourself to all-out, full-time emergency warcraft construction and a full war economy, you will still be outnumbered several times over." Fleet Admiral Brimiers then blustered. Fassin had a question of his own, but it was a question for inside his own head, not one that he wished to ask the AI. It was a question he had the unpleasant feeling would at some point shortly be answered, though he sincerely hoped it wouldn't. It was, what the hell does all this have to do with me? "May I continue?" the image said, after the next few contributions showed unmistakable signs of heading in the direction of becoming not so much questions as attestations of innocence, pledges of heroic determination, position protection statements, and attacks on other functionaries present within a wide spectrum of subtlety, biased towards the low end. The hologram gave a small, thin, regretful smile. "I realize that all the foregoing has come as something of a shock for all of you. However, it is, I am afraid to say, in effect, just a preamble to the most significant part of this communication." The image of Admiral Quile paused to let that sink in too. Then the hologram said, "Now then, there is a gentleman amongst you who has no doubt been wondering for some little time what exactly he is doing here." Oh shit, Fassin had time to think. Then the image looked at him. Was it really looking at him now? Could everybody see the hologram looking at him? Heads, or other parts as appropriate, turned in his direction. That probably meant yes. "Sir Fassin Tak, would you make yourself known to the others?" Fassin heard the blood roar in his ears as he stood and gave a slow, if shallow, bow towards the Hyacon. He was getting that flesh-shrinking thing again. The chamber looked to be tipping, and he was glad to sit down again. He tried to control the blush that he felt building under his throat. "Sir Tak is a young man, though born centuries ago," the image said. "He has spent a productive and dutiful career with the gas giant dwellers of the planet Nascaron. I understand that many of you may have heard of him already. He has now been given the rank of Major within the Shrivalti Ocular, for reasons which will become clear in due course." Fassin, still feeling very much looked at, noticed that Colonel Somjomyon, the human female who was acting chief of staff of the Shrivalti contingent in the Alubis system, smiled cautiously at him from the podium across the chamber when the hologram said this. Unsure whether the Shrivalti saluted or not, Fassin rose fractionally in his seat and nodded formally. "Oh, fuck," were his precise thoughts. The image floating above the cooking pot AI said, The reason that Major Tack, is here today to hear what I have had to tell you all is that it was something which he discovered, stumbled over might be an equally accurate description, with no disrespect to Sir Tack, that has led to my being here in the first place. Oh, fucking hell. I always thought delving would be the death of me, but I assumed it would be an equipment failure, not something like this. On the other hand, that smile from Colonel Sumjumion had been restrained, even careful, not mean or mocking. Might live yet. Which brings us, of course, to the real, or at least the most pressing reason for my appearance here, in this almost unprecedented form, the hologram said, then made a show of taking a deep breath. It looked around them all, slowly, before saying, Ulubis, I'm sure we would all agree, is a pleasant and fairly favoured system. It paused again. Fassin was listening fairly hard at this point, and would have taken decent odds on the literal truth of the old "you could have heard a pin drop" saying. And, the projection said with a smile, radiantly confident that it now had their full attention, as a centre of dweller studies, it is not without significance, galactically, unquestionably from an antiquarian and intellectual standpoint. Another pause. It occurred to Fassin that an AI controlling a hologram could put a quite literal twinkle in its eye. However, one might think it reasonable to ask, again with no disrespect intended, or I hope taken, why Ulubis has attracted the attention of our newfound adversaries from Cluster Epiphany 5. One might even, knowing the importance that the Mercatoria attaches to reconnecting all the many, many systems which have been without arterial access all these millennia, wonder why the expedition from Zenair to Ulubis with a new portal was dispatched with such alacrity, given the arguably still greater claims that more populous, more classically strategically important, and more at the time obviously threatened systems might have had upon the resources and expertise of our esteemed colleagues in the engineering faculty. One might also pause to give thought to the reasons why the engineer ship S-Town Zephyr is accompanied by those elements of the summed fleet of which my original has the honour of being part. Why, indeed, the E-ship S-Town Zephyr is escorted by such a preponderance of force at all. The hologram raised its head, looked all around again. It might not even be totally unreasonable to call into question the apparently unchallenged assumptions and settled conclusions concerning the destruction of the Ulubis portal by the Beyonders over 2 centuries ago. That caused a little frisson in the chamber, Fassin noticed. Is any of this still about me and anything I might have found? He wondered. The more I hear, the more I hope it isn't. There is one circumstance, one nexus of contingent information, the image said with a broad, unamused smile and something like relish, which is, we strongly suspect, behind all of this. The projection turned to look directly at the Hyakon Omila. Sir, at this point, I must ask that those not specifically cleared to be present at this meeting be withdrawn. I believe we might make an exception for the troopers, providing their ear mics are turned off, but I would be disobeying my orders if I continued with those not invited still present.
Admiral Quile, the Hyakon boomed, with just sufficient emphasis. I vouch for all those present who were inadvertently excluded from the clearance list you refer to. You may continue.
And were it up to me, sir, that would of course be more than enough reason to proceed without care or reservation, the Admiral's image said. However, devastated though I may be at being seen to offer even the slightest suggestion of an insult to your esteemed court, I am specifically forbidden to continue, bound as I am by the orders of the Complector Council. Ouch, Fassin thought. He almost felt sorry for the Hyakon. He'd not just had rank pulled on him, he'd been made to look small. A Sarcomage outranked a Hyakon and was in turn answerable to a Complector, any single one of which, supremely powerful as they were in every other exercise and iteration of power within the civilized galaxy, themselves had at least to take into account the will of the Complector Council. The unspeakably omnipotent members of the Complector Council were bound by nothing else save the laws of physics, and were generally held to be putting considerable effort into getting round those. Hyakon Ormilla took his defeat with a degree of grace, and within a few minutes the chamber was emptied of half its earlier occupants. The stepped sequence of podia in front of the Hyakon's imposing e-suit now looked positively bare. All the court officials and courtiers had departed, with much muttering, and the single highest quotient of affronted dignity Fassin had ever witnessed by several factors. The military bigwigs were still present, but even their on-podium ranks had been depleted, as Colonel Somjomion of the Shrivalti and Clark Regnant Voriel of the Caesauria were reduced to stepping down to floor level so that they could operate the two most important pieces of equipment, monitoring the cooking pot device, embodying the AI. The mirror-finished troopers still stood in a wide circle beyond, armour locked in at ease, deaf now. While all this had been going on, Fassin had been left to sit there, not knowing what to think. He knew what he ought to be thinking. He ought to be thinking, what the fuck could I ever have stumbled across that possibly warranted this level of right-to-the-top paranoia and secrecy? It was, however, hard to know what to think. He also knew what he ought to feel. Fear. There, he was fine. He had a superabundance of high weapon-grade trepidation. "Thank you," the image of the Admiral said. "Now then," it said, looking round all those who remained, "I have a question for you. What do you know of something called the Dweller List?" It held up one hand. Rhetorical question. You don't have to answer. Those of you who wish, feel free to consult your screens or equivalent. Take a moment. There was a flurry of distant tapping. The Dweller List, thought Fassin. Oh, fucking hell. Not that shit. The hologram smiled. Let me in due time tell you what we at this end, as we design and record this signal and projection, consider important regarding this subject. Fassin had heard of the Dweller List, of course. No seer hadn't. Unfortunately, lots of lay people had heard of the list too, and so it had become one of those tired, inward groan-producing subjects that people tended to raise when they met a seer at a party, along with other hoary old cliché questions such as, do dwellers really hunt their own children? And are they really as old as they say they are? The Dweller List was a collection of coordinates. It had turned up, as far as anyone could be sure, towards the end of the Burster War 400 million years earlier, and was probably well out of date even then. Allegedly, the list detailed all the dwellers' own secret arteria portals. According to the story, these had been under development since the time of the Long Collapse, when the dwellers had decided that the other species, or groups of species, with which they were forced to share the galaxy, couldn't be trusted to keep their own, or jointly owned, whole networks safe. And so the dwellers had better construct an arteria web which they controlled, and which preferably nobody else knew about, if they wanted to voyage from gas giant to gas giant reliably and without fuss. This, of course, completely ignored the dwellers' attitudes to time and space and scale, and more or less everything else. The dwellers didn't need wormholes and the near-instantaneous travel between systems that they offered. They lived for billions of years. They could slow their metabolism and thoughts down as required, so that a journey of 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, or 100,000 years would appear to be over in the course of a single sleep, or occupied no more time than that required to read a good book or play a complicated game. Plus, they were already everywhere. They claimed they had spread throughout the galaxy during the first Diasporian age, which had ended when the universe was only 2.5 billion years old. Even if that claim was a boast, a typical dweller exaggeration, what was undeniable was that dwellers were present in significant numbers in well over 99% of all the gas giant planets in the galaxy, and had been for as long as anybody could remember. Though not, as it had turned out, Jupiter. Humanity's own backyard gas giant was unusual in being relatively water-poor. The dwellers considered it a desert planet and rarely visited. After centuries of real time and decades of seam time spent with dwellers, Fassin had gained the distinct impression that dwellers both despised and felt sorry for the quick, the species like humans, like all the others in the Mercatoria, which felt the need to use wormholes. As the dwellers saw it, to be quick, to live life that precipitously, was to condemn oneself to an early end. Life had an inescapable trajectory, a natural curve. Evolution, development, progress, all conspired to push a sentient species along in a certain direction, and all you could do was choose to run that road or saunter along it. The slow took their time, adapting to the given scale and natural limits of the galaxy and the universe as it existed. The quick insisted on shortcuts, and seemed determined to bend the very fabric of space to their frantic, impatient will. When they were smart, they succeeded in this willfulness, but they only brought their own end all the quicker. They lived fast and died faster, describing sudden, glorious, but quickly fading trails across the firmament. The dwellers, like the other slow, wanted to be around for the long term, and so were prepared to wait. So, quite why the dwellers would ever have bothered building a secret wormhole network was something of a mystery.
as was how they had managed to keep it secret all these hundreds of millions of years, not to mention how this fitted in with the rather obvious nature of each different dweller community's isolation from each other. Nevertheless, the myth of the dweller list continued to excite people in general, and conspiracy theorists in particular, especially in times of threat and desperation, when it would be really, really great if a secret wormhole network did exist. Fassin agreed with the textbooks that it had been no coincidence the list had first turned up during the Burster War, when the whole galactic community had seemed to be falling apart, and people were looking for salvation, for hope, anywhere. Then, the Arteria total had been falling from its earlier, and then all-time high, of nearly 39,000 to under 8,000. At the nadir of the Third Chaos, there had been less than 100 holes in the whole galaxy, and the dwellers hadn't stepped in then with an offer to let everybody else use this secret system. If not then, when the light of civilization seemed to be fading from the Great Lens entirely, then when? When and why would they ever come galloping to the rescue? Part of the seductive attraction of the list was its sheer size. It contained over 2 million sets of alleged portal coordinates, implying more than 1 million arteria, presumably linked in a single enormous network. At the height of the third complex, 8,000 years earlier, there had been exactly 217,390 established wormholes threading the galaxy together, and that was as good, as far as was known, as it had ever got. If the dweller list genuinely enumerated existing portals and arteria, it would represent the promise of instigating the single greatest change in the history of the galaxy. The sudden linking up of 2 million systems, many of which had never had any connection before. The bringing together of almost everybody everywhere. The very furthest, most utterly isolated star would likely be a mere decade or two away from the nearest portal, and the near-instant revitalizing, on a scale unheard of in nearly 12 billion years, of tenacious, sporadically stuttering civilization of the entire galactic community. It was, Fassin and almost all his fellow seers had long thought, a forlorn hope. The dwellers didn't need or show any sign of using wormholes. Being dwellers, they naturally claimed they were experts at arteria and portal technology, and certainly they were not afraid of using wormholes. It was just that they didn't see the need for them. But if they ever had been seriously involved with wormhole production, those days were long gone. In any case, the list itself, which had been lying around in libraries and data reservoirs, multitudinously copied for hundreds of millions of years, accessible to anybody with a link, was not the end of the story. It just gave the rough coordinates of 2 million gas giants and 2 million systems. What was needed was a more precise location. The obvious places to look were the relevant Trojan or Lagrange points, the gravitationally stable locations dotted around and between the orbits of the various planets in the named systems. However, these had all long since been eliminated. After that, it got much more tricky. In theory, a wormhole mouth could be left in any stable orbit anywhere in a system and never be found unless you practically tripped over it. Working portals were anything up to 1 kilometre wide and had an effective mass of several 100,000 tons, whereas a portal shrunk and stabilized and set up to keep itself that way with relatively simple automatics systems could lie in an orbit as far out as a system's Oort cloud, with a gravitational footprint of less than 1 kilogram, more or less indefinitely. The problem was how to describe where it was. Allegedly, there was some extra set of coordinates, or even a single mathematical operation, a transform, which, when applied to any given set of coordinates in the original list, somehow magically derived the exact position of that system's portal. The obvious objection to this was that after 400 million years minimum, there was no known coordinate system ever devised capable of reliably determining where something as small as a portal was, unless the holes had all somehow automatically kept themselves in the same relative position all that time. Given the haphazard and cavalier attitude that dwellers tended to display towards anything, especially high-tech, this was regarded as highly unlikely. So, the image hovering above the dark device in the centre of the audience chamber said, "If I may assume we are all happy we know what we're talking about." It looked around them again. Nobody demurred. "The dweller list," the hologram said, supposedly giving the approximate location of 2 million ancient portals dating from the time of the Third Diasporian Age, has been dismissed as an irrelevance, a lie or a myth for over 250 million years. The so-called transform, supposed to complete the information required to access this secret network, has proved as elusive as it is unlikely to work if it does exist.
Nevertheless, some new information has come to light, thanks to Seer, now Major, Tak. Fassin was aware that he was being looked at again. He just kept staring at the hologram. A little under 400 years ago, the hologram said, Seer Tak took part in an extended expedition, a delve, as it is known, which took him amongst the dwellers of Nascaron, and specifically into the company of a group of dweller youngsters called the Demargerian tribe. While with them, he encountered an antique dweller who, in a fit of generosity, unusual in his kind, granted Seer Tak access to a small library of information, part of a still larger hoard. This was the wrong way round, the myth, not the fact. Fassin had been with Valsia for centuries, and the Demargerian tribe for less than a year. He hoped that the rest of the Admiral's information was more reliable. All the same, he had a sudden, vivid memory of Choal Valsia, huge and ancient, accoutred with rags, draped in life charms, floating absently within his vast nest bowl of a study, deep in the lost section of abandoned cloud tunnel, on the rim of a giant dying storm, which had long since broken up and dissipated.
"Clouds! You are like clouds,"
Valsia had told Fassin. At the time, he hadn't understood what the ancient dweller had meant. The raw data containing this information was passed on to the Shrivalti for analysis. The image hovering above the black device said, 20 years later, after the usual analysis and interpretation, and, you'd imagine, with plenty of time for second thoughts, re-evaluations, and sudden inspirations, it was shared with the Geltic under the terms of an info-trade agreement. The Geltic were an arachnoid species, 8-limbed, 8AR in the conventional shorthand of the galactic community. Obsessive cataloguers, they were one of the galaxy's two most convincing self-appointed historian species. Timid, cautious, deliberate, and very inquisitive at a safe remove, they had been around for much longer than quick species usually lasted. Somehow, the Geltic contrived to notice something the Shrivalti had missed, the hologram continued. Now, Fassin noticed, it was Colonel Somjomion's turn to look awkward and aggrieved. Heads have rolled due to this incompetence, the image told them. It smiled. I do not speak figuratively. Colonel Somjomion compressed her lips and rechecked something on the machine she was in charge of. Within months, the hologram said, the Geltic sent their best excuse for a battle fleet to the Zeteki system, unexplored for millennia, which lies about 18 years from the portal at Rajom. They got there in 20 years, so they were not exactly dawdling. It ought to be pointed out that the Geltic would never normally try anything so dynamic or risky. Something at Zeteki seriously chewed up the Geltic ships, and what is assumed to have been the sole survivor was later found by a Voan craft. The surviving ship was fleeing, all upon it were dead, and its biomind was deranged, invoking the mercy of an unknown god, and babbling for forgiveness for what had been its mission, which had been to search for the remains of something called the second ship, and therein the dweller list transform. Ah, thought Fassin, the second ship theory. That was a sub-fallacy of the whole dweller list delusion. The further you looked into the list myth, the more complicated it got, and the more possibilities appeared to open up. All nonsense, of course, or so everybody had thought. Somehow, we assume through spies, the Beyonders, and possibly through the Beyonders, the E5 disconnect got to hear about this. The Beyonders attacked the Elubis portal less than a month later, and the E5 Discon's sudden interest in Elubis also dates from this point. When the Geltic realized the secret was no longer theirs alone, the image said, they broadcast leaked it to avoid accusations of partiality and maintain their reputation for disinterestedness. The projection gave a sour look. This has not gone down too well with the Ascendancy either. One imagines the Geltic will be made to pay somewhere down the line. In any event, 5 full squadrons of the summed fleet, over 300 capital ships, retraced the Geltic fleet's route to Rajom and Zeteki, but found nothing. Under full disclosure, it has turned out that the information concerned was in any case incomplete. The lead is, as it were, only half formed. The Geltic move was a gamble, reckoned even by themselves at having a less than 12% likelihood of success. For such a cautious species to make such a wild wager where their reputation and future alone indicates the value of the prize they sought. The hologram brought its gloved hands together, producing an audible clap. So, now almost everybody who wants to know about the new transform lead, such as it may be, does know, and this would appear to include the disconnect of the Starveling cult and, quiet though they may have seemed recently, the Beyonders. who may or may not be in league with the E5 Discon, hence the most recent attacks on Algebraist and the coming invasion.
But be aware, the image said, growling, eyes narrowing, that behind this terrible threat lies a fabulous prize. If we can discover where the hidden portals lie, assuming that they are indeed there to be discovered, we may well be able to intervene in the Algebraist system before the Starveling Cult invasion force arrives. It would be entirely worth the most supreme effort and sacrifice for that result alone. Even more importantly, however, this is a prize that could, that just might, that can unlock the galaxy and usher in a new golden age of prosperity and security for the Mercatorier, for all of us. The projection paused once more. Our strategists estimate that even with the best result from those actions we shall ask you to undertake, the chances of success remain below 50%. The projection appeared to draw breath, but that is not the point. The smallest chance of the greatest reward when so few may compete for it makes the contention compulsory.
All that matters is that we may have been presented with an extraordinary, utterly unprecedented opportunity. We would all be in serious, even ultimate dereliction of duty if we did not do everything in our power to seize that opportunity, not just on our own behalf, but for the good of all our fellow creates, and for those generations yet unborn. The image smiled one of its cold smiles. The orders I had to pass on to you from the Complector Council are, to Seer, now Major Tack. The projection was already looking straight at Facin. Now so did a lot of the people in the chamber. Return to Nascaron. Seek out the ancient dweller who gave you the original information, and try to find out all you can about the dweller list, the second ship, its location, and the transform. And, to everybody else here, the image looked around to all the others in the chamber. First, provide every aid you can to Major Tack in the furtherance of his mission, including doing nothing that will delay, obstruct, or compromise it. And second, return the Algebraist system to an invasion imminent, full-scale, total war footing immediately, and prepare to oppose the coming invasion. Your goal should be, and I do not exaggerate here, to resist to the very last creat, to the very last mortal, to the very last breath. The hologram seemed to stand back a little and take the measure of them all. I would say to all of you that without doubt your fate lies in your own hands. More importantly, so potentially does the fate of the Mercatorier and the civilized galaxy. The rewards for success will be unprecedented in their scale and splendor. The punishments for failure will begin with ignominy and disgrace and plumb new depths of ghastliness beyond. One last thing. You know that the engineer ship Est Town Zephyr and Battlefleet Escort, which sent the signal, are still 17 years from reaching Algebraist system. I must tell you that significant elements of the summed fleet, above squadron strength, were dispatched in your direction from Zenair even before the E-ship left, and have been making well in excess of the E-ship fleet's velocity directly towards Algebraist ever since. The attack squadrons will arrive years before the E-ship and its escort fleet. Their warcraft will be fully deployed for uninhibited battle against all who oppose the Mercatorier, and, depend upon it, they will prevail. The image smiled again. How I wish I could tell you exactly how soon from this point they will appear. However, even I do not know. This signal was sent from the fleet accompanying the E-ship, and we do not yet know quite how close to light speed they have pushed themselves, or how close they will have by the time this signal arrives. We can only hazard. If the disconnectors leave off for as long as another couple of years, the attack squadrons may well arrive before them. Otherwise, they will descend upon a system already fallen to the enemy, or, one would hope, still somehow resisting. Their reaction when they arrive largely depends on your determination, fortitude, and ability to absorb punishment. The projection smiled. Now, any further questions? The Beyonders must have anticipated them. Their ships were already making 90% of their own furious, headlong speed when they appeared on the point ship's long-distance scanners. Taint Sierrabokin floated, fetal, swaddled in shock gel, lungs full of fluid, umbilicaled to the ship, nurtured by it, talking to it, listening to it, feeling it all around her. A G-suit half completed the image of warrior as unborn, leaving the wearer clothed in a close second skin. Her connection with the ship was via implants, and an induction collar rather than a cord into her navel, and her chest moved only faintly as the gill fluid tided oxygen into her blood and scrubbed waste gases out again. Behind her closed lids in that darkness, her eyes flickered to and fro, twitching involuntarily. She shared her close confinement with another 40 or so of her comrades, all lying curled and protected and wired up in their own life pods, all carried deep in the belly of the fleet's flagship, the Mannlicher Carcano. Way ahead at point, the destroyer Petronell veered, maxing its engines, then blinked out in a wash of light that became darkness as the sensors compensated. The buffering faded and revealed the half of the lead ship that was left, tumbling wildly, tearing itself apart in dark, curved fountains of debris, spraying fragments against the tunnelscape of hard blue-white stars collected ahead.
"Point registers multiple contacts at 90 Fleet V," said one voice, flagged as LR sensors.
"Point is hit," came another fleet status.
"Point contact lost," came a third,
followed immediately by "Point gone," fleet comms and status almost colliding. Instantly aware, Taints had just sufficient time for one small, frightened part of herself to think, "No, not on my watch," and right in the Fleet Admiral's nap time, when she was in sole charge. But even as that reaction seemed to echo and die inside her head, she was sensing, judging, thinking, getting ready to issue orders. She flitted between the real-as-it-could-be view shown by the deep space scan sensors, where the stars were bunched hard blue-white in a circle ahead, and collected into a fuzzy red pool behind, with pure blackness in every other direction, and the dark abstraction that was tack space, a multi-lined and radiused sphere where the ships of the fleet sat, little stylized arrowhead shapes of varying sizes and colours, a line of fading dots behind each, indicating their courses, green glowing identities and status codes riding alongside them. The pre-prepared split pattern wouldn't work. The ship, which had just traded point with the Petronell, was still sliding back into position in the main body of the fleet, and a pattern 1 split would at worst cause multiple collisions, and at best be just too slow. Oh well. Time to start earning her pay and communicate. Taints sent Pattern 5 split, all ships, BC3, that plus a 2-point inward, left skew delta for 5, then resume. Copy signals flicked back, the first from her own helm officer, the last from the battlecruiser Jingal, registering its adherence to the slight kink she'd put in its course, the better to accommodate their D7. Destroyer 7, the Culverin, the ship which had been falling back after swapping point with the Petronell. She was distantly aware of her body registering a pulse of movement, a sudden change in direction so extreme that even the shock gel couldn't completely mask it. Around them, the ships would be flaring off like their own silent shrapnel burst. "Hull stress 85, Ship Integrity Damage Control told her. "All units responding. Full pattern 5 flare," said Fleet Status.
"D7, thanks for that, joining pattern. C1, single contact, 5 nor down west. D3, double contact, neg 4 nor up east."
The cruiser Mitrailleuse and the destroyer Cartouche registering hostiles. Taints didn't even need to glance into tack space to know that meant harmfuls on both sides. "So bracketing."
Straddle. Got us good."
The last two voices had been the two most senior fellow tactical officers.
"We sound as though we play battleships."
That was Fleet Admiral Kissipt, awake now, watching, apparently content to let Taints run the show for the moment.
C1 hostile contact confirmed, PTF.
D3 hostile contact confirmed, PTF. Mitrailleuse and Cartouche requesting permission to fire.
Suggest fire,
the other tacticians chorused.
Agree, fire,
Fleet Admiral Kissipt said.
Vice?
Vice Admiral Taints Yereborkin thought so too.
C1 D3, grant free fire.
C1 firing. D3 firing. Tack space showed bright crimson beams flick from the two ships. Tiny lime green dots with their own status bars were missiles darting towards the enemy ships.
Multiple hits on the D1 debris field,
LR sensors reported.
Still flare,
Taints confirmed. She was watching the scintillations ahead, where the wildly spinning, whirling, somersaulting wreckage of the Petronell was being hit by further enemy munitions. The remains were dropping back rapidly towards the main fleet as it spread quickly outwards. She clicked up a countdown to their impact with the debris field. 76 seconds. She shifted the readout to a skin sensation to avoid cluttering her visual feed. No positive results from the laser fire being laid down by the Mitrailleuse and Cartouche. Their missiles were still heading towards the hostile craft. No sign of reply so far. What if we're wrong? Taints thought.
What if they've outthought us and our so neat maneuver? Deep in her life-pod cocoon, she gave a semblance of a shrug without realizing it herself. Oh well, then we may all be dead. At least it should be quick. Still flare? Still flare, she confirmed again. Waiting, judging, wondering if this would work. TAC space showed the second-hand, now increasingly out-of-date contacts the Petronel had spotted as a glowing, slowly dispersing cloud of pulsing yellow echoes. The two hard contacts, still registering on the sensors of the mitrailleurs in the cartouche, and now confirmed by other nearby ships, were strobing red dots, slowly closing. The wreckage from the Petronel was a stippled mess of purple dead ahead, and drifting closer, slowly spreading. It's okay, Taines told herself. We can do this. They had rehearsed all this, trained and exercised in VR time after time, specifically for this eventuality, this ambush and maneuver and response suite. They knew that the Beyonders would anticipate a fleet being sent from Zenair to Ulubis. There was, of course, only one quickest possible route, the straight-line direct one, its laser-clean rule turned into the shallowest of curves solely by allowing for the minimal drift of the respective systems as they circled with the rest of the galactic outskirts round the Great Wheel's core 50,000 light-years away. So, did the fleet take exactly that route, laying itself open to ambush by other ships and, more threateningly, to mines? Mines, indeed. All you needed was a few tons of crushed rock. Smash a tiny asteroid into gravel the size of rice grains, spread it across the course the fleet would take, and, if they were travelling quickly enough, you could waste the lot. So close to light speed that you didn't need to have anything home in and explode. Just getting in the way was devastating enough. Or did you loop further out, avoiding likely interception, but arriving later? And did you stick together? Obvious, but sensible. Or split up? All the individual craft taking their own route to Ulubis, only regrouping near their destination. Very risky, but potentially a tactic that the enemy wouldn't have anticipated. In the end, the fleet admiral had chosen one out of a bunch of faintly bowed courses recommended by the strategists and their sub-AI machines, and they followed that route en masse. It was a gamble. The chances were that they would be intercepted, especially if the Beyonders possessed the kind of material they were thought to have between Zenair and Ulubis. The obvious intercept strategy was to station minor ships and other sensor platforms about halfway, then position the intercept units well behind that, already making high speed, to give them time to gather for the attack. In a direct, pitched battle, there was no possibility that the vastly outnumbered and outarmed Beyonder ships would prevail. But then, they didn't need or want a pitched battle. They just had to slow the Mercatoria fleet down as much as possible. They wanted skirmishes, ambushes, and to use the fleet's own colossal velocity against it. The Mercatoria fleet could, in theory, have gone slow and safe, assured just by its sheer weight of arms of being able to blast anything ahead of it out of the skies. Its orders, though, were to get to Ulubis as quickly as possible, regardless, and so it had to travel almost ultimately quickly, and risk being torn to bits by a few small ships and nothing more high-tech than a few tons of pulverized rock. They'd come up with a surprise plan of their own. Needle ships were designed to fit through narrow wormholes. It was that simple. The biggest arteria and the widest portals were 1 kilometre across, but the average hole diameter was under 50 metres, and a few very old arteria were barely 10 metres wide. It took a vast amount of energy and or matter to make an arteria and its 2 portals, and it was difficult, expensive and dangerous to expand them once they were in place. There was, for the Mercatoria, little point in having a network of superfast travel connections scattered throughout the galaxy if your ships were too fat to fit, and so the proportions of warcraft, the ultimate levers of power for the Mercatoria, just as they had been for all earlier Imperia, Sem-Imperia, and others who had thought to enforce their peace or impose their will on the galactic community over the eons, were derived from the width of the channels they would have to negotiate. In the past, some great capital ships could auto-deconstruct to become a shower of smaller, slimmer components which could fit through a wormhole, and were then capable of reassembling themselves at the far end. But this had proved a wasteful way of designing warcraft. Needle ships were simpler and cheaper for all their astounding complexity and cost. The biggest craft in the battle fleet, heading from Zenair to Ulubis, were 1 kilometre long, but less than 40 metres across the beam. Almost right at the enemy ship, the missile fired by the mitrailleurs winked out, replaced by a tiny debris field. Signals from the cruiser, sensors and status confirmed this. That missile snapped a hostile profile before it was picked off, weapons reported, side-screening the data the missile had blipped back.
Scurry ship, Sulcus or Fosse class, one tactics officer sent. So they were dealing, at least in that ship, with the death spiral, Taints thought. That particular Beyonder group was exclusively Scurry. Waterworlders with a hatred for the Mercatoria in general, and those of their own kind who were a part of it in particular, which meant most of them. Renowned for their viciousness, and without even the excuse that they were protecting their precious civilian habitats, they didn't have any, they were almost entirely ship-based. A bunch of piratical terrorists, in other words, just fanatics. And yet, as far as anyone knew, the Death Spiral hadn't taken part in the attack on the Alubis portal.
So that makes 4, not 3 varieties of Beyonder operating in this volume, the Admiral said,
saying what Taints was thinking. 2 more and we'll have the set, she replied. Back in tack space, she watched the Cartouche's missile curving to meet the twisting trace that was the other nearest hostile. It joined it, overlaying it. A white blink, then an infinitesimal spray of debris, red speckled with green. D3, hit! Hostile, hit! Taints' 2 fellow tacticians aboard the flagship made whooping noises.
Well done, D3, said Kissipt.
Still flare? Still flare. Taints ignored the celebratory noises and her own feeling of excitement. She watched tack space, listened to the ship chatter, felt the seconds count down. The fleet was still spreading, the vessel's courses fanning out like thin stems from a short vase. Taints held off and held off and held off until she could almost feel Fleet Admiral Kissipt and everybody else getting ready to shout at her. 40 seconds, she said. D-flare, batten 5 reverse.
Copy,
said her own helm officer. Then the other acknowledgements followed. In tack space, the flowering, widening ship tracks immediately started to bunch up again, the distances between them closing.
C1, gonna be tight.
But it was doable. They could get back to their earlier formation before they encountered the remains of the Petronelle. That was all that mattered for now. Tack space showed the fleet regrouping smoothly. The view ahead showed the fiercely glowing nebula of wreckage from the Petronelle, seeming to spread across the sky as they approached it, encroaching onto the dark, starless tube on either side. She zoomed in, picking out a clear spot near the center of the debris field, checking it in tack space. There! The 2 hard contacts winked out, became orange and started to spread. Tack space was throwing out probability cones, estimating where the ships might be. Ahead, the sky briefly glowed a pale uniform yellow, indicating that the rest of the Beyonder fleet could be anywhere within that volume. Then a scattering of bright red, hard contacts firmed up out of the yellow wash, dispersing it. The fleet reformed. They were back where they had started. If nothing else, Taints thought, they ought to have confused the Beyonders.
Pattern 0, all ships.
Even in the life pod, she felt the flagship lurch as it braked, maneuvered, and then accelerated again. She watched it all on tack space. The fleet was collapsing, thinning, extending itself forwards and back, ship after ship slipping into a single long line, nose to tail.
BC4 back down about 10. D11 forward 5. B3 and B2 center on D8. BC4 maintain there.
Taints watched them all in tack space, shuffling, jostling, ordering them into position until they were all lined up.
Ships of the line, yes, Vice,
the Fleet Admiral said, also watching. Sir. There were no collisions, no botched moves, no drives left running too long, incinerating the craft behind. The line formation came together as smoothly as it ever had in VR sims. The battleship Gisarm led the way, blasting away a few tiny particles left over from the wreck of the Petronelle, and laying down a stuttered laser barrage to try to intercept any mines, kinetic or otherwise, left in the way. This was a gamble, too. If it worked, they'd be through and away, one after another, charging mob-handed right behind the Gisarm, like a long sequence of battering rams. If it didn't work, there was a chance that first the Gisarm would hit something, and then they'd all hit whatever was left of it. Potentially, the whole fleet could be wiped out in one long pile-up of cascading collisions. The chances were small, smaller, the simulations indicated, than the risks associated with any of the other maneuvers, but only because this one included a safety premium due to its assumed unexpectedness, its sheer novelty value. If they'd got that wrong, it was much riskier than all the rest. The maneuver caught the Beyonders unawares. It was profoundly not standard summed fleet behavior. The needle ships were one giant needle now, plunging through the debris field of the wrecked destroyer, firing all around them, scoring a couple of hits on distant hostiles desperately closing.
Tack space showed the lines of fire blazing out from the fleet like spokes from a filament-thin shaft, and missiles spinning away like tiny glowing emeralds. The Beyonders were attempting to close, but it was too late. All that the nearest hostile units accomplished was their own destruction. In 2 minutes, the Mercatorial fleet was through without loss, and a minute later, its entire fire pattern was rearward, a swirling skirt of crimson lines combing and coning into the emptying depths of space behind. Any further engagement now would be entirely on their terms, and the fleet's vastly superior firepower would have the first word and the last.
Nice work, Vice.
Fleet Admiral Kissett sounded a little surprised, a little disappointed, and moderately impressed. Taints knew that a lot of her fellow officers had wanted a proper battle, but this way had been better, quicker, more elegant.
Nice work, from a Vern. That was real praise.
Sir. Taints kept her thought voice calm, but inside it was her turn to whoop. Submerged in her dark womb of fluid, tubes and wires, her fists clenched, a smile appeared on her until then frowning face, and a little shiver shook her cradled body. The Kihar family house on Murla, an island off the south coast a few hundred kilometres from Borkil, was another spherical building, a quarter of the size of the Hyakon's palace, but remarkable for being balanced on top of a great upthrust of water, precisely like a ball balanced on a water jet in a fairground. Saluus Kihar, perfectly groomed, glowing with health, and generally looking as smoothly gleaming as one of his company's spaceships, met Fassin personally on the slim suspension bridge connecting the house with this bit of land jutting out into the ancient drowned caldera, where the waters foamed and roared and spumed, and the house balanced, barely trembling, on the giant column of water.
Fassin, great to see you. Hey, that uniform suits you.
Fassin had thought he'd be briefed, stroke indoctrinated, stroke psych-tested, stroke pep-talked, stroke fuck-knows-whatted, and then bundled aboard ship to be whisked straight to Nascaron. But even faced with arguably the single greatest emergency in its history, the Ulabine bureaucracy had a set way of doing things, and central to this ethos appeared to be not doing anything too momentous too quickly, just in case. The rest of the session in the Hyakon's audience chamber, after the AI projection had issued its orders and asked for questions, had involved a great deal of talk, speech-making, point-scoring, back-covering, back-targeting, and preemptive blame avoidance. The image of Admiral Quile answered all the questions tirelessly, and with a patience that was probably the most sure sign possible that it really was an AI talking. A human, especially an admiral, used to being obeyed instantly and without argument, would have lost patience long before the proceedings finally ground to a halt. Fassin had been pointed at and referred to several times, and been left with a distinct impression that this was all his fault, which he supposed in a way it was. It had all gone on so long that Fassin's stomach had, perhaps in sympathy with a large component of the mood in the chamber, started grumbling. He hadn't eaten since early breakfast on Glantine, after all. "You are quite sure?" the image above the cooking pot device asked eventually, when even the most talkative of those present seemed to have run out of questions to ask, and points, and delicate portions of the anatomy to cover. There was no hint of either pleading or relief in the projection's voice. Fassin thought either would have been appropriate. "Very well, then. I will bid you farewell, and good luck." The image of the human male with a bald, tattooed scalp and lined face standing there in his much-decorated armoured suit looked around them one last time, executed a short, formal bow to the Hyakon, and disappeared. Nobody seemed to know quite what to do for a moment. Then the black pot-bellied machine in the centre of the floor started to make a loud humming noise. Shrivalti Colonel Somjumion and Caesorian Clerk Regnant Voriel, attending as best they could to the machines they had been put in charge of when the others had been required to leave the chamber, started peering intently at various screens and controls. The circle of mirror-armoured troopers each tapped one ear, then brought up their guns, pointing them at the cooking pot device, which was humming loudly now and starting to glow in the infrared. The hum rose and took on extra harmonics, deepening until the machine was visibly vibrating. Some of those close to the device either drew back or looked like they wanted to, as if fearing that the machine was going to explode. The air around its ribbed flanks shimmered. Above it, the atmosphere seemed to writhe and quiver, as though some mutant ghost of the image that had stood there was still fighting to escape.
Then, just as the pot-bellied thing started to glow a deep cherry red around its midriff, it all faded away. Noise and vibration and heat. People relaxed. Somjomion and Voriel took deep breaths and nodded at the Hyakon. The troopers shouldered their arms. Whatever complex substrate inside the dark device had played host to the AI image of the Admiral had been turned to slag. The Hyakon Ormilla spoke from his glittering e-suit.
I invoke the full emergency powers of the War Emergency Plan. Martial law will be declared at the close of this extended session. Let those earlier excluded resume their places.
The flurry of politicking that Fassin had witnessed earlier was made to look mild in comparison, as, without actually telling anybody not cleared to know about it any details, what was becoming known as the current emergency was talked over, and enhanced roles and new responsibilities were discussed, squabbled over, between and within departments, revised, re-revised, traded, further discussed, and re-revised before finally being handed out. Fassin's belly was still making noises when the full session broke up, and he was called to a briefing with his superiors in the Shuvalti Ocular. They kept him waiting in an anteroom within the Ocular's floor inside the Hyakon's palace. He shed one layer of his cumbersome court clothes and found some human food in a dispenser in a curving outside corridor with a view over the reception plaza. Long evening shadows, towers and spires burnished red with sunset. He looked for some obvious sign that the city, planet and system were all under martial law again, but saw nothing. He was still wiping his fingers when they called him in.
"Major Tak," Colonel Somjomian said. "Welcome." He was shown to a large circular table surrounded by uniformed Shuvalti personnel. They were mostly human or Hool, though there were two Jajuijain doing their best to look humanoid and seated, and a single Iralaith in a duller and slightly smaller version of the Hyakon's e-suit, the discus of which was half hidden in a wide slot in the floor. It seemed to radiate chill and dominate the room all the same. Somjomion indicated the Iralaith. "This is Colonel Hatherance," she told Fassin. "She will be your superior in this mission."
"Pleasure, sure,"
the Iralaith boomed, twisting fractionally towards Fassin. The Colonel's e-suit had no transparent faceplate like the Hyakon's, just armour and sensors giving no sign of the creature within. Fassin nodded. "Ma'am." He'd thought the only Iralaith in the system, apart from the Hyakon, were basically Ormilla's near family and his girlfriends. Harem was, though only just, too pejorative. He wondered whether Colonel Hatherance fitted neatly into either category or not. It was explained to him that they could not, of course, just send him off alone to do what he was supposed to do. Over the next hour, as communications, memos, and remote audiences with the Hyakon himself interrupted Somjomion, Fassin was gradually given to understand that the task assigned quite specifically to him alone was one which would, nevertheless, unarguably, be best accomplished if he was escorted and overseen by people the Hyakon and his claque of cohorts felt they could actually trust. Accordingly, Fassin would not be alone on his next delve. He would benefit from the protection and guidance of Colonel Hatherance here, and from that of two of his fellow human seers, Braam Ganskarel, chief seer of the most senior sept of all, Sept Tonderon, and, as Fassin's junior, Pags Yurnvich of Sept Reheo, with whom he had worked before. Chief Seer Ganskarel was currently readying himself to return as rapidly as possible from a habitat orbiting Quarunze, and would rendezvous with Colonel Hatherance, Major Tak, and Seer Yurnvich on Third Fury, from which the delve, or delves, would be conducted as soon as possible. Quarunze was the other big gas giant in Iluba's system. There were two smaller examples as well. All had dweller populations too, though compared to Nascaron's, they were negligible in size. Getting Ganskarel from Quarunze to Nascaron and the Third Fury base would take well over a week, Fassin suspected. The old guy liked his luxuries, and anyway, wouldn't be physically able to cope with much more than 1G during the journey, even if he wanted to. Fassin, very much feeling his way in all this, suddenly caught up within organizations and power structures he never imagined having anything much to do with, and having to cope with networks of rank and superiority he had only the vaguest working knowledge of, had been about to start banging the table, probably only figuratively, and complaining about not being able to start the job he'd been very clearly ordered to begin as soon as possible. Then they mentioned Ganskarel and his journey back from Quarunze, and he saw that there was probably no way he was going to be able to move this forward faster than the pace that had already been decided. Which, in a way, suited him fine. If the system really was under threat of imminent invasion, and he was being asked to go on the most important delve of his life in the midst of it, And, given the amount of time they were being told there was before the invasion took place, there was every likelihood he'd still be in planet when it happened. Then he needed, one last delve of his own into Borkiel's underworld, its own hazy, clouded, turbulent and dangerous nether environment. He certainly had things to do and people, or at least one person, to meet. The delay caused by Ganskarel might work out quite usefully. Of course, they probably wouldn't want to let him out of their sight, so he'd have to find a way around that. He also suspected that they wanted the whole delve done at a distance from Third Fury, with him and Ganskarel and Pags Yurnvich all lying wired up in the base there and communicating with remotes down in Nascaron itself. Certainly, Ganskarel wasn't capable of jumping into a gas craft, breathing gill fluid and taking multiple Gs, squished in shock gel. He hadn't even done any of that stuff when he was young. Fassin would have to try and find a way around that, too. He complained as crossly as he could pretend about not being allowed to get on with things, and then demanded some time off.
"You mean leave?" Somjomian said, goggle-eyed. "I believe you have some very intensive briefing and training ahead of you, Major Tack. Many days' worth, which will have to be crammed into hours. There is absolutely no time for leave."
He explained about Ganskarel's age, infirmity, and therefore slow rate of travel. Somjomian looked indignant, but checked this, finally having another hurried conference with the Hyrcon himself.
"Indeed," she said, sighing. "Chief Seer Ganskarel is profiled as being unable to withstand forces greater than 1.5 G, and is already complaining at the prospect of that. It will be 9 days before he can reach the Third Fury base."
Colonel Somjomian narrowed her eyes at Fassin.
"We shall proceed with your full-up briefing first thing tomorrow, Major Tack. If there is any time left over, a day or two of leave may be granted. I guarantee nothing."
"So, another emergency," Saluus said. He smiled broadly. "I'm told I have you to thank for this, Fass." He held out a slim flute. Fassin accepted the glass. "Entirely my own work." Sal was, he supposed, one of the few people in the system for whom the prospect of a war emergency plan coming into force was genuinely cause for celebration. "Really?" Saluus said. "You're even more eminent than I thought, and you still look about 20, you dog." Sal laughed the easy laugh of a man who could afford to be generous with his compliments. Sal chinked glasses. They were drinking champagne, some ancient Krug with a meaningless date all the way from Earth and probably worth as much as a small spaceship. It had a pleasant taste, though not many bubbles. The two men stood on a balcony, looking out over the caldera. The surging waters beneath formed a great frothed slope spreading all around from underneath the house, a shallow cone of billows and hummocks of foam, all furiously bunching and collapsing and rushing ever outwards to where the fractious turmoil settled slightly and became merely wildly charging waves. The balcony was just above the equatorial rim of the house, so the column of water actually supporting the place was hidden from them. But the crater walls, a couple of kilometres distant, echoed with the tumult. They had climbed up here after a modest reception and light lunch with a few of Sal and his wife's friends, notables all, who were here for the afternoon. Fassin had secured an invitation to stay for a couple of days until the Shrivalti needed him back in Borkiel. He had changed out of his dark grey Shrivalti uniform into casual clothes. Sal leaned back against the barrier. "Well, thank you for coming to visit." Fassin nodded. "Thank you for inviting me." "My pleasure. Just mildly surprised you asked." "They trust you, Sal." Fassin gave a small shrug. "I needed to get away from all that military shit, and they wouldn't let me just skip out the door of the palace and into Boogie Town." He looked out at the tumbling waters. "Anyway," a glance at Sal. "Been too long." He wanted to give the impression that this had been a good excuse to effect some sort of reconciliation he'd long wanted to make. He and Sal had met up only very occasionally over the 2 centuries since the wormhole's destruction, usually at the sort of gigantic social events it was hard to get out of, but easy to remain alone within. They hadn't really talked. Even now, meeting up, there were whole aspects of their lives that somehow didn't need to be gone into. How and what they had each been doing was a matter of public record, and it would almost be an insult to inquire. Fassin had recognized Sal's wife from news and social images, hadn't really needed introducing. There hadn't been a single person at the reception below, alien or otherwise, servants apart, obviously, about whom Fassin, who was no great social observer, couldn't have written a short biography. Saluus probably didn't know as much about Fassin as vice versa,
but he'd already congratulated him on his engagement to Jarl Tonderon, so he knew that much. Or, more likely perhaps, he just had an efficient social secretary with a good database.
So, what can you tell me, Fass?
Sal asked casually. He wrinkled his nose.
Can you say anything?
About the emergency?
Well, about whatever's causing all the fuss.
There was more than a fuss. There was low-level war. Starting the day after martial law was declared, there had been a sequence of attacks, mostly on isolated and system-edge craft and settlements, though with some worrying assaults further in system, including one on a Navarchy dock habitat in Sepecta's own trailing Lagrange that had killed over 1,000. Nobody knew whether it was Beyonders behind this resurgence of violence, or the E5 Discon advanced forces, or a mixture of both. More oddly, but for Fassin far more disturbingly, somebody had nuked the high summer house of Sept Litivity back on Glantine just the day before, missiled it from space like it was a military facility. Bizarre and unprecedented. The place had been empty, save for a handful of unlucky gardeners and cleaners, keeping the place ticking over until the appropriate season. But it made seers throughout the system worried that they'd suddenly, for some reason, become targets. Fassin had sent a message to Slovius saying that maybe they should consider shifting the whole sept elsewhere in Glantine. Head for an out-of-season hotel, perhaps. He'd yet to receive a reply, which might be Slovius ignoring his advice, or just the authorities' new message traffic checking and censoring software struggling to cope. Neither would surprise.
Tell me what you know, Fassin suggested. I'll fill in what I can. They want lots of warships, Fass.
Sal gave a sad-looking smile.
Lots and lots of warships. We're to turn out as many as we can for as long as we can, though they want them sooner rather than later. And any advanced projects that might take longer than a year, even existing ones, are being deprioritized. We're to gasline a whole bunch of stuff for...
Sal paused, cleared his throat and waved one hand.
Hell, idiot stuff.
We're to rough-cut a whole load of civilian conversions, armed merchantmen, one-shot cloud miners, tooled-up cruise liners, and so on. We didn't even do that in the last emergency. So, whatever it is, it's serious. It's presumably what our military friends would call credible, and it's not very far away. Over to you.
Lot I can't tell you, Fassin said carefully.
Most of which I guess wouldn't interest you anyway. He wondered how much he could say, how much he needed to say. Supposedly to do with something called the Epiphany 5 disconnect. Sal raised an eyebrow.
Bit away. Wonder why they'd bother. Richer pickings inward of where they are.
But a significant part of the summed fleet is on the way, we're told. Fassin grinned.
I see.
And what about you? Sal asked, dipping closer to Fassin, voice dropping. What's your part in all this? Fassin wondered how much the continual rush of noise produced by the waves below would mask their words, if anybody was listening from far away. Since he'd arrived, he'd showered and put on a change of clothes he'd requested from the house. Caught without the necessary means of attire due to an extended stay away from home, he'd explained needlessly. He got the impression the servants were perfectly used to providing clothes of varying sizes and for whatever sex to house guests. Still, even without the prescribed horror of nanotech, it was possible to make bugs very small indeed these days. Had the Shrivalti or the Hyacons people put some sort of trace or mic on him? Had Sal? Did Sal put surveillance on his guests as a matter of course? His host was waiting for an answer. Fassin looked into the drink. A few small bubbles of gas rose to the surface and broke, giving some tiny proportion of the substance of Earth to the atmosphere of a planet 20,000 light-years away. I just did my job, Sal. Delved, talked, took away what the dwellers would let me take away. Most of which was not momentous, not important, not going to change anything much at all. Not something everybody would want or risk everything for. He looked Saluus Kihar in the eye. Just stumbled my way through life, you know, over whatever turned up, never knowing what would lead to what. Whoever does, Sal asked, then nodded. But I see. Sorry, I can't really tell you too much more. Sal smiled and looked out at the slope of artificial surf, the pandemonium of waves beyond, and the sheer cliffs further away, still brown-black beneath a hazy azure sky. Ah, Your minder, he said. The e-suit of Colonel Hatherans of the Shrievalty appeared to one side, low over the foam, floating out over the mad froth of waters like a great fat grey and gold wheel. Whirling vane sets on either side of her e-suit kept the Colonel from sinking into the maelstrom. For all its massive size, when you were standing next to it, the e-suit looked very small from up here.
She giving you any problems?
No, she's okay. Doesn't insist I salute her or call her Mom all the time. Happy to keep things informal. All the same, he was hoping to get the Colonel out of the way somehow, either before or once he got down into Nascaron. Fassin watched the Colonel as she picked her way across the scape of waves. But can you imagine trying to sneak into Boogie Town with that dogging your every move? He asked. Even just for one last night? Sal snorted. The dives and the ceilings are too low. Fassin laughed. This is like sex, he thought. Well, like the seduction scenario thing. Like the whole stupid mating dance of will you, won't you, do you, don't you rigmarole. Tempting Sal, leading him on. He wondered if he'd seemed sufficiently mysterious, yet hinted at maybe being available. He needed this man. Dinner with Sal, his wife, their concubines, and some business associates, including, amongst the latter, a Hool, a Jajuijane, and a Qualp. The talk was of new attacks on distant outposts, martial law, delays in comms, restrictions in travel, and who would gain and who would lose from the new emergency. Nobody on any of the couches seemed to anticipate losing more than a few trivial freedoms for a while. Colonel Hatherans sat silent in one corner, needing no external sustenance, thank you, but happy, indeed honoured, to be there while they consumed nourishment, communicated conversationally and intercoursed socially, while she continued her studies, much needed, screening up on Nascaron and its famous dwellers. Drinks, semi-narcotic foods, drug bowls. A human acrobat troupe entertained them, floodlit beyond the dining room's balcony.
No, I'm serious,
Sal shouted at his guests, gesturing at the acrobats, swinging through the air on ropes and trapezes.
If they fall, they almost certainly die. So much air in the water you can't float. Sink right down. Get caught up in the underturbulence.
No, idiot, Sal told his wife. Not enough air to breathe. Some people left. Drinks later, just the humans. To Sal's trophy room. Corridors and rooms too small, sorry, for Colonel Hatherans. Not minding, so to sleeping, good nights. Sal's wife going to bed, and the remaining few. Soon, just the two of them, overlooked by the stuffed, lacquered, dry shrunk or encased heads of beasts from dozens of planets.
You saw Taines, just before the portal went.
Dinner, day or two before, Equatar. Fassin waved in what might have been the general direction of Borkiel. You could see the lights of the Equatar from the house, a thin stipple of red climbing into the sky, sometimes perversely clearer above when the lower atmosphere was hazed and the higher beacons shone down at a steeper angle through less air.
She okay?
Sal asked, then threw his head back and laughed too loudly.
As though it matters. It was 2 centuries ago. Still.
Anyway, she was fine.
Good.
They drank their drinks, cognac, also from Earth, long, long ago, far, far away. Fassin got swim.
Oh, shit, he said. I've got swim.
Swim? Said Saluus.
Swim, Fassin said. You know, when your head kind of seems to swim because you suddenly think, hey, I'm a human being, but I'm 20,000 light years from home and we're all living in the midst of mad shit aliens and super weapons and the whole fucking bizarre, insane swirl of galactic history and politics. That, isn't it weird? And that's what? Swing? Swirl? Sal said, looking genuinely confused.
No! Swim! Fassin shouted, not able to believe that Sal hadn't heard of this concept. He thought everybody had. Some people, most people come to think of it, or so he'd been told, never got swim, but lots did. Not just humans either, though dwellers, mind you, never. Wasn't even in their vocabulary.
Never heard of it,
Sal confessed.
Well, didn't imagine you might have. Hey, you want to see something?
Whatever it is, I cannot fucking wait.
Come with me. Last time I heard that, we agreed no more of those. Fuck. So we did. Total retraction. Show me what you got to show me. Walk this way. Ah, now just fuck off.
Fassin followed Sal through to the inner recess of his study. It was kind of what he might have expected if he'd given the matter any thought. Lots of wood and softly glowing pools of light, framed stuff, and a desk the size of a sunken room. Funny-looking twisted bits of large and gleaming metal or some other shiny substance sitting in one corner. Fassin guessed these were starship bits. There. Where? What am I supposed to be looking at? This. Sal held up a very small, twisted-looking bit of metal mounted on a wooden plinth. Fassin tried very hard not to let his shiver show. He was nothing like as drunk as he was trying to appear to be. Yeah? What's that? Overdoing it, but Sal didn't seem to notice. Saluus held the piece of odd-looking metal up before Fassin's eyes. This is that thing I got out of that fucking down ship, my man. Sal looked at it, swallowed and took a deep breath. Fassin saw Sal's lip tremble. This is what... The fucker's going to break down, Fassin thought. He slapped one hand on Sal's shoulder. This is no good, he told him. We need different. We need, I don't know, something. We need not this, not what is before us here. We need something different. Else when or else stuff or elsewhere. This might be my last night of freedom, Sal. He gripped the other man hard by the shoulder of his perfectly tailored jacket. I'm serious. You don't know how bad things might get for me. Oh, fuck, Sal. You don't know how bad things might get for all of us. And I can't fucking tell you, and this could be my last night of fun anywhere, and you're showing me some fucking coat hook or something, and I don't know. He swiped weakly at the twisted piece of metal, patting it away and still missing. Then he sniffed and drew himself up. Sorry, he said soberly. Sorry, Sal. He patted the other man's shoulder. But this is maybe my last night of fun, and look, I feel totally charged for anything. Wish Boogie Town was right outside, really do. But on the other hand, it's been a long few days, and maybe... No, not maybe. Maybe definitely. In fact, not that, just plain definitely. The sensible thing to do is just to go to bed and... You serious? Sal said, dropping the metal piece on its wooden plinth onto the desk behind him. About sleep, Fassin said, gesturing wildly. Well, no, you moron. About Boogie Town. What? I didn't mention Boogie Town. Yes, you did, Sal said, laughing. I did? Well, fuck. Sal had a flyer, automatic to the point of being nearly banned under the AI laws, loaded with repair mechanisms that were not quite nanotech, but only by such a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit. Deeply civilian, but with total military clearance. If a Grand Fleet Admiral of the summed fucking fleet stepped into this baby and toggled his authority, it would only decrease the fucker's all-areas multi-volumes access profile. Down in the hangar deck, walk this way, ha-ha. They left the top down part of the way to clear their heads. It was very, very cold. They sat down somewhere where litter blew about under the fans of the flyer. Fassin hadn't thought there was still such a thing as litter. Boogie Town was much as he remembered it. They hit the lows, looking for highs. They trawled the bowl bars and narktail parlours, coming up with a brimming catch of buzz and girls. Fassin, meanwhile, trying to edge Sal in a certain bar's direction, while Sal, vaguely recalling this wasn't supposed to be just fun, but also a way of getting his old pal Fass to open up with more potentially useful and lucrative details about whatever the fuck was going on, tried to get his old-new best buddy to move in a certain informational direction, but without much success, and anyway with decreasing amounts of concern and an increasing feeling of, oh, who gives a fuck. Fassin, too, was getting frustrated, still angling for one more move and one particular streetlet, one particular bar. But they were here now in this diamond-walled emporium called the Narcoteria, where the sleaze was so coolly glitz it almost hurt, surrounded by people who hadn't seen Sal in so long. I just had to keep him where he was. Don't you dare go away, you wicked man, you. And this is your friend? Where have you been keeping him? Can I sit here? Me too, me too. So eventually he had to stumble away and make a call in a private public booth, and then head for the toilet, where he threw up in a thin, burning stream all the alcohol he'd drunk since the last time he'd been to the loo, over the hole so it looked and sounded authentic.
then wash his face and rejoin the drunken, stoned-out fray of breath-catching loveliness, waiting for the right girl, the one all this had been about, all of it. Asking to go to Sal's in the first place, then getting him drunk, and seeming to get drunk himself, which he was, but not that drunk, and then dropping hints about Boogie Town, all so that he could get away, and get here, and see this one particular girl, who finally appeared nearly an hour later when he was just starting to despair, but there she was, perfect and calm and quietly beautiful as ever, though looking quite different again, with white gold hair swinging heavy as the real 24-carat article about her near triangular face, chin just made for holding, strawberry bruised lips for kissing, tiny little nose for nuzzling, cheeks for stroking, eyes for gazing into, depths, depths, brows for licking, forehead for licking too, licking dry of sex sweat after, just too strenuous a session. Iain Liss, the one real love of his life, his controlling passion. Older again, but not as old as she should be. Looking different, living different, being different, called different. Called Co now, and that was all, not Iain Liss. But she would always be Iain Liss to him. No need to say her real name. A lot of what passed between them wasn't said anyway. Dressed in salary girl clothes, nothing special, revealing, or provocative. Nevertheless, she held out her hand. Nearby, surrounded by, actually nearly drowning in, utter human female and super-stimulus hyperpulchritude lovelinescence, even Sal looked impressed. "Fast, you dog!" Iain Liss was still holding out her hand. Back in Sal's flyer, Sal was in the front, being grievously attended to by the infamous cigarette twins, moaning. Fassin and Iain in the back seat, utterly happy to appear so archetypical. They kissed for a long time, then, looking round, shrugging at the front seat antics, the flyer at this point not really going anywhere, circling in a holding pattern, a clinching pattern, Iain Liss suggested. She rose up and straddled him, his hands up underneath the light dress she wore, fingers still kneading her back, as they continued to do once they were finally returned to the idiot Kihar house, poised over the column of water, just as Iain pointed out she was poised over his column. This aloud, for the benefit of anybody listening. They both laughed, not too loudly, he hoped. Meanwhile, she kept the dress on still, even in the heat of it, with his fingers pressing, kneading, moving above her arched spine, producing little half-pained gasps, until later, when they were finally just lying together under a thin sheet, she shucked off the dress, and he just held her. And this is what, over the course of those several hours, their fingers said, drawing and tapping out the private, effectively unbuggable code they had used for hundreds of years, since she first became his control, his link. "You still my connection." They were in the private booth deep inside the narcoteria, just kissing. She slid her hands between his jacket and shirt, knuckled back. "Yes, what you got for I? First, I major in ocula now. Got seconded. Why? 'Cause I find something in the famous Delph about the dollar list. You heard of? Vaguely. Second shift theory, he said. Secret hole network. Right, she sent back. Wormhole network. Yes, secret one. There was a pause. She kept on kissing him. Her finger said, "You're crazy." Walking to the flyer, hands up each other's jackets. All after what I find. E5 discon invades in 6 months to 1 year. They think beyond us with them. True? Complicated. Some are, some aren't. Emergency because of this. You started the fucking emergency? Yes, sorry. Summed fleet on way. Big bit ahead of E-ship. Here in 2 years, maybe. Used AI transmitted from summed fleet to tell us of all this. An AI? Yes. Hypocrites. Then in the flyer. What next for you? Delve soon again with Chief C.R. Gonserl, Earl Chevalty Colonel, and C.R. P.G.S. Yernvich. Try find rest of whatever was I find in first place. Straddled, stroke-ridden like that, they could talk too. How's that for you? She whispered. Oh,
That's very good. And you? As above. What did you find? Didn't know exactly. I no realize at time. All came out much later, when Geltic did analysis, something about this second ship and thing called a transform. Supposed to make rest of dweller list mean something. Geltic sent fleet to try find. No find. Fleet wrecked. She felt him pause, tense. She said, "What?" Allegedly, there's also why Beyonders wrecked portal. True? Don't know. I just a message girl. She paused. So you say not only you start this emergency, you caused last one too, and got portal destroyed. Yes. Guess I just accident prone. Fucking hell. Very good to see you again. Copy that. We should do this more often. Indeed, we should. Now, shh. But if so, and this known, why I not asked to delve and find more info for good guys earlier? No idea. All nonsense anyway, but they want I to look. So look. And what you mean, some Beyonders for E5 Discon, some not? Factions. Factions? You're giving I fucking factions. Really best you can do. Keep being passionate, cover slipping. He made passionate moves, uttered passionate sounds. In his bed, his hands at the small of her back. I go to Third Fury Moon 3 days' time. Oh. Oh? Kind of a rumor. I shouldn't even know. Maybe attack on Nazcaron moons. Nazcaron moons? Not Duntine. No, little moons. Can you get word? No attack on Third Fury Moon. No attack on any seers. I'll try. Try hard. Promise. Okay. If I do find anything on Nask, we'll get to you, not Makatoria. Okay. Good. How? Station a microsat midway between our sats, Equator 4 and Equator 5. I aim burst there. My old code and frequency still good? Think so. Take time to set up. Take a month to find anything. Probably 0 to find anyway. Have microsat able to receive from below too, in case I am Nazcaron. We'll pass on. A little later. Love you. You're crazy. True. Be more passionate. He pulled the sheet further over his Beyond a Girl. Cover slipping again. No, just be more passionate. 3. Nowhere left to fall. Uncle Slovius took him up on his shoulders. They were going to watch the bad machine being killed. He put his hands over Uncle Slovius's forehead and got him to crinkle it, which felt funny and made him squirm and wriggle and laugh, and meant Uncle Slovius had to hold his ankles tight to stop him falling off. Fast, stop wriggling. I'm fine, honest. He already knew you were supposed to say, I'm fine, or I am fine, but saying things like, I fine, was better, because it made adults smile and sometimes hug. Sometimes it made them put a hand on your head and make a mess of your hair, but never mind. They went through the port door. It was spring, and so that was the house they were in. He was big. He'd lived in all the houses except the summer house. That one came next. Then he would have lived in them all. Then you started again. That was how it worked. Uncle Slovius ducked as they went through the doorway so he didn't bash his head. Mind your head, he heard his dad say quietly somewhere behind him. His mum sighed. Oh, stop fussing, dear. He couldn't see his mum and dad because they were behind him and Uncle Slovius, but he could hear them. Look, I wasn't fussing. I was just, yes, you... He got that funny feeling in his tummy he got when Mum and Dad talked like that. He did a slap on Uncle Slovius's forehead and said, More about history, as they walked down to the flyer. Uncle Slovius laughed. The shake came up through Uncle Slovius's shoulders into his bottom and whole body. My, we are a keen student. One word for it, his mother said. Oh, come on, his dad said. The boy's just inquisitive. Yes, you're right, his mum said. You could hear her breath through her words. My mistake. Pardon me for expressing an opinion. Oh, now look, I didn't mean more about Vern. Vern, Uncle Slovius said. I've got a Vern. I've got a big one that talks and climbs and swims and jumps or can walk into the water too. It's got a gun that shoots other toys, and I've got lots of little ones that just move. They've got guns too, but they're a bit small to see, but they can make each other fall over. I've nearly 100. I watch Attack Squad Verin all the time. My favourite is Captain Chunts, because he's clever. I like Commander Saptpanur too, and Corporal Crump, because he's funny. Jun and Yos both like Commander Saptpanur best. They're my friends. Do you watch Attack Squad Verin, Uncle Slovius?
Can't say I've ever caught it, Fass. Fassin frowned, thinking. He decided this probably meant no. Why didn't adults just say no when they meant no? They sat in the flyer. He had to come down off Uncle Slovius's shoulders, but he got to sit beside him in the front. He didn't even need to tell people he'd be sick if he sat in the back anymore. A servant sat on the other side of him. Great Uncle Firmenda was behind with two old ladies who were girlfriends. He was laughing, and they were too. His mum and dad were further back, talking quiet. His mum and dad were old, but Uncle Slovius was really old, and Great Uncle Firmenda was really, really old. The flyer went up into the air, and went through the air making a noise like the attack ship Avenger did in Attack Squad Verin. His model of the attack ship Avenger flew, but only in supervised areas outdoors, and shot guns and missiles and made the same noise. He'd wanted to bring it with him, but not been allowed, even after he'd shouted. He hadn't been allowed to bring any toys, no toys at all. He pulled at Uncle Slovius's sleeve. Tell me about the Verin. He tried to think what had made Uncle Slovius laugh. More about history. Uncle Slovius smiled.
The Verin are the Coalminers' bully boys, child, said Great Uncle Firmenda from the seat behind.
He was leaning over. His breath had that funny sweet smell like it usually did. Great Uncle Firmenda was fond of a drink. His voice was funny also sometimes, like all the words were sort of one big word.
I wouldn't fixate too enthusiastically on the scum that stole our species' birthright.
Steady now, Fim, Uncle Slovius said. He looked round at Great Uncle Firmenda, but looked first at the servant, except the servant didn't move or look back or anything. If the wrong person took you seriously, you might find yourself joining this rogue AI, He made a smile at Great Uncle Firmenda, who sat back again in the seat between the old lady girlfriends, and took a glass with a drink in it from a picnic tray.
Be an honour, he said in a quiet voice.
Uncle Slovius smiled down at Fass. The Verin went to Earth a long, long time ago, Fassin, before humans made spaceships, before they made sea ships, almost.
How long ago?
About 8,000 years ago.
4051 BCE,
Great Uncle Firmenda said, though only just loud enough to hear. Uncle Slovius didn't seem to hear. Fassin wasn't sure if Great Uncle Firmenda was disagreeing with Uncle Slovius or not. Fassin stored 4051 BCE away as an important number anyway. They met human people on Earth, Uncle Slovius said, and took them away with them on their ship to other stars and planets.
Kidnapping the Prims, Great Uncle Firmenda said. Sampling the Barbs with prejudice, eh?
He didn't sound like he was talking to him and Uncle Slovius. Fass didn't understand what Great Uncle Firmenda was saying anyway. The old lady girlfriends were laughing. Well, Uncle Slovius said with a small smile, who's to say whether humans were kidnapped or not? People in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia and China were too primitive to know what was going on. They probably thought the Verin were gods, so they might have gone with them without being kidnapped. And we don't even know that the Verin took whole people. Maybe they just took their cells.
Or babies, or fetuses, or excised a few thousand fertilized eggs,
Great Uncle Firmenda said. Then,
oh, thank you, my dear. Oops, steady there.
In any event, Uncle Slovius said, the Verin took some human people and put them down on planets far away from Earth. And the human people grew up with other people, and the Coalminer had the other people help the humans so that they became civilized quickly, and invented all the things humans back on Earth ever invented. But these human people on the other planets always knew they were part of a galactic community, Uncle Slovius looked at him with a question look on his face. Fass nodded quickly. He knew what a galactic community meant. Everybody else. Anyway, people on Earth kept on inventing things, and eventually invented wormholes and portals. The attack ship Avenger goes through wormholes and portals, he told Uncle Slovius. Of course, Uncle Slovius said. And so, when human people went out and met other alien people and joined their wormhole up with everybody else's wormhole, they found out that they weren't the first humans the alien people had met or had heard of, because the humans who had been taken away to the other planets by the Verin were already quite well known.
Remainder humans,
Great Uncle Firmenda said from the seat behind. His voice sounded funny,
like he might be going to burst out laughing or something. Uncle Slovius looked round at him for a short bit. Well, the terms don't matter too much, even if they might sound a little harsh sometimes.
Carefully chosen to keep us in our place, remind us we owe them either way, Great-Uncle Fymender said.
The Kulmina tell us that they had people look after Earth after the Verne took the humans away to the other stars. They made sure that nothing bad happened to Earth, like it being hit by a big rock. Great-Uncle Fymender made a sort of cough laugh.
Easy to claim.
Fass looked round at Great-Uncle Fymender. He sort of wanted Great-Uncle Fymender to be quiet so he could listen to Uncle Slovius, but sort of didn't, because the things Great-Uncle Fymender was saying, even if he didn't always understand all of them, seemed to be saying things about the things Uncle Slovius was saying. It was like they sort of agreed and didn't agree at the same time. Great-Uncle Fymender winked at him and gestured towards Uncle Slovius with his glass.
No, listen.
So, people from Earth got into the stars at last and found that there were aliens everywhere, Uncle Slovius told him, and some of them were us. He smiled a broad smile.
And there were a lot more of the alien humans than there were of the ones who thought they were humanity,
Great-Uncle Fymender said. It sounded like he was sneering. Uncle Slovius sighed and looked ahead. The flyer was flying over mountains with snow on them. In front was a big bit of desert like a circle. Uncle Slovius shook his head and didn't seem to want to say anything, but Great-Uncle Fymender did, so Fass turned round in his seat and listened to him.
And they were more technically advanced, these so-called A-humans, advanced but cowed. Servant species just like everybody else. While all Earth's dreams of wild expansion were made to look like so much belly gas. The answer to where is everybody turned out to be everywhere. But the stake at the galactic poker game is a wormhole, and so we had to fund our own and bring that to the table. Then discover that everywhere really meant everywhere, and every damn thing you could see and every damn thing you couldn't belonged to some bugger. Every rock, every planet, moon and star, every comet, dust cloud and dwarf, even the bloody null foam of space itself was somebody's home. Land on some godforsaken cinder, pull out a shovel, thinking you could dig something, build something, or make something of it, and next thing you know, an alien with two heads was poking both of them out of a burrow and telling you to fuck off, or pointing a gun at you, or a writ. Ha! Worse still.
He'd never heard Great-Uncle Fymender talk so much. He wasn't sure that Great-Uncle Fymender was really talking to Uncle Slovius, or to him, or even to his two old lady girlfriends, because he wasn't looking at any of them. He was looking at the picnic table, hinged down from the seat in front, maybe looking at the glass and the decanter bottle on it, and looking sad. The two old lady girlfriends patted him, and one smoothed his hair, which was very black indeed, but still looked old.
Prepping, they call it, he said,
maybe to himself, or maybe to the picnic table.
Bloody kidnapping, he snorted, putting people in their place, holding them there, letting us build our dreams, then puncturing them.
He shook his head and drank from his shiny glass.
Prepping?
Fass asked, to make sure he had the word right.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's something that's gone on for as long as anybody can remember, Uncle Slovius said. He sounded gentle, and Fass wasn't sure if Uncle Slovius was talking to him or to Great-Uncle Fymender. He sort of half-listened while he pulled out one of the flyer's screens. If he'd been allowed to bring any toys, he'd definitely have brought his bot pal and just asked, but now these damn adults were making him use a screen. He stared at the letters and numbers and things. Uncle Slovius and Great-Uncle Fymender were still talking. He didn't want to have to talk. He wanted to tap in like adults did. He tried a few buttons. After a while, he got a lots of books symbol with a big kid standing next to it and an ear symbol. The big kid looked scruffy and was holding a drug bowl, and his head was surrounded with lines and little moving satellites and flying birds. Oh well. Prepping, he said, but pressed text. The screen said, Prepping. A very long established practice, used lately by the Colmena amongst others, is to take a few examples of a pre-civilized species from their homeworld, usually in clonoclastic or embryonic form, and make them subject species, stroke slaves, stroke mercenaries, stroke mentored, so that when the people from their homeworld finally assume the galactic stage, they are not the most civilized stroke advanced of their kind. Often, they're not even the most numerous grouping of their kind. Species so treated are expected to feel an obligation to their so-called mentors, who will also generally claim to have diverted comets or otherwise prevented catastrophes in the interim, whether they have or not. This practice has been banned in the past when pan-galactic laws, see Galactic Council, have been upheld but tends to reappear in less civilized times. Practice variously referred to as prepping, lifting, or aggressive mentoring. Local relevant terminology, a-human and R-human, advanced and remainder human. And that was just the start. He scratched his head. Too many long words, and this wasn't even an adultpedia. Maybe he should have found the not-so-big kids site. They were landing. Wow, he hadn't even noticed they were near the ground. The desert was covered with flyers of different sizes, and there were lots in the air too, and lots of people. They got out and walked across the sand, though a lot of people stayed in their flyers. He got to go on Uncle Slovius's shoulders again. Away in the distance, in the centre of a big circle, was a tower with a big blob on top, and that was where the bad machine was, which had been found hiding in a cave in the mountains and caught by the Caesoria. The Caesoria and the Lustrals caught bad machines. He tried watching Lustral Patrol a few times, but it was too much for old people with talk and kissing. The bad machine in the blob on top of the big tower was allowed to make a speech, but it was too full of long words. He was getting bored, and it was very hot. No toys. Uncle Slovius said shush at him twice. He sort of tried to pretend strangle Uncle Slovius with his thighs and knees to get back at him for going shush twice, but Uncle Slovius didn't seem to notice. Mum and Dad were still talking quietly, rolling their eyes and shaking their heads at each other as usual. Great-Uncle Fymender and the two old lady girlfriends had stayed in the flyer. Then, Lustrals in a flyer, humans and a whool like a big grey bat, said things. Then at last it was time, and the bad machine was killed. But even that wasn't very good. The blob on top of the tower just went red and made lots of smoke, and then there was a big bright flash, but not that big or bright, and then there was a bang and bits fell down with smoke and some people cheered, but mostly there was silence, just the bang being an echo round the mountains. When they got back to the flyer, Great-Uncle Fymender had very red eyes and said, in his opinion, they had just seen a terrible crime committed.
Ah, young Turk. Now then, what is this nonsense about not being able to delve properly, by which of course one means remotely?
Bram Ganskarel, chief seer of Sept Tonderon, and therefore the most senior seer of all, and Facid's future paterfamilias-in-law, was tall and thin and maned in white hair. He looked younger than he was, but then he was nearly 1,700 years old by the most obvious way of reckoning such matters. He had a sharp, angular face with a large nose. His skin was pale, waxy and translucent, and his fingers and hands were long and fragile-seeming. He habitually walked and stood with his head back and chest out, as though he had long ago vowed not to appear stooped as he grew into great old age, and had gone too far in the other direction. This curious stance meant that his head was angled so far back on his neck that he had no choice but to look down his splendidly monumental nose at those he talked with, to, or at. He held two long shining black staffs, as though just returned from, or about to set off for, some particularly fashionable ski slopes. With his long bunned white hair, pale complexion and simple but elegantly cut seer robes, black puttees, pantaloons and long jacket, he contrived to look appealingly frail, sweetly elderly, breathtakingly distinguished, and only a little less authoritative than a supreme deity. He swept into the senior officers' mess of the heavy cruiser Pyralis, in a clatter of clicks from his twin staffs and boot heels, attended by a pale train of half a dozen junior seers, half of them men, half of them women, all of them greyly deferential, and, bringing up the rear, the gangly, smiling form of Pags Yunvich, a seer whom Facin had helped teach, but who, having spent less time subsequently in the slowness of actual delving than Facin had, was now older in both adjusted time and appearance. "Chief Seer," Facin said, standing and executing a formal nod that just avoided being a bow. The heavy cruiser was taking their party to Third Fury, the close-orbit moon of Nascaron, from which they would delve, either all remotely, or, if Facin had his way, through a combination of remote and direct presences. Bram Ganskarel had insisted that his years and frailty made a high-G journey to the moon out of the question, e-suits, life pods and shock gel notwithstanding, and so the ship was making a gentle standard 1G, creating what felt like about twice Glantine's gravity, and a fraction less than Sepecta's. Even this standard G, Bram Ganskerel let it be known, necessitated that he use both his staffs to support himself. This was, however, in the current grave circumstances, a sacrifice he felt it was only right and proper and indeed required that he make. Fassin thought it made him look like a stilter, like a whool.
"Well,"
the chief seer demanded, stopping in front of Fassin.
"Why can't you remote delve, Fassin? What's wrong with you?"
"Fear, sir," Fassin told him.
"Fear?"
Bram Ganskerel seemed to experiment with putting his head even further back than it already was, found it was possible, and left it there. "Fear of being shown up by you, sir, as a merely competent slow seer." Bram Ganskerel half closed one eye. He looked at Fassin for a while.
"You're mocking me, Fassin."
Fassin smiled. "I delve better direct, Bram. You know that."
"I do,"
Ganskerel said. He turned with a sort of staccato grace and let himself flop into the couch where Fassin had been sitting, watching screen news. Fassin sat too. Pags perched on one arm of the next nearest couch, and the rest of Bram Ganskerel's retinue sighted themselves nearby, according to some arcane pecking order. Fassin nodded at Pags. "Sir Yunvich," he said with a smile and a formality he hoped Pags wouldn't take seriously. Pags grinned. "Good to see you, Fas." That was all right, then.
"However, we must do this together, I believe,"
Bram Ganskerel said, looking ahead at the wall screen where the news went silently on. The funerals were taking place of some more of the Navarchy people who'd died in the attack on the dock habitat at Sepecta's trailing Lagrange. Ganskerel had let one of his twin staffs rest on the couch beside him, but still held the other. He waved it at the screen, and it obligingly went back to being a bulkhead again. The heavy cruiser's senior officers' mess was a large space, but much broken up by vertical columns and diagonal reinforcing struts. Like the rest of the vessel, it was quite comfortable by human standards, though Colonel Hatherans had had to be content with a cabin that was extremely cramped for an Urelaith. She had been offered passage on an escorting cruiser with more suitable accommodation, but had declined. "We can be together," Fassin said. "You and Pags remotely, the Colonel and I directly. That way we're backed up, so if anything happens to either group—"
"Ah," Ganskerel said. "You see, young Tack, this is the point. If we are all on Third Fury, with this fine vessel and its escort craft to protect us, we shall all be safe. You wish to take a tiny gas craft into the unending violence of the planet's atmosphere. A dangerous enterprise at the best of times. In wartime, positively foolhardy."
"Bram, the old portal was protected by an entire fleet, and it still got blasted. Third Fury might move, but it moves very predictably. If somebody did want to attack it, they could accelerate a small rock to just under light speed and send it on an intercept course. If that happens, the only way a heavy cruiser is going to help is if by some 1,000,000 to 1 chance it happens to be in the way at the time and takes the hit itself. As nobody's going to surround the entire moon with a shell of ships, I think it's unwise to rely on a few warcraft to protect us from something there's almost no defense against." "Why would anybody target a moonlet like Third Fury?" Pags asked.
"Indeed,"
Ganskerel said, as though he'd been just about to ask that very question. "No good reason," Fassin said. "But then a lot of places there's been no good reason to hit have been getting attacked recently."
"This might well include Nascaron itself,"
Ganskerel pointed out, "which can absorb a lot more punishment than Third Fury.
You might still be targeted."
"If I'm in there in a gas craft, even with Colonel Hatherans riding shotgun, I should be effectively untraceable," Fassin told them.
"Unless,"
Pag said,
"she's supposed to be in constant touch with her superiors. And that might be the real reason we are all expected to stay together on Third Fury, delving remotely," Ganskerel said, sighing.
He looked at Fassin.
"Control, or at least the illusion of it. Our masters are fully aware how important this mission is, even if they think themselves for the moment above explaining its precise nature to all who need to know. They are naturally terrified that if it goes wrong, some of the blame will stick to them. Really, it is all up to us, a bunch of academics they've never particularly cared about or for, even though—"
Ganskerel looked round the assembled junior seers.
"Being a centre of dweller studies represents the only thing which makes Alubis in any way remarkable."
He directed his gaze on Fassin again.
There is very little they can do. Therefore, they will attend with extreme diligence to what trivial matters they are able to effect. With us all apparently safe on Third Fury, protected by a small fleet of warships, they will feel they are doing all they can to assist us. If they let you go down into Nascaron and something does go wrong, they will be blamed. In that, they are right.
It won't work, Bram.
I think we have to try, the older man said. Look.
He patted Fassin's arm. Fassin was dressed in his Shrievalty Major's uniform and feeling awkward amidst fellow seers.
Have you tried remote delving recently?
Not for a long time, Fassin admitted.
It's changed,
Pag said, nodding.
It's much more lifelike, if you know what I mean, more convincing.
Pags smiled.
There have been a lot of improvements over the last couple of centuries, largely thanks to the real delving movement, frankly.
Oh, Pags, flattery? Fassin thought. Gansgarel patted his arm again.
Just try it, will you, Fassin? Will you do that for me?
Fassin didn't want to say yes immediately. This is all beside the point, he thought. Even if I didn't know there was a potential threat to Third Fury, the argument that matters is that the dwellers we need to talk to just won't take us seriously if we turn up in remotes. It's about respect, about us taking risks, sharing their world with them, really being there. But he mustn't seem intransigent. Keep some arguments back, always have reserves. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Very well, I'll do that, but only as a trial delve. A day or two. That'll be enough to feel any difference. Then we have to make a final decision. Gansgarel smiled. They all did. They had a very pleasant dinner with the senior officers of the small fleet, taking them to Third Fury. Fassin got Gansgarel alone at one point. Chief Seer, he said, I will do this remote delve, but if I feel it's not good enough, I'm going to have to insist on going direct. He gave Gansgarel space to say something, but the old man just looked him in the eye, head thrown back. I do have authority, Fassin continued, from the briefing, from Admiral Quile and the Complector Council. I realize it's been compromised by people in system coming to their own conclusions about the best way to tackle this problem, but if I think I need to, I'll go as high and wide as I can to get my way. Gansgarel thought for a while, then smiled.
Do you think this delve, or delves, this mission, will be successful?
No, Chief Seer.
Neither do I. However, we must make the attempt and do all we can to make it successful, even so, and even though failure is probably guaranteed. We must be seen to do what we can, attempt not to offend those above us, and aim to protect the good name and the future prospects of the slow seers in general. These things we can definitely do. You agree?
So far, yes.
If you genuinely believe that you must delve directly, I shall not stand in your way. I shall not back you, either, because to do that in my position would be to tie myself too directly to a course of action I still regard as fundamentally foolhardy. In any other set of circumstances, I would simply order you to do as your most senior chief seer tells you to do. However, you have been instructed from on high, from extremely on high, Fassin Tak, and that does alter things somewhat. However, try this remote delve. You might be surprised. Then make your own mind up. I won't stand in your way. The responsibility will be entirely yours. You have my full support in that.
With a wink, Gansgarel turned away to talk to the heavy cruiser's captain. Fassin reflected that being given full support had never felt so much like being hung out to dry. The Pyralis blazed with its own trailed aurora as it entered the protective magnetombra of Third Fury, a little 20-kilometre-wide ball of rock and metal orbiting just 120,000 kilometres above Nascaron's livid cloud tops. The gas giant filled the sky, so close that its rotund bulk took on the appearance of a vast wall, its belts and zones of tearing, swirling, ever-eddying clouds looking like colossal contra-rotating planet-wide streams of madly coloured liquid caught whirling past each other under perfectly transparent ice. Third Fury had no appreciable atmosphere, and only the vaguest suggestion of gravity. The heavy cruiser could almost have docked directly with the Sear Base complex on the side of the little moon, which always faced Nascaron. However, a troop landing craft took them from one to the other. The Piralis lay a few kilometres off, effectively another temporary satellite of the gas giant. Its escort of 2 light cruisers and 4 destroyers took up station a few tens of kilometres further out, in a complicated cat's cradle of nested orbits around the moon. Slim, slow shadow shapes, only glimpsed when they passed in front of the planet's banded face. Third Fury had been constructed, or converted, from an already existing moonlet, billions of years earlier, by one of the first species to pay homage at the court of the Nascaron dwellers. Given that dwellers were the most widespread of the planet-based species of the galaxy, with a presence in almost all gas giants, themselves the most common type of planets, the fact that out of those 90 million-plus dweller-inhabited superglobes, there were exactly 8 with populations willing to play host to those wishing to carry on more than the most fleeting conversation with their inhabitants, spoke volumes, indeed, appropriately, libraries, about their almost utter lack of interest in the day-to-day life of the rest of the galactic community. It was, though, only almost utter. The dwellers were not perfectly anything, including reclusive. They sought, gathered, and stored vast quantities of information, albeit with no discernible logical system involved in the acquisition or the storage, and when quizzed on the matter, seemed not only completely unable to present any obvious or even obscure rationale for this effectively mindless accumulation of data, but even genuinely puzzled that the question should be asked at all. There had also, throughout recorded time, even discounting the notoriously unreliable records kept on such matters by the dwellers themselves, always been a few of their populations available for discourse and informational trading, though this was invariably only granted on the eccentric and capricious terms of the dwellers. Since the end of the first Diasporian age, when the galaxy and the universe were both around 2.5 billion years old, there had never been no working centres of dweller studies. But in the following 10.5 billion years, there had never been more than 10 such centres operating at any one time either. Acceptable companions came and went. The dwellers were of the slow, the category of species that stuck around in a civilized form for at least millions of years. The people they let come and visit them and talk to them and with whom they were prepared to trade information were usually numbered amongst the quick, the kind of species that often counted its time as a civilized entity in tens of thousands of years, and sometimes not even that long. The dwellers would tolerate and talk to other slow species as well, though normally on a less regular and frequent basis. The suspicion was that the dwellers, for all their fabled patience, no species colonized the galaxy at speeds averaging less than 1% of the speed of light, not counting stopovers, unless it was supremely patient, could get bored with a species that came to talk to them, and by selecting only those numbered amongst the quick, they ensured that they would never have to endure for too long a time the attentions of people they only looked forward to seeing the back of. Just wait a bit, and in a twinkling of an eye, by dweller standards, their troublesome guests would evolve out of nuisancehood. For the last 1,600 years or so, barely half a dweller eye-twinkling, humans had been adjudged as acceptable confidants for the dwellers of Nascaron in the system of Alubis, their presence mostly tolerated, their company usually accepted, their safety almost always guaranteed, and their attempts to talk to the dwellers and mine their vast but defiantly imaginatively organized and indexed data shales met with only the most formal of obstructiveness, the lighter forms of derision, and the least determinedly obfuscatory strategies. That such playful coynesses, such nearly too small to measure diffidences, and such gentle, barely meriting the name, hindrances, appeared to the humans concerned to be obstacles of monumental scale, hideous complexity, and inexhaustibly fiendish invention, just went to show who'd been doing this for most of the lifetime of the universe, and who for less than 2,000 years. Other approaches had, of course, been tried. Bribing creatures who found the concept of money merely amusing tended to tax even the most enterprising and talented arbitrageur. The dwellers clove to a system in which power was distributed, well, more or less randomly, it sometimes seemed, and authority and influence depended almost entirely on one's age. Little leverage there. Alternatively, every now and again, a species would attempt to take by force of arms what those involved in dweller studies attempted to wrest from the dwellers by polite but dogged inquiry. Force, it had been discovered, independently, amazingly often, did not really work with dwellers. They felt no pain, held their own continued survival, and that of others given the slightest provocation, to be of relatively little consequence, and seemed to embody apparently at the cellular level the belief that all that really mattered, ever, was a value unique to themselves which they defined as a particular kind of kudos, one of whose guiding principles appeared to be that if any outside influence attempted to mess with them, they had to resist it to the last breath in the bodies of all concerned, regardless. Dwellers were almost everywhere, and had been there practically forever. They had learned a few things about making war over that time, and while their war machines were believed to be as customarily unreliable and eccentrically designed, built and maintained as every other piece of technology they deigned to involve themselves with, that didn't mean they weren't deadly, usually for all concerned, and within a disconcertingly large volume. Other species had prevailed against dwellers on occasion. Entire planetary populations of them had been wiped out, and whole gas giants dismantled to provide the raw material for one of those monstrous megastructure projects that quick species in particular seemed so keen on building, apparently just because they could. But the long-term results were, to date, inevitably unhappy. Picking a fight with a species as widespread, long-lived, irascible, and, when it suited them, single-minded as the dwellers, too often meant that just when, or even geological ages after when, you thought that the dust had long since settled, bygones were bygones, and any unfortunate disputes were all ancient history, a small planet appeared without warning in your home system, accompanied by a fleet of moons, themselves surrounded with multitudes of asteroid-sized chunks, each of those riding cocooned in a fuzzy shell made up of untold numbers of decently hefty rocks, every one of them travelling surrounded by a large landslide's worth of still smaller rocks and pebbles. The whole ghastly collection travelling at so close to the speed of light that the amount of warning, even an especially wary and observant species, would have generally amounted to just about sufficient time to gasp the local equivalent of "what the fu" before they disappeared in an impressive, if wasteful, blaze of radiation. Retaliation, where it was still possible, and on the few occasions it had been tried, led without fail towards a horribly messy war of attrition, whereupon the realization of the sheer scale of the dweller civilization, if one could even call it that, and its past, and therefore probably future, longevity, more often than not, had a sobering effect on whatever species had been unwise enough to set themselves against the dwellers in the first place. Attempting to hold your local dweller population hostage in the hope of influencing another one, or a group of others, was an almost laughably lame and even counterproductive strategy. Dwellers of any given gas giant thought little enough of their own collective safety. Giving them an excuse to show how little solidarity they felt with any other group of their own kind only led to events of particular and spectacular grisliness, for all that the genetic and cultural variation between dweller populations was much less than that displayed by any other galaxy-wide grouping. The long arrived-at consensus, particularly amongst those still nursing civilizational bruises from earlier encounters with what was arguably one of the galaxy's most successful species, or those were the images of what had happened to others still fresh in their databanks, was that, on balance, it was best just to leave the dwellers alone. Left to themselves, the dwellers disturbed nobody, except occasionally themselves, and those who thought too deeply about what they really represented. Their history, after all, like that of the galaxy as a whole, was one of almost, but not quite, uninterrupted peace and tranquility. Billions and billions of years of thankfully nothing much happening at all. In over 10 billion years of civilization, there had been only 3 major chaoses, and the number of genuine galaxy-spanning wars didn't even make it into double figures, in base 8. That was a record that the dwellers seemed to feel everybody concerned ought to feel mildly proud of, especially themselves.
Welcome all. Chief Seer, good to see you. Seer Tak, Seer Yernwich, young friends. And this must be Colonel Hatherans. Pleased to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
Dwelbay, the bald, nearly spherical major domo of the Third Fury shared facility, greeted them in the transit hall as the military troop carrier disengaged and turned back towards the Piralis. A couple of the youngest seers, who had patently never encountered the positively ball-like form of Dwelbay before, stared. It was, as a rule, at such moments that comparisons regarding the similarity in shape of Third Fury and the major domo of its shared facility came to mind. Happily, on this occasion, if they were thought, they went unvoiced. Servants took charge of luggage pallets. Hatherans shooed away retainers who offered to help her manoeuvre in the relatively confined space. The dome-like hall, like the rest of the mostly underground facility, had been rebuilt on a human scale since the departure of the last species to be granted seer status, with little spatial concession to other, effectively larger species. Colonel Hatherence was happy to float where she could without assistance, thank you, using trim vanes on the outside of her discus of e-suit to propel her from place to place.
Ah, Bram Ganskerel announced loudly, bouncing along the hall's floor in long floating strides, idly fending himself off the ceiling above with casual prods of one staff like some strangely graceful, if inverted, pole vaulter.
That's better. One rarely appreciates gravity so much as when faced with so little of it. Eh, Twelby?
The major domo smiled broadly, even though Fassin knew he must have heard the old man say this a dozen times or more. The retinue of junior seers apparently hadn't, and gave every impression of being barely able to contain their hearty guffaws within their aching sides. The 3 double discs soared above a great curved canyon of cloud sliced deep within what looked like a convex bank of blood-red snow, 100 kilometers high. Much further above, a sky of rushing yellow streamers afforded brief glimpses of a wanly cerise sky, dotted with the spike points of stars, and occasionally a single, visibly sky-crossing moon like a soft brown snowball. The formation of flying machines curved across towards the blood-red bank of vapour and disappeared into it. Senses shifted. He felt himself reaching out with a slick effortlessness into mag and rad, gravgrad and radio, pulling in a composite picture of his environment, thousands of kilometres in diameter and hundreds deep, placing him with pin-sharp clarity in a great reticulated accumulation of magnetic fields, radiation and gravitational gradient, all overlaid on the wide-light image still available and the jelly-like ghost vista of soundscape. Still taking the lead from Pags, leading the trio, they dived towards a sharp thermocline, coming into view a dozen clicks down. They flew out into a wide bubble of relative sight clarity, then into a squall of water snow. They dived deeper, through a band of pressure and temperature where water rain fell, pattering hard against the skins of their whirling double discs, then on down into even wide light darkness, down to the warm hydrogen slush where the discs floated like giant double-cone yo-yos, bobbing, steaming, flickering signals to each other.
So, what do you think, young Tuck? Good to be home?
A fascinating experience, Fassin agreed. Where what? He double-checked his internal navigation instrumentation. 2 equatorial sats along and a band up? Now, Fass, Pags began. So, if I do this, Fassin said, and lunged his double disc towards Pags's. Pags had guessed what was coming and already started to move away, flinching backwards and up. Fassin's machine seemed to dart towards the other seer's remote craft, then draw back, stopping just short of where Pags's machine had been. You've got just enough time to get out of the way, Fassin pointed out reasonably.
Seer Tuck,
Bram Ganskerel began. Whereas, if I did something similar on the far side of the planet, Fassin continued, at the far end of a whole chain of sats, the best part of a full light second away, even without any processing delays, we might both now be listening to our remotes telling us that, at best, I just voided their warranties.
Fassin,
Ganskerel sent with a sigh.
I think we're all aware of the speed of light and the diameter of the planet, and these remotes are anyway not completely stupid or unprotected. They have an extremely sophisticated collision avoidance system built into them, one we had to clear specifically with your friends in the Shrivalti to have built in. It's so close to being clever.
But if a dweller points a laser at you for fun, Fassin asked, just to see if you'll flinch, what good is any collision avoidance system to you then?
Perhaps, Ganskerel suggested mellowly, one ought not to mix with the kind of dweller who would be likely to act in such a manner in the first place.
Except they're the ones that are most likely to share interesting stuff with you, old man. Not the desiccated, harmless, but clueless pixie brains you tend to spend your time flattering, Fassin thought. He was fairly certain that it was just a thought. People always worried that in theory, in VR, you might say something you only meant to think. But he wasn't so rusty in the techniques of remote delving that he was truly concerned. It might, anyway, even do Bram Ganskerel some good to hear a few politely unspeakable things now and again. Perhaps, indeed, Chief Seer, was all he said.
Let's step up, shall we?
They returned to the reality of a remote send suite buried deep in the Third Fury facility, blinking in the light as technicians helped to unclip them from the couches, pushing themselves forward to clear the half-domes of the NMR assemblages, handing back earpieces and simple black velvet blindfolds, flexing and stretching, as though they'd been under for a genuinely long delve rather than a mere hour or so at a 1-to-1 time ratio. Pags worked his fingers, undoing the last couple of soft tabs that connected him to the thin pneumo-tubes, which had both sensed his movements and would have prevented him from throwing himself right off the couch in the event that he'd performed any especially energetic actions. Ganskerel lay with his eyes closed, breathing deeply and letting the technicians detach him from the machinery. Pags glanced over. "Are we convincing you at all, Fass?" "You're convincing me it's even easier to remote delve these days than it used to be." Fassin levered himself from the couch with a steady application of force from one small finger and let himself float very gently towards the floor. "I would have taken your word for it."
"So, you've only got 1/3 of the volumes concerned, young tack," Ganskerel said.
Fassin was giving a very private briefing in an engineering store off the secondary ship hangar. Ganskerel had wanted it conducted in his quarters, but there wasn't a way of squeezing the colonel in there. Present were Fassin, Ganskerel, Pags, and Colonel Hatherance. Fassin wanted them each to know as much as he did, or at least as much as he thought they ought to know, about what he had found on his long-ago delve, and what they would be looking for on the one they were hoping to begin the following day. "Yes," he said. "I traded some high-definition images of Earth, 20th century European, expressionist paintings for, amongst a lot of other stuff, what was catalogued as a tri-translated text of a pre-Third Chaos Luton Cledar epic poem, a private, unpublished work by, or perhaps commissioned by, a doge of the enigmatics. It was all double encrypted and compressed, but it was known to be in 3 volumes. I got 3 volumes from Valsir, only, as it turned out years later when it was finally demangled by the Celtic, what I'd been given wasn't volumes 1, 2, and 3, it was volume 1 3 times over in 3 separate languages, and it wasn't by an enigmatic doge either. One of the volumes was in a previously known but untranslatable penumbral language from the time of the Summation. When the translation was made, it acted as a Rosetta, gave the key to a lot of other stuff, and that sidetracked everybody for a while. Then some pin-eyed Celtic scholar spotted a note at the end, buried in the appendices, in a crude but related slang language, obviously added later, but not much later, that basically said the whole thing had been written during the long crossing of the second ship by an outcast dweller skilled in the penumbral language, and that, yes, of course, there was a dweller list. They, the ship or its crew, had the key to it, and it would be included in volume 2 or 3 of this epic poem. It was also, of course, in the ship, and the ship was heading for the Zateki system. That's why the Celtic sent an expedition straight there as soon as they had the translation. "Why not come here to Ascaron, where they might have found the 3rd volume?" Pags asked, smiling. "Because the Shrivalti hadn't told them where the data had come from. Whether this was oversight or deliberate, we haven't been told. The Celtic may have guessed it was from a Dweller Studies Centre, but they couldn't be sure whether it was or not, and if so, which one. They probably did start making inquiries, but they didn't want to alert anybody else to the importance of what they had. Don't forget, the information had been copied and recopied. It was lying about in data reservoirs all over the civilized galaxy. Quite possibly, people had even already translated and read the main text, but just hadn't got round to the appendices, where the all-important note was. The slightest hint that there was anything of strategic interest in that tranche, and everybody else would have dusted it off, read it, and bang, the Celtic would have lost their edge. So they fueled and tooled, and set sail for Zateki instead.
"This could all be a hoax, you know,"
Ganskerel said, snorting. He adjusted his robes, frowning deeply.
"I do believe I detect the laboured and tortuous signature of Dweller humour here. This could just be a joke at the expense of anyone foolish enough to fall for it."
"It could indeed, sir," Fassin agreed. "But we have our orders, and we have to make the effort, just in case it is all true."
"So, we are looking for the remaining 2 volumes of this, what is it called exactly?"
Colonel Hatherance asked. "Best translation," Fassin said, "is the Algebraist. It's all about mathematics, navigation as a metaphor, duty, love, longing, honour, long voyages home, all that stuff."
"And what is or was this long crossing?" Ganskerel asked irascibly. "I haven't heard of it."
"The voyage back home from what humans used to call the Triangulum Nebula," Fassin said with a small smile.
"Well,"
Ganskerel said, frowning once more,
"we're not really much further forward, are we? And what, pray, do we call the Triangulum Nebula now, Sir Tark?"
We call it the Lost Souls 2 Galaxy, Chief Seer. The crossing was called the Long Crossing because it took 30 million years. The outward journey allegedly took almost no time because it was conducted through an intergalactic wormhole, the portal location of which is amongst those included in the dweller list. Hervil Abseil, master technician of the Third Fury shared facility, ran the ultrasonic handheld over the gascraft's starboard nacelle one more time, smiling with some satisfaction at the smooth line on the screen. Above his head, one of the shared facility's dropships stood on extended legs, a squat lifting body shape, hold doors open. To one side, the main hangar's transparent dome showed a vast darkness, fitfully illuminated by long lightning flashes like sheets of tipped diamond catching the light of a dim blue sun. "Checking for scrits, Hervil?" Fassin asked, approaching by bounce along the fused rock floor. Abseil grinned at the sound of Fassin's voice, but watched the handheld screen until he got to the end of the scene he was inspecting. He switched the machine off and turned to Fassin. "Just the standard varieties detected so far, Sea-Attack." Scrits were the almost certainly mythical creatures which dwellers blamed when anything went badly wrong anywhere in their vicinity. The humans who had lately taken up the baton of dweller studies had adopted early on the idea of scrits to account for the high degree of malfunctions any interaction with, or indeed near, the dwellers seemed to involve. It was either that, or accept that the dwellers' endemic technological carelessness and congenital lack of enthusiasm for keeping machinery in reliably working order was somehow contagious. Fassin patted the dark flank of the fat arrowhead-shaped gascraft. This was his own machine, designed specifically for and partly by Fassin himself. It was about 5 meters long, 4 across the beam if you included the outboard maneuvering nacelles, and a little under 2 meters in height. Its smooth form was broken only by the shut lines of its various manipulators and maneuvering impellers, a few sensor bulges, and the rear power assembly, vanes currently stowed. Fassin rubbed his hand over its port fintail. "All prepped and ready, Herv?" "Entirely," Abseil said. He was Nubianly black, slim but muscled, sleekly bald. Only a few lines round his eyes made him look remotely as old as he was, which was very. Every year or so, before his annual depilatory treatment, he thought gene treatment too invasive, a white microstubble would start to appear on his scalp, giving his head the appearance of a bristling starfield. "And you?" he asked. "Oh, prepped and ready too," Fassin told him. He'd just come from the day's final briefing with the Dweller Current State people. It was their challenging brief to try and keep abreast of what was going on in the sheer and utter chaos that was Dweller society, and, as a sideline, keep track of where the major Dweller structures, institutions, and especially individuals of interest were at any given moment. The news was not good. A formal war was brewing between Zone 2 and Belt C. At least one long-term storm structure between Zone 1 and Belt D was collapsing, while 2 were building elsewhere, and the movements of IOIs recently had been particularly fluid. One might even say capricious. As for the whereabouts of Choal Valsea, well, nobody had seen anything of the fellow for centuries. Dwellers had always been hard to follow. In the past, people had tried setting drone remotes on individuals to keep tabs on them. However, Dwellers regarded this as a gross intrusion on their privacy and had an uncanny ability to spot and destroy any such platforms, micro-gascraft or bugs, no matter how small or clever they were. Dwellers also sulked. When people had the temerity to try anything so underhand, cooperation was withdrawn, sometimes over an entire population, sometimes for years. The slow seers of Nascaron had a pretty good relationship with the local dwellers. By Dweller studies standards, it was almost close, but only because the seers tried to interfere as little as possible with Dweller life. In return, the Dwellers were relatively cooperative and broadcast a daily update on the location of their most important cities, structures, and institutions. This 8-and-a-bit hourly bulletin was a byword for trustworthiness, almost a legend in Dweller studies, on occasion approaching accuracy rates of very nearly 90%. "Things fine with Sept Bantrabal?" Abseil asked. "All well. Slovius sends his regards." Fassin had talked to his uncle a few hours earlier, still trying to persuade him to leave the Autumn House. The time delay between Third Fury and Glantine made a normal conversation just about possible. He'd caught up with Jarl, too, on the other side of Glantine, at her Sept's spring house. Life appeared relatively normal back on Glantine, the new emergency affecting people there less than it seemed to on Sepecta. Abseil
flicked a roll screen from his sleeve and tapped a few patches. He looked casually up at the lifter ship poised above the little gas craft, ready to accept the smaller vessel inside its open hold and take it down to the gas giant's atmosphere. Fassin followed the master technician's gaze. He looked at a dark shape already hanging inside the cargo space, protruding downwards from it like a thick wheel. He frowned. "That looks a lot like Colonel Hatherans," he said. "Not many places she'll fit," muttered Abseil.
Eh?
A voice bellowed, then quieter.
My name?
"Oh, yes, that's me, Sir Tak. Major Tak, I should say.
Hello. Sorry, asleep. Well, you know one does. Thought I'd try out this space here for size. Fits very well, must say. I shall be able to be transported to the atmosphere of Nascaron most ably by this vessel, if needs be. Well, so I think. Think you so too, Master Technician?"
Abseil smiled broadly, revealing teeth as jet as his skin.
"I think so too, ma'am."
"Then we are agreed, then."
The giant hanging discus dropped fractionally from its mountings inside the delta-shaped transporter, so that it could turn and twist towards them.
"And so, Major Tak, how goes your attempt to persuade Chief Sir Bram Ganskerel that you ought to be allowed to delve directly?"
Fassin smiled. "It goes like a long-term delve, Colonel. Exceeding slow."
"A pity."
Abseil thumbed a patch on his roll screen, clicked the screen back into his sleeve, and nodded at the little gas craft.
"Well, she's ready. Want to put her up?"
he asked. "Why not?" It had become something of a tradition that Abseil and Fassin lifted the craft into the carrier. They stooped, took an end each, and, very slowly at first, hoisted the arrowhead into the space above, letting their feet lift off the floor at the end to slow it down. The gas craft weighed next to nothing in Third Fury's minuscule gravity, but it massed over 2 tons, and the laws regarding inertia and momentum still applied. They were carried 3 meters up inside the dropship's hold, towards the opened arms of the waiting gascraft cradle. The Colonel's e-suit took up the space of 2 of the little gascraft, but that still left room for another 5 in the dropship's hold. The arrowhead snicked into place alongside the tall discus that held Colonel Hatherans. Satisfied that the arrowhead was correctly fastened in, the 2 men let themselves fall back to the floor. The Colonel drifted down alongside them. Fassin looked up at the sleek lines of the gascraft. "How small it looks," he thought. "Tiny space to spend years in, decades in, even centuries." They landed. Abseil, more experienced, got his knee flex just right. Fassin bounced. The giant e-suit had to tilt to clear the carrier ship's opened hold doors, toppling, then coming upright again with a burr of vanes and a whoosh of air.
"I must say, I myself would prefer to enter the atmosphere directly. That is to say, in fact. Indeed, in reality," the Colonel shouted.
"Yes," Fassin said. "I would too, Colonel."
"Good luck in that,"
the Aerolith boomed.
"Thank you," Fassin said. "I suspect good luck will be necessary, if not sufficient."
A few hours later, he had just about enough time to reflect that it was bad luck which produced the opportunity they had both been looking for, before he had to flee for his life. The others persuaded him eventually. Faye, Songe, and Mome were all going. Why not him? Not nervous, surely. Maybe just too lazy? He wasn't nervous, or quite that lazy. He just wanted to stay back at the nest and bland with Kay, who was coming to the end of a tream, socked into a traumalizer and linked up subsal. She floated, lightly tethered, in the gentle stream blowing out of the air chair. Slim, graceful body, semi-fetal, arms waving, her long, end-tied chestnut hair blossoming above her like a cobra hood, wrapping over her head, then wafting back again. The NMR net was like a hand with 20-plus slim silver fingers grasping her head from the back. The subsal's transparent tube disappeared into a tiny neurotablet just behind her left earlobe. Kay's eyes moved languidly behind their lids, and her face seemed set in a smile. At this stage, coming out of a long tream, it was as though she had been diving in some abyssal depths and was now swimming slowly back in through a few kilometers of sunlit shallows. You could wade out to meet the person coming in without surrendering yourself to the whole paralucid chemical NMR holo-induced dream state. You could sort of snorkel with them while they still gilled, heading for the beach that was mundane reality. "Hey, Fass," she'd sent when he first dipped in to join her, slipping on a small NMR collar and becoming part of the slowly evaporating tream. She'd been away for a day and a half, a long one. You came to meet me. Thanks, Port. Have fun? He asked. More than fun. Guess where I've been? He sent a shrug. Faintest. I did a delve. I dreamed a delve like Sears do in the Nascaron. Well, it wasn't really Nask. It was another gas giant called Furnacilla. That's where the chip must have been templated. You heard of Furnacilla? Yeah, it's another place they do dweller studies. So you dreamed you were there, delving, yeah? Surely did. You make it sound so amazing. And fast, it was great. Best dream. Well, second best dream I've ever had. Kay sent a kind of complicit, sexy smirk in his direction. He guessed the dream she was referring to. They'd experienced it together. A love dream. A joint immersion on what they felt for each other. Well, supposedly. Love dreams were tacky in some ways. You could still lie about your feelings in them, and if you selected the right template from the traumalizer device and suitable accompanying chemicals from the subsal, you could pretty much guarantee a dream of surpassing, wide-eyed, heart-throbbing bliss, even between two people who basically hated each other. But it had been good between the two of them. Good, but not something that he'd wanted to do again. He supposed he was suspicious of the whole virtual reality experience and dreaming, especially with a synced-in subsal providing appropriate synthesized chemicals for delivery to the brain, was the most immersive VR you could find. Legally, or semi-legally anyway. You should try it. Really? It would be like practice, don't you think? I suppose. If delving is what I'm going to end up doing, I take it you'd recommend it. If it's like that, sure. Sure was what he was not. He was still young, still undecided. Should he become a slow seer, like everybody seemed to expect him to become, even including the people he shared the nest with on Hab 4409, the Happy Hab? Or should he do something else entirely? He still didn't know. The very fact that everybody thought he would become a seer eventually, after a few wild years, and these were surely wild years, not something that you ever imagined could go on forever or even for very long, made him all the more determined not to do what was expected of him. Well, maybe determined was too strong a word, he admitted. Reluctant. Made him more reluctant. He supposed that was better. Still, he might surprise them all. He might go off and do something entirely, utterly, and excitingly different. He just had to experience lots of different things until he found the right thing, was all. Listen, I'm probably going with the others to the protest. Well, unless you need me, you know. Good for you. I don't mind. You go. I'd come too, but I need to ramp out of this shallow. That last time I steeped really crawled. Ugh. Okay. See you. Later, Part. He left the nest. The nest, a low-G pod of 40 or so mostly small spherical rooms housing a kind of commune of all human gappers, nopers, tremers, trustafarians, zealers and zonkers, was in a big bunch of living spaces up near the Hab's long axis, near the rather arbitrarily termed West End, not far beneath the sun tube. The nest allegedly belonged to the mother of one of the trustafarians, though unofficially it was the Immaturian People's Republic of whateverness, and had semi-official paperwork and software to prove it, too. Hab 4409 was one of a few 100,000 habitats orbiting Sepecta. It was average size, a cylinder of reformed asteroid material, 50 kilometers long and 10 across, spinning to create about 2/3 of a G at its internal diameter surface. It turned in the unending sunlight, like a giant garden roller flattening photons. Two 12-kilometer mirror lens systems, one at either end, faced Ulubis star like a pair of vast, unbearably thin flowers. Further mirror complexes funneled the captured sunlight through two windows of diamond sheet into the Hab's long axis, where a final set of mirrors, moving up and down the sun tube to create something like the feel of a planetary day, finally directed the light towards the internal surface. Or at least finally directed the light towards the internal surface if there wasn't something like one of the great bunch-like nest complexes in the way. More mirrors. Many more people lived in the Habs than lived on planets in the system, and most of the Habs were somewhere near Sepecta.
Hab 4409 had been a fairly liberal, free-flowing, laissez-faire, who-cares kind of place almost since its inception, as part of a horrendously intricate incumbent species asset swap write-off dodge 2 millennia earlier. Even its ultimate ownership had never fully been settled, and several generations of lawyers had gone to their plush retirements, having followed the saga of Hab 4409's provenance and title since their days as articled clerks, still lacking a sense of closure, read the above. So the place attracted drifters, artists, misfits, natural exiles, political and other eccentrics, and slightly deranged or badly messed up people of more or less every sort, and always had. Most were from Algebraist, but some were more exotic and from further afield, generally Trustafarians and or gappers portaling in from the rest of the Mercatoria, taking time out between education and responsibility to relax a little. The place produced good art. It was an unofficial but tax-deductible finishing school for the aforesaid children of the rich. Give the darling brats true freedom and let them see how empty it was the idea. It was a way station for those heading out to disgrace or back from perdition, and it was a halfway house for those who might or might not ever again contribute anything useful to society, but who just might galvanize it fundamentally. And if you wanted to be really paranoid about stuff, it was, as far as the authorities were concerned, a relatively easy to watch and even easier to close down sump for dangerous ideas, a radical trap. It was useful, in other words. It fulfilled a purpose, if not several. In a society as large as that which existed around Algebraist, somewhere had to provide that sort of service. People were people. Some would always be straight, some would always be a bit twisted, but they all had some sort of part to play, and they were all, in some sense, valuable, were they not? But now the fucking Mercatoria, the fucking Ascendancy or fucking Omnocracy, or whatever they fucking were, the fucking Hierarchon, more likely one of his new rotational crop of advisors who saw a way to make some money and gain some extra power, or the Perigal below him, or a Parator below him, or just the Digesian Gimplet, who was actually nominally the governor or mayor or whatever he was supposed to fucking be. His post, his presence, and his protecting bully boys only here at all thanks to an earlier dispute over who controlled what, resulting in a grubby century-old compromise. Anyway, the fucking big boys, the fucking people who owned fucking everything, or thought some fucker ought to own fucking everything, had decided, decreed, deemed that proprietorship of the whole fucking place, and that of lots of other similar habs in similar situations, of disputed, uncertain, dubious, happily contingent ownership, should pass to what they called a properly accredited and responsible authority, which basically meant them, or if not them, their chums. Somebody who took things like ownership and rent gathering and petty law enforcement and so on seriously. It was the lawmakers, the lawgivers being outlaws, and it would not be allowed to stand. It would not be allowed to pass. It would not go unchallenged. It would not go into the local statutes without a serious fucking challenge. These people, for whatever fuckwit reason, were destroying part of what was good about the Habs, about Sepecte Orbit, about Algebraist system, about the society they were all in the end a part of. Ultimately, they were being stupid and self-destructive, and all that was required was that the people, who could see all this clearly because they were right here, at the sharp end, at the cutting edge, pointed this out to them. They were all on the same side in the end. It was just that sometimes the fuckers in authority got too far away from the reality of life as the mass of people lived it, and that was when you had to make a stand, make a point, and make yourself heard. So, they went to the protest, down the friction tubes, and the bungees, and along the tramways, to the central plaza, and the makings of a great crowd. "You just have to think about it," Mome said as they walked to the last street into the plaza. "The Beyonders never attack Habs, never attack whole cities, never attack anything big and easy and defenceless. They attack the military and the authorities and big infrastructure stuff. Their attacks, their violence, their military strategy is a discourse amenable to analysis if one is prepared to approach it shorn of propagandistic preconceptions. And the message is clear. Their argument, their war, is with the mercatorial system, with the ascendancy and the omnocracy and the administrata, and not with the common people, not with us." "Resent being called common," Songe protested. "Erring on the side of generosity, including you in the category people, Songe," Mome shot back. Mome was a little guy, pale, intense, and always slightly hunched, as though perpetually preparing either to pounce or duck. Songe was huge, a big, bumbling, dark brown geezer of changeable moods and intensely curly short red hair, who only looked at home or even slightly graceful in low G. "Doesn't necessarily make them the good guys," Fassin insisted. "Makes them people open to reason, people capable of indulging in meaningful dialogue," Mome said.
Not just mad fuckers to be put down like vermin, which is pretty much what we're told they are. So what's stopping them talking to us? Fassin asked. Us, Mome said. Takes two to talk. They all looked at him. Mome was known to talk a lot, sometimes to audiences who had basically long since fallen asleep. He shrugged. My cousin Lane, they said. Another one? Mome asked, feigning incredulity. Sister of cousin Kel, half-sister of cousin Yays, they explained patiently. She was Sonja's part, also generously made. Awkward in low G, but bouncily agile on the Hab's internal surface at 2/3 of a G. My cousin Lane, she continued determinedly, the one in the Navarchy, says that she reckons the reason the Beyonders attack so much at all is because if they don't, the Navarchy and the Summed Fleet goes after them. And we don't just attack military stuff. She says we hit their Habs, kill millions of them. Lots of offs unhappy with... Lots of what's unhappy with? Mome asked. Lots of offs, they repeated. I got the word, Mome repeated with a sigh. I just didn't get the meaning. He snapped his fingers. Wait, short for officers, right? Correct. Brilliant. Carry on. Lots of offs unhappy with this, Faye said again. So the Yons, the Beyonders, just attack us to keep us on the defensive. She nodded once. That's what my cousin Lane says. Aye, crazy yanding talk, Mum said, putting his hands over his ears. Get us all arrested. They laughed. At least we have the freedom to say this sort of thing, Fassin pointed out. Mome did his special hollow laugh. In the central plaza, Fassin greeted people, drank in the sense of solidarity and slightly edgy fun. Lots of inventive costumes, towering floss sculptures and buzzing balloonderers, trailing slogan banners, yelling chants and scattering narconfetti. But still felt oddly apart from it all. He looked up and around, ignoring for the moment the people, mostly human, and the circle of domed and gleaming buildings. The Hab was a giant, verdant city, rolled up into a spinning tube, with small hills and many lakes and criss-cross avenues between low-rise hanging garden apartments and winding rivers and spindly towers, some arched like bows and reaching all the way up to the sun tube where they curved, or needle-eyed, round to meet towers on the far side. Bunches of nests, surrounded by mirrors, trailed with friction tubes like jungle creepers, clustered near the long axis, and dirigiblisters floated like strange semi-transparent clouds beneath them. Then Fassin heard some sort of shout at one edge of the crowd, nearest the palace of the Diogesian, which was the focus for the protest. He might have smelled something strange, but then that was probably just one of the cruising balloonderers disseminating some drug that Fassin's immediate-immune system hadn't recognized. Then he realized maybe it wasn't, because all the balloonderers dropped suddenly, as one, out of the air. Also, the sun in the sun tube went out, which never happened. He heard lots of odd noises, some of which might have been screaming. It seemed to get cold very quickly. That was odd too. People were hitting him, with their shoulders mostly, as they went running past him. Then they were falling over him, and he realized he was Fassin. Realized he was Fassin lying down. Then he was Fassin getting hit again, but he was Fassin trying to get up and stand again, and he was Fassin. He was Fassin. He was on his knees, and he was Fassin, just about to get up from his knees onto his feet. Swaying, feeling very strange, wondering what all the people were doing lying down around him when, Fassin, he was knocked down again. By a man in armour, steel grey, with a big trunchbuster club and no face, and a couple of little buzz drones at each shoulder, spraying gas and making a high, terrible keening noise that he, Fassin, wanted to get away from. But his nose and eyes and everything else stung and hurt, and he didn't know what to do. He was Fassin, just standing there, and the guy with the big club thing as long as a spear came up to him, and he, Fassin, stupidly thought he might ask him what was going on and what was wrong with Fassin. Wrong when the man swept his club spear trunchbuster thing round and into his face, knocking some teeth out and sending him spinning to... Fassin? His name finally jolted him awake. Back with us. Good. The speaker was a small man in a large chair across a cramped-looking metal desk. The room, or whatever, was too dark to see into, even with IR. The sound of the man's voice in the space suggested it was not a big space. Fassin was aware that his face, and especially his mouth, hurt. He tried to wipe his mouth. He looked down. His hands could not move because his forearms were... He tried to think of the right word. Shackled? They were shackled to the seat he was sitting in. What the hell was this? He started laughing. Somebody hit him in his bones. It was like his entire skeleton was a wind chime, and his flesh and muscles and organs were somewhere else, only nearby, but still connected somehow, and some fucker, actually some very large group of fuckers, had taken a whole load of hammers and whacked each one of his bones really hard at the same time. The pain went almost as quickly as it arrived, leaving just a weird sort of echo in his nerves. "What the fuck was that?" he asked the little man. His voice sounded comical, with some of his teeth knocked out. His tongue probed the gaps. Felt like 2 out, 1 loose. He tried to remember how long it took adult teeth to grow back. The little man was quite a jolly-looking soul, with a plump, amused-seeming face and chubby, rosy cheeks. His hair was black, cropped. He wore a uniform of a type that Fassin didn't recognize. "Are you fucking torturing me?" Fassin asked. "No," the little man said, in a very reasonable tone of voice. "I'm just doing this to get your attention." One of his hands moved on the desk's surface. Fassin's bones clattered as though played upon again. His nerves, having experienced this twice now, decided that really this was no joke, and in fact felt extremely sore. All right, he heard himself saying. "I take the fucking point, he said, working out how to adapt his pronunciation to his new dental layout. "Don't swear," the little man said, and hurt him again. "Okay!" he screamed. His head hung. Snot dripped from his nose, saliva and blood from his mouth. "Please don't swear," the little man said. "It indicates an untidy mind." "Just tell me what you want," Fassin said. Was this real? Had he been in some sort of weird VR dream ever since he'd joined Kay for the coming out of the shallows end of Treem thing earlier? Was this what happened when you got Treem templates cheap or illegally copied or something? Was this real? It felt painful enough to be real. He looked down at his legs and the hems of his shorts, all covered in blood and mucus and snot. He could see individual hairs on his legs, some standing, some plastered to his skin. He could see paws. Didn't that mean it was real? But of course it didn't. Treems, simcasts, VR, all depended on the fact that the mind could really only concentrate on one thing at a time. The rest was illusion. Human sight, the most complicated sense the species possessed, had been doing that for millions of years, fooling the mind behind the eyes. You thought you had colour vision, and in some detail, over this wide angle, but really you didn't. Accurate colour vision was concentrated within a tiny part of the visual field, with only vague, movement-wary black and white awareness extending over the rest. The brain played tricks on itself to pretend that it saw as well away from the centre of its visual target as it did right at that bull's eye. Smart VR used that same deception. Zoom in on a detail, and it would be created for you in all its pinpoint exactitude. But everything else you weren't attending to with such concentration could safely be ignored until your attention swung that way, keeping the amount of processing power within acceptable limits. Fassin dragged his attention away from his blood-spattered leg. "Is this real?" he asked. The little man sighed. "Mr. Tuck," he said, glancing down at a screen, "your profile indicates that you are from a respectable family and may one day even become a useful member of society. You shouldn't be mixing and living with the sort of people you have been mixing and living with. You've all been very foolish, and people have suffered because of that stupidity. You've been living in a kind of dream, really, and that dream is now over. Officially, I think you ought to go back home. Don't you?" "Where are my friends?" "Mr. Airfielder, Mr. Receptis, Ms. Cargin and Ms. Howell?" Fassin just stared at him. Shit. In all the last few months he'd been staying here, he'd only known them by their first names. He supposed those were Thay, Sonj and Mohm's last names, but really he'd no idea. And there had been 4, hadn't there? Did that mean they were counting Kay as well? But she hadn't been to the protest. "They're being held elsewhere, or they've been processed and released, or we're still looking for them." The little man smiled. Fassin looked down at his arms, held within metal hoops. He tried to move his legs, then leaned over and looked down. His legs were shackled too, or manacled, or whatever. His mouth felt very odd. He ran his tongue round where his teeth had been, checking again. He supposed he'd have to get false ones until the new ones grew back, or sport a piratical grin. "Why am I being treated like this?" he asked. The little man looked incredulous. He appeared to be about to hurt Fassin again, then shook his head in exasperation. "Because you took part in a violent demonstration against the Diogesian. That's why," he said. "But I wasn't violent," Fassin said. "You personally may not have been. The demonstration you took part in most certainly was." Fassin would have scratched his head. "Is that all it takes?" "Of course." "Who started the violence?" he asked. The little man jerked his arms out to each side. His voice went very high. "Does it matter?" Fassin had meant which side, but he could tell the little man thought he'd meant which demonstrator. He sighed. "Look, I just want to get back to my friends, to my nest. Can I go? I didn't do anything. I got my teeth knocked out. I can't tell you anything, or anything," he said. He sighed again. "You can go when you sign this." The little man swiveled the screen around so Fassin could see. He looked at what he was supposed to sign, and at the fingerprint pad and camera patches on the screen, which would record that it had really been him signing, or, more to the point, make a fake document take up a fraction more storage space. "I can't sign this," he said. "It basically says my friends are all beyond agents and deserve death." The little man rolled his eyes. "Read it carefully, will you? It just says you have suspicions in that regard. You don't seriously think your word would be enough to convict anybody of anything, do you?" "Well, then, why get me to—" "We want you to betray them," the little man shouted, as though it was the most obvious thing ever. "We want you to turn your back on them and become a productive member of society. That's all." "But they're my friends." Fassin coughed, swallowed. "Look, could I get a drink of water?" "No, you can't. And they're not your friends. They're just people you know. They're barely acquaintances. You got drunk with them, got stoned with them, talked a bit with them, and slept with some of them. You'll all go your separate ways soon enough anyway, and probably never keep in touch. They are not your friends. Accept that." Fassin thought better of debating what being a friend meant in the circumstances. "Well, I'm still not betraying them." "They've betrayed you." The little interrogator swung the screen round, clicked on a few patches, and swung it back. Fassin watched Thay, Sonj, and Mome, all stuck in seats like the one he was secured in, and Sonj looking pretty beaten up, say they thought that Fassin held beyonder sympathies and was a danger to society who needed watching. They each mumbled something to that effect, signed the screen, and pressed a thumb against the print patch. Sonj's left a smear of blood. The screenage shook him. It had probably been faked, but all the same. He sat back. "You faked that?" he said unsteadily. The little man laughed. "Are you mad? Why would we bother?" I don't know," Fass admitted. "But I know my friends. They wouldn't." The little man sat forward. "So just sign this, and in the highly unlikely event that it ever crops up, just say yours has been faked." "So why not fake it anyway?" Facid shouted. "Because then you won't have betrayed them," the little man yelled back. "Come on, sign and you can go. I've got better things to do." "But why do any of this?" Fassin said, wanting to cry. "Why make anybody betray anybody?" The little man looked at him for a moment. "Mr. Tuck," he said, sitting back, sounding patient, "I've inspected your profile. You are not stupid. Misguided, idealistic, naive, certainly, but not stupid. You must know how societies work. You must at least have an inkling. They work on force, power, and coercion. People don't behave themselves because they're nice. That's the liberal fallacy. People behave themselves because if they don't, they'll be punished. All this is known. It isn't even debatable. Civilization after civilization, society after society, species after species, all show the same pattern. Society is control. Control is reward. and punishment. Reward is being allowed to partake of the fruits of that society, and, as a general but not unbreakable rule, not being punished without cause.
But be quiet!
The idiotic issue you chose to complain about, ownership of a habitat, really has nothing to do with you. It's a legal matter, an ownership thing. You weren't even born here, and you wouldn't have stayed beyond a few more months anyway, admit it. You should have kept out of it. You chose not to. You put yourself in harm's way, and now you're paying the price. Part of that price is letting us know that you have made an effort to dissociate yourself from the people you are complicit with. Once you do that, you can go. Home, I would suggest. I mean to Glentine.
And if I say no?
You mean not sign?
Yes.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Then it's taken out of my hands. You'll go to meet people who enjoy doing this sort of thing. This time, when the little man moved his hand over the desk, Fassin screamed with the pain. He must have bitten his tongue. There was a taste of iron, and his mouth filled with fresh blood and hot saliva. Because the little man said wearily, don't. In the end, Fassin signed. He'd kind of known he would. The little man looked happy, and a couple of big female guards came in and helped Fassin from the chair, his bonds unfastened. "Thank you, Mr. Tack," the little man said, and grasped his hand and shook it before they took him out of the room. "I hate all that unpleasantness, and it is always so good to see somebody being sensible. Try not to think too badly of me. Good luck to you." They got him showered down and fixed up, and he left after a medical and a cup of soup, dressed in paper-thin overalls. He looked around when they ushered him through the doorways into what passed for outside in a hab. He'd been somewhere inside the Diogesian's palace. Back at the nest, turmoil. The place had been raided, trashed, everything in it broken or sprayed with stinking, vomit-inducing crowd control goo. They went to a bar instead, and didn't really talk about anything after the protest and the crackdown. They talked instead of rumours of people being killed and others disappearing. Kay wasn't there. She'd been beaten up when the troopers came to turn the nest over. She was in a prison hospital ship for 3 weeks, then killed herself with a broken glass the day she was released. It was months before Fassin learned the truth. Kay had been sent into a nightmare dream. Somebody who'd come with the law officers, maybe just one of them who happened to know how to handle dream gear, had found her still floating, not yet out of the delving dream, and altered the settings on the traumalizer and the subsile, while some others had held her down and worked her over. Whoever did the thing with the traumalizer must have carried that sort of template chip around with them just for such eventualities. Then they'd left her, bloody and bound, to some speeded-up nightmare of horror, rape, and torture. They were all split up, doing other, mostly more responsible things when they pieced all this together. They talked about a complaint, an investigation, a protest. Fassin went back to Glentine and booked a place on the Seer induction course for the term after next. Then he returned to the Habs, and then to Sepecta's Boogie Town, to the roaring life, the drink and drugs and fucking and fun, and, after a while, gradually, carefully, made a few inquiries, hung out in the right places, and met certain people. Apparently, he passed a few tests without realizing he'd been taking them. And then one night, he was introduced to a girl who called herself Aun Liss. Fassin! His name jolted him awake. Third Fury, cabin, still night dark. Clanging noise. The screen showed hour 4. The screen was red and flashing. Had somebody spoken? "What?" he said, tearing the restraints away and levering himself out of bed, floating towards the centre of the cabin. "Herv Apsile," said a voice. Sounded like Apsile. Sounded like Apsile in a state of some excitement or distress. "We have a situation. Looks like an attack. Oh, shit." Fassin pulled on clothes, called up full lights. That fucking horrendous clanging noise, the alarm. That's right. "You in facility command?" "Yes." "Who do we think?" A light flashed over a storage locker, and it revolved, revealing an emergency E-suit. "Don't know. 2 naval units vaporized already. Get suited and—" The lights. All the lights flickered. The screen did not come back on. A tremor made the cabin shake. Something broke in the bathroom with a sharp crack. "You feel that? You still there?" Absal said. "Yes to both," Fassin said. He was looking at the e-suit. "Suit up and take a drop shaft to the emergency shelter." Absal paused. "You got that?" Another pause. "Fass? Here!" Fassin started pulling all his clothes off again. "That what you're going to do, Herv? That's what we're both supposed to do." Another tremble made the whole cabin rattle. The air seemed to quake like jelly. The alarm shut off. Somehow, though, not in an encouraging way. The screen flashed once, screeched. Fassin hauled the e-suit out of its locker. "How's the main hangar?" he asked. "Intact. Whatever's hitting us seems to be coming in from the Nask spin side, slightly retro." "So, heading into the centre's going to be putting us closer," Fassin said. Was that a draft? He could hear a hissing sound. He clipped the e-suit collar round his neck and let the gel helmet deploy. It turned everything hazy and quiet for a moment, then decided the situation wasn't too dire yet, and opened slits for him to breathe, talk, and hear through. The face mask section thinned to near perfect transparency. "For now," Afzal agreed. "If the direction of the hostile fire stays constant, we'll be coming on to face it full on in 2 hours." Fassin stepped into the e-suit and pulled it up, letting it connect with the collar, adjusting to his body, huffing and settling. Very comfortable, really. "That's what you want to do, Herv. Sit in a huddle with everybody else like mice in a hole, hoping the cat goes away." "Standing orders." "I know. Want to guess what I want to do?" There was a pause. Another, more violent tremor shook the cabin. The main door popped open, wobbling inwards, revealing the companionway outside. The pause went on. "Herv?" he asked. He looked round for anything he might want to take with him. Nothing. "Herv! I'll see you there." Something blazed, hard and blue-white, against Nascaron's side-lit face, turning the hangar into a harsh, jagged jumble of fiercely shining surfaces and intensely black shadows. Fassin flinched. The light faded quickly, turning to yellow and orange. A small, fading sun shone between the moon and Nascaron. Herv Absile had got there ahead of him. He gave a quick wave and easily jumped the 8 meters to the open nose blister of the carrier craft, disappearing inside. The nose blister closed. "Herv?" Fassin said, trying the suit's emergency comms. No answer. He made slow bounds for the open hold. Colonel Hatherance was already there, the tall discus of her e-suit floating a fraction above the floor, directly beneath the place she'd filled earlier. "Say attack! I rather thought you might adopt this course," she shouted. Shit, Fassin thought. He'd kind of hoped the Colonel would have made her way to the emergency shelter in the moon's core, 10 kilometers down, along with everybody else, like they'd all been told to. There was one drop shaft big enough, wasn't there? Oh well. He came to a stop beneath the little Arrowhead gas craft, hanging in its cradle directly above. "Colonel," he said, nodding. Would she try to stop him? No idea. Could she? No doubt about that. "Not sure whether to be relieved or terrified," the Colonel yelled. A manipulator arm creased out from the side of the Urolith e-suit, unfolding towards Fassin. "Oh, fuck," he thought. "Here we go." "After you," the Colonel said, her arm indicating the space above. Fassin smiled and jumped. She rose with a whir beside him. Stopped, and then braced by the ceiling of the hold, he flipped open the cockpit of the little gas craft, revealing a vaguely coffin-shaped space. He shocked the suit and unclipped the helmet. "Out of uniform, Major?" the Colonel said jovially, voice echoing in the enclosed space of the upper hold. Fassin let the suit fall slowly to the floor beneath and stepped into the foot of the little Arrowhead's cockpit. "Gracious," Hatherance said. "Are all human males of this form?" "Just the handsome ones, Colonel," he assured her. He lowered himself carefully into the cool gel. The cockpit cover closed over him. He wriggled in the darkness, getting his neck positioned over the scanner collar. A soft light and a gentle chime confirmed all was well. He reached for the double nozzle of the gill fluid route, took a deep breath, let it out, then placed the nozzles at his nostrils. Fassin lay back, zoning out as best he could, fighting the urge to panic, the gag response of fear as the gill fluid poured into his nose, throat and lungs, like the coldest drink anybody had ever taken. A moment of confusion, disorientation, then the collar nestling closer against his neck and the warming gel closing over his body, tendrils seeking out ears, mouth, penis and anus. Twin stings of pain on his forearms, then another pair, one under each ear, as the blood slides went in.
Set, said the voice of Herv Apsile, gurgling through the still calibrating gel in his ears. Thoroughly, he sent back just by thinking. And the Colonel? I am set also. Even over comms, it seemed Colonel Hatherence tended to shout. Fassin had been wondering if they could leave her behind somehow. Probably not, then. All doors closing. Ready to go, Apsile said. Fassin started to become his little gas craft. It covered him, embraced him, multiply penetrated him, and in those acts offered itself up to him completely. The light from below disappeared as the hold doors closed. He could see Colonel Hatherance's e-suit hanging beside him, sense its cold and read its electromagnetic signature, just as he could feel the systems of the dropship readying, flexing, preparing, changing as the ship nudged itself off the floor. Other senses registered an unusual wash of radiations, a faint gravity well set in a much greater, deeper one, a slather of meaningless comms shards, confused transmissions and EM signals from the shared facility base itself, and a sudden jolt, a transmitted faint but massive thud, followed by a strange, sideways, upward sucking movement. He waited for Apsile to talk to them, meanwhile trying to work it out for himself. Distant whir and hiss of the carrier tanking the air in its hold. Sorry about that, Apsile said mildly. Back in control. Unconventional method of opening the hangar to vacuum there. No idea who to thank. We okay? Fassin asked. An SD, Apsile said, sounding mildly distracted. No significant damage. Let you get on with it, Fassin said. Thanks. Cancel relief, emphasize terror, the Colonel said. Fassin hoped she was talking only to him. He checked through all the little gascraft settings and systems, settling into it as its life support tendrils settled into him. Something like a wide array of lights, seen from the bottom corner of the eye, swung into focus in front of him. He called up a few readouts and started a couple of subroutines to check that everything was working. Seemed to be. He felt the carrier accelerate away from the moon. Patch through to the larger ship's senses suddenly appeared as an option on his controls, and he took it. Now he could experience pretty much what Apsile could. Nascaron filling the sky ahead and up. The grey-brown surface of Third Fury disappearing fast below and behind. Debris clouds, comms shards, more than there ought to be in a properly organised fleetlet like the one that had brought them here and that had been guarding the moon. No sign of illuminating radar or other targeting giveaway. Not that a civilian ship like the carrier would be able to spot any but the most glaringly obvious. No current damage flags, just records of a few small hull impacts, little more than pitting, ship drive traces. A sudden flare of radiation as a ship turned hard a couple of 100 clicks away, dying away. Outgoing signal loop broadcasting their unarmed condition, claiming lifeboat status. Flash from right behind. A near semicircular debris cloud rising glittering from a new glowing crater maybe half a click across on the surface of Third Fury. 3 smaller craters coming into view, recent but cooled down to orange and red heat. The view twisted, overlays of lines and grids and drive symbols flickering into being. Apsile pointed the carrier's nose straight at Nascaron and started a long, purposefully irregular corkscrew towards the gas giant, accelerating the dropship as hard as its engines would allow. The dropship was no sort of high-performance military unit. All it was supposed to do was take the gascraft from the facility to the gas giant and pick them up later. It was rugged, able to take the strain of operating inside Nascaron's gravity well and its various pressure environments down to the liquid hydrogen level, and it had the power to lift itself and its charges easily enough out of Nascaron's grip. But it was not especially manoeuvrable, carried no armament or defensive systems, and, far from being stealthed, had been designed from its invitation to tender spec onwards to be as easy to see with as many different senses as it was possible to imagine, just so that no mischievous dweller could crash something into it and then claim sorry they hadn't seen it. "How are you doing down there?" Apsile asked. He sounded in control, unworried. "Fine for myself," the Colonel said. "Ditto," Fassin sent. "Got an ETA yet?" Trips from Third Fury to Nask usually took about an hour. Fassin hoped they could do it in less than half that. "With the main drive maxed, we should make turnaround in about 10 minutes, Apsile said. Then decelerate for another 10 and then take another handful, 5 at most, I'd hope, to get deep enough into the atmosphere. He meant deep enough into the atmosphere to be beyond any but the most scary weapons, obviously not counting the scary weapons the Dwellers possessed. "Anything we can clip off that?"
Fassin asked. Maybe we could make it down in less time once we hit the cloud tops, Absal said. Steeper, carrying more speed. Maybe. Fassin got the impression somehow that the man was rubbing his chin. Yes, maybe, if we let the heat and stress levels creep just a tad beyond tolerance. A pause. Though, of course, that's always assuming that the ship didn't take any damage we don't know about when the hangar dome got blown. Always assuming, Fassin agreed.
Master Technician, Colonel Hathred said. Are we being pursued or under unit-specific attack?
No, Colonel.
Then I suggest we adopt your first entry profile.
Decision's yours alone, Herv, Fassin said.
Copy. Can you access any military comms traffic, Master Technician?
I'm afraid not, ma'am. Not unless they choose to target us with a clear beam or broadcast.
That is unfortunate. What seems to be happening?
Looks like there's been some sort of firefight. Still going on, possibly. Drive spreading away from the moon, heading in the direction the hostile munitions appear to be coming from.
Whoa!
The flash attracted Fassin's second-hand attention as well. Another, even larger crater glowing white on the surface of Third Fury.
What of the people still back within the Third Fury moonlet?
The Colonel asked. Been listening, Absal said. I'll try and contact them direct. Give me a moment. Silence. Fassin watched space wheel around them through the carrier ship's sensors. He checked the dropship's system profile, oriented, then searched for and found Glantine, a tiny, shining dot far away. The sensors let him zoom in until the planet moon was a shining gibbous image, scintillating with magnification artifacts, hints of its topography just about visible. Could that be the uplands? There, that light patch, the Sea of Fines? A spark. There, back up. A tiny flash. Had he seen that? Something colder and more invasive than any gel tendril seemed to invade him, clutching at his stomach and heart. No, surely not. Just another artifact of the system. He looked for the sensor replay controls.
Shit! There's a fucking wreckage!
Absal said. Then the craft bucked and swung. Fassin, turning his focus of attention back to what Absal was looking at, saw it too now. A field of dark specks across the face of the planet ahead of them, like a ragged flock of birds far in the distance. They were at near maximum velocity. The carrier started to turn. A rush of dark scraps, tearing by on all sides like a thin shell of soot-black snowflakes. Fassin felt his arms, held by the cloying shock gel, attempt to draw themselves in towards his body, instinctively trying to make himself a smaller target. Then they were through. No impacts. After a moment, Fassin felt the dropship start to swing round to present its drive tubes towards the planet, ready to begin deceleration. I think, Absal said cautiously, that we just about got away with... Something slammed into them. The ship lurched. There was a concussive snap that Fassin felt through the carrier ship, through the gas craft, even through the shock gel. He lost the patch-through connection with the dropship. He was back in his own little arrowhead again. They were whirling, and there was light synced with the whirling. Light? It was coming from below, where the whole doors were. He could see Colonel H's e-suit hanging alongside him. Uh-oh. The ship began to come out of the spin, steadying. The light from below faded, but did not go away. It had the spectrum to be light reflected from Nascaron. Light from the gas giant coming in through supposedly closed doors. Fassin flipped the gascraft sensoring to look straight down at the doors. Oh, fuck, he tried to say. There was a small but ragged hole, stuff hanging like spilled guts. The Nascaron light was reflecting in off some polished-looking surfaces. Force building, very like the main drive decelerating them more or less on schedule. He retried the intercom, then broadcast a radio signal. Herv? Here. Sorry about that. Hit something after all. Got us straight and rearward, back on track. No readouts from the hold at all, though, including the door. Think that's where it hit. I can see a hole. How big? Maybe a meter lateral by 2?
I too can see the hole,
the Colonel told them, also joining in the radio broadcast fun.
It is as the attack describes.
Too small for you guys to get out of, Absal said. How's the rest of the ship? Fassin said. Holding together for now. Can't see where whatever hit us exited, or just went on to hit inside.
I suspect it hit me, Hathred said. My e-suit casing, that is to say. Probably.
A pause. Then Absal said, And... are you all right?
Perfectly fine.
Your hold doors took most of the energy out of it, and my e-suit is of exceptional quality, durability and damage tolerance. Scarcely a scratch.
If we can't open the doors, we can't get out and the whole thing's pointless, Herv, Fassin said. We can still hide in the carrier under the clouds, Abseil said. I'm not getting much from the facility. That last hit looked like it must have shaken them pretty hard. We might still be safer under the gas than hanging around out here in clear view of whoever. Nothing comprehensible was coming out of the shared facility on Third Fury, and no military vessels were talking on civilian frequencies. Interference on EM bands, a problem at the best of times anywhere near Nascaron, was especially intense. Abseil raised a couple of the facility's equatorial relay satellites, but, exceptionally, could not through-patch via their transceivers and could get only static and meaningless rubbish out of them. He even tried some Dweller mirrorsats, where the surprise would have been getting anything other than drivel. But there the service was perfectly normal. Ouch, they heard him say. Third Fury just took another hit. We're going in. Fairly slowly, to allow for the damage, but we're going in. Whatever you think is best, Master Technician, the Colonel said. The carrier craft began to shudder as it met the upper atmosphere of Nascaron, carving a glowing trail above the cloud tops. They slowed. Weight began to return to them, and kept on increasing. Creaks and ticking sounds came through the solids joining them to the dropship. The buffeting decreased, grew, and fell away again. Soft whomps and crisp bangs also communicated through the dropship's structure, announced debris being torn off the ragged surrounds of the breach in the hold doors, which glowed and sparked as the space around them filled with gas, and Fassin began to detect sound in the hold again. They were getting heavy, really heavy now. Fassin could feel the shock gel tightening around him, like the sound of snow cramping beneath your feet. He could almost sense any remaining gas bubbles in his body, pancaking like blood cells. Good and heavy now. Master Technician, the Colonel said suddenly. Hold on, Abseil said. The whole ship shook once, then rolled suddenly. Herv? Fassin said. Got some sort of targeting, Abseil began, then broke off as the craft shook again and slewed wildly across the sky. We are indeed being targeted by something, Hathrance announced. Master Technician, she shouted across the frequencies. Are you yet able to release us? What? No, Master Technician, attempt to perform a role or part of an internal loop on my command, Hathrance told him. I shall release us. You will, Abseil shouted. I shall. I will. I carry weapons. Now, excuse me and good luck. Wait a minute, Fassin began. C'est attack, the Colonel said tersely. Shield your senses. The big discus hanging beside him sent a pulse of blinding blue-white light straight downward at the doors, which blew away in a brief gout of sparks. Rushing yellow-brown clouds spun by outside. Fassin's little aerocraft was seeing spots. It got busy shuffling its damaged sensors round for working ones. He guessed he hadn't shielded his sensors in time. He shut them down now. Releasing in 3 seconds, the Colonel said. Make your maneuver now, if you please, Master Technician. A blast of radiation and a spike of heat from above coincided with a sudden roll. The cradle holding Fassin in the dropship gave way, sending him shooting from the hold like a cannonball. The Colonel, in her aerolith e-suit, came whirling after him a moment later, quickly drawing level. He glimpsed the dropship above, still rolling, then saw a violet ray appear suddenly to one side, slicing through the gas around them, searing his barely mended vision. The beam just missed the carrier craft. Then clouds of yellow fog rolled quickly up between them and the dropship, and it was just him and the Colonel, a tiny arrow shape and a spinning coin of dirty grey, hurtling down into the vast chaotic skies of Nascaron.
It is a given amongst those who care to study such matters that there is, within certain species, a distinct class of beings so contemptuous and suspicious of their fellow creats that they court only hatred and fear, counting these the most sincere emotional reactions they may hope to excite, because they are unlikely to have been feigned.
The Archimandrite Luciferus looked up at the head on the wall. The head stared straight across the cabin, eyes wide with pain and terror and madness. The assassin had died not long after they'd set out on their long journey towards Algebraist, the upper set of fangs finally penetrating his brain deeply enough to produce death. The Archimandrite had had the fellow's eyelids slit open again, when the medical people said death was likely within a few days. He'd wanted to see the look on the man's face when he died. Luciferus had been asleep when death had finally come for the nameless assassin, but he'd watched the recording many times. All that happened was that the man's face stopped contorting. His eyes rolled backwards and then came slowly back down, slightly cross-eyed, while the life signs readout accompanying the visuals registered first the heart stopping, and then a few minutes later the brain flatlining. Luciferus would have preferred something more dramatic, but you couldn't have everything. He'd had the fellow's head removed and mounted near that of the rebel chief Stenausin, pretty much in the first head's eye line, so that was what Stenausin had to look at all day. The Archimandrite glanced up at the staring, nameless head.
"What do you think?"
He looked over the passage again, lips moving but not actually reading it aloud. He pursed his lips.
"I think I agree with what's being said, but I can't help feeling there's a hint of criticism implied at the same time."
He shook his head, closed the ancient book, and glanced at the cover.
"Never heard of him," he muttered.
But at least, he reflected, this holier-than-thou intellectual had a name. It had come to annoy Luciferus rather a lot that he didn't have a name for the failed assassin. Yes, the fellow had failed. Yes, he had paid dearly for his crime. And yes, he was dead and now reduced to a mere trophy. But somehow the fact that his name had never been revealed had begun to strike Luciferus as almost a kind of triumph for the assassin, as though successfully withholding this nugget of information meant that Luciferus's victory over the wretch would never quite be complete. He had already sent word back to Lyceum to have the matter investigated more thoroughly. His chief personal secretary appeared behind the sheet of mirrored diamond forming the main inner door of the stateroom study.
"Yes?"
"Sir, the Marshal Lassert, sir."
2 minutes.
"Sir."
He saw the Beyonder Marshal in the primary stateroom of the main battlecraft, Luciferus 7, his fleet flagship. Luciferus thought terms like battleship and fleet carrier and so on sounded old-fashioned and too common. He'd had the craft remodelled to provide accommodation befitting his rank, but there had come a point where the naval architects had actually started to cry because letting what they called voids grow beyond a certain volume weakened the ship too much. The result was that the stateroom wasn't really as extensive or as intimidating as he'd have liked, so he'd had some mirrors installed and a few hollow projectors, which made it look bigger, though he always had the nagging feeling that people could see through the illusion. The style he'd chosen was new brutalist, lots of exposed faux concrete and rusty pipes. He'd taken a fancy to the name, but had gone off the look almost immediately. He entered with only his private secretary going before him. Guards, courtiers, admin, army and naval people bowed as he strode past.
"Marshal?"
"Archimandrite."
The Beyonder Marshal was a woman, dressed in light armour, which looked like it had been polished up, but still gave off an impression of practicality and scruffiness. She was tall, slim, and proud-looking, if somewhat flat-chested for Luciferus's taste. Bald women always repelled him anyway. She gave a formal nod that was probably the very least acknowledgement of his status that anybody who didn't patently hate him and or was about to die had given him for several decades. He couldn't decide whether he found it insulting or refreshing. 2 senior officers behind her were Jajuajain, currently in their standard tumbleweed configuration, no part of their glittering plate armour higher than the Marshal's waist. He suspected that the woman had been selected because she was human, just because he was. Almost all the Beyonder High Command were non-human. He sat. It wasn't really a throne, but it was an impressive seat on a dais. The Beyonder Marshal could stand.
"You want to talk, Marshal Lassert?"
"I speak on behalf of the Transgress, for the True Free and the Bi Alliance. We have wanted to talk to you for some time," the Marshal said smoothly. Deep voice for a woman. "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting."
"A pleasure, I'm sure. So, how goes your end of our little war? Last you heard, obviously."
"It goes well, as far as we know."
The Marshal smiled, lights reflected on her bald scalp.
"I understand your own campaign has gone from victory to victory."
He waved a hand.
"The opposition has been light," he said.
"Your main fleet should be at the outskirts of Alubis system in, what, 1 more year?"
"Something like that."
"This is somewhat later than we had all planned for."
"It is a big invasion fleet. It took time to put together,"
Luciferus said, trying to show that he'd resented her implied criticism, while also giving the impression that what she thought was of no great importance to him. They were behind schedule, though. He had personally assured these temporary allies of his that he would be ready to invade nearly a full half-year earlier than it now looked would be possible. He supposed it was his fault, if fault it was. He liked to keep his fleet together rather than let it split up according to speed and then reform as needed for the invasion proper. His admirals and generals insisted, though not too strongly if they knew it was good for them, that they didn't need all units of the fleet to be together at all times. But Lucephorus preferred it. It seemed more cohesive, more impressive, just more tidy and pleasing somehow. It also meant that the Beyonders would shoulder rather more of the responsibility for preparing Ulubis' system for invasion than they might have expected, so that the invasion fleet's job would be all the easier, and the Beyonders, hopefully much depleted forces, would be in a position of weakness relative to his own massive ships.
Still, Lasset said, we imagine your advance units may be attacking even now.
We've had some automated scout warning ships and high-speed drone attack craft there, or on their way, for a while now, Lucephorus told her. Always best to be prepared for any eventuality. Some needed reprogramming, but we believe they should be effective in beginning the softening up process.
He smiled. He watched her react to the clear diamond teeth. I am a great believer in the usefulness of spreading a little panic, Marshal. Better still, a lot of panic. After a long enough exposure, people will welcome any power that brings an end to uncertainty, even if they might have resisted it before. The Marshal smiled too, though it looked like she was making an effort.
Of course. And we thought now might be an appropriate moment to talk in more depth about what you see your strategy being once you reach Ulubis.
I intend to take it, Marshal.
Indeed. Of course, it may be quite well defended.
I expect it might. That's why I brought such a big fleet with me.
They were between systems, way out in the empty wilderness of near-nothingness, less than a year from Ulubis. The Beyonder fast cruiser and its 2 escort destroyers had rendezvoused with his own fleet only hours earlier, skid-turning and matching velocities with a grace and rapidity that he could see his own naval people envied. Fine ships indeed. Well, they had the ships and he had the systems, just another opportunity to trade, maybe. Now those 3 fast ships lay embedded in a fleet of over 1,000 craft, even if they were rather plodding in comparison.
May I be frank, Archimandrite?
He gave her a good wide look at his deep red eyes.
I expect no less.
We are concerned at the possible level of civilian casualties if Ulubis is assaulted over-aggressively.
Now, why would she say that? Lucephorus thought to himself with a sort of inward chuckle. He looked at his private secretary, then at his generals and admirals.
Marshal, he said reasonably, we are going to invade them.
We are going to attack them. He smiled broadly and could see his admirals and generals grinning along with him. I think aggressiveness is essential, yes? He could hear light laughter from 1 or 2 of his top brass. People thought that having people so in awe of you that they were frightened to tell you bad news and always laughed when you laughed and so on was a bad thing, and supposedly insulated you from what was really going on. But if you knew what you were doing, it didn't. You just had to adjust your perceptions. Sometimes everybody laughed, sometimes only a few, and sometimes who kept quiet and who made a noise told you a lot more than when you asked them to just speak out and tell you the truth. It was a sort of code, he supposed. He was just lucky to be naturally adept at it.
Aggression and judgment are both required, Archimandrite, the Marshal said. We know you to possess both, of course.
She smiled. He did not smile back.
We merely seek an assurance that your troops will act in a manner which will bring you further praise and greater fame.
Praise? The Archimandrite said. I inspire terror, Marshal. That's my strategy. I found that to be the quickest and most effective way of ensuring that people learn what is good both for them and for me.
For glory, then, Archimandrite.
Be merciful for glory.
The Marshal thought about this for a moment.
Ultimately, yes.
I shall conquer them as I see fit, Marshal. We are partners in this. You don't tell me what to do.
I am not trying to, Archimandrite, the Marshal said quickly. I accept what you must do. I am merely delivering a request regarding the manner in which it is done.
And I have heard your request, and I will pay it all due heed.
This was a form of words Lucephorus had heard somebody use once. He couldn't remember who or where, which, when he'd thought about it, he thought was rather good, especially if you said it slightly pompously. Slowly, gravely even, keeping a straight face, so that the person you were talking to thought you were taking them seriously and might even hope that you would do as they had asked, rather than, at best, ignore them completely. At worst, as far as they were concerned, you'd do the opposite of whatever they asked, just to spite them, precisely to prove you wouldn't be pushed around. Though that got tricky. Then people might try to make you do one thing by pretending to favour another, and even without that complication, you were still altering your behaviour because of something they had said, which was giving them a sort of power over you, when the whole point of everything the Archimandrite was doing was so that nobody could say they had any power over him. Power was everything. Money was nothing without it. Even happiness was a distraction, a ghost, a hostage. What was happiness? Something people could take away from you. Happiness too often involved other people. It meant giving them power over you, giving them a hold on you that they could exercise whenever they wanted, taking away whatever it was that had made you happy. Luciferus had known happiness, and he'd had it taken away. His father, the only man he'd ever admired, even while hating the old bastard, had got rid of Luciferus's mother when she became old and less attractive, replacing her when Luciferus was barely into his teens, with a succession of young, erotically desirable, but soulless, uncaring, selfish young women he'd wanted for himself, but despised at the same time. His mother was sent away. He never saw her again. His father had been an omnicrat for the Mercatoria in the industrial complexes of the Lyceum systems. He'd started out at the bottom as a peculan. Cynically, the very name implied that the office-bearer would need to be corrupt to make any sort of decent living, so incurring a history of criminality that could always be dredged up against them if they ever stepped out of line later. He'd become an ovate, worked his way through the many gradations of that estate, then ascended to the office of Diargesian, in charge of a district of a city, then a small industrial city, then a medium-sized city, then a large city, then a continental capital. He became an apparitor when his immediate superior died in the arms of a shared lover. That lover did very well for a while, his consort in effect, then grew demanding and met an untimely end too. His father had never told him if he'd had her killed. Equally, he'd never told his father that the woman had lately become his lover too. From apparitor, his father rose to perigal, in charge of first an orbiting Fab-Hab cluster, then a continent, then a sizable moon, with all the trappings of power and wealth and glamour such a post presented in a thriving connected set of systems such as Lyceum. At this point, for the first time in his life, his father had appeared finally to appreciate the position he'd reached. He'd seemed to relax and start enjoying life. It ended there. Finally setting himself up for the next jump to Hyrcon, his father, who had amassed a great fortune dispensing charters and contracts to the merchants and manufacturers of the many systems, took pity on a favoured apparitor who was somewhat down on his luck, cut him in on a deal and a kickback he didn't really need to, and found himself denounced, tried and beheaded for gross corruption within a month. The same young apparitor then took his position. Luciferus, convinced from early on that he could never compete with his father in his own sphere, and anyway always intrigued by the nature of religion and faith, had joined the Caesoria a few years earlier. He'd been a pitier, a junior priest at the time of his father's trial. They had made him one of his father's confessors, and he'd accompanied him to the execution ring. His father had been brave at first. Then he'd broken. He'd started crying, begging, promising anything, but only all the things he'd already lost. He clutched at Luciferus's robes, howling and beseeching, burying his face. Luciferus knew they were watching him, that this moment was important for his future. He pushed his father away. His rise through the Caesoria was swift. He would never be as powerful as his father, but he was clever and capable and respected, and on an upward course within an important but not too dangerous part of one of the greatest meta-civilizations the galaxy had seen. He might have been content with that, and never put himself in a position of weakness the way his father had. Then, the disconnect happened. A swathe of portal destruction had swung across the million-star volume all around Lyceum back in the time of the Arteria collapse, leaving only the bunched Lyceum systems themselves connected inside a vast volume of backwardness. The system of Lyceum 9 had been important, seemed vital and felt unthreatened until their own disconnect came millennia later, courtesy of some vast bicker within the ongoing chaos of the Scatter Wars, an essentially meaningless difference of opinion between three pretending sides which until then practically nobody had heard of. By the time it was all over, nobody would hear of those sides again, save as history. The damage was done, though. The portal near Lyceum 9 had been destroyed, and an enormous volume around it had been cut off from the rest of the civilized galaxy. Everything changed then, including what you had to do to retain power and who might contest for absolute power. His father, nevertheless, had taught Luciferus everything, one way or another, and one of the most important things was this: there was no plateau. In life, you were either on your way up or on your way down, and it was always better to be on your way up, especially as the only reliable way to keep going up was to use other people as stepping stones, as platforms, as scaffolding. The old saying about being nice to people on the way up so that they'd be nice to you when you were on your way back down was perfectly true. But it was a defeatist's saying, a loser's truism. Better to keep going up forever, never to rest, never to relax, never to have to descend. The thought of what might happen to you at the hands of those you'd already offended, exploited and wronged on the way up, those that still lived, was just another incentive for the serious player never even to think about easing off the pace, let alone starting to fall back. The dedicated competitor would keep presenting himself with new challenges to take on and conquer. He would seek out new levels to ascend to. He would always look for new horizons to head towards. Treat life like the game it was. This might be the truth behind the truth, the religion Luciferus had been raised within as an obedient member of the Mercatoria. That nothing you did or seemed to do really mattered because it was all, or might be all, a game, a simulation. It was all, in the end, just pretend. Even this starveling cult he was titular head of was just something he'd made up because it sounded good. A variation of the truth which had its self-denial every now and again, the better to contemplate the gullibility of people. People would swallow anything, just anything at all. Apparently, some people found this dismaying. He thought it was a gift, the most wonderful opportunity to take advantage of the weak-minded. So you seemed cruel. So people died and suffered and grew up hating you. So what? There was at least a chance that none of it was real. And if it was all real, well, then life was a struggle. It always had been, and it always would be. You recognized this and lived or fell for the lie that progress in society had made struggle unnecessary and just existed, were exploited, became prey, mere fodder. He wondered to what extent even the supposedly feral and lawless Beyonders understood this basic truth. They let women rise to the pinnacle of their military command structure. That didn't bode particularly well. And the Marshal didn't seem to have realized that when he'd said he'd heard her request and would pay it all due heed, it meant nothing. "Well, thank you, Archimandrite," she said. Still, he smiled. "You will stay. We shall have a banquet in your honor. We have had so little to celebrate out here between the stars." "An honor indeed, Archimandrite." The Marshal gave that little head nod again. "And we shall try to pick each other's brains over dinner," he thought. "My, what highbrow fun. Give me a planet to plunder any day."
"Do you have any idea where we are?" the Colonel signalled, using a spot laser. They reckoned this was their most secure form of comms. "Zone 0, the Equatorial," Fassin sent. "Somewhere ahead of the latest big storm, about 10 or 20 kiloclicks behind the air festoon. I'm checking the latest update they loaded before the drop." They were floating in a slow eddy around a gentle ammonia upwell, the diameter of a small planet, about 200 clicks down from the cloud tops. The temperature outside was relatively balmy by human standards. There were levels, places in almost all gas giants where a human could, in theory, exist, exposed to the elements without any protective clothing at all. Of course, they would probably need to be prone and lying in a tub of shock gel or something similar, because weighing 6 times what their skeleton was used to coping with would make standing up or moving around problematic. Their lungs would have to be full of gill fluid or the like to let them breathe within a mix of gases, which included oxygen only as a trace element, and also to let their ribs and chest muscles work under the pressure of that gravitational vice. Plus, they wouldn't want to be exposed to a charged particle shower. But all the same, by gas giant great outdoor standards, this was about as good as it humanly got. Colonel Hatherans found it a bit hot, but then, as an Irolith, she would be more at home closer to the cloud tops. She had already loudly pronounced her e-suit undamaged and capable of protecting her anywhere from space vacuum down to Nascaron's 10 kiloclick level, where the pressure would be 1,000,000 times what it was here,
and the temperature somewhat more than half what it was on the surface of Algebraist star. Fassin chose not to join in a mine's better than yours competition. His own gas craft was also space-capable in an emergency, but untested at those depths. He'd tried contacting Apsile in the dropship, but had come up with static. The passive positioning grid cast by the equatorial satellites was functioning, but both scale-degraded and patchy, indicating there were some satellites gone or not working. Knowing where you were in Nascaron, or any gas giant, was important, but still less than half the story. There was a solid rocky core to the planet, a spherical mass of about 10 Earth-sized planets buried under 70,000 vertical kilometres of hydrogen, helium and ice. And there were purists who would call the transition region between that stony kernel and the high-temperature, high-pressure water ice above it the planet's surface. But you had to be a real nitpicker even to pretend to take that definition seriously. Beyond the water ice, technically ice because it was effectively clamped solid by the colossal pressure, but at over 20,000 degrees confusingly hot for the human image of what ice was supposed to be like, came over 40,000 vertical kilometres of metallic hydrogen, then a deep transition layer to the 10 kiloclick layer of molecular hydrogen, which, if you were of an especially imaginative turn of mind, you might term a sea. Above that, in the relatively thin, at a mere few thousand kilometres, but still vastly complicated layers reaching up towards space, were the regions where the dwellers lived, in the contra-rotating belts and zones of rapidly spinning gases which, dotted with storms great and small, spattered with eddies, embellished with festoons, bars, rods, streaks, veils, columns, clumps, hollows, whirls, vortices, plume heads, shear fronts, and subduction flurries, girdled the planet. Where the dwellers lived, where everything happened, there was no solid surface, and no features at all which lasted more than a few thousand years, save for the bands of gas forever charging past each other, great spinning wheels of atmosphere, whirling like the barely meshed cogs in some demented gearbox 150,000 kilometres across. The convention was that the equatorial satellites followed the averaged-out progress of the broad equatorial zone, establishing a sort of stationary parameter set from which everything else could be worked out relatively. But it was still confusing. Nothing was fixed. The zones and belts were relatively stable, but they shot past each other at combined speeds of what humans were used to thinking of as the speed of sound, and the margins between them changed all the time, torn by furiously curling eddies, writhing this way and that, or thrown out, compressed and disturbed by giant storms like the great red spot of the solar system's Jupiter, riding between a zone travelling one way and a belt going the other, like a vast squashed whirlpool caught in some mad clash of violently opposed currents, developing, raging, and slowly dissipating over the centuries that humanity had been able to watch it. In a gas giant, everything either evolved, revolved, or just plain came and went, and the whole human mindset of surfaces, territory, land, sea, and air was thrown into confusion. Add the effects of a vastly powerful magnetic field, swathes of intense radiation, and the sheer scale of the environment, you could drop the whole of a planet the size of Earth or Sepecta into a decent-sized gas giant storm, and the human brain was left with a lot to cope with. And all this before one took into account the, to be generous, playful attitude which the dwellers themselves so often exhibited to general planetary orientation, and the help, or otherwise, conventionally seen as being fit and proper to be extended to directionally challenged alien visitors.
"I thought we'd be in the midst of them," the Colonel said.
"Dwellers?" Fassin asked, studying the complex schematic of who and what might be where at the moment.
"Yes, I imagined we would find ourselves in one of their cities."
They both looked around at the vast haze of slowly swirling gas, extending, depending on which frequency or sense one chose to experience it in, a few metres or a few 100 kilometres away on every side. It felt very still, even though they were part of the equatorial zone and so being spun around the planet at over 100 metres a second, while swirling slowly around the upwelling and rising gradually with it too. Fassin felt himself smiling in his wrapping of shock gel. Well, there's a lot of dwellers, but it's a big planet. It seemed odd to be explaining this to a creature whose kind had evolved in planets like this, and who surely ought to be familiar with the scale of a gas giant. But then, Uralife, in Fassin's admittedly limited experience of them, often did display a kind of half-resentful awe towards dwellers, entirely consistent with the belief that the instant you dropped beneath the cloud tops, you'd find yourself surrounded by massed ranks of magisterial dwellers and their astoundingly awesome structures, A misapprehension it was hard to imagine any dweller even considering correcting. The Urolith were an ancient people by human standards, and by those of the vast majority of species in the developed galaxy. But, with a civilization going back about 800,000 years, they were mere mayflies by dweller standards. A thought occurred to Fassin. You ever been in a dweller planet before, Colonel?
Indeed not. A privilege denied until now.
Hathrance made a show of looking about.
Not unlike home, really.
Another thought occurred. You did receive clearance, didn't you, Colonel?
Clearance, Siatak?
To come down, to enter Nask.
Ah, the Colonel said. Not as such, I do confess. It was thought that I would be remote delving with you and your colleagues from the shared facility on the third Fury Moon. Bram Gansgrel himself took the time to assure me of this personally. No objection was raised regarding such a presence. I believe that permission was in the process of being sought for me to accompany you physically into the atmosphere, if that became necessary, as indeed it now has. However, the last that I heard in that regard indicated that the relevant clearances had yet to materialize. Why? Do you envisage there being a problem?
Oh, shit. The dwellers, Fassin told her, can be pernickety about that sort of thing. Pernickety, he thought. They were liable to declare the Colonel an honorary child, give her a half-hour start, and set off to hunt her. They take their privacy quite seriously. Unauthorized entries are severely discouraged.
Well, I'm aware of that.
You are? Good.
I shall throw myself upon their mercy.
Right, I see. You are either quite brave and possessed of a decent sense of humour, Fassin thought, or you really should have done more homework.
So, Sir Fassin Tak, in which direction ought we to proceed?
Should be a cloud tunnel about 400 clicks that way, Fassin said, turning the gas craft to point more or less south and slightly down. Unless it's moved, obviously.
Shall we?
The Colonel said, drifting in that direction. Going to ping one of our sats, let them know we're alive, Fassin told her.
This is wise?
Was it wise? Fassin wondered. There had been some sort of attack on the Seer infrastructure around Nascaron, but that didn't mean the whole near-planet environment had been taken over. On the other hand, how fast can that E-suit go? He asked the Colonel.
At this density, about 400 meters per second, about half that on sustained cruise.
Fassin's aerocraft could just about keep pace with that. Disappointing. He was still hoping to give the Colonel the slip at some point. It looked like he wasn't going to be able to just outrun her. Ping sent, he told Hathrance. Let's go. They went, quickly. They'd got about 100 meters away when a flash of violet light ripped the cloud apart behind them, and a stark, short-lived beam cluster splayed through the volume of gas they'd been floating within a few seconds earlier. Further beams radiated out from the initial target point, pulsing through the atmosphere in slowly spreading, semi-random stabs. One flicked into existence about 50 meters from them, booming and crackling. All the rest were much further away, and after a minute or so, they ceased altogether.
Somebody would seem to be ill-disposed towards you, Siatak,
the Colonel said as they flew through the gas. So it would appear. The flash and EMP came a couple of minutes after that. A low, rumbling concussion caught up with them sometime later. Was that a nuke? Fassin said. His instruments seemed to leave no other interpretation, but he still found it hard to believe.
I am unaware of any phenomenon able to mimic one so convincingly.
Fucking hell!
I float corrected. Somebody would seem to be extremely ill-disposed towards you, Siatak.
The dwellers are not going to be happy, he told Hathrance. Only they're allowed to let off nukes in the atmosphere, he explained, and it isn't even fireworks season. They found the cloud tunnel about where Fassin had thought it ought to be, only 100 kilometers out laterally, and 2 kilometers further down, bang on by Nascaron standards. The cloud tunnel was a bundle of a dozen or so carbon tubes, like some vast, barely braided cable cluster floating in the midst of an unending cloudscape of gently billowing yellow, orange, and ochre. The cloud tunnel's 2 main tubes were about 60 meters in diameter, the smallest, basically comms and telemetry waveguides, less than half a meter. The whole cluster had looked thread-thin when they'd first caught sight of it, tens of kilometers away, but up close it looked like a hawser fit to tether a moon, a great deep, rushing sound rumbled from inside the two main pipes.
"What now?"
the colonel said. "We see if my vicarious kudos credit is still good." Fassin used one of the Aerocraft's manipulators to prod one of the waveguides, working the filaments through the tube's protective sheath without breaking it. A hair-thin wire extended into the matrix of light filling the narrow tube. Information streamed from the far end of the wire into the gascraft's biomind, its transitional systems, and then into Fassin's head, forming a coded chaos of babbling sound, wildly scintillating visuals, and other confused sensory experiences. The interruption in the light streams had already been noticed and allowed for. A pulse of information, aimed right at the filament, sent an identity request and inquired whether assistance was required. Otherwise, stop interfering with a public information highway. A human, Fassin Tak, privileged to be slow seer at the court of the Nascaron dwellers, he said. "I'd like some assistance in the shape of transport at the given location, bound for Houskip City." He was told to wait.
Fassin Tak, outbander, stranger, alien, seer, human, and what's this?
This is Colonel Hatherance of the Mercatorial Military Religious Order, the Shrivalti Ocula, an Uralaith.
"Good day, Dweller Isul,"
Hatherance said. They had switched to using ordinary sound speech.
"A little dweller! How fascinating! Not a child, then?"
Isul, a sizable mid-adult, a good 9 meters or so in diameter, rolled through the gas and, extending one long spindle arm, clunked a fist bunch, bink, 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 on the e-suit of the colonel.
"Hello in there," Isul said.
Hatherance's discus of e-suit leaned to one side under the rain of not-so-gentle blows.
"Pleased to meet you,"
she replied tersely. "Not a child," Fassin confirmed. They were in a giant bowl-like room, roofed with slate diamond, micrometers thin, in a Thickeneers Club in Houskip City. Houskip lay within the equatorial zone of Nascaron, one of the 100,000 or so major conurbations in that particular atmospheric band. Seen from the right angle, in a sympathetic light, it looked a lot like the internal workings of an ancient mechanical clock, multiplied and magnified several thousand times. From far enough away, or just seen in a schematic, it resembled millions of toothed-looking wheels caught up in amongst each other, with larger sets of wheels interconnecting with them through hubs and spines and spindles, themselves linking up with still greater sets of wheels. The whole mighty, slowly gyrating and spinning assemblage, easily a couple of 100 kilometers in diameter, floated within a thick soup of gas 100 kilometers beneath the cloud tops. The city was the hub for several cloud tunnel lines. Once an empty car had made its way to the access hatch nearest to where Fassin and Hatherance pitched up alongside the cloud tunnel. It had taken 2 changes of line, riding in the same car, for Fassin and the colonel to get there, through the network of partially evacuated high-speed transit tubes. The whole journey had taken one of Nascaron's short day-night cycles. They had each slept for most of the time, though just before Fassin had dozed off, the colonel had said, "We go on. You agree, Major? We continue our mission until we are ordered to cease?" "I agree," he said. "We go on." The tunnel car had docked, sphinctered its way through a tunnel bud wall in Houskip's central station, and sped through the gelatinous atmosphere straight to the equatorial 8th Progression Thickeneers Club, where Isul, Fassin's longtime guide, mentor, guard, had been attending a party to celebrate the completion and expulsion ceremony of one of the club's members. Dwellers started out looking like anorexic manta rays. This was, in their brief, occasionally hunted childhood phase. Then grew, fattened, split most of the way down the middle, adolescence kind of, shifted from a horizontal to a vertical axis, and ended up as adults, basically resembling something like a pair of large, webbed, fringed cartwheels connected by a short, thick axle, with particularly bulbous outer hubs, onto each of which had been fastened a giant spider crab. Part of the transition from recent to mid-adulthood involved a period called thickening, when the slim and flimsy discs of youth became the stout and sturdy wheels of later life, and it was customary for dwellers to join a club of their approximate contemporaries while this was taking place. There was no specific reason for dwellers to band together at this point in their lives.
They just in general enjoyed joining clubs, sodalities, orders, leagues, parties, societies, associations, fellowships, fraternities, groups, guilds, unions, fractionals, dispensationals, and recreationalities, while always, of course, leaving open the possibility of taking part in ad hoc, non-ceremonial, serendipitous, one-time gatherings as well. The social calendar was crowded. Isil had invited them to this private book-crystal-lined library room in his Thick and Ears Club, rather than to his home, so that, as he explained, if they were too boring, or in too great a hurry, he could get back without an over-great delay to his chums, taking part in the ceremonial dinner and spree in the banqueting hall below.
"So, Fassin, good to see you," Isil said. "Why have you brought this little dweller with you? Is she food?"
No, of course not. She's a colleague.
Of course.
Though there are no Uralite seers. She is not a seer.
Then not a colleague.
She has been sent to escort me by the Mercatorial Military Religious Order, the Shrivalti Ocular.
I see.
Isil, dressed in his best smart but casual finery, all brightly coloured fringes and lacily ornate ruffs, rocked back, rotating slightly, then came forward again.
No, I don't. What am I saying? What is this ocular?
Well, it took a while to tell. After about a quarter of an hour, this all thankfully in real time with no slowdown factor, Fassin thought he'd pretty much briefed Isil as well, and as completely as he could, without giving too much away. The Colonel had contributed now and again, not that Isil seemed to have taken any notice of her. Isil was about 15,000 years old, a full adult, who was perhaps another 1 or 2 millennia away from becoming a trav, the first stage of primehood. At 9 meters vertical diameter, not including his semi-formal dinner clothes, whose impressive body rough added another meter, he was about as large as a dweller ever got. His double disc was nearly 5 meters across, the modestly clothed central axle barely visible as a separate entity, more of an unexpected thinning between the two great wheels. Dwellers shrank very slightly as they aged after mid-adulthood, and slowly lost both hub and fringe limbs until, by the time they were in their billions, they were very often nearly limb-disabled. Even then, they could still get about, as a rule. Their motive force came from a system of veins extending from the inner and outer surfaces of their 2 main discs. These extended to beat, sometimes twisting to add extra impetus or to steer, and lay flat on the backstroke, so that a moving dweller seemed to roll through the atmosphere. This was called roting. Very old dwellers often lost the use of, or just lost, the veins on the outside of their discs, but usually retained those on the inside, so that no matter how decrepit they might get, they could still wheel themselves around.
"It boils down," Isil said at the end, "to the fact that you are looking for the Chol Valseer to resume subject-specific studies in a library within his control."
Pretty much, Fassin agreed.
"I see."
Isil, you have always been a great help to me. Can you help me in this?
"Problem," Isil said.
Problem? Fassin asked.
"Valseer is dead, and his library has been consigned to the depths, or split up, possibly at random, amongst his peers, allies, families, co-specialists, enemies, or passers-by. Probably all of the above."
"Dead," Fassin said. He let horror show on the signalling carapace of the gas craft, a quite specific whirl pattern, which indicated being intellectually and emotionally appalled at the demise of a dweller friend, acquaintance, not least because they had died in the course of pursuing a line of inquiry that one was oneself deeply fascinated by. But he was only a chol. He was billions of years from dying. Valseer had been about 1.5 million years old, and on the brink of passing from the Cuspian level to that of Sage. Chol was the last phase of being a Cuspian. The average age of progressing from Cuspian Chol to Sage Child was over 2 million years, but Valseer had been judged by his elders and allegedly betters as being ready even at such a modest count of time. He was, or had been, a 1.5 million year old prodigy. He had also, last time Fassin had seen him, seemed strong, vigorous, and full of life. Agreed, he spent most of his life with his rotary snout stuck in a library and didn't get out much, but still, Fassin could not believe he was dead. The dwellers didn't even have any diseases he could have died of. How could he be dead?
"Yachting accident, if I recall," Isil said. "Do I?"
Fassin sensed the dweller radioing an info request to the patch walls of the library room.
"Yes, I do. Yes, a yachting accident.
His storm jammer got caught in a particularly vicious eddy, and it came apart on him, skewered with a main beam or a yardarm or something. On a brighter note, they salvaged most of the yacht before it descended to the depths. He was a very keen sailor, terribly competitive. When? Vassin asked. I heard nothing. Oh, not long ago, Usul said. A couple of centuries at the most. There was nothing on the news nets. Really? Ah, wait. Another radioed info request. Yes, I understand he left instructions that in the event of his death, it was to be regarded as a private matter. Usul flexed his hub-mounted spindle arms on either side, all of them, right out. Quite understand. Done the same myself. Is there any record of what happened to his library? Vassin asked. Usul rocked back again, a pair of giant conical wheels rotating slowly away, then pitching forward once more. He hung in mid-gas and said, Do you know what? What? No, there isn't. Is that not strange? I would really like to look into this matter further, Usul. Can you help us in this? I most certainly... Talking about news nets, there is something about an unauthorized fusion explosion not far from the point you accessed the cloud tunnel from. Anything to do with you? Oh, shit, Vassin thought again. Yes, it would appear that somebody is trying to kill me, or possibly the Colonel here. He waved at Hathorne's e-suit, still floating next to him. She had been silent for some time. Vassin was not certain this was a good sign. I see, Usul said. And talking about the good Colonel, I am struggling to discover her authorization. For being here at all, I mean. Well, Vassin said, we were forced to take refuge in Nascaron some time before we imagined it would be necessary due to unprovoked hostile action. The Colonel's permissions were being sought some time before we left, but had not yet come through when we had to make our emergency entry. The Colonel is technically here without explicit permission, and therefore throws herself upon your mercy as a shipwreckee, a wartime asylumee, and a fellow gas giant dweller in need of shelter. Vassin turned and looked at the Colonel, who shifted about her vertical axis to return his gascraft-directed gaze. She claims sanctuary, he finished. Provisionally given, of course, Usul said, though the precise meaning of unprovoked might be challenged in a wider context, and the exact definition of shipwreckee equally could well be open to dispute if one wished to be picky. That aside, though, I do understand there is some sort of dispute in progress out amongst you people. You understand correctly, Vassin told the dweller. Oh, not another one of your wars, please, Usul protested, with a rolling back of his whole body, which was actually relatively easy for a human to interpret correctly as an equivalent of rolling one's eyes. Though, to be fair, there were quite a lot of dweller gestures with this translation. Well, pretty much, yes, Vassin told him. Your passion for doing each other harm never ceases to amaze, delight, and horrify. I'm told there is to be a formal war between Zone 2 and Belt C, Vassin said. I too am told that, Usul said brightly. Do you really think it will happen? I'm not optimistic, frankly. Some appallingly good negotiators have been drafted in, I understand. Your hull carapace doing the job of standing in feebly for the body you so sadly lack bears marks upon it, which I take to mean you are being sarcastic earlier. Never mind, Usul. Right then, shan't. Now then, that's here. There is a point of congruency. There is? Yes. With what? Between what and what? His demise and this war we've been promised. Really? Yes, his old study. It is in the current zone of disputation, I believe. But if it's already been broken up, Vassin began. Oh, there are bound to be backups, and I'm not even sure the old fellow has been finally put to rest. After 200 years. Come now, Vassin. There were matters of probate. And it's in the war zone? Very likely, yes. Isn't it exciting? I think we ought to go there immediately. Usul waved all his limbs at once. Let's form an expedition. We shall go together. He looked at Hathorne's. You can even bring your little friend.
I have been considering whether to attempt to communicate with your shared facility via your satellites or directly, the Colonel told him.
I wouldn't, Fassin said. But if you decide you must, tell me before you try. I want to be well out of the volume.
You think the same sort of attack directed against us following your ping might be directed against us here?
Probably not here, in a Dweller city. But then, why risk it? We don't know that whoever's been shooting at us quite understands what they'd be letting themselves in for, so they might just waste us and have to deal with the consequences later. We won't be around to jeer.
We need to find out what is going on, Major Tuck, Hathrance informed him.
I know, and I'm going to send a request for information up to a SAT from a remote site as soon as I've checked out what's been going on via the local nets. The Colonel floated over to look at the enormous, though ancient and highly directional flat screen which Fassin was using in his attempt to find out what had been happening. They were in Isol's home, a ramshackle wheelhouse in a whole vast district of equally shabby-looking wheelhouses, hanging on skinny spindles underneath the city's median level, like a frozen image of an entire junkyard's worth of exploded gearboxes. Isul had escorted them back from his club in a state of some excitement. Then he'd left them alone, taken his servant Sholish, and gone off in search of a decent tailor. His usual tailor had most inconveniently taken it into his mind to change trades and become a dreadnought rating, probably trying to get in on the ground floor of this upcoming war.
What have you found?
The Colonel asked, watching the flat screen fill with an image of the third Fury moon.
The moon appears almost undamaged.
This is an old recording, Fassin explained. I'm trying to find an updated one.
Any mention of the hostilities?
Not very much, Fassin told her, using a manipulator to work the massive stiff controls of the old screen. There's been a mention on a minority radio news service, but that's it.
It is regarded as news, though. This is encouraging, I think.
Well, don't get too excited, Fassin said. We are talking about a station some amateurs run for the few people like themselves who are actually interested in things happening in the rest of the system. Maybe a few thousand dwellers out of a planetary population of 5 or 10 billion.
The number of dwellers in Nascaron is really that uncertain?
Oh, I've seen estimates as low as 2 billion, as high as 200, even 3.
I encountered this degree of uncertainty in my research, Hathrance said,
as Fassin switched manually between channels, datasets, and image trails.
I recall thinking it must be a mistake. How can one be 2 base 10 orders of magnitude out? Can't one just ask the dwellers? Don't they know themselves how many they are?
You can certainly ask, Fassin agreed. He put some humour into his signal. An old tutor of mine used to say of questions like this that the answers will prove far more illuminating regarding dweller psychology than they will concerning their actual subject.
They lie to you, or they don't know themselves.
That is a good question, too.
They must have an idea, the Colonel protested. A society has to know how many people it contains. Otherwise, how would it plan infrastructure and so on?
Fassin felt himself smiling. That's how it would work in pretty much any other society, he agreed.
There are those who would assert that dwellers are not, in fact, civilized, the Colonel said thoughtfully, that they could scarcely be said to possess a society in any single planet, and on a galactic scale cannot be said to constitute a civilization at all. They exist, rather, in a state of highly developed barbarism.
I'm familiar with the arguments, Fassin told her.
Would you agree?
No. This is a society. We are in a city. And even just in the one planet, this is a civilization. I know the definitions will have changed over the years, and you might take a different view from me, but in the history of my planet, we'd refer to a civilization based around a single river system or on a small island.
I forget how small-scale one has to think when dealing with planets with solid surface living environments, the Colonel said, apparently without meaning to insult. But even so, the definition of a civilization has to move on when one ascends to the galactic stage, and the dwellers, taken as a whole, might seem deficient.
I think it comes down to one's own definition of the terms, Fassin said. Hold on. This looks promising. He swung back from a mosaic of subscreens to a single moving image. Third Fury again, though this time looking hazier, less defined, and shot from some distance away. The shallow domes of the shared facility were obvious, if not clear, down near one tipped edge of the little moonlet. A flash on the surface away to one side, and a semi-spherical cloud of debris spreading, a glowing crater left where the flash had come from.
This looks like yesterday, Hathrance said.
Does, doesn't it? Fassin agreed. Looks like it was taken from high up on Belt A or the south of Zone 2. Just some amateur pointing a camera. Fassin found how to spin the stored recording back and then forward, then discovered how to zoom in. And that's us. They watched a cerise spot appear on a glittering blister near the edge of the shared facility, and could just make out the grainily defined debris of the hangar dome blowing outward in front of a sudden haze of quickly dissipating mist. A tiny, dark grey dot rose from the shattered dome and crawled away, the dropship making its desperate dive for the planet. Fassin spun the recording forward. The moon's position altered quickly, flying away across the dark sky as Third Fury continued on its orbit, and whoever was recording the images was whirled away in the opposite direction by the 20,000-kilometre-wide jet stream beneath them. Definitely Band A, Fassin said. A brilliant white flash washed out the whole screen. It faded, and a crater kilometres across was left. Debris spread everywhere like a flower's seed head just ready to shed, caught in a sudden hurricane. The interior of the crater was white, yellow, orange, red. The debris continued to spread. It looked like most of it would stay in more or less the same orbit as Third Fury itself. They both watched in silence. The moon had changed shape. It wobbled, seemed to partially collapse in on itself, slowly, plastically resuming a spherical form after losing so much of its earlier mass. Yellow cloud tops came up in a near flat line to meet it, and the small glowing globe spun under the horizon. Fassin let the recording play out and start to loop. He stopped it. The screen froze on the recording's first image of Third Fury, almost overhead, just after the first impact.
That did not look like a survivable event, the Colonel said.
Her scent voice sounded quiet. I think you're right.
I am very sorry. How many people would have been in the shared facility base?
A couple of hundred.
I saw no sign of your master technician's craft, or of the attacks on us once we quit the dropship.
Fassin compared the recording's timecode with the gascraft's own event list. Those happened after what we saw here, he told the Colonel. Over the horizon from where this recording was taken, anyway.
So much for backup or reinforcements.
The Colonel turned towards him.
We still go on, though, yes?
Yes.
So, now what, Fassin Tak?
We need to talk to some people.
So you want to communicate with your own kind? Yisol asked.
Via a relay at a remote site, Fassin said.
Why haven't you done so already?
I wanted to ask your permission.
You don't need my permission. You just find a remote dish and send away. I suspect any vicarious effect on my kudos level will be too small to measure.
They were in an antechamber of the city's administrator. The antechamber was a sizable room furnished with wall hangings made from ancient cloud-hugger hides, all yellow-red and whorled. A few sported the holes where the creatures had been punctured. One curved section of wall was a giant window, looking out over the vast floating scape of wheels that was Housekip. Evening was starting to descend, and lights were coming on throughout the city. Yusul floated over to the window and caused it to hinge down by the unsubtle tactic of bumping into it reasonably hard. He then floated out over the impromptu bow of balcony so produced, muttering something about liking the view and maybe moving his own house up here. A breeze blew in, ruffling the old cloud-hugger hides, as though their long-dead occupants were still somehow fleeing from their hunters. Colonel Hatherence leaned over towards Fassin.
This kudos thing, then, she said. It is really how they calculate their worth?
I'm afraid so.
So it's the truth. I thought it was a joke.
Distinguishing between the two is not a dweller's strong point. Yusul wandered back, failing to shut the window. His veins made a quiet burring noise as he rotated through the gas towards them.
Give me the message, he said. I'll forward it.
Via an out-of-the-way transceiver? Fassin asked.
Of course.
Well, just sent to Sept Bantrabal, letting them know I'm all right, and asking whether they're okay at their end. I imagine they already know what happened to the Third Fury moon. You might ask them whether anything has been heard of Master Technician Abseil and the dropship which escaped the moon's assault, and what happened to the ships supposed to be protecting Third Fury.
Ahem,
the Colonel said. They both looked at her.
Is this wise? She asked.
You mean, should I pretend to be dead? Fassin said.
Yes.
That did occur to me, but there are people I'd like to know I'm alive. He thought of that glimpse of a flash which might have been something hitting Glentine, while Third Fury was being bombarded. And I'd like to know my friends and family are all right.
Of course, the Colonel said. However, I wonder if it might be more sensible for me to communicate with my superiors first. We might ask Dweller Yusul here to let me use this remote relay. Once a more secure link had been established, perhaps via one of the warships, which I assume are still somewhere around the planet, a message might be sent to your sept to let them know you are well, none of which need take long.
While Hatherence had been speaking, Yusul had floated right up to her, seemingly intent on peering through the front plate of her e-suit, which was in fact completely opaque and indeed armoured. Eventually, he was within a centimetre of her, towering over the Uralife. The Colonel did not retreat. One of Yusul's rim limbs tapped, more delicately this time, on the Colonel's e-suit casing.
"Would you mind not doing that, sir?" she said frostily. "Why are you still inside that thing, little dweller?" Yusul asked. "Because I am evolved for higher, colder levels with a different gas mix and pressure gradient, Dweller Yusul." "I see." Yusul drew back. "And you have a very strange accent and way with grammar. I swear this human speaks better than you do. What were you saying again?" "I was asking you kindly to refrain from making physical contact with my e-suit." "No, before that." "I was suggesting I make contact with my superiors." "Military superiors?" "Yes." Yusul turned to Fassin. "That sounds more interesting than your plan, Fassin."
"Yusul, 200 of my people died yesterday, if not more.
I'd like, yes, but I might have to signal Glentine direct if no satellites are left," Hatherence was saying,
as a tall door swung up in one wall, and a dweller in ceremonial clothes poked its rim out.
"I'll see you now," said the city administrator.
The administrator's office was huge, the size of a small stadium. It was ringed with hollow-screen carrels. Fassin counted 100 or so of the study stations, though only a few were occupied by dwellers, mostly fairly young. There were no windows, but the ceiling was diamond leaf, with most of the sections slid round to leave the place open to the rapidly darkening sky. Float lamps bobbed, casting a soft yellow light over them as they followed the administrator to her sunken audience area in the centre of the giant room.
"You are pregnant!" Yusul exclaimed. "How delightful!" "So people keep telling me," the administrator said sourly.
Dwellers were, for want of a better term, male for over 99% of their lives, only changing to the female form to become pregnant and give birth. Becoming female and giving birth was regarded as a social duty. The fact that the obligation was more honoured than not made it unique in dweller mores. It contributed mightily to one's kudos tally, and anyway had a sort of sentimental attraction for all but the most determinedly misanthropic members of the species. Statistically about 43%. Still, it was undeniably a burden, and very few dwellers went through the experience without complaining mightily about it.
"I myself have thought of becoming female, several times," Yusul said. "Well, it's overrated," the city administrator told him. "And particularly burdensome when one had an invitation to the forthcoming war that one is now apparently morally obliged to turn down. Please, take a dent."
They floated to a series of hollows in the audience area and rested gently within them.
"Why, I too hope to be going to the war," Yusul said brightly. "Well, somewhere very near it, at least. I have only just now returned from my tailor's after being measured for the most lately fashionable conflict attire." "Oh, really?" the administrator said. "Who's your tailor? Mine just left for the war."
"Not Fjorleud," Yusul exclaimed.
"The same. He was mine also. Just the best. Absolutely. No, I had to go to Destelmin. Is he any good?" "Well,"
Yusul waggled his whole double discus.
"One lives in hope. A good mirror-side manner, as it were, but will it translate into a flattering cut? That's the question one has to ask oneself." "I know," agreed the administrator, "and off to become a junior officer on a dreadnought." "Not even that? A rating?" "No. Yes. Very lowly for someone so distinguished. I know, but a smart move. Getting in as a rating before the recruitment window even properly opens makes sense. The smoking uniform effect." "Ah, of course."
Fassin tried making a throat-clearing noise in the midst of all this, but to no effect.
"The smoking uniform effect?" the colonel light whispered to him.
"Dead men's shoes," Fassin explained. "They only promote from within once hostilities have begun. If he's lucky, this tailor's dreadnought will suffer heavy damage and lose a few officers, and he'll end up an officer after all. If he's really lucky, he could rise to admiral. Hatherence thought about this.
Would a tailor, however distinguished, necessarily make a good admiral?
Probably no worse than the one he'd be replacing. The problem was that to dwellers, all professions were in effect hobbies, all posts and positions sinecures. This tailor that Yusul and the city administrator were babbling on about would have had no real need to be a tailor. He was just somebody who'd found he possessed an aptitude for the pastime, or, more likely, for the gossiping and fussing generally associated with it. He would take on clients to increase his kudos, the level of which would increase proportionally the more powerful were the people he tailored for, so that somebody in a position of civil power would constitute a favoured client, even if that position of power had come about through a lottery, some arcanely complicated rota system, or plain old coercive voting. Jobs like that of city administrator were subject to all those regimes and more, depending on the band or zone concerned, or just which city was involved. The city administrator, in return, would be able to drop casually into just the right conversations the fact she had such a well-known high-kudos tailor. Obviously, Yusul had had sufficient kudos of his own to be able to engage the services of this alpha outfitter too. People further down the pecking order would have employed less well-connected tailors, or just got their clothes from common, which was dweller for, in this particular case, off the peg, and in general just meant mass-produced, kudos-free, available as a matter of a right just because you're a dweller, well, pretty much anything, up to and including spaceships. Though, having seen round a few dweller spaceships, Fassin thought the stack 'em high and give them away free approach had its limitations.
Indeed, Yusul was saying. My own bid for JO status has been languishing for centuries and wasn't even mentioned this time round. Entering as a rating seems demeaning, but it could pay off big if there are casualties.
Of course, the administrator said, then fastened her gaze on the colonel.
What's this?
An Uralife, a little dweller, Yusul said, with what sounded like pride.
Gracious! Not a child? Or food? I asked.
Pleased to meet you, the colonel said, with as much dignity as she could muster. An Uralife, it appeared, attracted even less respect amongst dwellers than Fassin, and he suspected the colonel herself had expected. The Uralife had evolved relatively recently, quite independently of the vast, unutterably ancient mainstream of galactic dwellerdom, and as such was seen by their more venerable Kogas giant inhabitants as something between an annoying collective loose end and a bunch of impudent, planet-usurping interlopers.
And this must be the Slows here.
The administrator looked briefly at Fassin's gascraft before returning her gaze to Isul.
Do we need to talk slowly for it?
No, administrator, Fassin said before Yusul could reply. I am running on your timescale at the moment.
How fortunate.
She flicked to one side and stabbed at a screen remote, her frontal radius edge lit up by the hollow's glow.
I see. So, all the mayhem of the last day or two is your fault, then?
Has there been much mayhem, ma'am?
Well, the partial destruction of a close-orbit moon would fit most people's definition of mayhem, the administrator said pleasantly. An attractive feature in the sky whenever one ventured towards the cloud tops. Been there millions of years, slagged within a few % of breaking up completely, a ring of debris scattered round its orbit. That orbit itself changed significantly, causing everything else up there to have to shuffle round to accommodate the alteration. A small bombardment of debris across 3 bands, some chunks narrowly missing several items of infrastructure with more than sentimental value, and others setting off automatic planetary defense laser batteries, a cascade of satellite destruction that has yet to be put entirely right. Oh, and an unauthorized fusion explosion. Middle of nowhere, granted, but still. None of this happily within my jurisdiction, but trouble does appear to be rather following you around, human tuck, and here you are in my city.
The administrator rolled fractionally towards Fassin's gascraft.
Thinking of staying long?
Well, Fassin began.
The human is under my protection, administrator, Yusul interrupted. I vouch for it entirely, and will continue to accept all kudos consequences regarding its actions. I shall take all steps necessary to safeguard it from whatever hostile forces may wish it ill. May I count on your support for the expedition the human insists on making into the war zone?
Given, the administrator said.
How splendid! We can be ready to leave within a couple of days, especially if the tailor De Stelman is persuaded to prioritize my combat clothing order.
I'll have a word.
Too kind. I swear I shall never nominate you for a coercive vote again.
My gratitude knows no bounds.
If dwellers could grit their teeth, Fassin thought, the administrator's words would have been spoken through them. Excuse me, ma'am, he said.
Yes, human talk.
Have you any word on events elsewhere in the system?
As I say, the various rings and moons are shifting fractionally in their orbits to accommodate—
I think he means the stellar system, not that of Nascaron, Colonel Hatherand said.
The two dwellers turned to look at her. Dwellers had sensing bands all the way round their outer rims, plus eye bubbles low on their outer hubs. They were not known as the best glarers in the galaxy, but they were always willing to give it their best shot. To a dweller, their own planet was pretty much everything. Most gas giants had many more moons than the average stellar system possessed planets, and most radiated a lot more energy than they received from the star they orbited. Their heat transfer systems, weather and ecology arising largely from processes internal to the planet itself, not dependent on sunlight. Their inhabitants had to pay close attention to the skies, basically to watch out for incoming, but even that consideration led to an obviously gas giant-centered way of thinking. The local star and the rest of its planetary system was of relatively little interest to the average dweller. That is not quite what I meant, Fassin told them quickly. The moon Glantine, for example, has it been harmed?
Not to my knowledge,
the administrator said, with another stern look at Hatherans.
And the military ships that were in orbit around Third Fury?
The colonel asked. Shh, Fassin signalled Hatherans.
No,
she sent back.
What ships?
The administrator said, apparently mystified. How about the planet Sepecta? Fassin said.
I have no idea,
the administrator told him. She fixed her gaze on Fassin.
Is this why you wish to see me? To ask after the welfare of moons and distant planets?
No, ma'am. The reason that I wanted to see you is that I am worried that there may be a threat to Nascaron.
You are?
Blurted Isul.
Really?
The administrator said with a sigh. Even Hatherans was turned to look at him. There is a war beginning amongst the quick, ma'am, Fassin told the administrator. It is going to come to Alubis, and it is not impossible that some of the forces taking part may wish to involve Nascaron and its dwellers in that war in some way. The administrator rolled fractionally back and sucked her outer trim frill in, the dweller equivalent of a frown.
Major, the colonel said, you said nothing of this. What do you base this on? Is there something you're not telling me?
A hunch, just trying to get their attention. And I should point out that it's considered impolite to signal whisper like this. The administrator continued to look at Fassin for a moment, then turned to Isul.
Is this human normally mad?
Isul made a sucking sound. Down to definitions. Nascaron might be vulnerable to a further bombardment, Fassin persisted, even to some sort of raid.
Ha!
Isul laughed.
We are not defenseless, human talk,
the administrator said loudly. No, but your spaceships are leaky antiques, and your planetary defences are set up for dumb rocks, Fassin thought wearily. You talk a good defence, but if the Epiphany 5 invaders decide to attack, or the Mercatoria decides I'm dead, and they plump for a more obvious way to get hold of whatever might be in Valsier's library, you won't be able to do much to stop them. Going on what I've seen, a single Navarchi military destroyer could lay waste to your whole planet over time. Of course not, he agreed. But I would ask you to pass this information on to the relevant authorities. You will be still better defended if you are prepared.
I'll bear that in mind,
the administrator told him levelly. Oh, shit, Fassin thought. You're going to do fuck all. You aren't going to bother telling anybody. Isul was looking up.
What's that?
He asked. Fassin experienced a moment of horror. He looked up too. A stubby, veined cylinder, a couple of meters high, was hovering vertically above them in the darkness, outside the ceiling's still open diamond petals. It was pointing something long and dark at them. The administrator groaned.
Oh, no,
she said.
That is the press.
Shirlish, my good Quiras, you witless, rind-nibbling waste of gas.
Isul threw a piece of armour across the room at his servant. The camo-painted carbon plate spun through the gas, changing colours rapidly as it tried to adapt, narrowly missed several other dwellers. The large room was crowded and people had to duck, bob or dodge. just avoided Shoalish and embedded itself in a float tree panel, producing a distinct thunk. Before it had much of a chance to blend in, Shoalish tugged it out of the wall and disappeared into a side chamber, muttering. "Excuse me," Colonel Hathorne said sharply to a dweller, who just bumped into her in the general shuffling that had spread through the room to give the thrown piece of armour a clear trajectory. "Excused," the dweller said, then continued his conversation with another of Isul's relations. Isul was getting ready to quit Houskip and leave for the war along with his charges, Fassin and the Uralaith. His new combat clothing had arrived just that morning, kudos enhancingly quickly, along with various gifts from friends and family, most of whom, it seemed, had thought it best to show up in person to present their mostly useless or positively dangerous gifts and offer vast amounts of generally contradictory but extremely loudly proffered advice. Isul, flattered and excited to be the centre of so much attention, had invited them all into his dressing room for snacks and whatever while he tried on all his new clothing, checked that his antique, inherited familial armour still more or less fitted, and played with all the new bits and pieces he'd been given. Fassin counted over 30 dwellers in the chamber, which was one of the larger spaces in the wheel-shaped house. There was a saying to the effect that 1 dweller constituted an argument in waiting, 2 a conspiracy, and 3 a riot. Quite what a gathering of 30-plus was supposed to represent, he wasn't sure, but it would assuredly have nothing to do with silence or subtlety. The noise rang off the curved walls. The clothing competed for loudness. Expressive patterns spread across exposed carapace skin like flipbooks of geometric artwork. Magnetic chatter swirled. Infrasound bounced, confusion from one wall to another, and a heady mix of pheromones bathed the place in frantic currents of dweller hilarity. "Are there other guides come guards we might employ beside this one?" Hathorne asked, pressing up to the wall beneath where Fassin floated, as another dweller bearing gifts arrived, and pushed his way through the throng towards Isul. "Not really," Fassin told her. Isul suffered a significant kudos loss within the Guard Mentors Guild, taking on an alien outworlder back when he agreed to be Uncle Slovius's mentor. He got that back eventually, but it was a brave thing to do. Few of them will accept that kind of loss. Starting from scratch to find somebody new would take years, even if Isul did agree. Something small, round, pink and gooey bumped into the top of the Colonel's e-suit and stuck. She batted it away. "What are all these things?" she said, exasperated. "Just hospitality," Fassin said, with a resigned expression. Floating, drifting round the room were bob fruits, floss balls, chandelier gum bushes, and wobbling breeze trays loaded with sweetmeats, mood balloons, narco pastes, and party suppositories. The guests helped themselves, eating, ingesting, snorting, rubbing, and inserting away as appropriate. The noise seemed to be swelling by the minute, as was the collision rate, always a sure indicator that dwellers were getting out of it. Lots of loud bumps, hasty cries of "Excuse me!" sudden alarming tiltings, and bursts of the sort of especially raucous laughter which invariably accompanied the realization by a dweller that one of its companions had lost control of their buoyancy. "Oh dear," Fassin said. "I do believe this is turning into a party."
"Are these people intoxicated?" Hathorne asked, sounding genuinely shocked.
Fassin looked at her, letting his incredulity show. "Colonel," he told her, "they are rarely anything else." There was a bang and a yelp from somewhere near where Isul floated. A bob fruit exploded in mid-gas and fell limply to the floor. People nearby wiped foamy pieces of fruit off their clothes.
"Oops,"
Isul said, amidst widespread laughter.
"He can't be the only guide," the Colonel protested. "What about other seers? They must have guides too."
"They do, but it's a one-to-one thing, an exclusive relationship. Abandoning your guard mentor would be a terrible insult. They'd lose all kudos."
"Major Tack, we cannot afford to be sentimental here. If there is even a possibility that we might find a better, less idiotic guide, we ought at least to start looking."
"The Guard Mentors are a guild, Colonel. They run a closed shop. If you dumped one of them, none of the rest would touch you. You'd certainly then find some clown who'd offer to act as a guide, mentor, guard, whatever. In fact, they'd probably have to form a queue. But they'd be very young and stupid, or very old and eccentric, and they'd assuredly get you into far more trouble than they were ever likely to get you out of. The Guard Mentors Guild would harass them from the start, for one thing, and the vast majority of other dwellers wouldn't talk to you at all. Librarians, archive keepers, antiquarians, exospecialists, all the people we most need to talk to, in other words, in particular, would not even give you the time of day. They made room for Isol's servant, Sholish, returning from the side chamber with a two-piece, highly polished, mirror-finished cuirass. Sholish was an adolescent, only a few 100 years old, barely 3/4 grown and skinny. Personal servants, always at least 2 generational stages younger than their masters, were fairly common in Dweller society, especially where the senior dweller was bothering to pursue a hobby come profession which actually involved a degree of study and or training, when the servant had a fighting chance of picking up the basics of the given trade. The better masters regarded their servants more as apprentices than servants, and the occasional, especially aberrant ones, treated their underlings almost as equals. Isul had yet to fall prey to such sentimentality.
"And about time, you custard-brained flimwort!"
Isul yelled, snatching the cuirass from Sholish's grasp.
"Did you have to forge and weave the armour for yourself, or did you start gazing at your own reflection and lose all track?"
Sholish mumbled, retreated.
"I refuse to accept that we are as powerless as you imply, Major," the colonel told Fassin.
He turned to look at the Uralith. "We are here very much on sufferance, Colonel. The dwellers can go off entire species of seers for no accountable reason. Nobody's ever worked out a pattern to this. You just suddenly find that you and your kind aren't welcome anymore. It doesn't usually happen while they're still getting to know a new-to-civilization species, but even that's no guarantee. They certainly get fed up with individuals. I've seen it happen, and that's equally random. Every time I come down here, I have to accept that no matter how friendly and helpful everybody might have been during my last visit," the colonel gave a sceptical laugh, "they might have nothing more to do with me this time or ever again. In fact, they might tell me I've got a day to get out or become the object of a hunt. And a seer faces that prospect every single time they delve, either remotely or directly. We just have to get used to it. They don't even need to have met you. There are records of seers-to-be who spent decades getting trained up, who've been part of respected seer septs going back millennia, who've been about to go on their very first delve and been told not to bother and to stay away forever. It's a minor miracle they've accepted you the way they have. And don't forget, the only reason you're not constantly being challenged as an interloper is because Isul is on record as vouching for you." "You are saying they are stuck with this buffoon?" "We are. I know it's hard to believe, but he's one of the better ones."
"God help us. Why waste time? I shall apply for my posthumous decoration immediately."
The Volunteer Guild of Guard Mentors existed to look after dwellers visiting from other bands of the same planet, or, very rarely, from another gas giant, usually one within the same stellar system. Dwellers, almost always alone, did make journeys from one stellar system to another, but it didn't happen often, and it usually meant that the individual concerned had been thrown out of their own home gas giant for some particularly heinous crime or unforgivable character defect. The dwellers had pretty much stopped making deep space trips en masse after the second Diasporian Age, when the galaxy had been half the age it was now. It was generally held that 7 billion years' lack of practice probably accounted for the sheer awfulness of dweller spaceship design and building standards, though Fassin wasn't convinced that cause and effect hadn't been confused here. They were due to leave for the war zone the following day. The interval since the frustrating audience with the city administrator had been spent fending off dweller journalists and their news remotes and trying to find out what they could about events in the wider system. Eventually, they'd had to compromise and trade. One journalist got a very guarded but exclusive interview from Fassin. Very guarded indeed. Colonel Hatherans kept coughing loudly whenever they approached any subject remotely to do with their mission, in return for news of the outside. The Third Fury moon had been devastated, and all on or in it had perished. There was no news of a dropship surviving, though equally there was no news of any wreckage from such a ship being found. However, of course, if it had just dropped into the depths. Many satellites had been destroyed or damaged. Those belonging to the Quick, this meant the Mercatoria, appeared to be either missing or out of action. Some warships belonging to the current local Quick species had spent an amount of time investigating the rubble of the moon Third Fury. The moon Glantine appeared much as it always had. Stellar system ship traffic appeared light, as it had for some days now, but not anomalous. A signal had been sent on the behalf of Oculan Colonel Hatherans, on the authority of Guard Mentor Isul of Houskip, to the moon Glantine. No reply had yet been received. Nothing untoward had happened to the transmitting station responsible following the transmission. According to the journalist, this was all stuff they could have found out themselves eventually. The trick was knowing where to look. The journalist seemed to feel miffed that they'd got the better end of the deal too, because everything he'd told them was at least 90% true. specifically to avoid upsetting them. He knew aliens could be funny that way.
What exactly did your friend say?
He said they wanted him to gasline a whole bunch of stuff for... I'm pretty sure those were his exact words. Then he seemed to realize he was saying too much, giving too much away, and he changed the subject. The hesitation, that sudden change of subject, made the earlier form of words all the more important. He realized he was speaking to somebody who spent a lot of his life in Nascaron, who might not feel the same way he would about the implications of what he was talking about. This was spoken in humanized G-Clear, very close to this. Meanings are pretty much identical, just altered pronunciation for the human voice.
No English words involved?
None.
So, he said, gas-lined, not streamlined or airlined.
One wouldn't say airlined, as far as I know. The normal form of words would be streamlined. He chose gas-lined without thinking because it was more technically correct, because it has a narrower meaning. In this context, it means altering a vacuum-capable craft so that it can also operate in an atmosphere like Nascaron's.
Which you take to mean that an invasion or large-scale destructive raid upon us is imminent?
I think some sort of raid is a distinct possibility.
This seems a thin thread to hang such a weighty fear upon.
I know, but please understand. The guy's company builds and refits 3/4 of the system's warcraft. The phrase gaslined is quite specific, and that sudden change of tack when he realized he was talking to somebody who might be sentimentally or emotionally attached to Nascaron and sympathetic towards dwellers is significant. I know this man. I've known him since I was a child. I know how his mind works.
Attempting to invade a gas giant would nevertheless be a momentous action. In 7,000 years, the Mercatoria has done no such thing.
The situation is desperate for them locally. They're under threat of invasion within the year. A standard year, not one of yours. Help is at least one more standard year away beyond that. In fact, the invasion may already be beginning. The attacks on Third Fury and the Mercatoria's other assets around Nask could be part of it.
And attempting to invade us helps them how?
They think there may be something here which will make a difference. Some information. That's why I'm here, to look for it. But if they thought I was dead, or not likely to succeed, the Mercatoria might intervene directly. Plus, the invaders the Mercatoria is worried about might well think the same way with even less cause to hesitate. I get the impression the future continuance of dweller studies is kind of low on their set of priorities.
Fassin, what sort of information could possibly make such a course of action seem sensible?
Important information.
More specifically.
Very important information?
You're not willing to tell me.
Willing or able. Best you don't know.
So you tell me.
If I thought the specifics would help convince you, I'd let you know, Fassin lied. He was talking to a dweller called Sitstein. Sitstein liked to call himself an influence peddler, which was a humble term for somebody with contacts extending as high as his went. Dweller society was remarkably flat in terms of social hierarchy, flat as the surface of a neutron star compared to the sheer verticality of the Mercatoria's baroque monstrosity. But to the extent that there was a top and bottom of society, the Surul Sitstein was in touch with both. He was a society host and a part-time social worker, a hospital visitor and a friend to the great and good, as far as either could be said to exist in dweller terms. A sociable, clubbable creature, intensely and genuinely interested in other people, more so even than in Kudos. This made him very unusual, even strange, almost threatening. He was, in human terms, somewhere between a total geek and very cool. His geekiness was that bizarre failure to care about the one thing that everybody agreed really mattered, Kudos, while his coolness came from the same source, because not caring about Kudos, not obsessing about it, not chasing it down wherever it might be found, not constantly measuring one's own coolness against that of one's peers, was in itself kind of cool. As long as there was not the faintest shadow of a suspicion he was playing some weird backgame, deliberately pursuing Kudos by pretending not to, so long as his lack of interest in it was seen as being the unaffected carelessness of a kind of wise knave. He was Kudos rich, though in a curiously unenviable way. It had been Slovius who had first explained to Fassin how kudos worked. Fassin had thought it was a bit like money. Slovius had explained that even money wasn't like money used to be. But anyway, kudos was sometimes almost an opposite. The harder you'd worked for your kudos, the less it was worth. Setstein was also one of the most sensible, level-minded dwellers Fassin had ever encountered, and he treated a request by a mere human to wake up, speed up, and converse over the phone with a degree of respect and seriousness that few other dwellers would have. Fassin had told Hathrans he needed time to let his human brain and body sleep, and his aerocraft self-repair and recharge itself. He'd retreated to the long spoke room he'd been allocated in Yusol's house. This was a dark and dusty gallery littered with piles of discarded clothes, lined with ancient wardrobes and floored with out-of-favour paintings and crumpled wall hangings. There was a double-dent dweller bed in there too, and a tree foam-lined cubby by one wall, so it kind of constituted a bedroom. Not that Fassin or his gascraft really needed such a thing. Fassin had secured the door, used the little aerocraft's sonic senses to locate a removable ceiling panel, and exited through the double-skin roof into a breezy and relatively dark night. Like all dweller cities, Housekip was situated in a historically calm patch within its atmospheric volume. But cities still had weather. They experienced pressure differentials, squalls, fog, rain, snow, crosswinds, upwellings, downdrafts, lateral force and spin, all depending on the state of the gas stream around them. Moderately buffeted, half hidden by the shreds of thicker gas scudding across the lamplit night, Fassin had made his way up and out across the sheen of rooftops. Sky traffic had been relatively light. Most travel would be within the spindles and spokes linking the city's main components. But there had been a few dwellers roting about in the distance, and enough small craft, packet delivery machines mostly, for Fassin to hope he was going unremarked. Distant lightning had flickered deep below. Fassin had come to a dangling waveguide cable a few centimetres thick, followed it up to a deserted public plaza like a vast empty bowl circled with dim, attenuated lights, and found a public screen booth. Setstein was also in the equatorial band, though on the other side of the planet. Fassin might therefore have hoped to find him awake at such a time, but Setstein had been sleeping off the effects of an especially good party he'd hosted the night before. Dwellers could go for tens of their days without sleep, but when they did sleep, they tended to do so on a prodigious scale. Fassin had begged and pleaded with Setstein's servant to have him woken, and even then it had taken a while. Setstein looked and sounded groggy, but it appeared that his mind was fully awake inside there somewhere.
"And you would like me to do what?" Setstein asked.
He scratched at his gill fringe with one spindle arm. He was wearing a light sleep collar round his mid-hub, which was regarded as a polite minimum when addressing someone other than a close friend or family member over the phone. Dwellers were hardly self-conscious about showing their inner hub mouthparts and pleasure organs, but there was a degree of decorum in such matters, especially when confronted with an alien.
"What shall I say, Fassin, and to whom?"
A gust of wind made the aerocraft's vanes purr to hold it in place as Fassin looked into the camera screen. Convince whoever you can, preferably as high as you can reach, preferably discreetly, that there really is a threat. Give them time to decide what they're going to do if there is a raid. It may be best just to let it happen. What you don't want to do is to have an unthinking hostile reaction that leads to some maniac quick nuking a city or two to try to teach you a lesson. Setstein looked confused.
"How would that benefit anybody?"
"Please just trust me. It's the sort of thing quick species do."
"You want me to talk to politicians and military people then, yes?"
"Yes." Politicians and military people in dweller society were as much amateurs and dilettantes as gifted tailors or devout party throwers like Setstein, possibly a little less dedicated. But you had, Fassin reflected, to work with what you were presented with. Setstein looked thoughtful.
"They're not going to go with an invasion."
This was true, Fassin supposed. In the full sense of the word, an invasion was impossible. The Alubis forces were hopelessly inadequate for the task of occupying a volume as great as Nascaron or any other gas giant, even if it had been inhabited by a congenitally peaceful, naturally subservient and easily cowed species rather than, well, dwellers. Attempting to control the place with dwellers around would be like peeing into a star. The danger was that, in carrying out a raid to secure a given volume for long enough to hunt down the information they were looking for, The Mercatoria would cause the dwellers to react as though they were undergoing a full-scale invasion. It seemed to be part of dweller psychology that if something was worth reacting to, it was even more worth overreacting to, and Fassin dreaded to think what that might imply for all sides. Stress, an extended raid and temporary site occupation with aggressive patrols that might be mistaken for an invasion.
"Whereabouts?" Setstein asked. "Or are you really going to tell me you have no idea?"
I understand we're going to be looking in or very near the new formal war zone. Setstein let his hub arms droop down at his side. This was something like a human rolling their eyes.
"Well, of course. Where else?"
I don't suppose there's the slightest possibility that the war might be cancelled or postponed?
"There is always a chance, but it certainly won't have anything to do with a mere party animal like myself having a word in even the highest placed ear."
Think. There might be the possibility of genuine hostile action against us, an act of alien aggression within the winds of Nascaron itself, and the suggestion is we call off a formal war?
More likely we'll start a few more to show how jolly fierce we are and get some practice in.
Just thought I'd ask.
When do you set off for the war zone?
Tomorrow morning, housekeep local time.
There you are, in plenty of time for the war's opening ceremony.
I may have other things on my mind.
You realize that me having a word on high may well result in you being tracked, watched by interested parties?
Whereas that would never happen normally? But yes, I realize that.
Well, I wish you well, Fasintak.
Thanks. Setstein peered at the camera screen, looking at Fassin's surroundings.
You're still out of kudos with the phone operators?
I have an additional guard mentor in the shape of an Uralaith Mercatoria military colonel. She might not understand my concern. I sneaked out to make the call.
Very cloak, very dagger. Good luck with your quest, Fassin. Do keep in touch.
If you're watching this, Sal, then I'm dead. Obviously, I don't know what the circumstances of that death may have been. Like to think I died bravely and honorably in combat. Kind of don't think you'll be watching this because my clogs were popped peacefully in my sleep. Because I don't mean for that to happen. At least not until something's happened that involves you. Dying peacefully, actually. Hopefully that would mean you're already dead. The thing that involves you sort of involves Fass, too, though not in the same way. Involves you and me and Fass, and Iain. Poor dead Iain. Iain Deste, Sal. You remember her? Maybe you don't. It's been so long for all of us, for all these strange, different reasons that end up being just the same. You with your treatments, Fass with his slow time, me all Einsteined out with too much time near light speed. Time hasn't ever caught up with any of us, has it, Sal? But I'm thinking you probably do remember Iain, and what happened to her, because it was all so traumatic for us, wasn't it? You don't forget anything about something that dramatic and horrible, not really. How can you? You have nightmares about it. It sneaks up on you even in the day sometimes, too. Do you find that? I get that. Sometimes it's something really obvious, like seeing something on screen of somebody hanging by their fingertips over a drop, especially if it's a woman. Of course, in the screen, they usually get rescued. Not always, but usually. But then other times, what happened just ambushed me. I'll be doing something completely normal, with no cues, no stimulus that you can see any logical reason would trigger the memories, and suddenly I'm there. I'm back again, back in that big old motherfucker of a ship with you and Fass and Iain. Do you get that? I get it still, even after all these years. You'd have thought it would have stopped happening by now, wouldn't you? Hell, even without all those stolen years near sea, you'd have thought it should have, withered, fallen away. Look at me. 61 years old, body time, they tell me. Fitter than ever, still betting guys a third my age. And do I look 60? Hope not. But I should have got over the whole thing by now, don't you think? Time a great healer and all that? Just hasn't happened. So do you get anything similar? Is this ringing any bells at all? Really? I'd like to know. Maybe we'll find out one day. Maybe I'll have got to ask this, and you'll never get to see this, but we'll have found out together. Maybe somebody else will get to see this. It isn't really meant for anybody else, but, well, this is a high-risk occupation, and who knows what'll happen after this is made. Anyway, point is, I know what happened, and I intend to kill you, Sal. Or I did. As I say, if it is you who's watching this, I'm dead and you're still alive. But I want you to know it isn't going to end there. Got serious intentions of pursuing you from beyond the grave, Sal, old son. Won't be easy, realize that, but I've spent my entire career getting myself into a position of power, making myself so powerful within the Navy that I can click my fingers and battleships power up, set course and ship out. Building networks, making friends, finding allies, taking lovers, taking exams, running risks. Also that I'll have the power one day to challenge a man who, must nearly own the system by now. The portal collapse nearly threw me, but my plan's back a long way. But I reckon you'll still be alive and loving life when I finally do get home, or when what's planned to happen in the event of my death starts happening. Can't tell you too much, obviously. No reason to give you any sort of warning at all. And all the advantages are on your side already, aren't they? Well, maybe apart from surprise. You surprised now? If you're listening to this, watching this, wondering what's going to happen? Well, wonder away. Wonder away, Sal, and don't stop wondering. Don't stop being frightened, because being frightened might keep you alive a bit longer. Not too long. Definitely not too long, but long enough. I suppose that's enough now, don't you think? Definitely the longest speech either of us ever delivered, even while we were together, way back when, wouldn't you say? Maybe almost more than we ever said to each other, put together. Well, almost. Let me explain, in case you still haven't got it. I saw the marks, Sal. I saw the 3 red lines on your neck before you put your jacket collar up. Remember that? Remember? Pretending to shiver and saying collar, or whatever it was. Remember? Just one of those little false notes that you don't notice at the time because of all the fear and adrenaline that doesn't start to nag at you until long afterwards. Kept that collar up afterwards too, didn't you? Kept the jacket on like some sort of comfort blanket until you could get to a bathroom and a first aid kit, didn't you? I remember. And when I was reaching down to Iain, I saw her fingernails, with the blood under them. Saw them very distinctly. Fast didn't. Still has no idea, even yet. But I saw them. I wasn't entirely sure about the marks on your neck, but then I checked. Remember that last farewell fuck a couple of weeks later? Just checking. They were very faint by then, of course, but they were there all right. You always wanted her, didn't you, Sal? Always so desired the beautiful Iain. Did you think because she went into the ship with you, she was saying yes? Did you? Did she then change her mind? Doesn't really matter, I suppose. I saw what I saw. You know what's funny, too? I was there, even if you weren't. Iain and I. Just the once. But that's something else I'll never forget either. Oh, you'd have loved to have been there for that, wouldn't you? Bet you would. I slept with Fast, too, afterwards, just to complete the set. Much better than you, by the way. The uniformed figure sat forward, right up to the camera, staring into it, voice going quiet and low. I was coming to get you, Sal. If you're watching this, then I didn't make it, not personally. But even from beyond the grave, I'm still fucking coming to get you. The image froze, then faded. A hand, shaking only slightly, reached out and turned the viewer off. 4. Events during wartime. It was a truism that there was not just one galaxy, there were many. Every variety of widely spread sentient life, plus a few Krayat categories which were arguably non-sentient, though still capable of interstellar travel. Sometimes even every individual species type tended to have one galaxy to itself. The Faring, a trans category that covered all such beings able and willing to venture beyond their own immediate first habitats, were like the citizens of a vast, fully three-dimensional, but mostly empty city with multitudinous and varied travel systems. The majority of people were content to walk and made their slow progress by way of an infinitude of quiet, effectively separate, deserted streets, quiet parks, vacant lots, remains of wasteland, and an entire unmapped network of paths, pavements, alleys, steps, ladders, wines, and snickets. They almost never encountered anybody en route, and when they got to where they were going, it would be somewhere very similar to the place they had departed from. Whether that place had been a star's photosphere, a brown dwarf's surface, a gas giant's atmosphere, a comet cloud, or a region of interstellar space. Such species were generally called the slow. The quick were different. Mostly originating from rocky planets of one sort or another, they lived at a higher speed and could never be content forever plodding from place to place. That they had been forced to do so until a viable wormhole network had been established was regarded as quite bad enough. Wormhole access portals were the pinch points of the wormhole system, the city's underground stations, where people of varying species types were forced to meet and to some extent mingle, though given the tiny amount of time one spent near a portal or within a wormhole, even this seemingly profound tying together made very little difference to the ultimate unconnectedness of the many different life strands, and both before they gathered and after they dispersed, the users of the system still tended to congregate at places specific to their own comfort criteria, usually quite different from those of all the others. Many people regarded the Cincturia as the equivalent of animals: birds, dogs, cats, rats, and bacteria. They too lived in the city, but were not responsible for it or entirely answerable to it, and were often to a greater or lesser degree inimical to its smooth running. Accounting for the rest, the non-baryonic penumbrae, the 13D dimensionates, and the flux-dwelling quantarchs, was a little like discovering that the ground, the fabric of the city's buildings and their foundations, plus the air itself, were each home to another sort of life altogether. The Mercatoria, largely, but not entirely, made up of the galaxy's current crop of oxygen breathers, inhabited its own galaxy then, as did all the other categories of life, and all these different galaxies existed alongside every other one, each interpenetrating the rest, surrounded by and surrounding the others, yet hardly affecting or being affected by them, except sometimes through the inestimably precious and all too easily destroyed wormhole network. Us? Oh, we were like ghosts in the cabling. Slave children were crawling along the giant blades of one of the dreadnought's main propellers, packing welding gear, backsacks of carbon weave, and heavy glue throwers. The pulsing drone of the vessel's engines and main propulsion thrummed through the wrap cloak of brown, billowing mist, filling the slip-streamed gas and the structure of the huge ship with buzzing, building, rising and fading harmonics like a vast unending symphony of industrial sound. Fassin and the Colonel watched from an open gantry overlooking the ring of giant engines as the two teams of Dweller infants crawled along the massive blades to the warped and flapping blade ends. The starboardmost propeller had been hit by a section of dew cloud root. The root had fallen out of the clouds above, probably from a dying dew cloud, floating and decomposing tens of kilometres above. Dew clouds were enormous foamy plants, anything up to 10 kilometres across and 5 or 6 times that in height. Like all gas giant flora, they were mostly gas. A Dweller in a hurry could probably rip right through the canopy of one, hardly noticing they were in the midst of a plant, not an ordinary cloud. To a human, they looked like some monstrous cross between an elongated mushroom and a jellyfish the size of a thundercloud. Part of an ubiquitous clade, found wherever Dwellers were, they harvested water condensation out of Dwellerine gas giant atmospheres, using their dangling, thick, and relatively solid roots to exploit the temperature difference between the various atmospheric layers. When they approached the ends of their lives, they floated up to the cold cloud tops and the higher haze layers, and bits broke off. The dreadnought had prop guards to stop floating/falling/rising stuff interfering with its main propulsion units, but the section of root had slipped in between the guard and the propeller itself, wreaking brief havoc with their 30-metre-long vanes before being chewed up and thrown out. Now the child slaves had to climb out along the blades, from the hubs to the tips to make repairs. Shaped like slim deltas with thin, delicate-looking tentacles which had to both clamp them onto the still-revolving blades and hold the various repair materials, the infants were making heavy weather of it. Dweller officers in motor skiffs rode nearby, bellowing orders, threats, and imprecations at the young.
"They could just stop the fucking propeller," the Colonel shouted to Fassin.
The open gantry they were holding onto was 4/5 of the way back from the bulbous nose of the giant ship, an ellipsoid a little over 2 kilometres in length and 400 across the beam. The dreadnought's 24 giant engine sets protruded from near its rear in a monumental collar of pylons, wires, tubular prop guards, and near-spherical engine pods. The wind howled round Hathorynce's e-suit and Fassin's little aerocraft. "Slow them down too much, apparently," Fassin yelled back. The dreadnought's captain had cut the starboardmost engine set to quarter power to give the slave children a better chance of completing their repairs without too many casualties. The ship's giant rudders, mounted on the octiform tailplane assembly just aft of the engines, were appropriately deployed to compensate for the resulting skewed distribution of thrust. Fassin glimpsed an escort cruiser through a short-lived break in the clouds a few kilometres away. Other dreadnoughts and their escorting screens of minor craft were spread out around them in a front 100 kilometres across and 30 deep. A slave child near one of the vane tips lost its grip and whirled off the end with a distant shriek, crashing into the inner edge of the outer prop guard. Its scream cut off, and the limp body was caught in the combined prop wash and sent whirling back, narrowly avoiding a further collision with the tail assembly. It disappeared behind a giant vertical fin. When it came back into sight, it was already starting to spiral slowly down into the enveloping cloud haze. None of the skiff-riding dwellers spared it a second glance. The dozens of remaining slave children continued to inch their way along the giant blades. Fassin looked at the colonel. "Whoops," he said. They were hitching a ride to the war zone. A tunnel car had taken them from Isolde's house. Well, 2 tunnel cars, a second proving necessary to carry all Isolde's baggage and extra clothing, plus Shorelich, to the central station. From there, they joined a long-distance train of 90 or so cars making its way towards the border of Zone 0, the Equatorial Zone, and Band A, 20,000 kilometres away. Isolde spent a large part of the journey complaining about his hangover. "You claim to have been around in your present form for 10 billion years, and you still haven't developed a decent hangover cure?" Hathorynce had asked, incredulous. They'd been floating in a restaurant car, waiting for the galley to figure out the exact chemical composition of Uralife food. Isolde, his voice muffled, issuing from within a translucent coverall that was the dweller equivalent of dark glasses, had replied, "Suffering is regarded as part of the process, as is the mentioning of it, as is, one might add, the sympathy one receives from one's companions." The colonel had looked sceptical. "I thought you felt no pain." "Mere physical pain, no. Ours is the psychic pain of realizing that the world is not really as splendid as it seemed the evening before, and that one may have made something of a fool of oneself, and so on. I wouldn't expect a little dweller to understand." They'd detrained at Nursotse, a sphere city riding mid-altitude in the boiling, ragged fringes of the equatorial belt's northern limits. Nursotse was barely 30 kilometres in diameter, relatively dense by dweller city standards, and built for strength and manoeuvrability. High-speed transport craft left in convoys every hour or so, as one of the band border wheels swung near. They'd crossed on the Neusotzian Gwefuthan band border wheel 1, a colossal articulated structure 2,000 kilometres across, held rotating on the border of 2 atmospheric gas giant bands, protruding a kiloclick into each, its whole enormous mass spun by the contra-rotating gas streams on either side. Band border wheels were the largest moving structures most gas giant planets possessed, if one discounted the globe-girdling cloud tunnel networks. These only moved in the trivial sense of being whisked around the globe at a few hundred clicks an hour, like everything else within a planetary band. To a dweller, that was stationary. Band border wheels really spun, transferring transport and materials from one band to another with minimal turbulence and in relative safety, with the added bonus that they produced prodigious amounts of electricity from their spindle drive shafts. These protruded from the upper and lower hubs, vast hemispheres whose lower rims were pocked with microwave dishes hundreds of meters across, geared up to tear round at blurring, mind-numbing speeds, and beaming their power to an outer collecting ring of equally enormous stationary dishes, which then pumped the energy into docked bulk accumulator carriers. The wheel and the city had been caught in the outer edges of a small boundary-riding storm when they'd arrived, though both were being moved out of the way as quickly as they could be. Everything from the planet itself to Fassin's teeth had seemed to vibrate around them,
as the turbulence-hardened transfer ship hurried them, empodded, from the cloud tunnel station to the wheel, engines labouring, wind screaming, ammonia hail pelting, lightning flashing, and magnetic fields making various parts of Isul's baggage and accoutrement buzz and fizz and spark. Hurled round in the giant centrifuge of the wheel, stuck against its inner perimeter, the time that they'd spent inside had seemed almost calm by comparison, even allowing for the wild wave-like bucking as they'd crossed the zone belt border sheer face itself. The storm had been affecting Guefutha more severely than Noyasotsa. The outer equatorial ring of the city was spinning hard, parts of its peripheral suburbs and less well-maintained districts coming apart and peeling away in a welter of thrown-out shrapnel. Their transfer had to buck and weave to dodge the wreckage, then take them straight to a tunnel car marshalling yard beyond the city proper, a splay of cable filaments waving slowly in the gale like a vast anemone. Another multi-kilo-click cloud tunnel journey through the vastness of Belt A, the northern tropical, another wheel transfer, calmer this time, into Zone 2, and finally, crossing the midline of the zone, they'd started to encounter more military traffic than civilian, the cars and trains packed with people, supplies and material, all heading for the war. At Tolimundani, on the fringe of the war zone itself, they'd been thrown off the train by military police, who weren't falling for Isul's preemptively outrage-fueled arguments regarding the summit-like priority and blatant extreme officiality of an expedition, nay, a quest, he was undertaking with these, yes, these two, famous, well-connected, honoured alien guests of immeasurably high intrinsic pansystemic cross-species reputation, concerning a matter of the utmost import, the exact details of which he was sadly not at liberty to divulge, even to such patently important and obviously discreet members of the armed forces themselves, but who would, nevertheless, he was sure, entirely understand the significance of their mission, and thus their clear right to be accorded unhindered passage due to simple good taste and a fine appreciation of natural justice, and would in no way be swayed by the fact that their cooperation would be repaid in levels of subsequent kudos almost beyond crediting. They'd floated in the tunnel bud, watching the train of cars pulling out. Sholish had darted around the echoing space, trying to round up all the floating and fallen pieces of just ejected luggage. Fassin and Hatherance had looked glowering at Isul. He'd finished dusting himself down and straightening his clothing, then done a double take at their aggregated gaze, and announced defensively, "I have a cousin." The cousin was an engineering officer on the dreadnought Stormshear, a 30-turreter with the belt rotation ears 487th Rolling Thunder Fleet. Bindice, the cousin, bore a long-standing familial grudge against Isul, and so naturally had been only too happy to accept a great deal of kudos from an inwardly mortified, outwardly brave-facing, "Hail, cuz, bygones now Isul," by doing him the enormous, surely never-to-be-forgotten favour of vouching for him and his alien companions to his captain, and so securing passage into the war zone, though even that only happened after a quick suborb flight in a nominally freight-only moonshell pulsed from High Tolimundani to Lopscott, again covered by cousin Bendice and his endlessly handy military connections, said, vile spawn of a hated uncle, amassing anguished Isul-donated kudos like the Stormshear's mighty capacitor's accumulated charge, scudding over the cloud tops, briefly in space, but no windows, not even any screen to see it, listening to Isul complain about the uncannily hangover-resembling after-effects of the fierce acceleration in the magnetic pulse tube, and the fact that he'd had to leave behind most of his baggage, including all the war zone presents his friends had given him, and the bulk of the new combat attire he'd ordered. The slipstream howled and screamed around the seer and the colonel. They watched the slave children attempt their repairs. Clustered around the ends of the giant propeller blades, Fassin thought the dweller young looked like a group of especially dogged flies clinging to a ceiling-mounted cooling fan. Dweller children had a generally feral and entirely unloved existence. It was very hard for humans not to feel that adult dwellers were little better than serial congenital abusers, and that dweller children ought to be rescued from the relative brutality of their existence. Even as Fassin watched, another infant was thrown from one of the giant blades, voice a high and anguished shriek. This latest unfortunate missed the prop guards but hit a high-tension stay cable and was almost cut in half. A dweller in a skiff dipped back into the slipstream, wrestling with his craft to draw level with the tiny broken body. He stripped it of its welding kit and let the body go. It disappeared into the mist, falling like a torn leaf. Dwellers cheerfully admitted that they didn't care for their children. They didn't particularly care for becoming female and getting pregnant. Frankly, doing this only because it was expected, drew kudos, and meant one had in some sense fulfilled a duty.
The idea of having to do even more, of having to look after the brats afterwards as well, was just laughable. They, after all, had to endure being thrown out of the house and left to wander wild when they were young. They'd taken their chances with the organised hunts, the gangs of adolescents and lone hunter specialists, so why shouldn't the next generation? The little fuckers might live for billions of years. What was a mere century of weeding out? The slave children, being used to carry out the repairs to the Stormshear's damaged propeller, would be regarded by most dwellers as extremely lucky. They might be imprisoned and forced to carry out unpleasant and or dangerous jobs, but at least they were relatively safe, unhunted and properly fed. Fassin looked out at them, wondering how many would survive to become adults. Would any of these skinny, trembling delta shapes end up billions of years from now as utterly ancient, immensely respected sages? The odd thing was, of course, that if you somehow knew for certain that they would, they wouldn't believe you. Dweller children, absolutely to an infant, refused to believe even for a moment, even as a working assumption, even just for the sake of argument, that they would ever grow up to become one of these huge, fierce, horrible double-disc creatures who hunted them and killed them and captured them to do all the awful jobs on their big ships.
Siatak.
Yes, Colonel. So, they were back to close communicating, using polarized light to keep the conversation as private as possible. The Colonel had suggested coming up here. Fassin had wondered if it was for some private chat. He supposed ordinary talk might have been problematic, given the screech of the slipstream around the gantry and the thunderous clamour sounding from the choir of engines just behind.
I have meant to ask for some time.
What?
This thing we are supposed to be looking for, without mentioning the specifics, even like this, using whisper signalling.
Get on with it, Colonel. Ma'am, he added.
Do you believe what you told us at that briefing on Third Fury? Hatherans asked. The one with just yourself, Gansgrel, Jörnwitch, and myself present. Could all that you told us there possibly be true?
The long crossing, the fabled hole between galaxies, the list itself.
Does it matter? He asked. What we believe always matters.
Fassin smiled. Let me ask you something. May I?
On the condition that we return to my question. Very well.
Do you believe in the truth?
So capitalized?
So in quotation marks.
Well, of course.
The truth was the presumptuous name of the religion, the faith that lay behind the Shrivalti, the Caesoria, in a sense behind the Mercatoria itself. It arose from the belief that what appeared to be real life must, in fact, according to some piously invoked statistical certitudes, be a simulation being run within some prodigious computational substrate in a greater and more encompassing reality beyond. This was a thought that had, in some form, crossed the minds of most people and all civilizations, with the interesting exception of the dwellers, or so they claimed, which some parties held was another argument against them being a civilization in the first place. However, everybody, well, virtually everybody, obviously, quickly or eventually came round to the idea that a difference that made no difference wasn't a difference to be much bothered about, and one might as well get on with what appeared to be life. The truth went a stage further, holding that this was a difference that could be made to make a difference. What was necessary was for people truly to believe in their hearts, in their souls, in their minds, that they really were in a vast simulation. They had to reflect upon this, to keep it at the forefront of their thoughts at all times, and they had to gather together on occasion with all due ceremony and solemnity to express this belief. And they must evangelize. They must convert everybody they possibly could to this view because, and this was the whole point, once a sufficient proportion of the people within the simulation came to acknowledge that it was a simulation, the value of the simulation to those who had set it up would disappear and the whole thing would collapse. If they were all part of some vast experiment, then the fact that those on whom the experiment was being conducted had guessed the truth would mean that its value would be lost. If they were some plaything, then again, that they had guessed this meant they ought to be acknowledged, even, perhaps, rewarded. If they were being tested in some way, then this was the test being passed. This was a positive result, again, possibly deserving a reward. If they had been undergoing punishment for some transgression in the greater world, then this ought to constitute cause for rehabilitation. It was not possible to know what proportion of the simulated population would be required to bring things to a halt. It might be 50%, it might be rather smaller or much greater. But as long as the numbers of the enlightened kept increasing, The universe would be constantly coming closer to this epiphany, and the revelation could come at any point. The truth claimed, with some degree of justification, to be the ultimate religion, the final faith, the last of all churches. It was the one which encompassed all others, contextualized all others, could account for and embrace all others. They could all ultimately be dismissed as mere emergent phenomena of the simulation itself. The truth could too, in a sense, but unlike them, it still had more to say once this common denominator had been taken out of the equation. It could also claim a degree of universality that the others could not. All other major religions were either specific to their originating species, could be traced back to a single species, often a single subset of that species, or were consciously developed amalgams, syntheses of a group of sufficiently similar religions of disparate origin. The truth, claiming no miracles, or at least no miracles of proof, and being the work of no individual, all-important prophet, it had arisen naturally many times within a multiplicity of different civilizations, was the first real post-scientific pan-civilizational religion. Or at least, it was the first that had not been simply imposed on reluctant subjects by a conquering hegemony. The truth could even claim to be not a religion at all, where such a claim might endear it to those not naturally religious by nature. It could be seen more as a philosophy, even as a scientific postulate, backed up by unshakably firm statistical likelihood. The Mercatoria had simply adopted this belief system, properly codified it, and made it effectively the state religion of the latest age.
You do not believe, Fassin?
The Colonel put sadness into her signal. I appreciate the intellectual force of the argument.
But it is not held in your mind at all times.
No, sorry.
Be not sorry. We all find it difficult on occasion. We shall perhaps talk further on the matter.
I was afraid we might.
To return to my question, then.
Do I believe all that stuff?
Correct.
Fassin looked around at the ship beneath them and the great assemblage of roaring engines, whirling blades and supporting structures. The long crossing, 30 million years between galaxies. The idea that anything built by dwellers could make a journey of that length does place the credulity under a degree of tension, he admitted.
The assertion that the outward journey was made so much more rapidly seems no less to belong to the realm of fantasy. Ah, yes, the great and almost certainly mythical intergalactic whole.
I would not argue with you, Colonel, though I would say it's perfectly possible that these are all nonsense, but the specific object we're looking for still exists.
It keeps unlikely company.
Again, I wouldn't choose to dispute the matter. We are left with the fact that you are a colonel, I am some sort of honorary major, and orders are orders.
How assiduously one attempts to follow one's orders might be affected by the extent to which one believes they are capable of being carried out successfully.
There I would completely agree with you. What are you getting at?
Just calibrating, Major.
Seeing how committed I am? Would I sacrifice my life for our object of desire?
Something like that.
I suspect we're both skeptics, Colonel. Me more than you, I suppose. We also believe in doing our duty. You more than me, perhaps. Satisfied?
Content.
Me too.
I received a communication from the Ocular this morning.
Really? And were you always going to tell me? Or could I have been even more mission-skeptical during that last exchange and been told nothing? Or has your calibration meant I'm not going to get told everything now?
Yes. Our orders remain as they were. There were several more attacks on the system in general at the time of the assault on the third Fury moon. Further, less intense attacks have continued. The communication satellite system around Nascaron is being repaired as a matter of urgency. In the meantime, a Navaki fleet is being stationed above the planet to take the place of the satellites, to provide security and main force backup for you and me, and to pick us up at the end of our mission, or in an emergency.
Fassin took a moment to think. Any word from my Sept? Sept Bantrabal?
None. There was confirmation that all those on or in Third Fury were killed. I am sorry to report that Master Technician Herville Abseil is also believed to be dead. There has been no sign of or communication with the dropship. I have been asked by the Ocular to pass on their commiserations to you regarding all those deceased seers and supporting staff, to which, of course, I add my own.
Thank you. The Colonel might have executed a sort of rolling bow, or it might just have been the effects of the swirling, buffeting slipstream tearing around them. The slave children had suffered no further casualties. Their repairs appeared to be working. Even where they had not completed their renovations, the damaged blades were vibrating less, making the rest of the job easier. How many ships were they sending to Nascaron to do all these things? That one small ship and 2 puck-sized satellites could do.
This was not mentioned.
Fassin said nothing. There were some potentially unfortunate consequences implicit in a profound belief in the truth. One was that there was a possibility that when the simulation ended, all the people being simulated would cease to exist entirely. The sim might be turned off, and everybody within the substrate running it would die. There might be no promotion, no release, no return to a bigger and better and finer outside. There might just be the ultimate mass extinction. Also, back in the apparently real world, there was an argument that the truth implied approval of its own extinctions, that it tacitly encouraged mass murder and genocide. Logically, if one way of upping the proportion of those who truly believed was to evangelize, convince and convert, another was to decrease the numbers of those who steadfastly refused to accept the truth at all, if necessary, by killing them. The tipping point into revelation and deliverance for all might come not at the moment when a skeptic became a believer, but at the point that an unreformable heathen breathed their last. The storm shear plunged into a great dark wall of thicker cloud dimming the view. Lights started to come on, shining from the supporting structure and the dweller skiffs. Soon they could see little, and the mad, overwhelming cacophony of the slipstream and the droning engines made sonosense near impossible. A methane hail rattled around them in the gathering gloom.
"Time to go in, perhaps,"
the colonel said. Amen. The next day brought target practice, as the storm shear's weapons and crew were brought up to some form of war readiness. Isul, Hatherans and Fassin were allowed to watch from inside an observation dome right at the front of the ship, a temporary structure protruding from the dreadnought's armoured nose like a little bubble of diamond. They shared the place with a few dozen interested civilians, mostly administrators of the various cities where the storm shear had been paying courtesy calls during the last long period of peace. Uniformed pet children floated amongst the VIPs, carrying trays of food and drugs. Ahead, through a 10-kilometre gap in the clouds, they could see an object like a small, bright blue ship, a target being towed by another dreadnought 100 or more clicks still further ahead. The storm shear shuddered mightily, and an instant later there came a great blast of noise. Tracks like dozens of vapour trails appeared in the sky beneath and above them, great combs of thin, plaited gas racing in front of them, headed by the barely glimpsed dark dots of the shells converging on the target. Screens set into each dent seat, where working, showed a magnified view of the blue target. It shook as its hollow structure was punctured by the shells, holes appearing briefly on its hull before sealing up again. A desultory cheer went up from a few of the generally bored-looking dwellers present. It was drowned out by the clicking of maniple fingers demanding service from the pet children waiters.
"I never asked,"
Hatherant said, leaning close to Isul as he snorted up the coils of purple from a fuming stokepipe.
"What is the war actually about?"
Isul turned jerkily and gave the impression of trying to get his outer sensory regions to focus on the colonel.
"About?"
he said, looking confused. The exhausted stoke stick attached to the pipe went out with a loud pop.
"Well, it's about when 2 opposing groups of people, that is to say, dwellers, in this case, obviously, decide to, fight. Fight, yes, usually over some issue, and they use weapons of war to do so, until one side or other— did I say there are usually just 2 sides? That's kind of the conventional number, I believe. A sort of a quorum, you might say, though I wasn't looking for the definition of a war, Isul." "No? Good. I thought you probably had such things of your own. Most people seem to." "I meant, what is the point at issue? What is the cause of the war?"
"The cause?" Isul asked, looking surprised. He rotated as far back in his dent seat as he could, while the ship shuddered again, and another salvo, from each side of the vessel this time, lanced forwards to the distant target. "Well," he said, distracted by the dancing dots of the shells dragging their gas trails after them. "Well, I'm sure there is one." He started mumbling. Hatherans seemed to realise she'd already got as much sense out of Isul as she was going to while he was sucking on the stokepipe, and settled back in her seat with a sigh.
Dweller formal wars are like duels fought on a huge scale, Fassin told her. The colonel turned fractionally towards him. Normally about some aesthetic dispute. They're often the final stage of a planet planning dispute.
Planet planning?
A common one is where there's some dispute concerning the number of belts and zones a planet ought to have. Then the odds and the evens are the two sides, usually.
Planet planning,
the colonel repeated, as though she hadn't picked up right the first time.
I did not think gas giants were, well, planned.
The dwellers claim they can alter the number of bands a planet has over a sufficiently great amount of time. They've never been reliably observed doing this, but that doesn't stop them claiming to be able to do it. Anyway, it's not the doing of the thing that matters, it's the principle. What sort of world do we want to live in? That's the question.
Even or odd?
Exactly. A formal war is just the working out. Another salvo. The ship really shook this time, and a number of the slave children yelped at the ragged boom resulting. Combs of gas trails leapt from all sides, a cone defining a tunnel of braided sky in front of them. Wars are also fought over disagreements, such as which gas clipper ought to be allowed to fly a certain pennant colour during a race.
A war for this?
Hatherans sounded genuinely horrified.
Have these people never heard of committees?
Oh, they have committees and meetings and dispute procedures. They have lots of those. But getting dwellers to stick with a decision that's gone against them, even after they've sworn on their life beforehand that they'll abide by it, is not the easiest thing to do in this or any other world. So disagreements tend to rumble on. Formal wars are just the dweller equivalent of a Supreme Court, a tribunal of last resort. Also, you have to understand that they don't really have standing armed forces as such. Between wars, the dreadnoughts and other military bits and pieces are cared for by enthusiasts, by clubs. Even when a formal war is declared, all that happens is that the clubs get bigger as ordinary people sign up. The clubs sound and feel like what you or I might understand as proper military authorities, but they've no legal standing. The colonel shook as though just confronted with something of ultimate grisliness.
How perverse!
For them, it seems to work.
The verb work, Hatherans said, like so many other common terms, seems to be required to take on additional meanings when one talks of dwellers. How do they decide who's won one of these bizarre conflicts?
Occasionally a straight dead count, or the number of dreadnoughts destroyed or crippled. More usually there'll be an elegance threshold pre-agreed.
An elegance threshold?
Hatherans, Fassin said, turning to her. Did you do any research into dweller life? All that time in...
I believe I encountered a mention of this concept, but dismissed it at the time as fanciful. It genuinely counts in such matters.
It genuinely counts.
And they can't agree a workable disputes procedure for what ship flies which colourings without resorting to war, but they can happily agree on that resulting war being decided on a concept as fuzzy as elegance.
Oh, that's never disputed. They have an algorithm for it. Another terrific judder rang the storm shear like a dull bell. The thin, uncoiling tracks combed the sky ahead of them.
An algorithm?
The colonel said. Elegance is an algorithm. The screens showed the blue target quaking under the impact of a handful of shells. Hatherans glanced at Isul, who was trying to blow purple smoke rings and pierce them with a rim arm.
And it's all run by clubs, she said, of enthusiasts.
Yes.
Clubs?
Big clubs, Hatherans.
So is all this why their war technology is so awful? She asked.
Is it?
Fassin, Hatherans said, sounding amused now. These people claim to have been around since the week after reionization, and building these dreadnought things for most of that time, yet that target is less than a dozen clicks ahead. Each salvo is 36 shells.
33. One of the turrets is out of action.
Regardless, they're only hitting that effectively unmoving target with every second or third round. That is simply pathetic.
There are rules, formulae,
insisting on ludicrously inefficient gunnery?
In a sense. No guided shells. All guns and aiming systems to be based on ancient patterns. No jet engines for the dreadnoughts, no rocket engines for the missiles, no particle or beam weapons at all.
Like duels fought with ancient pistols.
You're getting the idea.
And this is meant to keep them all in martial trim in case they are invaded by outside hostiles?
Well, yes, Fassin agreed. That does begin to look like a slightly hollow claim when you actually see the technology, doesn't it? Of course, they claim they've got star-busting hyperweapons hidden about the place somewhere, just in case, and the skills are somehow transferable, but nobody's ever seen them. Something like that. The Stormshear unleashed its mighty anti-ship missiles, loosing what was probably meant to be a 12-strong broadside. The 11 tiny, slim projectiles came screaming from all sides of the great vessel. The slave children yelped again, and some dropped their trays, and hurtled out towards the distant blue target drone on smoky, twisting plumes of jet exhaust like deranged darts. Two of the missiles drifted too close to one another. Each appeared to identify the other as its intended target, and so both swung wildly at their opposite number, missed, twisted round in a sweeping double braid, flew straight at each other, and this time met and exploded in a modest double fireball. Some dwellers in the observation lounge, distracted, perhaps sarcastic, cheered. A third missile seemed to take the nearby explosion as a sign that it ought to perform an upward loop and head straight back at the Stormshear. "Uh-oh," Issel said. The oncoming missile settled into a flat, steady course, becoming a small but rapidly enlarging dot aimed straight at the nose of the dreadnought. "They do have distracts, don't they?" Hatherant said, glancing at Fassin. Some dwellers started looking at each other, then made a dash for the access tube to the Stormshear's armoured nose, creating a jam around the door. Slave children, also trying to escape, either got through ahead of the rush or were thrown roughly out of the way, yelping. The dot in the sky was getting bigger. "They can just order it to blow up, can't they?" the colonel said, roting backwards. A high whining noise seemed to be coming from somewhere inside the colonel's e-suit. The yelling, cursing knot of dwellers round the exit didn't seem to be shifting. The Stormshear was starting to turn, hopelessly slowly. "In theory, they can distract it," Fassin said uneasily, watching the still unshifting melee around the exit. "And they do have close-range intercept guns." Another frantic slave child was ejected upwards from the scrum by the door, screaming until it slapped into the ceiling and dropped lifeless to the slowly tilting deck. The missile had real shape now, no longer a large dot. Stubby wings and a tailplane were visible. The Stormshear continued to turn with excruciating slowness. The missile plunged in towards them on a trail of sooty exhaust. Hatherant's rose from her dent seat, but moved closer to the diamond sheath nose of the observation blister, not further away. "Stay back, Major," she said. Then a terrific tearing, ripping noise sounded from above and behind them. A net of finger-fine trails filled the gas ahead of the ship's nose, and the missile first started to disintegrate, and then blew up. The interceptor machine gun somewhere behind continued firing, scoring multiple hits on the larger pieces of smoking, glowing missile wreckage as they tumbled on towards the Stormshear, so that when the resulting shrapnel hit and punctured the observation blister, it caused relatively little damage and only minor wounds. The dreadnought took them as far as Monoin, a ruined city fallen amongst the dark, thick gases of the lower atmosphere, where slow coils of turbulence roiled past like the heavy, lascivious licks of an almighty planetary tongue. A place all spires and spindles, near deserted, long unfashionable, a one-time storm centre, now too far from anything to be of much interest to anybody. A place that might have garnered kudos for itself had it been near a war zone, but could hope for almost none at all because it was within one. A wing frigate took them from the dreadnought and deposited them in the gigantic echoing hall of what had once been the city's bustling station port, where they were greeted like returning heroes, like gods by the local hirers and flyers. They found a guest house for negative kudos. They were, in effect, being paid to stay there.
"Sir,"
Shoalish said, rising from the mass of petitioners in the small courtyard below.
"A hostelier of impeccable repute with excellent familiar connections in the matter of wartime travel warrants beseeches you to consider his proposal to put at your disposal a veritable fleet of a half dozen finely arrayed craft, all in the very best of condition and working order, and ready to depart within less than an hour of their arrival."
"Which will be when, precisely, baneful to my already too long life?"
"A day, sire. 2 at the most, he assures."
"Unacceptable. Utterly and profoundly so,"
Issel proclaimed, thrilling the very idea away with a shudder. He was nestled within a dent on a flower-decked terrace outside and above the Taverna Bucolica, close enough to the city's central plaza to smell the mayor's desperation. He dragged deep of a proffered farmer cylinder and with the exhalation breathed, "Next!" Fassin and the colonel floating nearby exchanged looks. Hatherant's floated closer. "We could just take off, you and I." All by ourselves?
We are both self-sufficient. We are both capable of making good time.
You reckon? The Colonel made it obvious that she was looking his aerocraft over.
I think so.
I think you called up the specs on this thing before we left Third Fury, and oh damn well so, he thought. He sent. So we go herring off into the clouds together, just we two?
Yes.
There is a problem.
Indeed.
In fact, there are two problems. The first one is that there's a war on, and we'll look like a pair of warheads.
Warheads? But we shan't even be transonic.
There are rules in formal war regarding the speed that warheads can travel at. We'll look like warheads.
If we went a little slower?
Slow warheads.
Slower still?
Cruise mines. And before you ask, any slower than that, and we'll look like ordinary monolayer float mines. Hatherans bobbed up and down. A sigh.
You mentioned a second problem.
Without Isul, it's unlikely that anybody will talk to us.
With him, it is unlikely that anybody else will get a word in.
Nevertheless, they needed their own transport. More to the point, they needed transport that would be allowed to pass unchallenged in the war zone. Whatever remained of Valsir's old dwelling lay far enough off the cloud tunnel network to make roting or floating their way there too long-winded. Isul had agreed to fix things. With his equatorial big city connections escorting exotic aliens, he was bound to positively exude kudos towards all those who might help him, but then had got caught up in the whole process just due to the numbers of people who wanted to be the ones who helped him, and so became unable, seemingly, to make up his mind. Just as it seemed likely he was about to settle on one outrageously generous offer, another would appear over the horizon, even more enticing, necessitating a further reappraisal. Finally, after 2 days, Hatherans could take no more and hired her own ship on terms slightly better than the ones just rejected by Isul. In their suite at the taverna, Isul protested.
I am doing the negotiating,
he bellowed.
Yes, the Colonel agreed. Rather too much of it.
A compromise was arrived at. The Colonel confessed to their hirer that she was legally unable to commit to a firm contract, and Isul then remade it on the exact same terms while the appalled shipmaster was still drawing breath to protest. That day, the day the war officially got underway, ceremonially beginning with an opening gala and formal duel in Pehirumime, half the world away. A day later they sailed, taking the next downward eddy that also swirled in the right horizontal direction, aboard the Poiflias, a 100-metre twin-hull screw-burster of unknown but probably enormous age. It boasted a crew of just 5, apart from its captain, and was rotund and slow, but was, for some reason lost in the mists of Dweller military logic, still registered as an uncommitted privateer scout ship, and so cleared to make her way within the war zone, and, one might hope, liable to pass any consequent challenge, save one conducted by opening fire prior to negotiations. Their captain was Slyn, an enthusiastic youngster barely arrived at adulthood, still very much a recent and behaving more like a youth. He'd inherited the Poiflias on the death of his father. The dwellers clove to the idea of collective inheritance, so that, when one of them died, any private property they could fairly claim to have accumulated went 50% to whoever they wanted it to go to, and 50% to whatever jurisdiction they lived within. This was why only one hull of the twin-hulled Poiflias was fully owned by Slyn. The city of Munain owned the other half and was renting it to him, accumulating kudos. The less Slyn could actually do with the ship, the more control he would lose, until ultimately the city could reasonably claim it was all theirs. Then, if he wanted to stay aboard, he'd more or less have to do whatever the city asked him to do with the ship. This expedition, however, conducted under his own auspices, ought to go a long way towards securing his ownership rights over the whole vessel.
This is why we are confined to the single hull?
Hatherans asked the captain. They were on the foredeck, a slightly ramshackle sprouting of fibres and sheet protruding over the craft's battered-looking nose. Isul had spotted a harpoon gun on the foredeck and challenged his companions to a coarse shoot the next time they traversed a promising volume. Apparently, where they were now, just 2 days out of Munain, constituted just such a happy hunting ground. However, nobody had seen anything worth harpooning so far.
That's right!
Slyn bobbed eagerly over the deck.
Let's use the other hull, let's IO the city.
Captain Slyn was hanging onto some rigging, floating above everybody else to get a good view and act as lookout and target spotter. They were making a decent speed through the dim crimson gases. The slipstream would have blown Slyn aft if he hadn't been holding on. A decent speed in this case meant less than a quarter of the velocity of the dreadnought Stormshear on cruise, but the gas down here was thicker, and the slipstream's force was all the greater. "There's something!" Sline yelled, pointing up and to starboard. They all looked. "No, wrong," Sline said cheerfully. "Beg pardon." Sline was taking his captain's role seriously, accoutered with lots of mostly useless ancient naval paraphernalia like spyglasses, an altimeter, a museum-piece radio, a scratched-looking hail visor, a shining antique holster cannon, and a radiation compass. His clothing and half-armour looked very new, but based on designs that were very old. He had a couple of pet fetuses tethered to each of his hub girdles. The fetuses were dweller young who hadn't even been allowed to progress to the stage of being children. The usual reason they existed was because a dweller turned female of particular impatience had decided she couldn't be bothered going to full term and had aborted. The results made good pets. Dwellers could survive on their own almost from conception. They just didn't progress intellectually and had nobody to protect them while they were completely helpless. Sline's quadruplets, it would have been impolite to inquire whether they were actually his own, looked like little bloated manta rays, pale and trailing almost useless tentacles, forever bumping into their master or each other and getting themselves tangled in their tethers. The effect for a human was inevitably slightly grisly, though Fassin had the added, depressing feeling that the fetuses were the equivalent of a parrot in ancient Earth terms. "There's something this time!" Sline shouted, pointing down to starboard. A small black object was rising from the deep red depths of gas a couple of 100 meters away. "I have it!" Isul yelled, bump-kicking the gun platform on its counterweights. It swung up above the deck to an elevation that let him depress the harpoon gun sufficiently. "A tufa seed!" Sholis exclaimed. "It's a tufa tree seed, sir!" "Wait a moment, Isul," Fassin said, rising from the deck. "Just let me go and check." He gunned the little gas craft away from the Parthlius, curving out and down towards the still slowly rising black sphere. "Keep out of the way!" Isul bellowed to the human. Fassin had taken a curved course deliberately, having witnessed Isul's marksmanship before. "Just hold, will you?" he shouted back. Isul gave a shake and sighted the gun on the black sphere, maniples grasping the trigger. Sline craned forward in the rigging. Two of the fetuses wrapped themselves round a stay, entangling him. He looked up, tutted, and brought his spyglass up to a receptor-dense portion of his sensory frill, scanning the rising black orb. "Ah, actually," he began. Hathrance bobbed up suddenly. "Isul, stop!" "Ha ha!" Isul said, twisting the trigger and firing the harpoon. The mounting shook, the gun leapt and banged, the harpoon's own twin rocket motors sprang out and erupted as soon as it was a safe distance away, and the thin black line attached to the main body came whipping and whistling out of a locker just beneath the gun mounting. The harpoon rasped through the gas towards where the black object would be in a few seconds' time. Isul said, sounding slightly surprised. "One of my better! It's a mine!" Sline screamed. Sholis just screamed. "Fassin, get away from that thing!" Hathrance sent. The little gas craft instantly started to turn and speed up, rotors blurring in the air. "Eh? What?" Isul said. Sline drew his holster cannon and aimed at the harpoon. He got one shot off before the gun jammed. "Could that be nuclear?" the colonel shouted, a high, keening noise sounding from the colonel's e-suit. "Definitely!" Sline spluttered. He shook his gun and cursed, then slapped at his radio. "Engines, full astern!" He shook the gun again, desperately. "Fucking scrits!" Hathrance moved quickly to one side. Isul looked out at the harpoon, dropping smoothly right on course for the black ball, then at the gun mounting. "Sholis!" he barked. "Grab that line!" Sholis leapt for the thrumming dark curtain of cord being jerked from the locker under the gun, caught hold of it, and was instantly whipped towards the gunnels, smashing through stanchions and snapping to a stop, tangled in the hawser, before the slipstream brought him thudding back into the deck behind them. Free of the encumbering line, the harpoon just picked up speed, still heading for the mine. Hathrance got clear of the Poiflius. Fassin's aerocraft was still turning, still picking up speed, still even closer to the mine than the ship was. "Oof!" Isul said. A crimson flash seemed to wash out the gas all around them. Dead? Fassin had time to think. For an instant, a tight fan of searing pink-white lines joined Colonel Hathrance's e-suit and the full length of the harpoon, which vanished in a blast of heat and light. A visible shock sphere pulsed out from the detonation, rocking the mine, which seemed to stop and think for a moment, before continuing to ascend smoothly on its way. The shockwave shook them and the ship. Fassin felt it too. He slowed and turned back. The The Poaphlius was scrubbing off speed following Sline's last order. The slipstream was lessening, but still sufficiently strong to clunk Shoalish's battered carapace off the deck as he floated tangled in the dark mass of wire. Isul looked. "Shoalish?" he said in a small voice.
The species of the faring are more divided by their sense of time than anything else. We dwellers, being who and what we are, naturally encompass as much of the spectrum of chronosense as we are able, covering most of it. I exclude the machine quick.
Hesitation.
You still abhor those, I take it.
Yes, they most certainly do, the colonel exclaimed. Positively persecuted, Fassin said.
They are different again, of course, but even within the limits of the naturally evolved, the manifold rates at which time is appreciated are, some would argue, collectively the single most telling distinction that might be made between species and species types.
The speaker was an ancient sage called Jundriance. Dweller seniority nomenclature stretched to 29 separate categories, starting with child and ending no less than 2 billion years later, usually much more, at child. In between came the short-lived adolescent and youth stages, the rather longer adult stage with its 3 subdivisions, then prime with 4 subdivisions, Cuspian with 3, and then, if the dweller had survived to that age, 1.25 million years minimum, and was judged fit by his peers, sagehood, which then repeated all the subdivisions of the adulthood, prime, and Cuspian stages. So, technically, Jundriance was a sage prime chais. He was 43 million years old, had shrunk to only 6 meters in diameter, while his carapace had darkened and taken on the hazy patina of dweller middle age, had already lost most of his limbs, and he was in charge of what was left of the house and associated libraries of the presumed deceased Cuspian chol, Valsir. The view from the house was motionless and unchanging at normal time, a hazy vista of deep brown and purple veils of gas within a great placid vertical cylinder of darkness that was the final echo of the great storm that the house had once swung about like a tiny planet around a great cold sun. In appearance, the house library complex itself was a collection of 32 spheres, each 70 meters or so in diameter, many girdled by equatorial balconies, so that the construction looked like some improbably bunched gathering of ringed planets. The bubble house hung, very slowly sinking, in that great calm of thick gas deep down in the dark, hot depths, only a few tens of kilometers above the region where the atmosphere began to behave more like a liquid than a gas.
"This is his house, then, yes?"
the colonel had asked when they'd first seen it from the foredeck of the Poaphlius. Fassin had looked around, using sonosense and magnetic to search for the section of the derelict cloud tunnel that the house had once been anchored to, but couldn't find it anywhere nearby. He'd already checked the Poaphlius's charts. The stretch of cloud tunnel no longer showed up on the local holomaps, implying that it had either drifted much further away, which was unlikely, or had fallen into the depths. "Yes," he said. "Yes, looks like it." They'd had to turn the Poaphlius around and return to Monoin. Shoalish, badly injured, had been taken to hospital. The surgeons had given him an even chance of surviving. He'd heal best left in a drug coma for the next few 100 days. There was nothing more they could do. Isul could have taken on any number of youths and adolescents eager to take his crippled servant's place, but he'd turned them all down, a decision he'd regretted just a day or so later, once they'd set out again, when he'd realized he had nobody to shout at. They'd avoided challenges, other ships and mines of all sorts, finally making the journey in 10 days. The sage Jundriance was attended by a couple of burly prime servants, Nuern and Livelido, each dressed in fussily ornate and ill-fitting academic robes. They were sufficiently senior to have servants of their own, a half-dozen highly reticent adults who looked like identical sextuplets. They were big on scurrying, but almost autistically shy. The senior of the 2 elder servants, Nuern, a Muin to Livelido's 1 rank more junior Shul, had welcomed them, allocated rooms, and informed them that his master was engaged in the task of cataloguing the remaining works in the libraries. As Isul had warned, a significant proportion of the contents had been given away since Valsir's accident. Probably only the remoteness of the house had prevented more scholars showing up to pick over the remains. Jundriance was, however, in slow time, so if they wanted to speak to him, they would have to slow to his thought pace. Fassin and the colonel had agreed.
Isul had announced he was having none of this and took the Poiflius on a cruise to explore the local volume and see what there might be to hunt.
Your duty should be to wait for us, the colonel had informed him.
Duty? Isul had said, as though hearing the word for the first time. They had a half day or so at least, while Jundriance was informed by a message on his read screen that he had visitors. If he would see them immediately, they could go in before dark. Otherwise, it could be some long time. Colonel, Fassin had said, we will have to go into slowdown for some time. Isul might be as well amusing himself nearby. Fassin had turned to look at Isul to emphasize the word, as mooching about this place for who knows how long.
He'll get into trouble.
Probably. So better trouble close to home or trouble further away. Hatherence had made a rumbling noise and had told Isul,
There is a war on.
I've checked the nets, Isul had protested. It's killer clicks away.
Really?
Nguyen had said, perking.
Has it started? The master doesn't allow connections in the house. We hear nothing.
Began a dozen days ago, Isel had told the servant. We're in the thick of it already. Barely avoided a smart mine on the way here. My servant got himself injured. May die.
A smart mine? Near here?
You are right to be concerned, my friend, Isil had said solemnly. The presence of such ordnance hereabouts is the real reason why I'll take my ship on patrol around you.
And your servant injured? How terrible.
I know. War is. Other than that, elsewhere in the hostilities, barely a spineful of deaths so far. Couple of dreadnoughts crippled on each side. Far too early to tell who's winning. I'll keep a fringe cocked, let you know what's happening.
Thank you.
Not at all.
You're right,
Hatherence had signal whispered to Fassin as this exchange was taking place.
Let's just let him go.
You can signal the ship from your e-suit while still in slowdown.
Yes?
Okay. You will stay nearby, Fassin had asked Isul. You won't let the Poiflius venture too far out?
Of course, I swear. And I shall ask our two fine fellows here to extend you every courtesy on my behalf.
They were to be seen at once. Nguyen had shown them into one of the outer library pods. The library had a roof of diamond leaf looking directly upwards into the vermilion dark sky. Jundriance was settled into a dent desk near the centre of the near-spherical room, facing a read screen. Around him, the walls were lined with shelves, some so widely spaced that they might have doubled as bunk space for humans, others so small that a child's finger might have struggled to fit. Mostly, these held books of some sort. Spindle-secured carousels, tensioned between the walls and between the floor, and a network of struts above held hundreds of other types of storage devices and systems. Swave crystals, hollow shard, picospool, and a dozen more obscure. They joined Jundriance at his desk, floating through the thick atmosphere to his side. Nguyen had swung dent seats into place, and they both clamped into one, Hatherence positioning herself with Fassin between her and the sage. Jundriance, of course, gave no sign of having noticed them. They'd slowed. It had been much easier for Fassin than for Hatherence. He'd been doing this for centuries. She'd been trained in the technique, but had never attempted it for real. The experience would be a jerky, shaky journey for her, at least until they smoothed out at the sage's pace. The day darkened quickly, then the night seemed to last less than an hour. Fassin concentrated on his own smooth slowdown, but was aware of the colonel seeming to wriggle and shift in her dent seat. The sage Jundriance appeared to stir. By the next quick morning, something actually changed on his reading screen. Another page. That day passed quickly, then the next night went quicker still. The process continued until they were down to a factor of about 1 in 64, which was what they'd been told Jundriance had come up to meet them at. He'd been even slower until their arrival. They were about halfway there when a signal whisper had pinged into the little gas craft.
You're receiving this all right, Major?
Yes, why?
I just interrogated the screen reader. It was working in real time until the Poiflius arrived.
You sure?
Perfectly.
Interesting. Finally, they were there, synchronized to the same life pace as the sage. The short days became a slow, slow flicker above them, the orange-purple sky beyond the diamond leaf alternately lightening and dimming. Even at this pace, the great tall veils of gas seemed to hang above them in the sky, unmoving. Fassin had experienced the feeling he always got when he first went into slowdown during a delve. The disquieting sensation that he was a lost soul, the feeling of being in a strange sort of prison, trapped in time inside, while life went on at a quicker pace outside, above, beyond. Jundriance had turned off his read screen and greeted them.
Fassin had asked about Valsia, but somehow they'd got onto the subject of life pace itself.
"One feels sorry for the quick, I suppose," the sage said. "They seem ill-suited to the universe, in a way. The distances between the stars, the time it takes to travel from one to another. Even more so, of course, if one is thinking of travelling between galaxies."
A hole in the conversation. "Oh, of course," Fassin said to fill it. "Are you fishing for something, old one?" he thought.
"The machines. They were much worse, of course. How unbearable to live so quickly."
"Well, they mostly don't live at all now, Sage," Fassin told him.
"That is as well, perhaps."
"Sage, can you tell us any more about Valsia's death?"
"I was not there. I know no more than you."
"You were quite close to him?" Fassin asked.
"Close? No, I would not say so. We had corresponded on matters of textual verification and provenance, and debated at a remove on various questions of scholarship and interpretation, though not regularly. We never met. I would not say that constituted closeness. Would you?"
"I suppose not. I just wondered what drew you here, that's all."
"Oh, the chance to look through his library, to take what I might for myself, that is what drew me. His servants took some material before they left. Others, mostly scholars or those who chose to call themselves such, came and took what they wanted. But there is still much here, and while the most obvious treasures are gone, much of value may remain. It would be derelict to ignore."
"I see. And what of Valsia's libraries? I understand you are continuing to catalogue them."
A pause. "Continuing? Yes."
The old dark carapaced sage seemed to stare at the dark read screen.
He said.
He turned fractionally to look at Fassin.
"Let me see. Your use of the word continuing there."
"I understood that Valsia had been cataloguing his libraries, wasn't he?"
"He was always so secretive, was he not?"
"I'm getting light comms leakage here," Atherton sent. "Tell me if there's a burst after this." "And dilatory. Hapuarel always said that Valsia was more likely to win the Allstorms Yachting Cup than ever finish cataloguing his libraries." Another pause.
"Quite so, quite so. Hapuarel, yes."
Leakage. Hapuarel does not exist? Exists, but he had to ask elsewhere just there. Shouldn't have. "I would like to take a look round some of the libraries myself. I hope you don't mind. I shan't disturb you."
"Ah, I see. Well, if you think you can be discreet, are you seeking anything in particular, Mr. Tark?"
"Yes. And you?"
"Only enlightenment. And what would it be that you are looking for, if I may ask?"
"Exactly the same." The old dweller was silent for a while. In real time, most of an hour passed.
"I may have something for you," he said eventually. "Would you care to slow down a little more? No doubt this, our present pace, seems passing slow to you. However, I find it something of a strain."
"Of course," Fassin told Jundrians. "I'll have to leave you here, Major." "Lucky you. I'll try to keep this short."
"Good luck," Hatherant sent. "However, I shall leave you at this point, sir," the Colonel said to the sage. "Pleasant to have met you, Reverend Colonel," Jundrians told her. "Now then," he said to Fassin, "let me see. Half this pace, I think, Siatak, would suit me better. A quarter would suit me better still."
Shall we try half, then, initially? He was back in just 3 days. Hatherans was inspecting the contents of another library when he found her. The room was almost perfectly spherical, with no windows, just a circle of dim light shining from the ceiling's centre, and further luminescence provided by biostrips inlaid on each shelf, glowing ghostly green. Further stacks of shelves, like enormous inward-pointing veins, made the place feel oddly organic, as though these were ribs and they were inside some vast creature. The Colonel was floating near one set of close-stacked shelves near the library's centre, strips of green light ribbing her e-suit.
"So soon, Major?"
Hatherans said, replacing a slim holocrystal on a shelf half full of them. At the same time as she spoke, she sent,
"Our friend had nothing of interest?"
"Sage Jundrians gave me so much to think about that I decided I better come back to normal speed to think it over," Fassin replied, then signalled, "The old bastard gave me fuck all. Basically, he's trying to stall us."
"Well, I have been studying while you were conversing."
"Anything of interest?" he asked, floating over towards her.
"There are signs that many more dwellers were staying here until not long ago, perhaps only a few days long ago. The house system seems to think that there ought to be a catalogue of catalogues somewhere. In fact, that there ought to be multiple copies of it lying around."
"A catalogue of catalogues," Fassin said. "Other dwellers?"
"The first catalogue that Valsier compiled, listing the catalogues of individual works, he would then draw up. Perhaps as many as 10 or 12. Also, I get the impression Livelido and Noan are more, or at least other than they appear."
"One catalogue for everything would be too simple," Fassin asked, then sent, "I didn't think they seemed like ordinary servants either. So where are all these multiple copies?"
"I suspect they have been removed. They would be the key to beginning a methodical search," the Colonel replied, then said, "I gather it seemed to him the logical way to proceed. Certainly, there is no shortage of material, even yet, when much of it has been removed. One catalogue would, I suppose, be cumbersome."
The Colonel paused.
"Of course, a single giant database with freely dimensioned subdivisions, partially overlapping categories and subcategories, a hierarchically scalable cross-reference hyperstructure, and inbuilt semi-smart user-learning routines would be even more to the point and far more useful."
Fassin looked at her. He'd probably have got round to one of those after he'd done what he considered the proper cataloguing. Getting everything down in some non-volatile form that can be read without intervening machinery.
"Our dweller friends do seem to be remarkably purist about such things."
"When you live as long as they do, future-proofing becomes an obsession."
"Perhaps that is their curse. The quick must endure the frustration of living in a universe with what seems like an annoyingly slow speed limit, and the slow must suffer the frenetic pace of change around them, resulting in a sort of exaggerated entropy."
Fassin had been floating slowly closer to Hatherans. He tipped to make it clear that he was looking at her as he came to a stop a couple of metres from her. The glowing biostrips on the shelves painted soft lime stripes across the little gas craft. "You all right in there, Colonel?" he asked. "I realise it's very hot and pressured down here." "Colonel, do you think we are wasting our time here?"
"I am fine. Yourself?" "Very hard to say. There's so much still here, so much to be looked at."
"Also fine. Feeling very rested." "That's my point. We could be made to waste a lot of time here, looking for something that has already been removed."
"I understand. Slow time will have that effect."
"That is a thought. I had the odd impression from dust marks and so on, understand, that many of the shelves have recently been filled or refilled, and many of the works seemed to make no sense given what I've understood of Valsier's subjects of study. Seemed most strange, though if all this is a sort of slow trap for you and me, then that begins to make sense. But what else can we do? Where else is there to go?" "I'll have to talk to the sage again," Fassin said. "There are many things I'd like to ask him. Whereas in fact I'll do everything I can to avoid talking to the old bore again. We have to get word out to any legitimate scholars who did take works from here, see if any of them have the catalogues or anything else. There are 24 separate libraries here. Even if they're only half full, we could be searching them for decades."
"He is a most interesting and wise character. Many tens of millions of works, and if most are unsorted, all are. I'll signal to the Poiflias, have them put out word to the relevant scholars. Who might be trying to put obstacles in our way so?"
"Indeed he is. I don't know."
"Well, I think I shall continue to search the shelves for a while. Will you join me?"
"Will you?" "Why not?" They drifted to different but nearby stacks, snicked hollow crystal books out of their motion-proof shelves, and read.
His study?
Iain asked. A fringe flick indicated a glance at Livelido. They were afloat at table. The two primes had invited Fassin and Hatherence to a semi-formal dinner in the house's overloyed dining room. A great, dim, echoing space, strung vertically with enormous sets of carbon ropes, all splayed, separated into smaller and smaller cords and fibres and threads and filaments, and then each thin strand minutely and multiply knotted. It was like being inside some colossal frayed net. Jundriance was still deep in slow time and would not be joining them. Special food had been prepared that was suitable for the colonel. She ingested it via a sort of gas lock on the side of her e-suit. Fassin, contained and sustained within the Arrowcraft, was really only here to watch.
Yes, he said. Where do you think it might be? I thought that Library 1 was his study,
Iain said, selecting a helping of something glowing dull blue from the central carousel, and then spinning the serving dish slowly towards his dining companions.
Me too,
Livelido said.
He looked at Fassin. Why was there another one? Has a bit dropped off the place?
Fassin had taken a look round all the library spheres. Library 1 had always been Valsier's formal study, where he received fellow scholars and other people, but it hadn't been his real study, his den, his private space. Very few people were allowed in there. Fassin had felt flattered in the extreme to be invited to enter the nest-like nook that Valsier had made for himself inside the stretch of disused cloud tunnel tube which the rest of the house had been anchored to the last time Fassin had been here centuries earlier. Library 1 still looked as it always had, minus a few thousand book crystals and a big cylindrical low-temperature storage device in which Valsier had kept paper and plastic books. It certainly didn't look as though the room had become Valsier's proper study in the interim, and now it appeared as though these people didn't even know he'd had a more private den in the first place.
I thought he had another study, Fassin said. Didn't he keep a house in... what city was it?
Guldrink?
Ah, of course, Iain said. That would be it.
Colonel, these guys know nothing.
I had been coming to the same conclusion.
Library 21, Cincturia, Clouders, Miscellanea, had a conceit, a dweller equivalent of a door made from a bookcase. Valsier had shown it to Fassin after the human had stayed with him for an extended period after their first meeting. It led inward at first towards the centre of the cluster of library spheres, through a short passage to a gap between two more of the outer spheres, then into the open gas. The joke, a hidden door, a secret passage, was that the various Cincturia were the outsiders of the galactic community, and the particular bookcase hiding the secret passage was categorized escapees. After their meal, Fassin gave the impression of shutting himself away in the library for some late-night shelf scanning. Instead, he screened up the house's system statements and looked back to just after the time of Valsier's yachting accident and alleged death. He did something unusual, something barely legal by mercatorial standards and usually pointless in Nascaron. He speeded up, letting the gascraft's legal max computers and his own subtly altered nervous system rev to their combined data processing limit. It still took nearly half an hour, but he found what he was looking for. The point, a dozen days after Valsier's accident, when the house recorded a rerouting of power and ventilation plumbing. Its altimeter had registered a wobble too, a brief blip upwards, then the start of the long, slow descent that was continuing even now. Then Fassin had to work out where the cloud tunnel segment might be now. It would be beyond the start of the shear zone, past where the whole atmospheric band moved as a single vast mass down into the semi-liquid depths. These moved much more slowly than the gas above, the transition levels great, turbidly elastic seas being dragged along as though reluctantly after the jet stream whirl of atmosphere above. It was all dead reckoning. By the dweller way of judging such things, the atmosphere was static, and the depths, not to mention the remainder of Alubi's system, the stars, and indeed the rest of the universe, moved. With only notionally fixed reference points, finding anything in the depths was notoriously difficult. After 200 years, the section of cloud tunnel could be anywhere. It might have sunk beyond feasible reach, been broken up, or even drifted to the zone edge and been pulled into another belt entirely, either north or south. The only thing working in Fassin's favour was that the length of tube he was looking for was relatively large. Completely losing something 40-plus metres in diameter and 80 clicks long wasn't that easy, even in Nascaron. Still, he was relying on the cloud tunnel retaining the usual profile of buoyancy decay. The likely volume, though identified with a worrying degree of fuzziness, was about 5,000 clicks away, though coming closer all the time, having been all the way round the planet many times. In a dozen hours, it would be almost right underneath the house again. He calculated. It was doable. He pinged a note to the screen on the library's door saying that he didn't want to be disturbed. Fassin let himself out through the hidden door about an hour after he'd entered the library. He let the little gascraft grow, pushing trim spaces out to create internal vacuums and a larger near-spherical outer shape, so that he fell gently at first, causing as little turbulence as possible beneath the house. Then, gradually, he heavied, slowly shrinking the arrowhead to its dart-slim minimum, diving unpowered into the dark depths and through the rough boundary of the near-static cylinder of depleted gas that was all that remained of the ancient storm. He powered up 20 clicks deeper and levelled out, then rose quickly when he was 30 lateral kilometres clear, zooming up through the gradually cooling, slowly thinning gas above, until he was through the haze layers and out amongst the cloud tops. Fassin increased to maximum speed, configuring the arrowhead for as stealthy a profile as it could support. The gascraft had never been designed for such shenanigans, but it had been gradually altered over the years by him and Herval Apsile, until, while no match for a genuine military machine, it made less of a fuss moving across the face of the planet than almost anything within the gas giant's atmosphere, always discounting the usual preposterous dweller claims of invisible ships, inertialess drives, and zero-point subspatials. The little craft moved beneath the thin yellow sky, and the stars above seemed to slow down, then go into reverse, as Fassin flew faster than the combined speed of the planet revolving and the band beneath him, jet streaming in the same direction. After less than an hour of flight, seeing nothing in the heavens above or in the skies beneath that would have led anyone to think there was life anywhere else in all the universe, he slowed and dropped, a shaftless arrowhead heading straight for the heart of the planet. He let the increasing density slow him further, feeling the resulting friction heat leak through the gascraft's hull and into his flesh. Through the upper shear boundary, only hazily defined, kilometres thick, prone to vast, slow waves and unpredictable swells and sudden troughs, he entered the shear zone itself, starting to circle through the crushing fluidity of jelly-thick atmosphere. If the section of cloud tunnel was still in the volume, this was where it ought to be, fallen amongst the depths, making its slow way down to an equilibrium of weight and buoyancy within the gradually thickening press of hydrogen gas turning to liquid. There was always a chance that it had gone the other way, lifting towards the cloud tops, but that would be unusual. Disused cloud tunnel, ribbed with vacuum tubes, tended to gain gas and therefore additional weight through osmosis over the millennia. When Fassin had been here 200 years earlier, Valseer was already having to add buoyancy to the tunnel to keep it from sinking too fast and dragging the whole house and library complex with it. Anyway, if the derelict section had risen, it ought to have stayed within the same atmospheric band and so shown up somewhere on the charts of the Poiflias, and it hadn't. He went on spiralling, keeping slow, sonosensing only gently, so that there would be less chance of anybody who might be listening nearby overhearing him. Could the Colonel have followed him without him being aware of her? Probably. But why would she? Still, he had the feeling he ought to be as discreet as he could. Light wasn't much use. Cloud tunnel wall would appear almost transparent down here. Probes for magnetic and radiation vestiges were of even less utility, and there would be no scent trace either. After 2 hours, near the limit of the time that he thought he could reasonably spend away from the house, and some time after he decided the hell with discretion and ramped his active senses up to maximum, Fassin found one end of the cloud tunnel, looming out of the gel-thick mist like a vast, dark mouth. He took the little gascraft into the 40-metre-wide moor, turning up his sonosense now that his signals would be shielded by the walls of the cloud tunnel section itself. He increased his speed, too, barrelling along the great slowly curving tube like the ghost of some dweller long gone. The study shell was still there, a hollow sphere almost filling the cloud tunnel tube near the midpoint of its 80-kilometre length, but it had been ransacked, stripped bare. Whatever secrets it might have held had long since been taken or trashed. Fassin turned some lights on to check round the place, finding nothing intact, nothing beyond empty shelves and ragged lengths of carbon board, diamond dust like frosted ice, and frayed fibres waving in the turbulence of his passing. He formed a tiny cavity with his sonosense and watched it collapse instantly, snapped to nothing by the grinding weight of the column of gas above it. A fine place to feel crushed, he thought, then went back the way he'd come and descended slowly to the house and Library 21 again. The Colonel was there. She looked startled when he appeared from behind the hidden door, even though he'd told her earlier what he intended to do. "Major, see attack." "Fassin," she said. She sounded odd. Fassin looked around. Nobody else here. Good, he thought. "Yes," he said, letting the bookcase door close behind him. Hatherence floated right up to him, stopping just a metre away. Her e-suit showed a uniform dull grey he hadn't seen her display before. "Colonel?" he asked her. "Are you all right? Is everything... there is... You must prepare. I am sorry to... There is bad news, Fassin," she said finally, in a rushed, broken voice. "Very bad news. I am so sorry." The Archimandrite Luciferus did not really buy into the whole idea of the truth. Of course, when he had been rising within the ranks of the Caesuria, he'd given every appearance of believing in it, and had been a gifted evangelist and disputer, arguing many times with great force, logic, and passion for the Church and its views. He had been often commended for this. He could see at the time that his superiors were impressed, see it even when they didn't want to admit to him or to themselves that they had been impressed. He had a gift for argument, and for dissembling, for lying, if you insisted on using such crude, unnuanced terminology, for appearing to believe one thing while, at best, actually not caring one way or the other. He had never really cared whether the truth was true. The idea of faith interested him, even fascinated him, not as an intellectual idea, not as a concept or some abstract theoretical framework, but as a way of controlling people, as a way of understanding and so manipulating them, as a flaw, in the end, as something which was wrong with others that was not wrong with him. Sometimes he could not believe all the advantages other people seemed prepared to hand him. They had faith and so would do things that were plainly not in their own immediate or, often, long-term best interests, because they just believed what they had been told. They experienced altruism and so did things that, again, were not necessarily to their advantage. They had sentimental or emotional attachments to others, and so could be coerced, once more, into doing things they would not have done otherwise. And, best of all, he sometimes thought, people were self-deceiving. They thought they were brave when they were really cowards, or imagined they could think for themselves when they most blatantly could not, or believed they were clever when they were just good at passing exams, or thought they were compassionate when they were just sentimental. The real strength came from a perfectly simple maxim. Be completely honest with yourself. Only ever deceive others. So many edges. So many ways that people made his progress easier. If everybody he'd ever met and competed with and struggled against had been just like him in these respects, he'd have had a much harder rise to power. He might not even have prevailed at all, because without all these advantages, it largely came down to luck, and he might not have had sufficient. In the old days, he had once wondered how many of the Caesurean High Command, his old bosses, really believed in the truth. He strongly suspected that the higher you went, the greater grew the proportion of those who didn't really believe at all. They were in it for the power, the glory, the control, and the glamour. Now he rarely thought about any of that. Now he would just assume that anybody in such a position would be completely and cynically self-interested and be mildly surprised and even slightly disgusted to find that any of them really did have genuine faith. The disgust would come from the feeling that the person concerned was letting down the side and the suspicion that they would feel they were somehow, perversely, superior to their less deluded peers. "And so you really believe in all that? You really do?"
"Sir, of course, sir. It is the rational faith. Simple logic dictates. It is inescapable. You know this better than I, sir. Sir, I think you tease me."
The girl looked away, smiling down, coquettish, shy, perhaps a little alarmed, just possibly even daring to feel slightly insulted. He reached out and took her hair, swinging her face round to his, a gold-dark silhouette against the sparse sprinkle of distant stars.
"Child, I am not sure that in all my life I have ever teased. Not once."
The girl did not seem to know what to say. She looked around, perhaps at the pale stars through the screen glass, perhaps at the snow-white tumble of low-G puff bedding, perhaps at the shell of screens forming the walls of their little nest, surfaces on which startlingly detailed and inventive acts of sexuality were being enacted. Perhaps she looked at her two companions, both now curled and asleep. "Well then, sir," she said at last, "not teased. I would not say you teased me. Perhaps rather that you make fun of me because you are so much more educated and clever than me." That, the Archimandrite thought, was perhaps more like it. But he still was not sure. Did this young thing still carry the truth inside her, even after all the normal span generations that had come and gone since he'd formally swept away all this nonsense? In a way, it didn't matter in the slightest. As long as nobody ever began to use their religion to organize against him, he could not care less what people really thought. Obey me, fear me, hate me if you want, don't ever pretend to love me. That was all he asked of people. Faith was just another lever, like sentiment, like empathy, like love, or what people thought was love, what they claimed was love. The fanciful, maybe even dishonest bit that wasn't lust, which was honest. And, of course, another lever. But he wanted to know. A less civilized fellow in his situation would have considered having the girl tortured to find out the truth. But people being tortured over something like this soon ended up just telling you what they thought you wanted to hear. Anything to get the pain to stop. He'd learned that quickly enough. There was a better way. He reached for the pod's remote control and adjusted the spin, creating the illusion of gravity once more. "Go on all fours in front of the window," he told the girl. "It's time again." "Sir, of course, sir." The girl quickly assumed the position he wanted, crouched against the oncoming star field, seemingly fixed even though the pod was revolving. The brightest sun, screen dead center, was Ulubis. Luciferus had had his genitals enhanced in all sorts of ways. One improvement was that he carried glands inside his body, which allowed him to produce many different secretions, which his ejaculate could then carry into the bodies of others, but whose effects he was proof against, obviously, including irritants, hallucinogens, cannabinoids, capsaicinoids, sleeping draughts, and truth serums. He went briefly into the little death little trance, the petit mal which allowed him to select one of these, and chose the last mentioned, the truth drug. He took the girl anally, it was faster acting that way, and discovered that she really did believe in the truth, though it also emerged that she thought he was horribly ancient and weird-looking and a frightening, sick-minded old sadist, and she absolutely hated being fucked by him. He thought about inseminating her with thanaticin, or employing one of the physical options his remade penis made possible, the shaved horsetail, perhaps, or just ejecting her into the vacuum and watching her die. In the end, Luciferus decided that letting her live with such constant degradation was punishment enough. He'd always said he preferred being despised, after all. He would make her his favourite. Probably wise to put her on suicide watch, too. The dwellers held that the ability to suffer was what ultimately marked out sentient life from any other sort. They didn't mean just the ability to feel physical pain. They meant real suffering. They meant the sort of suffering that was all the worse because the creature undergoing the experience could appreciate it fully, could think back to when it had not suffered so, look forward to when it might stop, or despair of it ever stopping. Despair was a large component of this, and know that if things had been different, it might not be suffering now. Brains required, see? Imagination. Any brainless thing with a rudimentary nervous system could feel pain. Suffering took intelligence. Of course, dwellers didn't feel pain, and claimed never to suffer, except in the trivial sense of suffering fools, because they were part of the family, or experiencing the deleterious physical and mental effects of a serious hangover. So, by their own reckoning, they weren't really sentient. At which point the average dweller, assuming without question that they were absolutely self-evidently the most sentient and intelligent things around in anybody's neck of the woods, would just throw their spine limbs out, shake their mantle ruff, and start talking loudly about paradoxes. He faced to spin, carried in the jet stream at 500 kilometers per hour. Motionless, he side-slipped, found a small eddy, just a curl, a tiny yellow-white wisp a couple of clicks across in the great empty skies of orange and red and brown. He moved through the gas. It felt slick against the arrowhead skin. He let the eddy carry him round in a slow gyration for a while, then pointed down and fell, twisting slowly as he went, down through the hazes and the clouds and the slowly thickening weight and press of gas, down to where the temperature was suitable, where he levelled out, and did something he had never done before. He opened the cover of the little gas craft and let the atmosphere in, let Nascaron in, let it touch his naked human skin. Alarms were beeping and flashing, and when he opened his eyes, they stung in the dim orange light that seemed to shine from all around. He still had the gill fluid in his mouth and nose and throat and lungs, though now he was forced to try and breathe by himself, just his chest muscles against the pull of Nascaron's gravity field. He was still connected to the gas craft by the interface collar too, and, when he could not raise himself up from the bed of shock gel, he made the little arrowhead tip gradually towards its nose, so that he was propped 3/4 of the way towards a standing position. Blood roared in his ears. His feet and legs protested at the weight as he was slowly forced down through the gel until he was partly standing on the far end of the cramped coffin shape that contained him. Now he could force himself away from the mould. He used his elbows, forcing himself forward. The stinging in his eyes was making them water. Tears at last. Shaking with the effort, he pulled at one sticky, slippy strand of the gill fluid, where it disappeared into his right nostril, and opened his mouth, gulping some of the gas. Nascaron smelled of rotten eggs. He looked around, blinking the tears away as best he could, the interface collar sucking at his neck, trying to keep contact while he tried to look up and out. It was a muddy-looking old place, Nascaron, like a big bowl of beaten egg with a load of liquid shit stirred in, and little drops of blood spattered throughout, and sulphurous on the palate. He let the gill fluid snap back, filling his nose, granting him pure oxygen-rich air again, though the stench still lingered. He was sweating, partly from the exertion, partly from the heat. Maybe he should have chosen to do this a bit further up. Now his nose was tingling too, as well as his streaming eyes. He wondered if he could sneeze with the gill fluid inside him. Would it come splattering up out of him, some ghastly lung vomit ejected, left drooped over the side of the gas craft like some pale blue mass of seaweed, leaving him to gasp and choke and die? He could hardly see because of the tears now. Nascaron's noxious skies finally drawing from him what he had not been able to express for himself. All of them. The whole sept. They'd made the move to the winter complex early. The warhead had fallen there, killing all of them. Slovius, Zab, Verpich. All his family. All the people he had grown up with. All those he had known and loved through his childhood and as he had grown. All the people who had made him whoever he now was, whatever he had been, until this moment. It had been quick, instantaneous indeed, but so what? They had felt no pain, but they were dead. Gone, beyond recall. Only they were not beyond recall. He could not stop recalling. He could not cease bringing them back to life in his head, if only to apologize. He had suggested to Slovius that they get away from the Autumn House. He'd meant a neutral place, some hotel or university complex, but they'd gone to another of the sept's seasonal houses instead, a compromise. And that had killed them. He had killed them. His well-meant advice, his desire to care and protect, and to be known to have thought of this, had taken them all away. He thought of just letting the craft tip further over, beyond 90 degrees, letting himself fall out, jerked down by his own mass, hurtling him, plummeting downwards into that great, sucking breath of gas giant gravity. The gill fluid wrenched from him, perhaps taking some parts of his lungs with it as it ripped away, tearing him apart, and letting him fill the bloody, ragged remains with alien gas for his last scream. Falsetto, like the voice you got when you sucked helium from a party balloon, as he plunged into the depths. The signals and messages had finally caught up with them round about the time he'd been floating through the wreckage of Valsier's wrecked study. All the shocked mailings, all the garbled queries, all the official notices, all the messages of support and sympathy, all the requests and follow-up signals asking for confirmation that he was still alive, all the news mentions, all the oculars' revised orders. They had all come through in a flood, a great tangled knot of incoming data held up by the Shrivalti's default secrecy, especially in a time of threat, the usual chaos of dweller communications in general, and the particular breakdown in the smooth running of signalling protocols transmission that always attended a formal war, an effect always at its most extreme within the war zone itself. Dead. All dead. But then not quite all dead.
A sept was no small thing, and reality was rarely quite so neat. Just as good as all. 5 junior servants on leave or errands had survived, as had one of his second cousins and her infant son. That was all. Enough to make it not a clean break, however awful, sufficient so that he would be expected to keep going, provide leadership, be strong. All that easily said, cliched stuff. His mother, absent, might have survived, but she'd been killed too, in another attack. Unrelated, it was supposed, just sheer bad luck, on the Saurian habitat in the Kuiper Belt, where she'd been on a retreat for the last half-year. He supposed he ought to be thankful that Jarl was still alive, that she had not been calling at the winter house at the time of the attack. Instead, he had a succession of alarmed, shocked, plaintive, and then numb-sounding messages from her. The last few pleading for him to get in touch if he could, if he was alive, if he was somewhere in Nascaron and could hear this or read this. He had been listed as missing by the Shrivalti Ocular after the attack on Third Fury. Officially, he still was. They hadn't been sure that he and Colonel Hatherence were still alive until they'd received her relayed signal days later, and subsequently had thought it best to keep his survival a secret for the time being. His interview with the news service in Houskip had complicated matters. However, this was already being denounced as a fake, even without their intervention, and a degree of confusion had ensued. Listed as missing in action, he was still officially alive, and so Chief Seer of Sept Bantrabal. That would not change for at least a year. The situation in Aluba's system was no less desperate, and the importance of what they'd been asked to do had, if anything, increased with the latest hostile actions of the invader beyond us. Even as it all came through, even as the signals downloaded into the gascraft's memory, with all the codes intact, all the routings displayed, he kept thinking, maybe it's all a hoax. Maybe it's all just some terrible mistake. Even when he saw the news screenage of the still smoking crater where the winter house had been, in the rolling hills of Walter's Great Valley, he had wanted to believe it wasn't true. This was faked. All of it was faked. It had happened more or less at the same time as the bombardment of Third Fury. The tiny flash he had seen on the surface of Glentyne as they fell towards Nascaron in the escaping dropship. That had been the impact. That had been the instant of their deaths. That had been the very second in which he became alone. The earlier Shrivalti message, slipping through before the data jam that had kept them ignorant all these days and recording the organization's sympathy for his loss, had been referring to this catastrophe as well, not just to the loss of life in Third Fury. The wreckage of the dropship had been found in the upper depths, the body of Master Technician Herval Apsile within. It was as though nothing was to be left aside. Nothing and nobody saved. Nothing, almost nothing, left to him. Some servants he hardly knew, and a second cousin he was moderately fond of, plus an infant he couldn't even picture. And Jarl. But could that ever be the same now? He liked, but did not love her, and was fairly sure she felt the same way. It would have been a good match, but after this he would be different. Another person altogether, even if he did return from this idiot adventure, even if there was anything to return to, even if the coming war hadn't destroyed or altered everything. And would her sept want her to marry into a sept that no longer existed? Where was the good match, the wise marriage there? Would even she want to? And if she still did, would it not be out of duty, out of sympathy, out of the feeling that their contract must still be honoured no matter what? What a formula for future blame and bitterness that would be. It was almost a comfort to realise that Jarl too would probably be lost to him. It was as though he was hanging over some great drop, about to fall, destined to fall. And the greatest pain came from the act of still hanging on, fingers scraping, nails tearing. Let go of this one last thing to cling to, and the fall itself would at least be painless. He wasn't going to kill himself. It was grimly good to know he could do it. But he wouldn't. From a purely practical point of view, he was fairly certain that Hatherence had followed him, using her Isut's military capabilities to hide herself from his gascraft's senses. She'd try to stop him. It could get undignified, and she might even succeed. If he really wanted to kill himself, he was sure there were easier ways. Just heading deeper into the war zone and powering hard straight for a dreadnought should do the job. And it would be too easy. It would be selfish. It would be the end to this terrible, gnawing feeling of guilt, a line drawn under that, and he didn't think that he deserved such an easy way out. He felt guilty.
so feel guilty. He had meant no harm, quite the opposite. He'd just been wrong. Feeling guilty was stupid. It was understandable, but it was stupid, just beside the point. They were dead, and he was alive. His actions might well have led directly to their deaths, but he hadn't killed them. What was left? Revenge, maybe. Though who to blame? If it really had been Beyonders, that made his old treachery, or principled self-sacrificing stand, depending, look foolish somehow. He still despised the Mercatoria, hated the whole vicious, cretinous, vacuously self-important, sentience-hating system, and he'd never had any illusions about the unalloyed niceness of the Beyonders, or any other large group, or thought that a struggle against the Mercatoria would be other than prolonged, painful and bloody. He'd always known that his own end might be painful and long drawn out. He would do everything he could to make sure it wasn't, but sometimes there was just nothing you could do. He'd also realized that innocents died just as filthily and in equally great numbers in a just war as they did in an unjust one, and had known that war was to be avoided at almost all costs just because it magnified mistakes, exaggerated errors. But still, he'd hoped there would somehow be an elegance about his involvement in the struggle against the Mercatoria, a degree of gloriousness, a touch of the heroic. Instead, muddle, confusion, stupidity, insane waste, pointless pain, misery, and mass death. All the usual stuff of war affecting him as it might affect anybody else, without any necessary moral reason, without any justice, and even without any vindictiveness, just through the ghastly, banal working out of physics, chemistry, biochemistry, orbital mechanics, and the shared nature of sentient beings existing and contending. Perhaps he had brought it all down upon them. Never mind advising Slovius to get away from the Autumn House. His delve, his famous delve, the action of meeting Valsir and trading information might have produced all this. It might all be his fault. Taking all he'd been told at face value, it was. He tried to laugh, but the gill fluid filling his mouth and throat and lungs wouldn't let him. Not properly. "Oh, come on then," he tried to say into the gassy skies of Nascaron. It came out as a hopeless mumble. "Show me it's all a sim. Prove the Cesoria's right. End run. Game over. Lift me out." Still all just a mumble, a gurgling somewhere down in his throat as he half stood, half lay there in his coffin-shaped alcove in the little hovering gas craft, poised within the gas giant's atmosphere, at a place where a human could expose themselves to the elements and not die too quickly, if they had something to breathe. Revenge was a poor way out too, he thought through his tears. It was human nature. It was Krayat nature. It would be in the nature of almost any being capable of feeling angry and injured. But it was nearly as poor a way out as suicide. Self-serving, self-centered, selfish. Yes, if he was set in front of whoever had ordered the lobbing of a nuke at a house complex full of unarmed, unwarned civilians, he'd be tempted to kill them if he could. But it would not bring the dead back. He never would have the opportunity, of course. Again, reality scarcely ever worked that neatly. But if, in theory, he was presented with the chance, the fabled "they're tied to a chair and you've got a gun" scenario, able to hurt or kill whoever had killed most of those he'd loved, he might do it. There was an argument that it would only make him as bad as them, but then he knew that in a way he was already just as bad as them. The only moral reason for doing it would be to rid the world, the galaxy, the universe of one self-evidently bad person. As though there would ever be a shortage, as though that wouldn't just leave the same niche for another. And it would be a military machine, a hierarchy involved here anyway. The responsibility would almost certainly diffuse out from whoever or whatever group had drawn up the relevant strategy, through to whoever had given some probably vague order, down to whoever had drawn up the general and specific targeting criteria, on down to some schmuck grunt or thoughtless technician who'd pressed a button or tapped a screen or thought-clicked an icon floating in a holotank. And doubtless that individual would be a product of the usual hammer-subtle military induction and indoctrination process, breaking the individual down and building them back up again into a usefully obedient semi-automatic asset, sentimental towards their closest comrades, loyal only to some cold code. And oh, how utterly sure you would have to be that they really were responsible in the first place, that you weren't being fooled by whoever had arranged all this tying to a chair stuff and equipped you with a gun in the first place. Maybe automatics had slotted in the final target programming.
Was he supposed to track down the programmer too and tie him up with whoever had given the attack authorization or dreamed up the whole wizzo plan for visiting Alubis in the first place? If it had really been beyond us, it might have been an AI which was responsible for the deed, for who knew what reason. Why, he'd have to find it, turn the darn thing off. Though, wasn't the Mercatoria's murderous attitude to AIs one of the reasons he hated it so much? And maybe, of course, it had all been their mistake and his fault. Perhaps they'd thought they were going to hit an empty house, and only his idiot advice, his meddling, had filled it with people. How to apportion the blame there? His eyes were bad now, like sand had been thrown in them. He couldn't really see anything, the tears were so thick. He could still see via the collar, which was a strange experience, the tipped, clear view of the arrowhead senses overlaid on his body's own. He couldn't kill himself. He had to go on, see what could be done, pay tribute, try to make up, try to leave the place even fractionally better than he'd found it, try to do whatever good he might be capable of. He waited for the truth to kick in, for the sim run to end, and when it didn't, as he'd known it wouldn't but had almost hoped it would, he felt bitter, resigned, and grimly amused all at once. He told the little gascraft to tip back and seal him in again. The arrowhead angled backwards, closing the canopy and enveloping him once more, the shock gel already moving to cushion and cosset him, tendrils of salve within it, starting to heal and repair his flesh and soothe his weeping eyes. He thought the machine did it all with something like relief, but knew that was a lie. The relief was his.
Ah, opinions differ as opinions should, always have, do, and will. Might we have been bred? Who knows? Maybe we were pets, perhaps professional prey. Maybe we were ornaments, palace entertainers, whipping beings, galaxy-changing seed machines gone wrong. These are some of our myths. Maybe our makers disappeared, or we overthrew them. Another myth, vainglorious, overly flattering, I distrusted. Maybe these makers were some protoplasmatics. This must be said, a pervasive one, a tenacious trope. Why plasmatics? Why would beings of the flux, stellar or planetary, no matter, wish to make something like us so long ago? We have no idea. Yet the rumor persists. All we know is that we are here, and we have been here for 10 billion years or more. We come and we go, and we live our lives at different rates, generally slower as we get older, as you good people have seen within these walls. But beyond that, why are we? What are we for? What is our point? We have no idea. You'll forgive me. These questions seem somehow more important when applied to us, to dwellers, because we do seem, well, if not designed, certainly, as one might say, prone to persisting, given to hanging about. No disrespect, to understand, but the self-same questions applied to quick, to humans, or even like species, apologies begged, dear Colonel, except to Eurolife, have not the same force, because you do not have our track record, our provenance, our sheer, cussed, gratuitous, God-denying abidance. Who knows? Maybe one day you will. After all, the universe is still young, for all our shared egocentricity, our handed-down certitude of culmination, and perhaps, when the final chronicles are written by our unknowable ultimate inheritors, they will record that the dwellers lasted a mere 12 billion years or so in the first heady flush of the universe's infancy, before they faded away to nothing, while the Eurolife and humans, those bywords for persistence, those doughty elongeurs, those synonyms for civilizational endurance, lasted 200 and 300 billion years, respectively, or whatever. Then
the same questions might be asked of you. Why? What for? To what end? And who can say? Perhaps for you, such being the case, there will be an answer. Better yet, one that makes sense. For now, though, we alone are stuck with such awkward challenges. Everybody else seems to come and go, and that appears natural. That is to be expected. That is the given. Species appear, develop, blossom, flourish, expand, coast, shrink, and fade. Cynics would say, "Ha! Just nature is all. No credit to claim, no blame to take." But I say, huzzah! Good for all, for trying, for taking part, for being such sports. But we, us, no, we're different. We seem cursed, doomed, marked out to outstay our welcome, linger in a niche that could as well fit many, yes, many others, making everybody else feel uncomfortable by our just still being here, when, by rights, we should have shuffled off with our once contemporaries long ago. It's an embarrassment, I don't mind admitting. I'm amongst friends, I can say these things. And anyway, I'm just an old mad dweller, a tramp, an itinerant, a floatful plodder from place to place, worthy of nothing but contempt and handouts, both if I'm lucky, worse if I'm not. I try your patience. Forgive me. I get to talk to so few, apart from the voices I make up.
The speaker was an off-sequence dweller of Cuspian age called Oasil. To be off-sequence was to have declared oneself, or sometimes to have been declared by one's peers, uninterested in or apart from the usual steady progression of age and seniority that dweller society assumed its citizens would follow. It was not by itself a state of disgrace. It was often compared to a person becoming a monk or a nun, though if it had been imposed on rather than chosen by a dweller, it was certainly a sign that they might later become an outcast and physically ejected from their home planet, a sanction which, given the relaxed attitude dwellers displayed to both interstellar travel times and spaceship construction quality control, was effectively a sentence of somewhere between several thousand years solitary confinement and death. Oasil was an itinerant, a tramp, a wanderer. He had entirely lost contact with a family he claimed to have anyway forgotten all details of, had no real friends to speak of, belonged to no clubs, sodalities, societies, leagues or groups, and had no permanent home. He lived, he told them, in his carapace and his clothes, which were tattered and motley, but raggedly impressive, decorated with carefully painted panels depicting stars, planets and moons, preserved flowers from dozens of cloud plant species, and the polished carbon bones and gleaming socketed skulls of various miniature gas giant fauna. It was a slightly larger scale and more feral collection of what dwellers called life charms, compared to the sort of stuff Valsier had worn, save when there was some sort of formal event to attend. When Fassin had first seen the dweller tramp, it had even occurred to him that Oasil was Valsier in disguise, come back in some attempted secrecy to taunt them all, see how they would treat a poor itinerant before revealing himself as the true owner of the house, come to reclaim his lost estate. But Valsier and Oasil looked quite different. Oasil was bulkier, his carapace fractionally less symmetrical, his markings less intricate, his voice far deeper, and his quota of remaining veins and limbs quite different too. Most marked of all, Oasil's carapace was much darker than Valsier's. The two were of roughly similar age. Oasil would have been slightly junior to Valsier, had he still been on sequence, a Cuspian Balawan or Cuspian Nompar to Valsier's Cuspian Chol. But he looked much older, darker and more weather-beaten, almost as dark as Jundrian's, who was 10 times his age, but had spent much of his life as a scholar in slow time, not wandering the atmosphere exposed to the elements. Oasil towed behind him a little float trailer, shaped like a small dweller, and similarly bedecked, in which he carried a few changes of apparel, some sentimentally precious objects, and a selection of gifts which he had made, usually carved from oxytree-cloud roots. He had presented one of these, shaped to resemble the bubble house itself, to Nuern, to pass on to Jundrian's when next he left his depths of slow academe. Nuern had not looked overly impressed to receive this small token. However, Oasil claimed that Valsier's house had been a stopping-off point for him during his peregrinations for the last, 50 or 60,000 years or so,
And there was anyway, especially away from cities, a tradition of hospitality towards wanderers that it would be profoundly kudos-sacrificing to ignore, certainly when there were other guests around to witness the insult.
"Will you stay long, sir?" Nuern asked.
"Yes, will you?" asked Livelidu. "Oh no, I'll be gone tomorrow," Oisille told the younger dweller. "This is, I am sure, a fine house still, though of course I am sorry to hear that my old friend is no more. However, I become awkward when I spend too long in one place, and houses, though not as terrifying to me as cities, provoke in me a kind of restlessness. I cannot wait to be away when I am near a house, no matter how pleasant its aspect or welcoming the hosts."
They were outside on one of the many balconies girdling the house living spaces. They had originally convened for a morning meal to welcome Oisille in the net-hung dining space. But the old dweller had seemed uncomfortable from the start, edgy and a twitch, and before the first course was over, he had asked, embarrassed and plaintive, if he might dine outside, perhaps beyond a window they would open so they could still converse face to face. He suffered from a kind of claustrophobia brought on by countless millennia spent wandering the vast unceilinged skies, and felt uncomfortable enclosed like this. Nuern and Livelido had swiftly ordered their younger servants to strike table and set the meal up on the nearest balcony. They'd all gone outside, and, after voluminous apologies for seeming to force his will upon them, Oisille had settled down, enjoyed his meal, and, subsequent to sampling some aura grains and timbre trace from the narcotics in the table's centrepiece, modelled on a globular university city, he had relaxed sufficiently to share with them all his thoughts on dweller origins. It was a favourite after-meal topic with dwellers, and so one there was effectively nothing original to say concerning, though, to give Oisille some credit, the subject had been his academic speciality before he'd slipped the moorings of scholastic life and set float upon the high skies of wonder. Hatherence asked the old dweller his thoughts on whether his species had always been unable to experience pain, or had had this bred out of them.
"Ah, if we only knew. I am fascinated that you ask the question, for it is one that I believe is of the utmost importance in the determining of what our species really means in the universe."
Fassin, resting lightly in a cushioned dent across the ceremonial table from the old wanderer, found his attention slipping. It seemed to do this a lot now. Perhaps a dozen Nascaron days had elapsed since the news of the Winterhouse's destruction. He had spent almost all that time in the various libraries, searching for anything that might lead to their goal, the, to him at least, increasingly mythical-seeming third volume of the work that he had taken from here over 200 years ago, and which had, supposedly, led to so much that had happened since. He looked, he searched, he trawled and combed and scanned, but so often, even when it seemed to him that he was concentrating fully, he'd find that he'd spent the last few minutes just staring into space, seeing in his mind's eye some aspect of the sept and family life that was now gone, recalling an inconsequential conversation from decades ago, some at-the-time so-what exchange that he would not have believed he'd ever have remembered, let alone have found brought to mind now, when they were all gone and he was in such a far and different place. He felt the welling of tears in his eyes sometimes. The shock gel drew them gently away. Sometimes he thought again of suicide, and found himself longing as though for a lost love or a treasured vanished age, for the will, the desire, the sheer determination to end things that would have made killing himself a realistic possibility. Instead, suicide seemed as pointless and futile as everything else in life. You needed desire, the desire for death, to kill yourself. When you seemed to have no desire, no emotions or drives of any sort left, just their shadows, habits, killing oneself became as impossible as falling in love. He looked up from the books and scrolls, the fiches and crystals, the etched diamond leaf and glowing screens and hollows, and wondered what the point of anything was. He knew the standard answers, of course. People, all species types, wanted to live, wanted comfort, to be free from threat, needed energy in some form, whether it was as direct as absorbed sunlight, or as at a remove as meat, desired to procreate, were curious, wanted enlightenment or fame and or success, and or any of the many forms of prosperity. But, ultimately, to what end? People died. Even the immortal died. Gods died. Some had faith, religious belief, even in this prodigiously, rampantly, physically self-sufficient age, even in the midst of this universal abundant clarity of godlessness and God-lack.
But such people seemed, in his experience, no less prone to despair and their faith a liability, even in its renunciation, just one more thing to lose and mourn. People went on. They lived and struggled and insisted on living even in hopelessness and pain, desperate not to die, to cling to life regardless, as if it was the most precious thing, when all it had ever brought them, was bringing them and ever would bring them, was more hopelessness, more pain. Everybody seemed to live as though things were always just about to get better, as though any bad times were just about to end, any time now. But they were usually wrong. Life ground on, sometimes to the good, but often towards ill, and always in the direction of death. Yet people acted as though death was just the biggest surprise. My, who put that there? Maybe that was the right way to treat it, of course. Maybe the sensible attitude was to act as though there had been nothing before one came to consciousness, and nothing would exist after one's death, as though the whole universe was built around one's own individual awareness. It was a working hypothesis, a useful half-truth. But did that mean that the urge to live was the result of some sort of illusion? Was the reality, in fact, that nothing mattered and people were fools to think that anything did? Were the choices either despair, the rejection of reason for some idiot faith, or a sort of defensive solipsism? Valsier might have had something useful to say on the matter, Fassin thought. But then he was dead too. He looked at Oazil and wondered if this self-proclaimed wanderer really had known the dead Cuspian whose house this had been. Or was he just a chancer, a blowhard, a fantasist and liar? Thinking like this, circling round his studied despair, Fassin only half listened to the old dweller with his theories about gas-giant fauna development and his tales of wandering. Oazil told how once he had circumnavigated the South Tropical Band without seeing another dweller in all those 140,000 kilometres. How he had once fallen in with a gang of adolescent sculpture pirates, semi-renegades who seeded public root cloud and ammonia sluice forests, him becoming their figurehead, mascot, totem, and how many millennia ago, in the little-travelled wastes of the southern polar region, he had wandered into a vast warren of empty cloud tunnel. The work of a troupe of rogue tunnel-building machines since disappeared. An artwork. The lost prototype for a new kind of city. He didn't know. Nobody had ever heard of this place, this thing. He was lost inside this vast tree, this giant lung, this colossal root system of a labyrinth for 1,000 years, exiting 11/12 starved and nearly mad. He had reported the find, and people had looked for it, but it had never been found again. Most people thought he'd imagined it all, but he had not. They believed him, did they not? The tapping noise was there again. He had been vaguely aware of it, but had ignored it, not even getting as far as dismissing it as some function of the house's plumbing or differential expansion or reaction to some brief current in the surrounding gas. It had stopped after a while. He had half noticed that, too, though still thought no more about it. Now it was there again, and slightly louder. Fassin was in Library 3, one of the inner libraries, speed-reading through the contents of a sub-library that Valsier appeared to have picked up as part of a job lot untold ages ago. From the earliest date that anybody had bothered to note, this stuff had been lying around uncalled up and unread for 30 millennia, dating from an era several different species of slow seers ago, long before humans had come to Alubis. Fassin suspected this was traded material, data, second-hand, third-hand, who knew how many hand, dredged from who knew where, possibly auto-translated. It certainly read like it whenever he dipped into the text itself to make sure that the contents were what the abstracts claimed. Bundled and presented and handed over to the dwellers of Nascaron by some long superseded, possibly even long extinct, species of seer in return for, presumably, still older information. He wondered at what point most of the data the dwellers held would become traded data, and if that point had already been reached. He was not the first seer to think of this, and, thanks to the absolute opaqueness of the dwellers' records, he would certainly not be the last. The volumes he was checking were mostly composed of stories concerning the romantic adventures and philosophical musings of some group of stellar field liners, though they were either much translated or the work of not just another species, but another species type altogether. They seemed fanciful anyway. The tapping wasn't going to go away. He looked up from the screen to the round skylight set in the ceiling. Library 3, though now surrounded and surmounted by other spheres, had once been on the upper outskirts of the house,
and had a generous expanse of diamond leaf at its crown, though nowadays, even had the house been situated in less gloomy regions, it would let in little natural light. There was something small and pale out there. When Fassin looked up, the tapping stopped and the thing waved. It looked like a dweller infant, a pet child. Fassin watched it waving for a while, then went back to the screen and the not especially feasible exploits of the S-liners. The tapping started again. He felt himself attempt to sigh inside his little gas craft. He stopped the screen scroll and lifted out of the dent seat, rising to the centre of the ceiling. It was indeed a dweller child, a rather elongated, deformed-looking one, to human eyes more like a squid than a manta ray. It was dressed in rags and decorated with a few pathetic-looking life charms. Fassin had never seen an infant wearing clothes or decorations. It was oddly, maturely dark for one so young. It pointed in at what looked like some sort of catch or lock on the side of one of the skylight's hexagonal panes. Fassin looked at the curious infant for a while. It kept pointing at the catch. There had been no sign of pet children round the house in all the time they'd been here. This one looked entirely like it might belong to Oisil, but he had not displayed any earlier and hadn't mentioned owning one. The child was still indicating the pane's lock. It started to mime pressing and twisting and pulling motions. Fassin opened the pane and let the creature in. It flipped inside, made a sign that was probably meant to be the dweller equivalent of shh, and floated towards him, curling and cupping its body so that it formed a sickle shape, just a metre away from the prow of the arrowhead craft. Then, on its signal skin, now shielded from sight in all directions, save that Fassin was watching from, it spelled out, Oisil, meet me 2 kilometres straight down, hour 5, Re Valsir. It waited till he light-signalled back OK, then it sped out the way it had come, one slim tentacle staying behind after the rest of it had exited, just long enough to pull the ceiling panes shut after it. It disappeared into the night-time gloom between the dark library globes outside. Fassin looked at the time, just before hour 4. He went back to his studies, finding nothing, thinking about nothing, until just before 5, when he went back to Library 21 and slipped out through the secret doorway again. He dropped the 2,000 metres down through the slowly increasing heat and pressure and met the old dweller Oisil, complete with his float trailer. Oisil signalled, Fassin Tag? Yes. What did Valsir once compare the quick to? In some detail, if you please. Why? The old dweller sent nothing for some time, then, You might guess, little one, or do this just because I ask, to humour an old dweller. Fassin waited a while before answering. Clouds, he sent eventually. Clouds above one of our worlds. We come and we go, and we're as nothing compared to the landscape beneath, just vapour compared to implacable rock, which lasts seemingly beyond lasting, and is always there long after the clouds of the day or the clouds of the season have long gone. And yet other clouds will always be there, the next day and the next and the next, and the next season and the next year, and for as long as the mountains themselves last, and the wind and the rain wear away mountains in time. Oisil sent, sounding distracted. Mountains? Curious idea. I have never seen a mountain, nor ever will, I imagine. Do you want me to add any more? I don't think I recall much else. No, that will not be necessary. Then, Valsir is alive, the old dweller said. He sends his regards. Alive? There is a gas clipper regatta at the C2 Storm Ultraviolet 3667 beginning in 17 days' time. That's in the war zone, isn't it? The tournament was arranged long before the hostilities were first mooted, and so has been cleared with the formal war marshals, a special dispensation. Be there, Fassin Tag. He will find you. The old dweller rotated forward a metre, taking up the slack on the float trailer's traces. Farewell, Sier Tag, he signalled. Remember me to our mutual friend, if you'd be so kind. He turned and floated away into the deep, hot darkness. In a few moments he was lost to most passive senses. Fassin waited until there was no sign of him at all, then rose slowly back up to the house.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.